In this world, the government actually provides wives for free. No matter how ugly or poor a man is, he can still marry 2 wives. But this man in front of me, who was so poor that he didn't know where his next meal would come from and was worried about where he would beg for food tonight, still took 3 people with him. The surrounding villagers all laughed at him, saying he was a fool and that he wanted to have a good time before he died, but it was only those few beautiful women who suffered. The man's name was Chu Bai, but what they didn't know was that Chu Bai wasn't from this ancient dynasty at all, but from Earth in the 21st century. At this moment, Chu Bai was leading 3 women back to his own courtyard. The courtyard was kept fairly tidy. While not luxurious, it was considered top class in Wu family village. Looking across the entire village, apart from the village head's family, almost no one could compare. This was also related to Chu Bai's background. His father had been a Confucian scholar, and although he later settled in the countryside, his family was still more well-off than ordinary farmers. The 3 women's eyes lit up with surprise as they entered. But Chu Bai sighed and said, "The yard looks all right, but the house is empty. I don't even know where we'll have our next meal." With that, he pushed open the door and led the 3 women into the house. However, the scene inside the house caused the 3 to change their expression slightly. Their initial expectations instantly dimmed. Aside from the house itself being relatively decent, the interior was practically destitute. Chu Bai casually sat down and said, "You've seen the situation. If you want to leave now, I won't stop you." The 3 women exchanged a glance, then said in unison, "We will never go back on our word. Rest assured, my husband, we will repay you even if we have to be your slaves." In their view, Chu Bai marrying them was mostly just a way to temporarily save them from being sold into brothels. As long as they could get through half a year, they could live a little longer in peace. Chu Bai sensed their misunderstanding but didn't explain further. He didn't want to help them, but more importantly, he was confident he could make money during this time. In Chu Bai's mind, supporting 3 women was no problem, let alone 30 or 300 in the future. He stood up and said, "You all rest first. We're out of food. I'll go pawn some things to get some food." But after looking around the house, he couldn't find a single decent valuable item. He was immediately embarrassed. His predecessor had almost squandered all his family's wealth. At this moment, a woman noticed his predicament and whispered, "Husband, don't worry. I took some money with me when I left home." She took out a faded purse from her bosom, poured out a small piece of silver and a few copper coins. Li Han and another woman quickly took out their own copper coins and handed them over, saying, "Husband, this is our dowry." Chu Bai looked at the money, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Although it only amounted to 20 or 30 coins, in the Dayu dynasty, this amount of money was enough for them to eat several meals. At the same time, Chu Bai collected the loose silver and copper coins from the 3 women's hands. He felt somewhat awkward using his wives' money on their first day of marriage, but he had no other choice. His predecessor had been too extravagant, leaving almost no savings. This small amount of money, though not much, was enough to at least fill their stomachs and prevent them from starving to death. "You guys find a place to rest first. I'll go buy some food," Chu Bai instructed, then turned to leave. But as soon as he opened the door, he bumped into the people outside. "Are you blind? Can't you see your scoundrel, Master Lai?" The man rubbed his shoulder and started cursing. Chu Bai frowned and looked over, quickly recognizing the man from his memories. Wu Laizi, the notorious scoundrel of Wu family village. This man was largely responsible for swindling all of his predecessors' money. "Wu Laizi, what are you doing here?" Chu Bai's tone turned cold, and his eyes became more wary. When his predecessor was rich, this man would come to his door every few days, but now that Chu Bai was penniless, he never showed his face, and even if they met, he would only make a few sarcastic remarks. Wu Laizi, however, put on a smiling face. "Brother, I heard you married 3 beautiful wives, so I came to congratulate you." "Chu Bai, you came empty-handed." Wu Laizi didn't care at all, and even tried to put his hand on Chu Bai's shoulder, but Chu Bai pushed him away directly. "Just talk, don't touch me." Wu Laizi was stunned for a moment, vaguely feeling that Chu Bai was a little different, but he didn't take it to heart and continued, "Brothers brought you some good news. I'll help you share the head tax. How about it?" Chu Bai narrowed his eyes. "How do we share the burden?" Just as he finished speaking, Li Han and the other 2 women came out of the house. They had just finished tidying up the clutter inside the house when they were spotted by Wu Laizi as soon as they stepped outside, and the man's eyes immediately went straight up. Chu Bai stood in front of the 3 and said coldly, "What are you looking at?" Wu Lizzie swallowed and smiled even more lewdly. It's simple. Just give me those two good-for-nothings, and you'll only have to pay one head tax. Upon hearing this, Chu Bai almost laughed in anger. The calculation was clever, but if he actually agreed, he would be the one who suffered in the end. Besides, this kind of person would never pay his taxes. Li Han and the other two women turned pale with fright. They had long heard of Wu Lizzie's infamous reputation. He married women only to toy with them, frequently beating and scolding them, even denying them food, and eventually selling them into brothels. Falling into his hands would be worse than death. Wu Lizzie, oblivious to the situation, continued to persuade. Brother, such a good deal is hard to find. I'll save you 2 taxes at once. Chu Bai suppressed his anger and retorted, Which 2 do you want? As soon as he said this, the 3 women's hearts sank to the bottom. He actually agreed? Rather than be sold to this kind of person, they would rather die right now. Wu Lizzie was so excited he was practically drooling. He pointed at the other 2 women and said, Just those 2. As for Li Han, he was still somewhat wary and didn't dare to provoke her easily. After saying that, he winked and said, If there's nothing else, I'll take my men back first. Before he finished speaking, he had already squeezed into the house. Seeing Wu Lizzie barge in, Li Han and the other 2 women huddled together in fear. Li Han gritted her teeth and stepped forward, bracing herself to block his path, staring intently at him. Why are you looking at Master Lizzie like that? You want to come with me too? Wu Lizzie said with utter contempt. I wouldn't dare take a jinx like you. Who knows if you'll bring me bad luck? He abruptly changed the subject, his tone becoming increasingly vulgar. When you can't pay the head tax and are sold into brothels, Master Lai can go and patronize your business. You'll have to serve me well then. Li Han's face flushed red. She had never been so humiliated before. Wu Lizzie then turned his gaze to the other 2 women and reached out to grab them. Little darlings, come with Master Lizzie. Just as he was about to touch them, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. He turned around and saw that it was Chu Bai. What are you doing? He struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. Chu Bai sneered. What am I doing? I'm beating you up. Before he finished speaking, a punch landed hard on his face. Caught off guard, Wu Lizzie was knocked to the ground by a punch, completely stunned. Chu Bai, how dare you hit me? He couldn't believe that this scholar, who was usually so weak, would dare to lay a hand on him. Chu Bai didn't give him a chance to react at all, and immediately mounted him and started beating him mercilessly. Fists rained down like raindrops, and Wu Lizzie tried to fight back several times, but was suppressed by Chu Bai and could only cover his head and take the beating. The 3 women, Li Han and his wife, were terrified and rushed forward to pull him away, saying, Husband, stop hitting him. If you keep hitting him, someone will really die. They were afraid that things would escalate, so they quickly pulled Chu Bai away. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wu Lizzie scrambled to the door, grabbing it as he shouted threats. Chu Bai, you just wait. I'll kill you sooner or later. Chu Bai glared at him, grabbed a stick, and chased after him. I'll kill you right now. Wu Lizzie was so frightened that he turned and ran, but just as he was about to rush out the door, a foot suddenly kicked out. With a bang, he was kicked away and crashed heavily to the ground, seeing stars. Before he could even react, Chu Bai had already swung the stick down. If it landed, he would surely be bleeding from a head wound. Wu Lizzie was terrified and could only close his eyes and await his death. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, catching the falling wooden stick with one hand. Wu Lizzie was spared and quickly rolled to the side, panting heavily. Chu Bai was also stunned. He had used all his strength to strike, yet the other party had caught it easily. He looked closely and recognized the person as Uncle Wu San and couldn't help but frown and ask, Uncle, are you going to protect him? Uncle Wu shook his head and glanced at Li Han and the other 2 women. You've only just gotten married. If you really kill someone, what will happen to them? Chu Bai said coldly, Killing this kind of person is doing a service to the people. Uncle Wu warned, he has a lot of cronies around him. If something really happens, those people might report him to the authorities for their own benefit. Chu Bai's heart sank upon hearing this. He truly couldn't guarantee that. He was still somewhat resentful, but he's already made some threats today, and he'll definitely retaliate in the future. Even when I'm not home, he'll still come and cause trouble for my wife. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Uncle Wu didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he walked up to Wu Lizzie and picked up the wooden stick. Seeing him approach, Wu Lizzie stammered in fear. Uncle, what are you going to do? Uncle Wu gripped the stick in one hand and brought it down with the other. With a crack, The thick wooden stick was cleaved in two. He stared at Wu Laizi and said coldly, "If you dare to provoke Chu Bai again, your fate will be just like this stick." Wu Laizi's face turned pale, and he nodded repeatedly. Uncle Wu shouted, "Get lost!" He didn't dare to linger and immediately scrambled away. Watching Wu Laizi's disheveled, retreating figure, Chu Bai felt unwilling, but he could only give up for the time being. Chu Bai looked at Uncle Wu and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Wu, why did you come to my house?" His house was in the middle of the village, while Uncle Wu lived at the entrance of the village. He would never pass by here on a normal day. This time, he had obviously come to visit on purpose. Uncle Wu said simply, "Mr. Chu took care of my family's children back then. Now that you're married, you have a lot of people in your family, so I'm bringing some grain over." After saying that, he put down a small bag of grain as a congratulatory gift, turned around, and left without lingering. Looking at the bag of grain, Chu Bai felt a warmth in his heart. He sighed and handed the grain to Li Han. Li Han opened the bag and immediately exclaimed with delight, "It's millet!" The three women's eyes lit up instantly. In those war-torn years, life was incredibly hard for the people. They mostly ate bran and wild vegetables, and millet was only eaten during festivals. For Uncle Wu to be able to produce these 2 or 3 caddies was already a significant sacrifice from his entire savings. Seeing the three women's reaction, Chu Bai said, "Since we have food, we won't go out today. Let's eat first." The three women nodded repeatedly. They had been traveling with the wedding procession for half a day and were already starving. Li Han asked cautiously, "Husband, where's the kitchen?" Chu Bai pointed to the side. The three women immediately went into the kitchen together. They had just married into the family and were still a bit reserved, not wanting to give Chu Bai the impression of being lazy. A short while later, Li Han brought out a bowl of rice porridge and handed it to Chu Bai. "Husband, this bowl is for you." There was very little millet in the bowl. It was mostly broth. Chu Bai didn't take it, but instead asked, "What are you eating?" Li Han's gaze darted away. "We need to serve our husbands until they finish eating." Chu Bai already understood and turned to go straight into the kitchen. The two women were sipping their soup when they saw him enter and hurriedly put down their bowls and stood at attention. Chu Bai glanced at the 3 bowls and found that they were almost entirely filled with clear broth. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you know what he did wrong?" The 3 women shrank back, and one of them whispered, "We were too greedy. We'll save them for our husband from now on." Chu Bai frowned and said, "Leave it all for me? What will you eat then?" The woman replied softly, "We can go dig for wild vegetables." Chu Bai snorted coldly. "It seems you really don't understand. Go outside and wait." The 3 women were kicked out of the kitchen, feeling both scared and wronged, all thinking they were about to be punished. Chu Bai, however, relit the fire, grabbed more than half a pound of millet, and put it into the pot, cooking it into a thick porridge. When the porridge was cooked, he ladled out 3 large bowls and called out, "Come in, all of you." As soon as the 3 women entered and saw the 3 bowls of millet porridge, their hearts sank. After this meal, the family's food supply would be reduced by more than half. Seeing them standing there motionless, Chu Bai directly ordered, "1 bowl each, you must finish it." One of the women was so frightened that she knelt down and begged for mercy. "Husband, we really dare not steal any." Chu Bai said expressionlessly, "Whoever doesn't finish it, I will sell them." Upon hearing this, the 3 women's hearts sank completely, thinking that he was as ruthless as Wu Laizi. Li Han gritted her teeth and said, "Eat. Even if we're going to be sold, at least we can have a good meal first." She picked up her bowl first and started drinking deeply, and the other 2 followed suit. At first, they sipped slowly, but soon they began wolfing it down. They hadn't eaten such thick millet porridge in far too long. Every mouthful felt like a lifeline. Soon, the 3 bowls of porridge were completely devoured. Not even a drop of soup remained. The 3 women couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp, then lowered their heads, both content and ashamed. Chu Bai looked at the 3 women and couldn't help but tease, "Hee, aren't you quite good eaters?" These words immediately made the 3 women tense. After all, Chu Bai had just said that whoever ate the least would be sold. "Husband, we really don't eat much normally. Today we just haven't had millet in a long time, so we drink a lot. Please don't sell us to a brothel," one of the women hurriedly explained, her voice trembling. Chu Bai's lips curled slightly. "When did I say I was going to sell you to a brothel?" The 3 women were taken aback and looked at each other. Thinking about it carefully, he did only say he was going to sell you, but he didn't say where he was going to sell you. But as soon as this thought crossed their minds, the 3 of them, who had just relaxed, were on edge again. Even if they didn't end up in a brothel, if they were sold into a wealthy family as concubines or maids, their lives would be just as miserable, and their lives would be out of their own hands. Li Han frowned and asked, "Are you planning to sell us to a wealthy family?" She thought of her former friend, who had committed suicide by drowning less than 2 months after being sold. Chu Bai shook his head. "I don't have that plan for now." Li Han was even more puzzled. "Then where exactly do you want to sell us?" Chu Bai smiled helplessly, and before he could speak, the woman who had been silent all along suddenly said, "I understand. My husband doesn't want to sell us, but he's afraid we won't have enough to eat, so he's deliberately scaring us into eating more." Chu Bai was taken aback, his gaze falling on her, secretly praising her. He hadn't expected there to be someone so perceptive here. Li Han and the other woman also quickly realized what was happening, their expressions immediately showing understanding. They were used to being frugal from a young age, and because of their status as money-losing goods, they were often mistreated. Even when there was porridge, they couldn't bear to eat much of it. If Chu Bai hadn't deliberately scared them, they would have only dared to take a few bites at most, and wouldn't have dared to eat their fill. Thinking of this, their eyes reddened. Chu Bai was nominally their husband, but they had only known each other for a short time. Instead of beating or scolding them to establish his authority, he found a way to make sure they ate their fill, treatment they had never experienced before. Seeing that the two were about to cry, Chu Bai quickly interrupted them, saying, "Don't cry yet. We're already married. I still don't know your names." He only knew Li Han's name. He didn't know the other two's names. The woman who saw through his thoughts rose and bowed. "Husband, I am Lin Xianer." Chu Bai nodded and smiled. "A good name." Another woman also rose timidly. "Husband, I am Su Qing." Chu Bai nodded as well. "Qing'er, not bad either." Li Han, Lin Xianer, Su Qing. Chu Bai finally remembered all 3 names. Looking at them, Chu Bai said earnestly, "Now that we've entered the same door, we're family. I'll do my best to make sure you're well fed every day." The 3 women were somewhat dazed after hearing this. They had never heard such words before. In the past, their imagined married life consisted of being beaten, scolded, and doing heavy labor. They dared not even dream of having enough to eat and drink. The thought of Chu Bai being swindled out of everything still made them hesitant to believe it. But as long as they weren't beaten or scolded, that was enough for them. Chu Bai noticed their doubts, but didn't say anything more. He would prove everything when he earned money in the future. Just then, the sound of a woman crying suddenly came from outside. The women's expressions changed, especially Li Han, whose body trembled slightly. She knew best what that sound meant. The family that had just welcomed a new bride was already beginning to establish their authority. This establishment of authority was nothing more than a severe beating to ensure the new bride would never dare to disobey again. Chu Bai sighed. "We can't interfere in other people's affairs. Let's take care of ourselves first." Lin Xianer and Su Qing nodded, feeling even more fortunate that they had met Chu Bai. Chu Bai noticed Li Han's unusual expression, walked over, took her hand, and said softly, "Don't dwell on the past. You have to move on." Li Han instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but after recognizing Chu Bai, she slowly relaxed. If only every man she married could be like Chu Bai. Chapter 8. The Wedding Night. For Li Han, each time she was sent to be married off was like torture. If no one chose her, she would be sold into a brothel. Even if someone did choose her, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. In her first 2 marriages, she was beaten as soon as she entered the house, and then her in-laws made her do all sorts of heavy chores. Just when she was about to enter the bridal chamber, both of her husbands met with accidents one after another. One was swept away by a flood while fishing in the river, and the other was bitten to death by a poisonous snake while passing through a field. Because of these 2 marriages, Li Han was considered a jinx. Both of her husband's families blamed her for their son's death, subjecting her to constant beatings, verbal abuse, and humiliation, and placing all the heaviest work on her. She was always hungry but had to do the hardest work, and she nearly fainted several times. What's worse, after her 2 in-laws had exhausted her, they sent her back before the head tax was due, just to save on the tax. So even though she had been married twice, she still ended up in the wedding procession. Logically, widows shouldn't remarry, except for those whose engagements were broken off. Thinking of this, Li Han suddenly pushed Chu Bai's hand away and mustered her courage to say, "Husband, I am an unlucky person. Why don't you divorce me?" If it were a man who only coveted her beauty, she wouldn't care at all. As long as she could survive, that would be enough. But Chu Bai was different. He didn't hit or scold her, and he even fed her. She couldn't bear to kill such a good person. Chu Bai paused, remembering what she had said in the wedding procession, and then took her hand again. Silly girl, didn't I say? Even if you're a jinx, I'm a fool. A fool and a jinx, isn't that a match made in heaven? These words didn't make much sense, but they warmed Li Han's heart. She could tell that Chu Bai wasn't stupid at all, yet he was willing to joke about himself to comfort her. Husband, but I'll bring you bad luck, Li Han said, her head bowed, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She couldn't bear to part with this warmth, but she was even more afraid of bringing trouble to Chu Bai, as well as to Lin Xianer and Su Qing. Chu Bai my helper. He was a modernly educated man and naturally didn't believe in jinxes, but people in this era were convinced of them. So he deliberately said, if you really were a jinx, then I'd have to cherish you even more. From now on, if anyone offends me, I'll just put you in their house, and their whole family would be ruined. Hearing these almost shameless words, Li Han finally couldn't help but smile. Chu Bai breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, then looked at Lin Xianer and Su Qing. Don't you agree? Lin Xianer and Su Qing nodded subconsciously. Although they were also worried about Chu Bai's safety, as fellow money losers, they understood Li Han's situation all too well. Especially Lin Xianer, whose family was originally a wealthy household in the county, but later fell on hard times, and her relatives vented all their resentment on her, calling her a money loser and a jinx, saying that if it weren't for her, the family wouldn't be in this situation today. Su Qing felt the same way. Therefore, they didn't want Chu Bai to be implicated, but they were even more unwilling to see Li Han divorced and ultimately sent to a brothel. Lin Xianer quickly advised, Sister Li Han, don't be foolish. If your husband really divorces you, do you really want to go to a brothel? Su Qing chimed in, we've finally met such a wonderful husband. Are you really willing to let him go? Li Fan hesitata. She was afraid of hurting Chu Bai, but she also knew that if she missed out on a husband like Chu Bai, she might never find one again in this lifetime. But soon, she gritted her teeth. Precisely because Chu Bai was good, she couldn't harm him, much less implicate the other two. Husband, you should still. Li Han took a deep breath, still wanting Chu Bai to divorce her. Even if she was sent to a government-run brothel afterward, at least Chu Bai and the others wouldn't be harmed. However, before she could finish speaking, Chu Bai interrupted her. Have you ever considered this possibility? We are already husband and wife. If you were truly a jinx, the bad luck would have fallen on me long ago, and it would be too late to divorce you now. Li Han's expression froze instantly. Then she fell into deeper regret. If she had known Chu Bai was this good, she shouldn't have agreed to marry him in the first place. Chu Bai, however, didn't let her dwell on the matter any longer, and said with a smile, Ladies, it's getting late. Why don't we take care of some business first? Upon hearing this, the three women's faces instantly turned bright red. Having joined the wedding procession, they naturally knew what was to come. The countryside was different from the city. There was little entertainment, and they couldn't afford to light lamps at night. As darkness fell, the village was often filled with suppressed noises, interspersed with a few barks from dogs. Chu Bai looked at the three women with a smile and asked, My three ladies, who would like to go first? If he could, he would certainly like to sleep with them all. However, none of the three women were virgins, and if they did it right away, they would be too ashamed to bear it. Therefore, they could only go one at a time. The three women opposite him all had their heads down, their fingers nervously clutching the hem of their clothes, their bodies trembling slightly. Chu Bai's eyes darted around, and he looked at Lin Xianer. Xianer, why don't you go first? Lin Xianer didn't speak, only lowered her head even further. Chu Bai then looked at Su Qing, about to speak, when he saw Li Han suddenly stand up. Chapter 9, Entering the Bridal Chamber. Husband, why don't I go first? Li Han mustered her courage to speak, but her eyes remained fixed on the ground, not daring to look at Chu Bai. She had already realized that now that she was Chu Bai's wife, bad luck had probably already affected him. There's no use in backing down now. Instead of overthinking, it's better to consummate the marriage with Chu Bai as soon as possible and give herself to him completely, so as not to let down Chu Bai's kindness to her today. Hearing Li Han speak, Lin Xianer and Su Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little disappointed. Since they were married to Chu Bai, they couldn't avoid consummating the marriage sooner or later, and the sooner they got close, the easier it would be to cultivate feelings. The two women were simply too shy. If Chu Bai were to marry only one person, they might have blushed and agreed. But now that all three women were to marry at the same time, none of them wanted to be the first to step forward, lest they be misunderstood as frivolous. Looking at Li Han's exquisite face, Chu Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Her appearance was even more outstanding than many of the celebrities he had seen in his previous life, and her figure was also superb, making it hard for anyone not to be tempted. He swallowed hard, then looked at Lin Xianer and Su Qing. Seeing the disappointment on their faces, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. "You too want to come along?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xianer and Su Qing blushed even more and quickly shook their heads in refusal. Entering the bridal chamber alone was already embarrassing for them, let alone the three of them together. Seeing this, Chu Bai stopped teasing them. It was just a joke. Although he had the same thought, the three of them were inexperienced young women. If they were in such a hurry, it might not be a good thing. So he directly arranged, "I'll sleep with Li Han tonight. You two can make do in the next room for the night." Lin Xianer and Su Qing hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. Thinking about what Chu Bai and Li Han were going to do next, they naturally felt embarrassed to stay nearby and just wanted to stay as far away as possible. After settling the two of them in, Chu Bai looked at Li Han again, his tone softening. "Wife, shall we go?" Li Han lowered her head and nodded gently. Although she had been married twice and was determined to give herself to Chu Bai, she was still only in her early 20s, and how could she not be truly afraid? By now, it was completely dark, and Chu Bai could vaguely make out her blushing face by the moonlight. The two were very close. Li Han was like a ripe fruit, quietly waiting for him to pick her. Without hesitation, Chu Bai bent down and picked her up. Only when he held her in his arms did he realize that Li Han was even thinner than he had imagined. Although she was not short, her body was incredibly light. Li Han buried her face in his chest, her breathing erratic with nervousness. She knew this was a hurdle every woman had to overcome sooner or later, and she knew Chu Bai was a rare good person, but she was still incredibly flustered. After waiting for a while, she found that Chu Bai hadn't moved after picking her up. She felt uneasy and couldn't help but look up and whisper, "Husband." She was still a virgin, but she had been married twice and had a reputation as a jinx. She was most afraid that Chu Bai would despise her at this moment. Chu Bai snapped out of his reverie, and by the moonlight, saw the nervousness in her eyes. He immediately guessed what she was thinking and said with a smile, "My wife, you're so beautiful that I almost lost myself in admiration." Li Han breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as he wasn't disgusted by her, nothing else mattered. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Husband, please have pity on me." Those few words instantly shattered Chu Bai's last shred of restraint. He carried Li Han into the inner room and gently placed her on the bed. Then, rustling sounds came from inside. Only then did Chu Bai see what kind of body was hidden beneath that patched old garment. Li Han had worked heavy labor for many years, making her somewhat thin, but heaven seemed to favor her exceptionally. It was as if all the nutrients she absorbed had grown in the right places. Whether it was her height or the curves that made Chu Bai unable to look away, they all made his heart flutter. In the next room, Lin Xianer and Su Qing lay down early, but neither could fall asleep. To them, everything that had happened today felt like a dream. Before setting off, they only hoped to get married and avoid being sold into a brothel. That would be the best outcome. As for whether they would be beaten after marriage, or whether their husbands would be scoundrels, they dared not even dream of such a thing. But then they encountered Chu Bai. Not only did he not bully them, but he also considered their needs in every way. His kindness seemed almost unreal. The younger Su Qing finally couldn't help but speak up. "Sister Xianer, do you think we're dreaming? What if we wake up tomorrow morning and everything is gone?" Lin Xianer didn't dare to think about it too much. If all of this was really a dream, she wouldn't even want to wake up. After a moment of silence, Su Qing asked softly, "I've heard that it hurts a lot for a woman the first time. Is that true?" Lin Xianer was speechless for a moment. Although she came from a wealthy family in the county and had more experience than Su Qing, she was still a virgin and knew nothing about these things. She could only bite the bullet and say, "I've also heard that it does hurt the first time." Su Qing became even more worried. "What if my husband makes us serve him tomorrow? I'm most afraid of pain." Just as she finished speaking, a suppressed sound suddenly came from the next room. Chapter 10. The Thoughts of Three Women. Although Lin Xianer and Su Qing had never experienced anything between men and women, They understood what the noises coming from next door meant. The two tacitly buried their faces in the blankets, but after a short while, they quietly peeked out and pricked up their ears to listen. In the darkness, two pairs of eyes shone unusually bright. After listening for a while, Su Qing couldn't help but whisper, "Sister Siener, don't you think Sister Li Han's voice sounded a little different than before?" Lin Siener carefully considered the matter for a moment and nodded. Su Qing seemed thoughtful, suddenly realizing that this matter wasn't as terrible as she had imagined. Long before joining the wedding procession, she knew what would happen after being selected. She was most afraid of pain. Even a small cut from a knife would make her cry for half a day. But hearing Li Han's voice gradually change, her fear lessened somewhat. Lin Xian suddenly felt inexplicably irritated. Hearing Su Qing say this, she couldn't help but say, "Then how about you serve your husband tomorrow night?" Su Qing thought for a moment, and surprisingly did not refuse, blushing as she agreed. "Okay." Lin Xian felt even worse. Chu Bai might not decide who was superior based on who slept with him first, but Li Han had already taken a lead, and Su Qing was going to go tomorrow night. So wouldn't she be the last one? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. If she couldn't let go, would Chu Bai think she was being pretentious and eventually stop liking her? She cursed herself inwardly. Since she was already married, she would have to face many things sooner or later. So why should she still act so reserved? She wasn't trying to fight for any rights. Chu Bai's family was in dire straits, so there was nothing to fight for. But precisely because this family was hard-won, she cherished it all the more, eager to truly integrate into it, afraid of being disliked or even abandoned. In a daze, Lin Xian fell asleep. But that night, she had many nightmares, in which she almost always refused to have sex with Chu Bai, was disgusted by him, was eventually divorced, and even sold into a brothel. She didn't wake up until the rooster crowed twice in the early morning. She subconsciously thought she was still in her old home, and if she didn't get up and do chores, her brother and sister-in-law would scold her for being lazy and a money loser. But when she opened her eyes, all she saw was that dilapidated little courtyard. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. It turned out that yesterday wasn't a dream. She really had married Chu Bai, and she hadn't been driven away like in her nightmare. She took a deep breath and silently made up her mind. From now on, no matter what requests Chu Bai made, even if they were a bit excessive, she would do her best to fulfill them. Just then, a figure flashed past her eyes. Lin Xian recognized it as Li Han and immediately jumped out of bed. Li Han had just shared a room with Chu Bai last night, yet she was already up so early. What reason did she have to be lazy? After stepping out of the house, she found that Su Qing was already up and was asking Li Han questions. Seeing Lin Xian approach, Su Qing blushed and ran away. Lin Xian looked at Li Han and noticed her slightly unnatural gait, so she softly asked, "Why didn't you sleep in a little longer today, sister?" Li Han smiled slightly. "I'm so happy I can't sleep." That night, Li Han barely slept at all. It wasn't because she felt unwell, but because she was constantly worried that Chu Bai would be cursed to death by her. She was known throughout the surrounding villages as a jinx, having brought misfortune to 2 husbands in a row, which was why she had so eagerly given herself to Chu Bai last night. In her eyes, that was the only way she could repay Chu Bai. Even though it hurt, she endured it and cooperated. Even when Chu Bai was about to rest, she took the initiative to cling to him one last time, fearing that this night would be their last. Li Han woke up at the first rooster crow of dawn. She saw Chu Bai still sleeping beside her, his chest rising and falling steadily. At that moment, she was so overjoyed she almost cried. Chu Bai was alive. He hadn't been cursed to death by her. From this day forward, she finally truly had a home of her own. Even if Chu Bai wasn't particularly capable, as long as he was good to her, even if that goodness had to be shared with someone else, she was content. Li Han was reluctant to get up, so she leaned against Chu Bai's chest for a while. Only when she could clearly feel his heartbeat did she feel at ease enough to get out of bed and cook. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, immediately understood why Li Han was so happy. Although she hadn't said it aloud last night, she had worried that Chu Bai would be cursed to death by Li Han. Now that Li Han was like this, it meant that Chu Bai was not only alive but also doing well. However, Lin Xian was clever and didn't bring these words up. Instead, she rolled her eyes and asked, "Sister Li Han, what did Qing ask you just now?" Li Han's face turned red. She looked around to make sure no one was paying attention before whispering, "She asked me what my husband did last night." Lin Xian blushed instantly. Su Qing was incredibly bold to ask such an embarrassing question. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder what had happened between Chu Bai and Li Han last night. She took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, does it really hurt? Li Han nodded slightly, her face turning even redder. It hurt a little at first, but then... Chapter 11. Encountering the scammer again. Lin Xiener's eyes lit up, and she pressed Li Han for details about what happened last night. Li Han lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, and only whispered that her husband enjoyed it very much. Lin Xiener was taken aback and was about to ask more questions when Chu Bai walked out of the house. Her face immediately burned, and she quickly turned and ran away. Chu Bai was completely baffled and asked Li Han what the two had been talking about. Li Han smiled faintly and said that Lin Xiener had asked what she and Chu Bai had done last night. Chu Bai immediately felt a little embarrassed. Although Li Han, Lin Xiener, and Su Qing were now all his wives, he had never even heard of them before yesterday. Being suddenly asked about such a thing naturally made him uncomfortable. However, he also understood that since the three women had already married him, some things were inevitable sooner or later. At this moment, Li Han brought over a bowl of millet porridge and gently handed it to him. Husband, eat. Chu Bai was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Li Han to be up so early and have already prepared breakfast. Thinking back to their intimacy the previous night, he felt a sense of déjà vu. In his past life, finding a wife was incredibly difficult. Dowries, houses, cars, and other material possessions weighed heavily on him. But now, he had 3 beautiful and virtuous wives without spending a single penny. Chu Bai took the porridge and said to Li Han, I'm going out for a bit. If anyone comes looking for trouble, call Uncle Wu, whom you met last night. Li Han didn't ask any questions and just obediently nodded in agreement. After dinner, Chu Bai first went to greet Uncle Wu and asked him to look after the 3 women in his house. After all, he had just beaten up Wu Lizi yesterday, and no one could guarantee that the guy wouldn't come to retaliate while he was away. Having made these arrangements, Chu Bai left Wu family village and headed straight for the nearest town. Although it was the nearest town, it still took him more than half an hour to get there. Once in town, he didn't rush to do anything but strolled around, pondering ways to make money. He had many ways to make money in his mind. Salt production, sugar production, textiles, opening a restaurant. All of these required capital, and the little money he had now was simply not enough to get started. The only low-cost option was to extract fine salt from salt mines and sell it. However, in this era, selling smuggled salt was a capital offense, and Chu Bai wasn't foolish enough to gamble with his life. Making soap wasn't bad either, but the process was too simple, and if someone learned it, he wouldn't even be able to keep the formula. Therefore, he didn't plan to act rashly until he was absolutely certain of success. Just as he was struggling with this, a sleazy-looking man suddenly blocked his way, exclaiming with delight, Chu Bai. The man looked him up and down, grinning as he asked, I heard you married 3 worthless women yesterday, each one as beautiful as a fairy. Chu Bai glanced at him and quickly recognized him from his predecessor's memories, Zhao San. This guy had swindled all the inheritance left by his father. His predecessor had tried to find him many times afterward, but Zhao San always avoided him. Now that he has shown himself, Chu Bai immediately understands. Zhao San hadn't seen his predecessor before because he had already swindled all the money and there was nothing left to gain. Now, hearing that he had married 3 beautiful wives, he set his sights on them again. Chu Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. He was just worried about being broke, and unexpectedly, Zhao San had delivered himself to his doorstep. He deliberately feigned anger and loudly questioned, Zhao San, you dare to come looking for me again? Zhao San had anticipated a change of heart and immediately grinned. We're brothers who share joys and sorrows. Why can't I ask you for help? Chu Bai snorted coldly. Where's my money? Didn't you say you'd pay me back in a few days? Zhao San grinned and casually put his arm around Chu Bai's neck. Why distinguish between you and me when we're brothers? Your money is my money, isn't it? I said I'd pay you back in a few days, so I will. What's the rush? Chu Bai pushed him away with a look of disgust, patted his clothes, and deliberately said, Forget it. Whether you pay me back or not is up to you. I'll just consider it as feeding the dogs. Zhao San was stunned. Chu Bai had been searching for him everywhere for that money, and today he was actually saying he didn't need to pay it back. He immediately seized the opportunity. You said it yourself. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked, Did something good happen to you? Zhao San knew very well that while Chu Bai was good-looking, He lacked any skills to make a living and could only rely on the inheritance left by old Master Chu. Half a month ago, after being swindled out of all that money, Chu Bai was nearly driven mad with despair. But now, not only did Chu Bai not want the money back, he had also married 3 beautiful women. Zhao San simply couldn't believe that this wasn't a stroke of good luck. Chu Bai feigned a hint of panic and quickly denied it. No, don't talk nonsense. Zhao San had been staring at his face, and seeing his reaction, he became even more certain. His eyes darted around, and he affectionately put his arm around Chu Bai's shoulder. Brother, we're half-brothers. How can you keep good news from your older brother? Zhao San pointed to the tea stall not far away, his smile growing even warmer. Come on, let's sit over there and talk slowly. He originally only wanted to make a move on those 3 women, but now it seemed he could gain even more benefits from Chu Bai. Chapter 12. Let my grandfather put you in jail. Without a word, Zhao San dragged Chu Bai toward the tea stall. Chu Bai, who was already planning to get his money back from Zhao San, reluctantly sat down. As soon as Zhao San sat down, he shouted for the owner to bring tea, then turned to Chu Bai with a smile and asked, Brother, tell me quickly, what good thing happened to you? Chu Bai remained silent, head bowed. Zhao San, unperturbed by the awkwardness, urged the innkeeper again. Soon, 2 bowls of tea were served, and Zhao San cheerfully offered them to Chu Bai. Chu Bai took the large bowl, took a sip, and immediately spat it out. Zhao San was taken aback, then tasted it himself, finding it tasted the same as usual. His eyes lit up. He laughed. Still saying you haven't had any good things happen? You can't even stand this cheap tea anymore. Looks like you've had better ones before. Chu Bai glanced at him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Zhao San was like a vampire, draining whoever he touched. His predecessor had been completely manipulated by him, but now that it was Chu Bai's turn, he wouldn't let him control him anymore. Chu Bai said calmly, I am not used to the taste. This was not a lie. The dynasty drank a lot of boiled tea. The tea cakes were roasted, crushed, and then boiled in water. Salt and spices were often added, and the taste was like oily soup. Chu Bai, accustomed to roasted tea, naturally found it hard to swallow. A thought flashed through his mind. If he could study roasted tea in the future, he could make a fortune off wealthy people. Zhao San chuckled, Brother, this is the best we can do in town. Just make do for now. Chu Bai snorted. If you want to make do, then make do. I can't stand the taste. Zhao San raised an eyebrow. After not seeing him for a few days, Chu Bai seemed like a completely different person. So he changed the subject and brought up the fact that Chu Bai had married 3 worthless women. He feigned concern and said, Are you confused? So what if they're pretty? They can't work. What will you do when it comes time to pay the poll tax? Are you really going to be conscripted into the army? The rules into you were strict. Fines, poll tax, and miscellaneous taxes were all mandatory. If you couldn't pay, the men would be conscripted into the army, and the women would be sold into government-run brothels. No one could bargain. Chu Bai huffed. It's none of your business. Zhao San's eyes darted around, feigning concern, but actually trying to get information out of him. He used to want to marry a woman who wouldn't live up to his expectations, but the thought of the heavy taxes made him prefer to spend money on pleasure in government-run brothels. But Chu Bai married 3 women at once, seemingly unafraid of paying taxes, which made Zhao San suspicious. He eagerly pressed, Brother, you must have encountered something good, right? Otherwise, how could you dare to marry 3 at once? Chu Bai kept his head down, remaining silent. Zhao San, however, was even more certain because he knew Chu Bai well. The more silent Chu Bai was, the more it meant he had been correctly guessed. Seeing that he couldn't get any information out of him, Zhao San changed his approach. Or perhaps you're in a difficult situation and ready to give up entirely. If all else fails, give those 3 worthless bastards to your brother. I won't take them for free. I'll give you 10 coins each. How about that? Chu Bai se inwai li. Zhao San's true colors had finally been revealed. He had been after Li Han and the other 2 from the start, but Chu Bai had deliberately diverted his attention. Now that the time was right, Chu Bai suddenly stood up and roared, You dare to make a move on them? I'll have my grandfather throw you in jail. Zhao San's eyes twitched, instantly grasping the key point. Grandpa! He'd finally managed to extract Chu Bai's trump card. No wonder Chu Bai dared to marry 3 wives, and wasn't even in a hurry to get the money he'd been swindled out of. It turned out he'd found a powerful backer. Zhao San immediately followed up by asking, Grandpa, has someone come to Mr. Chu's house? Back when Mr. Chu settled in Wu family village, Many people speculated about his origins. Some said he came from an official family and only came here for certain reasons. But these rumors remained unconfirmed until Mr. Chu passed away. Now, Chu Bai's words made Zhao San increasingly suspicious. Mr. Chu's background must have been extraordinary. Perhaps he had lost contact with his family years ago, and they only came looking for him after his death. Otherwise, how could Chu Bai, good for nothing, have the guts to marry 3 money-losing women? When Zhao San pressed him for an answer, Chu Bai immediately feigned regret for letting it slip, his face full of remorse. Upon seeing this, Zhao San was even more convinced that he had guessed correctly. He immediately patted Chu Bai on the shoulder and said, "We're half-brothers. How can you keep such good fortune from your brother?" But inside, he was consumed by jealousy. Why was Chu Bai, this good-for-nothing, so lucky? 99% of the people in Wu family village are starving, but Chu Bai has never lacked food or clothing since childhood, thanks to his grandfather, Old Master Chu. Now that Old Master Chu is dead, Zhao San thought Chu Bai would starve to death sooner or later, but then Old Master Chu's father suddenly reappeared. Why is this guy so difficult to deal with? Chapter 13, Half-Brothers. Thinking about how he had worked so hard to deceive people for so many years and barely made ends meet, Zhao San felt a pang of jealousy looking at Chu Bai's current situation. He immediately put on a friendly demeanor, put his arm around Chu Bai's neck, and said, "Brother, you've been hiding your true abilities. Now that you're successful, you can't forget your brother. You have to give me a hand." Chu Bai disdainfully pried his hand away and snorted coldly. "You almost made me starve to death. I've already been generous by not having my grandfather beat you to death. You still expect me to help you out?" Zhao San's face stiffened, but in order to gain benefits from Chu Bai, he could only continue to play dumb. "Brother, you've misunderstood. I'm not trying to harm you. I'm just delaying the repayment date. I came here today to give you the money." Chu Bai's eyes brightened slightly, but his face still held anger. "A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I said no, and that's final." Zhao San looked down on him even more, thinking this fool wouldn't take money offered to him, and was even trying to sound pedantic. But the more he thought this, the more certain he became that Chu Bai's luck had truly turned around. He quickly leaned closer and said, "How can that be? We agreed to borrow it for half a month, and now that the deadline is up, I naturally have to return it to you with interest." Chu Bai recalled how his predecessor had been tricked that day and couldn't help but sneer. Zhao San wasn't a clever swindler at all. He just said he had something important to do and repeatedly asked his predecessor if they were brothers, and his predecessor actually handed over all his money. Zhao San thought Chu Bai was mocking him, so he quickly stood up. "The money is at home. I'll go get it now." "Wait." Chu Bai stopped him, then changed his tone. "Never mind if you really care. Why not do me a big favor?" Zhao San was taken aback. "What big favor?" Chu Bai gestured for him to sit closer, then asked mysteriously, "Do you know why I'm here today?" Zhao San shook his head. Their meeting was purely by chance. Naturally, he had no idea. Chu Bai sighed. "Actually, I came here to pick out a birthday gift for my grandfather. His 60th birthday is in 3 days. I'm already 20, and this is the first time I've formally given a birthday gift. I was looking for something special, but after looking around, I haven't found anything that suits my taste." Upon hearing this, Zhao San's eyes lit up immediately. "That's easy. I have a few treasures at home. If you see anything you like, take it as long as it pleases Grandpa." Chu Bai's heart stirred, knowing that Zhao San had taken the bait, but he said aloud, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "What's wrong with that?" Zhao San pulled him along. The tea stall owner called from behind, "You haven't paid yet." Zhao San glared. "Do you think your third master would shortchange you?" Then he smiled apologetically at Chu Bai. "Brother, let's go." Chu Bai stopped, took out his money pouch from his pocket, and deliberately weighed it in his hand, the coins clinking together crisply. After rummaging through it for a moment, he took out the smallest piece of silver and tossed it to the shopkeeper. "This is my smallest piece of silver. Keep the change." Zhao San swallowed hard. The money bag was full of silver, and he didn't know how much it contained. But as soon as Chu Bai finished paying, he immediately put the money bag away, as if guarding against him. Zhao San wasn't embarrassed at all, and cheerfully led Chu Bai home. Before long, the two arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. Chu Bai frowned and looked at it. "Are you sure there's really treasure here?" Zhao San quickly explained, "Brother, don't be fooled by the dilapidated appearance of the courtyard. There's a hidden world inside." As he spoke, he opened a hidden door and led Chu Bai inside. Inside, several items were concealed. Zhao San introduced them while picking up the first item. Brother doesn't have many treasures left over the years. Only 3. Take a look at this glass first. What do you think? Chu Bai glanced at it briefly before looking away. While glass was indeed precious in this era, he knew how it was made and naturally had no interest. Seeing his dissatisfaction, Zhao San quickly brought out a second item. Then look at this. An authentic work by the great master Ouyang Zi of the previous dynasty. Priceless. Chu Bai was somewhat tempted. He had indeed heard of Ouyang Zi's reputation in his past life's memories, and if the calligraphy was genuine, it would be quite valuable. However, calligraphy is the easiest subject to forgery, and someone like Zhao San might not have a genuine piece in his possession. Just then, Chu Bai casually opened a box next to him, revealing its contents, and deliberately asked, "Hey, what's this?" Zhao San's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly rushed over to grab his hand. "Brother, I can give you anything else, but not this." Chu Bai raised an eyebrow, immediately realizing that he had most likely encountered a real treasure. He looked coldly at Zhao San. "Didn't you just say that we were half-brothers? Why is that no longer the case?" With that, Chu Bai turned and left. Chapter 14, We Are Half-Brothers, though from different fathers. "Brother, don't go." Zhao San quickly got up and grabbed Chu Bai. He originally wanted to test him a few more times, but every time he hesitated even a little, Chu Bai would turn around and leave, leaving him completely helpless. Chu Bai irritably shook him off. "Why aren't you leaving? What's the point of talking to someone like you who doesn't keep his word?" He then turned to leave again. Zhao San quickly grabbed his arm and said with a forced smile, "Don't rush, brother. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you." Although he looked down on Chu Bai, the thought of Chu Bai having a powerful grandfather behind him made him want to curry favor. If he could exchange something for something even greater benefits, it would be a worthwhile deal. Chu Bai glanced at him sideways, deliberately putting on an arrogant look. "Then what do you want to do?" Zhao San licked his lips and said that these things were his father's family fortune, which he had almost squandered over the years. Now he only had 3 treasures left, so he had at least give him some money. Zhao San's family used to run a pawn shop, but their fortunes declined. To make matters worse, he was addicted to gambling, and when he couldn't pay his debts, he would pick out items from the pawned goods to sell. Now, all that's left are these 3 treasured items. Upon hearing this, Chu Bai's face immediately darkened. "Give me money? Didn't you just say I could take whatever I wanted?" Zhao San chuckled awkwardly. "Anything else is fine, but not this." Chu Bai immediately understood. It seemed he had made the right choice this time. The contents of this box were indeed treasures. Otherwise, Zhao San wouldn't have suddenly gone back on his word. However, he never intended to pay in the first place. He came with Zhao San just to get something for free and, incidentally, to vent his anger for his predecessor. Chu Bai pretended to be indignant and said, "You just said I could take whatever I wanted, and now you want money? Aren't we half-brothers? How dare you ask me for money?" These words, though shameless, perfectly matched the original owner's personality. More importantly, these were words Zhao San had said himself before. Zhao San was speechless for a moment, looking at Chu Bai suspiciously. The old Chu Bai was extremely concerned with his reputation. As long as he played the victim a little, Chu Bai would give him money. Why had he suddenly changed today? Chu Bai stood up abruptly. "Just tell me, are we brothers or not? If not, I'm leaving right now." Zhao San was immediately caught in a dilemma. He was reluctant to give away his precious Chu Bai, but he also didn't want to miss the opportunity to curry favor with Chu Bai's grandfather. In his view, with Chu Bai's intelligence, wouldn't he be able to manipulate him at will in the future? Thinking of this, Zhao San gritted his teeth and nodded. "Okay." Chu Bai's lips curled up, and he immediately took out the item from the box. It was a porcelain bottle of excellent quality. Although he didn't know much about porcelain, he could tell that this item was extraordinary. The fact that it was locked away in a box and made Zhao San so nervous meant it was no ordinary item. Judging by its appearance alone, it even resembled the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain he had seen in his previous life. Even if it wasn't priceless, it was enough to solve his immediate problem. "In that case, I'll take this bottle." Chu Bai weighed the porcelain bottle in his hand, then turned to leave. Zhao San quickly stopped him, cautiously asking, "Brother, when is our grandfather's birthday?" Chu Bai thought for a moment, half a month from now, at the biggest restaurant in the county. Zhao San's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. He really was a big shot. Even his birthday celebration was at the biggest restaurant in the county. How impressive. Chu Bai glanced at him and calmly left Zhao San's house. Once outside, he didn't linger. He went straight to the largest pawn shop in town and pawned the porcelain bottle he had just acquired. When he came out of the pawn shop, the porcelain bottle was gone, but he had 10 taels of silver in his pocket. Chu Bai knew the pawn shop was a rip-off. The porcelain bottle was definitely worth more than 10 taels, possibly even over 100. But he didn't care. He only needed his initial startup capital. He didn't expect to get rich off the bottle. So when the shopkeeper asked him whether he wanted to pawn the porcelain bottle permanently or temporarily, he chose to pawn it permanently without hesitation. He never even considered redeeming it. Afterwards, Chu Bai wandered around the town, roughly figured out the prices, and bought a basket of eggs and a small bag of rice. These things only cost a few hundred coins in total, less than an ounce of silver. However, his original body was too weak, and he began to feel tired after walking only a short distance. Just as Chu Bai was thinking how nice it would be to have a free helper, Zhao San appeared furtively behind him. Chu Bai's eyes lit up, and he beckoned. "Brother, come on." Zhao San, though confused, went over anyway. He had been worried and had secretly followed him out, but Chu Bai had spotted him immediately. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the porcelain vase was gone, but Chu Bai was now surrounded by a pile of eggs and rice. He immediately asked anxiously, "Brother, where's the treasure I gave you?" Chu Bai replied irritably, "Since it's a treasure, of course I hid it. Besides, how am I supposed to carry the treasure with all this stuff? What if I break it?" After saying that, he stuffed the eggs and rice into Zhao San's arms. "Here, help me take these things home." Zhao San was stunned, never expecting that he would be used as a laborer by Chu Bai. He subconsciously touched the bag and was shocked to find that it was full of white, polished rice. Ordinary people usually eat bran and wheat bran, and occasionally they might have some wheat porridge or rice porridge to improve their diet. Only wealthy people could afford whole rice, let alone the refined rice that Chu Bai bought. It seems this fool has truly become rich. Chapter 15, Did My Husband Sell Us Out? With Zhao San as their helper, Chu Bai's journey became much easier. After walking for more than half an hour, the two finally arrived at Wu family village. Chu Bai took the eggs and rice from Zhao San's arms and immediately told him to go back. "All right, you can go back now." Zhao San was stunned on the spot and asked incredulously, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?" Chu Bai wasn't like this before. Every time, he would take the initiative to invite him in and share the good things of his house with him. Chu Bai replied seriously, "I've just married 3 wives, so things aren't as convenient at home as before. I'll invite you over again in a few days once things are settled." Zhao San thought this made sense, but his eyes were fixed on the eggs and rice. The eggs were fine, but he'd never eaten such good rice before. He'd appreciate even a little bit. Chu Bai saw his greedy look, a smile playing on his lips, and said, "You've helped me a lot today, so I should treat you to a meal. But today isn't the right time, and this simple meal isn't worthy of our status. Let's meet another day." That was a well-chosen remark, and no matter how much Zhao San coveted it, he couldn't find fault with it. He could only force a smile and say, "All right, you just gotten married, so I won't go in, lest people gossip." He turned to leave, but Chu Bai suddenly called out to him, "Wait." Zhao San's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned around, thinking that Chu Bai had changed his mind. He asked in the tone of a scholar, "Is there anything else, my good brother?" Chu Bai smiled and said, "Don't come empty-handed next time. I'm treating you to dinner, so you should bring a gift to congratulate me on my wedding." Zhao San's eyes widened, inwardly cursing this idiot for becoming so shameless. But remembering how easily Chu Bai had been fooled before, he didn't pay much attention, planning to fool him again next time, and left dejectedly. After seeing Zhao San off, Chu Bai carried his things back to his own courtyard. By then, the 3 women had already cleaned the house spotlessly. Actually, although the courtyard looked large, there weren't many belongings inside, and they finished their work shortly after Chu Bai left. Upon seeing Chu Bai return, the youngest, Su Qing, was the first to stand up and exclaimed in a clear voice, "My husband is back." Li Han and Lin Xianer also quickly stood up and softly called out, "My husband." Then, everyone's gaze fell on Chu Bai's arms. Eggs. All 3 of them beamed with joy. Eggs were a rare treat these days. Not only Li Han and Su Qing, but even Lin Xianer hadn't had them a long time. Moreover, Chu Bai was carrying a small bag of grain. Li Han and Su Qing quickly stepped forward to take the items, while Lin Xianer took out a handkerchief to wipe Chu Bai's sweat. Su Qing, being young and curious, casually opened the grain bag and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, It's actually polished rice. Upon hearing this, the joy on Lin Siener and Li Han's faces instantly faded. They knew Chu Bai had gone to buy grain, but the three of them had only managed to scrape together 20 or 30 coins for him. If he had bought some bran and chaff, it would have barely lasted him 10 days or so. Yet he had bought eggs and fine rice. This is far too extravagant. Eggs can be eaten sparingly, but this fine rice will be gone in 3 or 4 days at most. The more Lin Siener thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, and she couldn't help but ask, "Husband, did you really pawn some things from the house? The money we gave you couldn't buy any of this." A liter of ordinary brown rice costs 5 coins, while a liter of polished rice costs at least 10 or 20 coins. Chu Bai brought back at least 2 or 3 liters of polished rice, not to mention a lot of eggs. Li Han and Su Qing also realized what was happening and looked at Chu Bai. Chu Bai chuckled awkwardly. To be honest, before you arrived, there was nothing left in this house to pawn. The three were taken aback. If there was nothing left to pawn, where did the money come from? Su Qing suddenly covered her mouth and whispered, "My husband isn't going to sell the three of us, is he?" Upon hearing this, Li Han and Lin Siener's expressions changed, especially Li Han, whose eyes instantly filled with despair. She had only given herself to Chu Bai last night, and today he was going to sell them? She had thought that since Chu Bai hadn't died this time, there was finally hope for the future. Even if Chu Bai was idle and lazy, she was willing to work hard to support him. But now, had everything turned into a joke again? Seeing her strange expression, Chu Bai knew things were going badly. He had originally intended to tease the three of them, and besides, he didn't know how to bring up the matter of swindling money, so he wasn't in a hurry to explain. But if he kept it a secret now, it would only frighten them. He flicked Su Qing's forehead lightly and said irritably, "I'd rather sell you than those two." Then he explained, "I got this money by cheating people out of it." As he spoke, Chu Bai pulled out the remaining 9 taels of silver from his pocket. The moment the silver gleamed, Li Han and Su Qing's eyes widened in shock, and Lin Siener covered her mouth in surprise, quickly whispering, "Husband, quickly put the silver away." In this era, ordinary people mostly used copper coins and often bartered. Silver was something only the wealthy used, let alone so much of it. If others saw it, it would inevitably attract covetous eyes. Chu Bai didn't take it back, but instead stuffed the money pouch directly into Lin Siener's arms. "This silver is useless to me, so it's better for the 3 ladies to keep it." Lin Siener stared blankly at the money pouch in her hand. She had seen far more money before, but after her family's decline, her situation at home worsened day by day. Forget 9 taels of silver. Her heartless brother had even sent her to a wedding procession for 500 coins. And now, Chu Bai, despite being penniless, was willing to hand over all 9 taels of silver to them to do as they pleased. Chapter 16. If you can't eat 3 eggs, you'll get a spanking. "Husband, you should keep this money yourself." Lin Siener held the money bag, looking flustered, and pushed the money back into Chu Bai's hand. Chu Bai thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I was so busy buying eggs and rice today that I forgot to get you some cloth. I'll buy some cloth tomorrow and ask a tailor to make some new clothes for each of you." Li Han and Su Qing were stunned. No one had ever thought of them like this before. Just as they were moved, Lin Siener suddenly snatched the purse back and stuffed it into her bosom. She said in a serious tone, "My husband spends money too extravagantly. Although our clothes are old, we can still wear them after some mending. The year-end poll tax is important, so we sisters should keep this money safe." After saying that, she asked Li Han and Su Qing if they had any objections. Although Su Qing was a little reluctant to part with her new clothes, she shook her head along with Li Han. No matter how fine the clothes were, they were useless if the head tax couldn't be paid. Lin Siener then smiled and looked at Chu Bai. "Husband, now you can tell me how you swindled this money." Chu Bai was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lin Siener to have this side to her. Lin Siener blushed and whispered, "Husband, please don't look at me like that. I was only thinking of everyone." Chu Bai nodded and then recounted how he had swindled the money from Zhao San. Su Qing listened with eyes full of admiration, while Li Han and Lin Siener felt a bit worried. Li Han hesitated and said, "Husband, that Zhao San doesn't sound like a good person. What if he finds out he's been deceived?" Chu Bai smiled nonchalantly. "It will take him at least 10 days to half a month to realize what's going on. By then, we won't have to be afraid of him anymore." Even now, he didn't take Zhao San seriously. Zhao San was just a gambler. He was only able to swindle money before because the original owner of this body was too stupid. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Only the second day after their marriage, Chu Bai had already offended both Wu Lizi and Zhao San. If things continued like this, how could they possibly live together? Seeing their unease, Chu Bai smiled and comforted them. All right, don't think about these unhappy things. Our good days are coming soon. After saying that, he turned and went into the kitchen. Lin Xian and the other two quickly chased after him and chased him out of the kitchen. Chu Bai was helpless. He just wanted to make some scrambled eggs, but his 3 wives wouldn't even give him that much of a chance. However, he quickly realized that the Diyu dynasty was similar to the northern and southern dynasties and the Sui and Tang dynasties in his previous life. Stir-frying was practically non-existent, and even the common people in the imperial palace mostly ate stews. Not to mention, without oil or salt at home, frying eggs was simply impossible. Unable to afford fried eggs, Chu Bai could only instruct, add more rice and boil more eggs. After transmigrating, he only ate 2 meals, both of which were bland millet porridge. At this moment, he missed the leftovers he had once despised in his previous life. Even if they made him sick, at least they had some flavor. Now that there's nothing else, we can only rely on eggs to improve our lives. Besides, Li Han and Su Qing have been starving for a long time, and apart from the parts that should be plump, the rest of them are extremely thin. Now that he's become their husband, he has to fatten them up. But when he saw that the 3 women in the kitchen were reluctant to put in more than 2 eggs, he became furious. He rushed in, grabbed a few eggs, and threw them into the pot. It's just a few eggs. What's there to be reluctant about? Chu Bai looked at the 3 women and said domineeringly, "Anyone who doesn't get 3 eggs tonight will be in for a spanking." The 3 women blushed instantly. Chu Bai, however, walked out of the kitchen with his head held high, as if he had won a battle. A short while later, Li Han and the other 2 came out carrying steamed rice and boiled eggs. Li Han placed a full bowl of rice and 4 or 5 eggs in front of Chu Bai and said softly, "Husband, please eat." Chu Bai peeled an egg and asked, "Where are your eggs?" Li Han lowered her head, her eyes darting around. Chu Bai immediately understood that these women were skimping on food behind his back again. "Open your mouth." Li Han frowned, but still obediently opened her mouth. Without saying a word, Chu Bai stuffed the peeled egg in her mouth. "Eat. You're not allowed to come out until you finish it." Then he went outside and found Lin Xian and Su Qing sharing an egg. Lin Xian ate the egg white, leaving the yolk for Su Qing. Seeing him approach, Su Qing instinctively hid the yolk behind her back, then quickly pulled it out to appease him, saying, "Husband, look, I ate the egg." Chu Bai rolled his eyes. "I told you each to eat at least 3, and this is all you ate? Are you waiting for a spanking tonight?" Su Qing's face flushed instantly. Chu Bai pushed the eggs in front of the 2 women, staring at them and saying, "I'll be watching right here. Whoever can't eat 3 eggs will have to share a room with me tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, the younger Su Qing immediately picked up an egg, peeled it, and started eating. In no time, her cheeks were bulging with eggs. Chapter 17, Making Century Eggs. Under Chu Bai's forceful coaxing, the 3 women finally picked up the eggs and started eating. However, they usually ate little and had small appetites, and each of them was already full after eating 2 eggs. Only Su Qing seemed genuinely afraid that Chu Bai would ask her to share a room with him that night, and hesitantly peeled off a 3rd egg. Chu Bai watched her with great interest, a smile playing on his lips. Su Qing felt flustered under his gaze and said pitifully, "Husband, I'll be finished eating soon." Chu Bai couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You really don't want to share a room with your husband?" Su Qing quickly shook her head, explaining softly that she wasn't unwilling, but just a little afraid of the pain. Towards the end, she stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Seeing this, Lin Xian took Su Qing's hand, took the egg from her, and said gently, "Sister, your husband is just teasing you. If you're full, don't eat anymore. Even if you can't eat, your husband won't force you." Su Qing was stunned for a moment, still not understanding. Lin Xian sighed helplessly, reminding her that Chu Bai was just trying to scare her because he was afraid they wouldn't eat it. Su Qing suddenly realized, remembering that Chu Bai had also forced them to drink more millet porridge last night. Her eyes lit up, and she cheered, "I understand." Chu Bai rubbed his forehead, thinking that this girl was probably really a bit simple-minded. But after a while, Su Qing realized another problem and looked at the group expectantly. "Since my husband is just teasing us, who'll share a room with him tonight?" Li Han took a breath and was about to step forward when Lin Xianer stopped her and said calmly, "Sister, you just lost your virginity last night and are not feeling well. Tonight, I will serve my husband as he goes to bed." She spoke without much hesitation. After spending a day together, she had come to understand her place. Now that she was married, she should fulfill her duties as a wife. Moreover, Chu Bai was upright, quick-witted, and understood the hardships women faced. This was exactly the ideal husband she had always wanted. Hearing this, Chu Bai couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. All three women were rare beauties, but if one were to say who was the most perfect, it would be Lin Xianer. Li Han's skin was slightly rough from years of heavy labor. Su Qing was too thin because she was often malnourished. Only Lin Xianer, although her family had fallen on hard times, had a good childhood and hadn't suffered too much hardship. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her figure was well-proportioned, slim where she should be, and voluptuous where she should be. Almost every man's dream. If it weren't daytime, Chu Bai would have wanted to carry her back to his room immediately. Lin Xianer felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. Although she had made up her mind, she was still embarrassed in front of Li Han and Su Qing. Su Qing looked at the two women's expressions with an air of discovery, scrutinizing them back and forth. Lin Xianer was immediately embarrassed and annoyed. "Qing, if you keep looking, I'll let you share a room with your husband tonight." Su Qing immediately lowered her head pitifully and quickly ran to the side. Chu Bai watched their playful banter, and his mood brightened as well. After finishing the remaining eggs and rice, Chu Bai found a hoe in the yard and went straight out. Before setting off that morning, he had noticed a limestone area on the west side of the village. In less than half an hour, he returned with a considerable amount of quicklime. Then, he dug out a lot of wood ash from under the kitchen stove. Under the questioning gazes of the three women, he mixed the wood, ash, quicklime, and leftover tea together, stirred it into a paste, and then evenly coated it on the surface of the eggs. The three women were all stunned. Lin Xianer spoke first. "Husband, what are you doing?" Eggs were precious in the Diu dynasty, costing 1 or 2 copper coins each. Chu Bai was smearing dirty liquid on them, which they considered utterly wasteful. Chu Bai smiled slightly. "I'm making preserved eggs. You'll see when they're done." This was exactly the way he had come up with to make money. At first, he thought of making tofu, which was cheaper than preserved eggs, but with the hot weather, tofu would easily spoil if it didn't sell. Preserved egg, however, did not have this concern. Even if he couldn't sell them all in one day, he could keep them for a while longer. Besides, he had just pawned the porcelain bottle he had swindled from Zhao San for 10 taels of silver, so he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the time being. Making preserved eggs takes a few days, but that's perfectly acceptable. Once his preserved eggs become famous, starting to make tofu will be much easier. Besides preserved eggs and tofu, he can also make rice wine, cold noodles, and other snacks in the future. These things alone will be enough for him to live better than most people. But his ambitions went far beyond that. Now that he had transmigrated, he naturally wanted to make a name for himself to repay the kindness of his 3 beautiful wives. However, at this moment, the 3 women still looked completely bewildered. Su Qing squeezed to the front, staring at his hand movements, and asked, "Husband, what is a preserved egg? Can you eat it?" Chu Bai nodded. "Of course it's edible. What would I do if it weren't edible?" Su Qing swallowed and asked again, "How long will it take before it's edible?" Chu Bai thought for a moment. If it's quick, about 7 or 8 days. This is also why he didn't initially plan to make preserved eggs. The 3 women's dowries combined amounted to only 20 or 30 coins, enough to buy at most 20 or so eggs. If they bought all the eggs, there would be no money left for food, and the people would starve to death before the preserved eggs were even made. But now, with the porcelain bottle he'd swindled from Zhao San, all these problems were solved. Thinking of this, Chu Bai couldn't help but feel grateful. In crucial moments, he truly had to rely on his half-brother. In the blink of an eye, Chu Bai coated all the eggs he'd bought with a paste made of quicklime and wood ash. Chapter 18 Delicious. After applying the starch, Chu Bai rolled the eggs in sawdust he had gotten from the carpenter. Lin Xianer and the others stared in disbelief. They had never seen preserved eggs before, let alone heard of such a method. Lin Xianer couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Husband, aren't you making preserved eggs? Why do you want the eggs to come into contact with these filthy things?" Quicklime, wood ash, and sawdust were all things they considered inedible. In years of famine, some people would mix sawdust in a coarse grain flour to steam buns, but the taste was similar to clay, and no one would eat it unless they were extremely hungry. Chu Bai smiled and said, "This is pickling eggs. Once they're pickled, they'll be ready to eat." Pickling? Lin Xiener and the others were even more confused. Chu Bai then remembered that salt was a rare commodity these days. Only high-ranking officials and nobles could afford fine salt, and even coarse salt wasn't cheap for ordinary people. In ordinary households, the most common seasonings are things like vinegar and plums, and they're even reluctant to use much of them. So, the idea of pickling vegetables sounds like a fantasy here. Only fishermen by the sea occasionally use fish salt to pickle fish, and that's considered a luxury. Chu Bai knew the method for refining fine salt, but the salt industry was controlled by the government, and unauthorized mixing was tantamount to suicide. Selling smuggled salt was a serious crime in any dynasty. He had to change his approach. It's similar to making pickles. Once the preserved eggs are ready, you'll understand after you've tasted them. Lin Xiener and the other two were still skeptical after hearing the story. They knew about pickled vegetables, but eggs coated with quicklime, wood ash, and sawdust didn't look edible at all. However, Chu Bai was their husband, and today he had even given them white rice and eggs, something they hadn't eaten in a long time. Even if it was extravagant, they couldn't say much. The three women exchanged glances, all feeling a pang of worry. At Chu Bai's rate of spending, those 10 taels of silver wouldn't last long. Moreover, Zhao San would eventually realize what was happening and cause trouble. But they also secretly resolved that if that day came, they would protect Chu Bai, even at the cost of their lives. By the time Chu Bai finished processing all the eggs, it was completely dark. After dinner, with nothing much to do in the village, suggestive noises soon began to emanate from all around. Su Qing's cheeks flushed as she listened, but thankfully the darkness concealed her expression. Chu Bai's heart was also stirred, and he turned to look at Lin Xiener. "Xiener, should we rest?" Lin Xiener had said that she would accompany Chu Bai tonight, but when the time came, she was still a little shy and only responded softly, The sound was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet warmed Chu Bai's heart. Without another word, he scooped Lin Xiener up in his arms amidst her gasp and carried her towards the main room. Lin Xiener nestled in his arms, her face burning hot, and whispered in his ear, "Husband, be gentle." Chu Bai felt as if he had been struck by lightning and chuckled softly. "My wife, your husband has arrived." As night deepened, only soft sounds remained in the room. When the moon rose high in the sky, everything gradually quieted down. Lin Xiener rested her head on Chu Bai's arm, looking at him so close, and felt a sense of security she had never felt before. Although her husband seemed extravagant, he always thought of the three of them and never cared about himself. Such a husband was worth her giving everything to protect. Chu Bai held her close and suddenly said, "My wife, trust me, I will definitely give you a good life." Lin Xiener responded softly, but her gaze was fixed on the window, lost in thought. Over the next few days, Chu Bai went out several more times to buy food and eggs. During this time, he consummated his marriage with Li Han and Lin Xiener, and even the youngest, Su Qing, completed her transformation from a girl to a woman. Su Qing was slender, yet retained the most youthful charm. Chu Bai felt more relaxed around her than with the other two. However, people in this era were conservative, so he had to abandon many of his thoughts, not to mention that some things were unhygienic. Early that morning, Chu Bai got up very early. He said to Li Han, "Just cook some millet porridge in the morning." After saying that, he went to the place where the preserved eggs were pickled, picked out a few from the earliest batch, peeled off the sawdust and mud covering them, carefully examined the eggshells, and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. The preserved eggs he made were ready to eat. Chu Bai took the preserved eggs into the kitchen, peeled them, cut each egg into several pieces, and arranged them neatly on a plate. By the time Lin Xiener and Su Qing came out, the plate was already on the table. Su Qing spotted it immediately and asked with delight, "Oh, what's this?" Chu Bai smiled and pushed the plate towards her. "It's delicious. You should try it first." Suing blinked, somewhat hesitant. Although she loved to eat, she wasn't willing to put just anything in her mouth. Seeing this, Chu Bai picked up a petal and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly and closing his eyes in enjoyment. "Yes, that's the taste." Seeing this, Su Qing quickly picked up a petal and put it in her mouth as well. The next moment, a flavor she had never tasted before spread across her tongue. It was refreshing, delicious, and smooth. "Wow, it's so delicious." Su Qing's eyes lit up instantly, and she immediately picked up another petal and put it in her mouth. Chapter 19 Horrifying Prophets. Husband, what is this crystal clear thing? Su Qing picked up another petal and put it in her mouth, her face full of curiosity. Chu Bai did not answer immediately, but looked at Lin Xianer behind her and asked her if she knew what it was. Lin Xianer smiled gently and said softly, "Could this be the preserved eggs my husband made?" Upon hearing this, Su Qing and Li Han both widened their eyes. Su Qing was even more incredulous. This is a preserved egg? Isn't it coated with quicklime and wood ash? How can it taste so delicious? She had witnessed Chu Bai making preserved eggs firsthand, and it was hard to reconcile that grayish mess with the crystal-clear delicacy before her. Ling Xianer was also somewhat surprised. She hadn't been optimistic about this business initially, but Su Qing's reaction didn't seem fake. Could this thing called preserved egg really be that delicious? However, she quickly calmed down. Ordinary people couldn't even afford to buy regular eggs, let alone the more expensive preserved eggs. If they wanted to sell them, they could only sell them to high-ranking officials and wealthy people. But would those people even bother with a mere preserved egg? Chu Bai, oblivious to her thoughts, nodded directly and said, "That's right. These are the preserved eggs I made." With that, he picked up an unpeeled preserved egg and peeled it open in front of the three of them. The amber-like egg was revealed, and Su Qing's eyes immediately lit up. In her heart, Chu Bai had already fulfilled all her fantasies about her ideal husband. He could drive away Wu Laizi, swindle money from Zhao San, and was both intelligent and considerate. Such a husband was hard to find even with a lantern. Chu Bai cut the preserved egg in half and handed it to Li Han and Lin Xianer. "You two should try some too." Li Han didn't hesitate, picked up a piece, and put it in her mouth. The wonderful taste spread on her tongue, and she was stunned, even forgetting to chew. Chu Bai was a little nervous. How does it taste? He had just tasted it himself, and it wasn't quite the same as the preserved eggs he had in his previous life. After all, the ingredients were limited, so the taste couldn't be exactly the same. But for this era lacking in seasonings, it should be sufficient. Li Han quickly swallowed and said earnestly, "Delicious." Chu Bai breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Lin Xianer. Su Qing was a little foodie, and she would say anything was delicious. If Li Han thought it was good, most people would probably accept it. But Lin Xianer came from a wealthy family and had eaten many good things, so her opinion was more crucial. Thinking about the quicklime and wood ash used in making preserved eggs, Lin Xianer felt instinctively uncomfortable. But she immediately cursed herself inwardly. "I've only had a few days of peace, and I'm already being picky?" She picked up a piece, put it in her mouth, chewed a few times, and, like Li Han, froze in place. Chu Bai was even more nervous than before. "How is it? Is it all right?" Lin Xianer savored it for a few more moments, then nodded repeatedly. "It's delicious." Chu Bai immediately smiled. Even Lin Xianer said so the taste of this preserved egg was basically guaranteed. Ordinary families might not be able to afford it, but wealthy people might certainly buy it. "Eat more if you like it." Chu Bai turned around and cut a few more preserved eggs. Su Qing's eyes lit up, and she immediately started eating. In contrast, Li Han and Lin Xianer ate much more politely, especially Lin Xianer, who, despite her family's decline, still exuded good manners in every gesture. As they ate, Lin Xianer began to consider Chu Bai's business. "Husband, how much do you plan to sell these preserved eggs for?" Chu Bai smiled and asked in return, "How much do you think we should sell them for, my wife?" Lin Xianer put down her chopsticks and analyzed seriously. "Eggs cost about 2 coins each, and the ingredients are just quicklime, wood ash, sawdust, and leftover tea, which are not expensive. All in all, the cost of one egg will not exceed 2.5 coins. Chu Bai note that Lin Xianer, as expected of someone from a wealthy family, had calculated this very clearly. Seeing his approval, Lin Xianer continued, "If each preserved egg sells for 3 coins, you earn half a coin per egg. If you make 100 a day, that's 50 coins. A month would be 1,500 coins, which is 1.5 taels of silver, and a year would be 18 taels. Upon hearing 18 taels, Li Han and Su Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. In the past, their family would work themselves to the bone and might not even earn 10 taels a year. Now, Chu Bai could earn 18 taels with just a few preserved eggs? Lin Xianer's eyes darted around, and she added, "However, I believe my husband wouldn't only earn half a coin. I wonder if my husband intends to sell it for 4 or 5 coins. Li Han and Su Qing were even more shocked. They could earn 18 taels with 3 coins. If they sold it for 4 or 5 coins, how much would they earn in a year? They couldn't even keep up with the calculations. But they understood that it was an astronomical figure. More importantly, from now on, they might never have to worry about not being able to pay the head tax again. Chu Bai glanced at Lin Xianer in surprise, not expecting her to guess his thoughts so quickly. However, Lin Xianer still underestimated him. Even if each preserved egg sold for 5 coins, the profit would only be 2.5 coins. Even if he sold 100 a day, he wouldn't even earn 100 taels of silver a year. What was the point of him transmigrating then? Chapter 20. Entering the city. Chu Bai slowly extended 5 fingers and said, I plan to sell them for this price. Lin Xianer smiled slightly, assuming he meant 5 coins each. If they could really sell 100 preserved eggs every day, they could net more than 90 taels of silver a year. Li Han and Su Qing were nearly speechless with astonishment. 90-odd taels of silver was an amount they couldn't even dream of. Lin Xianer, however, knew very well that all of this depended on the preserved eggs selling. If they didn't sell, not only would they not make any money, but they might also lose their initial investment. But Chu Bai shook his head. No, I'm going to sell them for 50 coins each. The 3 women's eyes widened instantly. These preserved eggs, which cost only 2.5 coins to make, were going to be sold for 50 coins? To them, this was utterly insane. Lin Xianer's family had a history of business, so they understood costs and profits even better. A normal business would be considered good if it made a 30% net profit, and Chu Bai would only double his profit if he sold it for 5 coins. But he actually wanted to double it again tenfold. Su Qing looked at the preserved egg she had picked up with her chopsticks. Her hand trembled, and she put it back on the plate. According to Chu Bai's price, the few pieces of preserved egg she had just eaten were worth at least 60 or 70 coins. A sudden panic gripped her. She had just married into the family and hadn't done anything for them yet. And a single meal had cost so much money. Back in her old home, she would probably have been beaten half to death. Su Qing lowered her head, her voice trembling with tears. Husband, I didn't know preserved eggs were so valuable. I shouldn't have eaten so many. Chu Bai was taken aback, but quickly understood why she was afraid. For ordinary families, 60 or 70 coins were enough to last a month if they were frugal. Su Qing had often been bullied in the past, so naturally she was afraid he would despise her. He patted Su Qing's head and comforted her. What are you afraid of? I only plan to sell them for 50 coins. I'm not even sure if I can sell them all. If business is bad, I might even lose money. Su Qing quickly wiped away her tears and whispered, Then how about we sell them for 5 coins each? Chu Bai laughed. How much to sell it for isn't up to us. The women looked at him with suspicion. Chu Bai then said, Naturally, the market decides. The women didn't quite understand, but they didn't press him. They had heard too many new terms from Chu Bai lately and were already used to it. After breakfast, Chu Bai decided to go to the county town to take a look. He said that whether it was 5 or 50 coins, the price of preserved eggs was too high for the people in the town, and if he wanted to sell them well, he should try in the county town. The 3 women were overjoyed to hear that they were going to the county town. In those days, transportation was inconvenient, and many people had never been to a county town in their entire lives. For them, this was a very special occasion. Chu Bai then placed preserved eggs on Su Qing's and Li Han's plates, saying, Our cost is only 2.5 coins, so it's fine for us to eat more. However, we can't eat this too often. It's not good to eat too much. Just eat a few times every few days. Su Qing didn't understand what carcinogenicity meant, but she knew Chu Bai didn't mind that she ate too much, which reassured her a lot. Li Han, however, didn't touch her chopsticks and started eating something else. Chu Bai asked her why she wasn't eating, and Li Han replied earnestly, Preserved eggs can be sold for more money. If I eat one less, my husband can earn a lot more money. Upon hearing this, Su Qing quickly put down the preserved egg in her hand. Husband, I won't eat it either. Let's keep it to sell for money. Chu Bai's face darkened. Have you forgotten what I said before? In our family, people are the most important. Money is worthless in my heart. I'll tell you to eat, so eat. Whoever doesn't eat, I'll divorce them. Although his words sounded harsh, Li Han and Su Qing's eyes welled up with tears. They picked up the preserved eggs again, feeling a warmth they had never felt before. After they had almost finished eating, Chu Bai packed up all the preserved eggs and led the 3 of them towards the county town. He counted them. He had only made a little over 60 preserved eggs on the first day, far less than 100. However, This trip to the city was just a trial run, so whether he sold 60 or 100 wouldn't make much difference. Wujiazwang was more than 50 li away from the county town. It took the four of them most of the day to arrive. The three women didn't complain much about being tired, but Chu Bai was exhausted. What made him even more helpless was that Li Han carried the preserved eggs he brought most of the time, while he himself was almost empty-handed the whole way, yet his legs were still aching from exhaustion. Chu Bai secretly vowed that once he had the means, he would definitely get a carriage. Otherwise, relying solely on his 2 legs, he would eventually exhaust himself to death. Lin Xianer, whose family had fallen on hard times, used to live in the county town and was very familiar with the area. She led the group through the streets and alleys to the largest market in the county town. Chu Bai looked around, preparing to find a place to try selling preserved eggs, when he suddenly noticed several children not far away. They all had straw stuck in their hair and stood motionless by the roadside. Chu Bai frowned and asked, "What are those children doing?" Lin Xianer glanced at them and whispered, "Those children are all for sale." Chu Bai was stunned. He had heard the phrase, selling their children for a living before, but seeing it with his own eyes still gave him a shock. Chapter 21. Century Egg suffers a setback. Unless truly driven to desperation, who would willingly sell their children? The so-called selling of children is not about getting a lot of money, but more about hoping that they can have food to eat and not starve to death. Chu Bai looked at the children, and the thought crossed his mind. But he didn't have much money on him, and even if he did, he couldn't possibly save all the poor people in the world. A phrase suddenly popped into his mind. When poor, cultivate your own virtue. When successful, benefit all under heaven. Chu Bai took a deep breath, realizing for the first time that pricing the preserved eggs at 50 coins each might be too low. But with not a single preserved egg sold yet, it was too early to think about such things. Su Qing and Li Han looked at the children with pity in their eyes, but neither of them asked Chu Bai to buy them. They understood the cruelty of this chaotic world better than Chu Bai did. If they hadn't met Chu Bai, their fate might not have been much better than these children's. They had no energy left to sympathize with others. Lin Xianer was already used to this kind of thing and knew that one person alone could not save all the poor people in the world. The group tacitly looked away and walked past. After weaving through the crowd, Li Han and Su Qing found a bustling spot. This was the busiest location, and the baskets wouldn't take up much space. They could easily squeeze in and set up their stall. Li Han softly asked, "Husband, why don't we sell here?" Chu Bai looked around and nodded in agreement. The two immediately put down their baskets and quietly waited for customers to come in. Chu Bai watched them earnestly conducting their business and sighed inwardly. If they could sell 100 preserved eggs like this, it would be a miracle. However, he didn't immediately offer any advice, but simply stood aside and observed. The county town was much more bustling than the town center. Soon after the basket was placed down, people came over to ask the price. The two women instinctively turned to look at Chu Bai. Chu Bai smiled. "Don't look at me, you two decide." Li Han hesitated for a moment, then tentatively said, 10 coins each. She really couldn't bring herself to say the exorbitant price of 50 coins each. Even so, the man was startled, staring wide-eyed and saying, 10 coins each? Are you crazy? After saying that, he leered at Su Qing and Li Han and lowered his voice, saying, "Here's what we'll do. You two come with me, and I'll buy all these eggs for 3 coins each." Li Han and Su Qing didn't understand his meaning at first, thinking that he didn't have enough money. Su Qing then said, "If you don't have enough money, we can wait for you here." 3 coins was much less than they had expected, but they could still earn some. But the man snorted coldly, his face full of frivolity. "I have plenty of money. You're coming with me to go home and sleep with me." Upon hearing this, Li Han and Su Qing's faces flushed instantly. They had been harassed before, but no one had ever dared to humiliate them so openly. Li Han suppressed her anger and snapped, "If you're not going to buy, then leave. Don't delay our business." The man grew even more arrogant. "What are you two good-for-nothings pretending to be so reserved for? Selling a broken egg for such a high price. You're leaving today, whether you agree or not." He wasn't exactly shabby, but he wasn't wealthy either. He was only willing to pay 3 coins for the preserved egg because he was attracted to the two women's looks. As for Chu Bai and Lin Xianer standing behind him, he didn't even consider them. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Bai stepped forward and said coldly, "Agree? I'll give you 2 slaps." He then raised his hand and slapped the man twice, leaving him stunned. The man covered his face, shouting in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Chu Bai sneered. "You flirted with my wife. I'd be lenient if I beat you to death." Only then did the man realize that Li Han and Su Qing were both Chu Bai's wives. What shocked him even more was that even Lin Xiener, whom he had been lusting after earlier, was now holding Chu Bai's arm. These three women were all Chu Bai's women. The man was both shocked and angry, but he had harassed them first and was indeed in the wrong. He could only leave with a harsh remark. "You wait, I'm going back to get help." Then he slunk away. The commotion quickly attracted a crowd. After the man left, people started asking how much the eggs were. Li Han and Su Qing hurriedly explained that these weren't chicken eggs, but preserved eggs, which were much tastier than chicken eggs. Upon hearing the price, everyone shook their heads and walked away. 2 coins for an egg was too expensive for many, let alone the more expensive preserved eggs. As the sun began to set, and not a single preserved egg had been sold, Li Han and Su Qing finally panicked and turned to Chu Bai. "Husband, what do we do?" Lin Sienna looked at Chu Bai without speaking. She had anticipated this outcome before coming, so she wasn't surprised. She just wanted to know how Chu Bai planned to break the deadlock. Chu Bai said directly, "Let's go, we won't sell here anymore." The 2 women were taken aback, not understanding his meaning. Chu Bai explained, "Most of the people who come to the market are ordinary people. They don't know the wonders of preserved eggs, so naturally they're reluctant to buy them." Li Han and Su Qing then realized that this made sense. But this was already the largest market in the county. If they didn't sell here, where else could they go? Chu Bai didn't explain immediately, but turned to Lin Xiener and asked, "Xiener, where's the largest restaurant in the county?" Lin Xiener paused for a moment, then said, "The largest restaurant is Wangshenlu, but not just anyone can go there." Chu Bai's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "In that case, let's go to Wangshenlu." Chapter 22, do you know what this is? Husband, Wanxian Tower isn't so easy to get into. Lin Xiener quickly pulled Chu Bai back, whispering a reminder. With their attire, let alone trying to sell things at Wanxian Tower, they'd probably be kicked out even if they tried to eat there. Chu Bai turned around and frowned. "Who are we?" Lin Xiener pointed to the clothes on their bodies, her words tactful, but her meaning clear. City people love to judge by appearances, and looking like this, they would most likely be mistaken for beggars and dismissed. Chu Bai, however, didn't seem to care at all, saying calmly, "It's all right, you'll see in a moment. Not only will they be begging to buy my preserved eggs, but I'll make sure they beg to buy them too." With that, he strode forward. Lin Xiener watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with worry. After a moment's hesitation, she followed. Li Han and Su Qing exchanged a glance, and could only follow with equally anxious expressions. Although they didn't know exactly how powerful Wangshenlu was, they understood Lin Xiener's meaning. Let alone the best restaurant in the county, they wouldn't dare set foot in even an ordinary one. But Chu Bai didn't care about any of that. So what if his clothes were tattered? Some people may dress smartly, but deep down, they're still just good-for-nothings. Soon after, the group arrived at the entrance of Wangshenlu. The place was grandly decorated, bustling with people, and doing brisk business. Li Han and Su Qing had never seen anything like it before and couldn't help but gape. Lin Xiener had been there a few times before and wasn't particularly surprised. She looked at Chu Bai and found that he wasn't shocked at all. Instead, his eyes held a hint of disdain. In Chu Bai's opinion, Wangshenlu was nothing special. It was top tier in the county town, but in a larger place, it was insignificant. He stood at the entrance and glanced around, sighing inwardly. Many people in Wujiazwang were so poor they couldn't afford to eat, yet there were plenty of wealthy people in this county town. Then, Chu Bai strode directly into Wangshenlu. Several diners eating near the entrance immediately frowned and cursed upon seeing his ragged clothes. "Waiter, didn't you see the stinking beggar come in? Get him out of here. What bad luck." No sooner had he finished speaking than the waiter rushed over and blocked Chu Bai's path, his face full of malice. "Get out. Do you think this is a place for you? If you disturb our meal, I'll kill you." With that, he shoved Chu Bai out of the way. Seeing this, Li Han and Su Qing glared angrily at the waiter. The waiter, noticing the 3 beautiful women standing behind Chu Bai, showed surprise but remained unconcerned. In his eyes, even though he was just a waiter in a county restaurant, he was far superior to these country bumpkins. He glared and threatened. "What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Lin Xiener quickly helped Chu Bai up, calling out worriedly, "Husband, Chu Bai waved his hand, indicating that he was all right. Then he raised his chin and said to the waiter, "Go call your manager out. Tell him I have the most delicious thing in the world here, and if you miss it, it'll be gone." Century eggs weren't anything special in his previous life, but here he naturally wanted to exaggerate it as much as possible. Upon hearing this, the waiter burst out laughing. "You, a country bumpkin, dare to say that the best food in the world is delicious? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do you think you're worthy to see our manager?" He looked Chu Bai up and down with utter contempt, his eyes full of mockery. Chu Bai's lips curled into a smirk. "Worthy?" The words had barely left his mouth when he raised his hand and slapped the man across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the hall, drawing the attention of all the diners in Wangshenlu. How dare he cause trouble at Wanxian Tower? Does he have a death wish? The last troublemaker was carried out, I think. This young man has some nerve. Everyone looked on with expressions of amusement. The waiter covered his face, staring at Chu Bai in disbelief. "You actually dare to hit me?" Although he was just a waiter at Wangshenlu, with the reputation of the restaurant, who would dare to provoke him easily? Chu Bai sneered. "Hit you? I'll kick you instead." Before the waiter could react, he kicked him. With a thud, the waiter fell into the lobby, looking utterly disheveled. The three women behind Chu Bai were all terrified. They had seen Chu Bai beat up Wu Lizhi before, but that was when Wu Lizhi had come looking for trouble. This time, he was provoking Wangshenlu. "Husband!" Several people couldn't help but call out to him in low voices. Chu Bai didn't turn around, but stepped into the main hall. His gaze swept over the crowd and quickly locked onto a man who looked to be around 40 years old. The man didn't look particularly remarkable, but his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Chu Bai stared at him expressionlessly and said, "Shopkeeper, you need to discipline your men. I'm here to deliver money to you. How can you let them turn it away?" The man's eyes flashed with interest, and he asked, "How did you know I'm a shopkeeper and not the accountant?" Chu Bai became even more certain and smiled slightly. "It's naturally your temperament. I could tell you were extraordinary the moment I walked in. If someone like you were just an accountant, then Wangshenlu would be wasting your talents." A smile finally appeared on the man's serious face. He then asked, "You said you were bringing me money. What do you mean by that?" Seeing that he didn't pursue the matter of Chu by hitting someone, Lin Xiener and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the shopkeeper was willing to talk, there was still a chance for things to turn around. Chu Bai turned around, picked up a preserved egg, and handed it to the shopkeeper, slowly saying, "Shopkeeper, do you know what this is?" Chapter 23, The Scramble for Century Eggs. "TCH, it's just a broken egg." The waiter, still seething from the beating, immediately scoffed. The shopkeeper simply smiled and remained silent, clearly agreeing that Chu Bai had only brought a few eggs. Wangshenlu is the best restaurant in the county. They can get not only eggs, but even swan eggs are hard to come by. But as soon as the waiter finished speaking, Chu Bai sneered, "If you're ignorant, shut up, lest people think Wangshenlu is full of idiots like you." Xiao Er's eyes widened instantly, his face turning pale with anger. He had just been reprimanded by Chu Bai, and now he was being humiliated in public. He immediately retorted, "Who's the ignorant one here? Do you think this is your village? You think you can treat a broken egg like a treasure?" Chu Bai, too lazy to argue, simply picked up a preserved egg and peeled it open in front of everyone. The shell fell off, instantly revealing the amber-like, translucent egg inside. All the diners in the hall stared in disbelief. Most people who frequented Wangshenlu were worldly wise, but they had never seen an egg like this before. Some couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of egg is this? It looks like amber." Others said, "It's so beautiful, wouldn't it be a waste to eat it?" Soon someone shouted, "Hey sir, how much is this egg? I'll buy it." Chu Bai curled his lips into a smile and said, "This item is called an amber egg, also known as a preserved egg. It's not expensive, 100 coins each." Lin Xiener and the others widened their eyes upon hearing this. They already thought it was outrageous when Chu Bai said 50 coins earlier, but now it had doubled. Even more outrageous, no sooner had Chu Bai finished speaking than someone shouted, "I want this amber egg." A scramble ensued. 105 coins, 120 coins, 150 coins. In the blink of an eye, the price of a single preserved egg had been driven up to nearly 200 coins. Lin Xiener and the others were dumbfounded, never expecting an egg to fetch such a price. Just when everyone thought the price was about to be settled, a chubby man suddenly squeezed in front of Chu Bai and pleaded urgently, "Brother, I'll offer 1 tael of silver. Please sell me this amber egg. Upon hearing this, the whole fell silent. 1 tael of silver might not be an astronomical sum for these diners, but for ordinary people, it was an amount they might not earn even after a year of hard work. To buy an egg with 1 tael of silver was truly an exorbitant price. Chu Bai looked at the fat man and smiled faintly. Sir, you must have misunderstood. This amber egg isn't an ornament. It's for eating. Everyone was taken aback, then realized what he meant. They had all assumed the preserved egg was a rare collectible, but Chu Bai had made it clear when he entered that he was selling food. Since it was food, there couldn't possibly be only one. The fat man was still a little reluctant. Such a beautiful egg. Wouldn't it be a waste to just eat it? Chu Bai laughed. What's the use of being beautiful? Even if it's a dragon egg or a phoenix egg, since it's an egg, it's ultimately meant to be eaten. These words startled everyone. Dragons and phoenixes were mythical creatures, and no one dared to use such a comparison. The fat man, however, seemed thoughtful and continued. Then how do you eat this egg? Like a boiled egg? Chu Bai said, there are many ways to cook it. You can fry it, mix it, stir-fry it, or even make porridge. Su Qing's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. They had only tasted it briefly that morning. If they really prepared it the way Chu Bai suggested, wouldn't it taste even better? At this moment, the manager of Wangshenlu finally spoke up. Sir, could you please explain in detail how to make it? Chu Bai did not explain much, but only asked, could I use the kitchen? The manager immediately reached out to lead the way. Please follow me. Chu Bai led Lin Xiner and the other 2 women to the kitchen, and the fat man shamelessly followed, the shopkeeper not stopping him. Once in the kitchen, Chu Bai glanced at the seasonings. Although the variety wasn't large, it was enough. He cut the freshly peeled preserved eggs into 8 pieces, arranged them in a small dish, and drizzled soy sauce and other seasonings on top. His movements swift and efficient. All done. The shopkeeper and the fat man were both stunned. Just like that, Chu Bai smiled at the 2 of them. Why don't you try some? The fat man's eyes darted around, and he directly picked up a piece with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as he bit down, his expression changed, and he quickly chewed, blurting out, delicious. As he spoke, he reached out again. The shopkeeper, quick as a flash, stopped him. Young Master Qian, just 1 slice is enough. Young Master Qian rolled his eyes. It's just 1 slice of amber egg. Why be so stingy? Even so, he stopped. Anyway, Chu Bai had plenty more. He could just buy more later. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, picked up a piece with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. After a moment, his eyes brightened, and he quickly finished eating, his face full of unsatisfied enjoyment. He looked at Chu Bai and immediately said, How many amber eggs do you have, sir? We at Wangshenlu will take them all. Upon hearing this, young Master Qian immediately objected. If you take them all, what am I supposed to eat? He glared at the shopkeeper first, then turned to Chu Bai and said magnanimously, No matter how much he offers, I'll still pay 10 coins more per coin. Chapter 24, Spitting Out the Meat That Was Already in Your Mouth. Behind Chu Bai, Lin Xiner and the other 2 girls were all stunned, their mouths agape. Lin Xiner, in particular, although she had been a young lady from a wealthy family before, only now did she truly witness what it meant to spend money like water. Shocked, she also felt a chill. Wangshenlu had a powerful background, and this young Master Qian was clearly no ordinary person, being acquainted with the manager. What if they found out later that a single preserved egg only cost 2.5 coins? Would they be furious? The manager of Wangshenlu didn't think too much about it. He just smiled and asked Qian Heng what he wanted so many amber eggs for. If he just wanted to eat them, he could come to Wangshenlu, and they wouldn't charge him a penny. Qian Heng snorted coldly, saying that if he stayed here, he could eat here every day. But if he returned to the capital, where would he find this stuff? After saying that, he turned to Chu Bai and said directly, How many of these amber eggs do you have? I'll take them all. Li Han and Su Qing held their breath. Although Chu Bai only brought about 50 preserved eggs today, based on the price he had quoted of 100 coins per egg, they could sell for at least 5 taels of silver. They had never seen such a sum in their lives. However, Chu Bai shook his head and said, Young Master Qianhong, this amber egg is not a one-off deal. If you want to eat it, you can come to Wangshenlu another day. Upon hearing this, the manager of Wangshenlu immediately beamed with joy. He had been worried that Chu Bai would succumb to temptation and sell all the goods to Qianhong, but he hadn't expected Chu Bai to refuse so decisively. The shopkeeper clasped his hands in praise of Chu Bai's intelligence, then said that Wang Shenlu would take all the amber eggs, but the price would need to be discussed further. He didn't say it explicitly, but everyone understood his meaning. He wanted to lower the price. Qian Heng rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Old Qiu, it's not your money being spent. Why are you trying to save money for the boss?" Manager Qiu smiled wryly and said that young Master Qian was used to being carefree and naturally did not understand the difficulties of his employer. When Qian Heng saw that he had brought up the employer, he stopped arguing and only said that if he dared to charge him a single penny when he came to Wang Shenlu restaurant in the future, he would smash the restaurant. Shopkeeper Qiu readily agreed, saying that as long as the owner didn't object, there would be no problem. Qian Heng then nodded and withdrew from the competition for the amber egg. Shopkeeper Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and then asked Chu Bai's name. Chu Bai cupped his hands and gave his name, then said, "Young Master Qian, Shopkeeper Qiu, there's something I need to clarify first." The two looked at him, their expressions darkening slightly. Manager Qiu thought Chu Bai was trying to raise the price, so he reminded him that while the amber egg was good, it was only an added bonus for Wang Shenlu, not something they absolutely needed. Chu Bai smiled and said that he was just reminding Qian Heng that while amber eggs are delicious, they shouldn't be eaten all the time, and certainly not in large quantities. Qian Heng was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, "You mean eating this stuff will kill you?" Born into wealth and lacking nothing, he was at the age where he valued his life, so how could he not be afraid? Chu Bai quickly explained that problems only arise from overeating, not from death. Moreover, tonics like mutton and red dates should not be consumed in excess. Everything should be tailored to the individual. Qian Heng breathed a sigh of relief and then asked how to eat it. Chu Bai said that as long as it wasn't eaten as a main meal, it could be eaten every few days as a treat. Qian Heng nodded, then asked him curiously why he said those words when he knew they might make Lao Qiu lower the price. Chu Bai smiled calmly and said, "Manager Qiu is right. The amber egg is the icing on the cake for Wang Shenlu, but that's only half true." Manager Qiu immediately pressed for details about the other half. Chu Bai looked at him and said, "For other restaurants, the amber egg is the best opportunity to surpass Wanxian restaurant." Manager Qiu was taken aback, then looked disdainful. To think that one could surpass Wang Shenlu with just an amber egg was far too arrogant. Chu Bai replied that simply serving it cold wouldn't do, but amber eggs could be prepared in many ways. Besides, he had other good things on hand. Shopkeeper Qiu's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly asked what else was available. Chu Bai said that the thing was called tofu, and there were probably dozens of ways to prepare it. Shopkeeper Qiu gasped in astonishment. Although he didn't know what tofu was, the phrase "dozens of ways to eat it" was already astonishing. The cooking methods in the Diyu dynasty were simple, mainly stewing and boiling. It was considered good if an ingredient could be prepared in 3 or 4 ways. If Chu Bai's words were true, the value of the tofu was probably no less than that of the amber egg. Manager Qiu immediately made the decision. Wang Shenlu would take both the amber egg and the tofu. Although Wang Shenlu has a powerful background, its owner is not one to bully others. In a fair competition, other restaurants that obtain the amber eggs and tofu may well pose a threat to Wang Shenlu. Chu Bai did not immediately agree. Instead, he looked at the freshly cut preserved egg and said, "Manager Qiu is a straightforward person, but the value of an amber egg should be determined by the market. Why don't we give these pieces to the customers outside to try first, and then discuss the purchase?" Shopkeeper Qiu was stunned. He hadn't expected that Chu Bai would spit out the meat that was about to be put into his mouth again. But he soon realized that Chu Bai did not want to eat this piece of meat. He wanted more. Chapter 25. Sold for 80 coins. All right, let all the diners have a taste, but these few slices aren't enough to go around. Shopkeeper Qiu wanted to see everyone's reaction to the amber eggs, so he agreed to Chu Bai's request. After all, just because he and Qian Heng thought they were delicious didn't mean all customers would buy them. Only if diners approved could the product truly sell. Chu Bai smiled slightly. "Okay, but the second amber egg will have to be bought at the original price." Shopkeeper Qiu thought for a moment, then took out a small piece of silver. "Okay, I'll buy it." The silver coin was larger than the one Lin Siener had given Chu Bai before, worth about 120 or 130 coins. Li Han and Su Qing stared, their mouths slightly agape. Chu Bai had only spent a little over 100 coins to make these preserved eggs, and now he had already recouped his investment with just one. Shopkeeper Chiu secretly observed the group and noticed that Li Han and Su Qing were surprised, while Chu Bai and Lin Xianer remained calm, not even raising their eyelids. He immediately understood that these two were definitely not naive, and their price of 100 coins per piece was not necessarily a random offer. Soon, following Chu Bai's instructions, the chef at Wangshan Le Cut opened the second preserved egg and mixed it. Manager Chiu personally brought it to the front hall for the diners to taste. As soon as everyone took a bite, their eyes lit up. It truly lives up to its name as an amber egg. It's delicious. Manager Chiu, how much is a plate of these amber eggs? Give me 3 plates. I want 2 plates too. The group only received a small slice, and as soon as they tasted it, they urged for more food. Seeing this, Manager Chiu immediately understood what was going on and hurried back to find Chu Bai. Brother Chu, we at Wangshan will take all of your amber eggs. Manager Chiu's eyes were gleaming, and he added, however, you'll have to lower the price a bit. Although Chu Bai didn't go to the front hall, judging from his reaction, he already knew that things had gone well, so he smiled and asked, how much is Manager Chiu prepared to contribute? Shopkeeper Chiu pondered for a moment. How about 70 coins? Upon hearing this, Li Han and Su Qing were surprised, and even Lin Xianer was somewhat taken aback. Although 70 coins was not quite 100, it was still an astronomical price for an egg. Chu Bai simply smiled and remained silent. Qian Hung frowned and said, Old Chiu, cutting it by 30 coins at once is too ruthless, isn't it? Shopkeeper Chiu thought for a moment and had no choice but to change his mind. Then how about 80 coins each? Is that price acceptable? He thought Chu Bai would continue to haggle, but Chu Bai nodded directly. Okay, let's make friends. Shopkeeper Chiu breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt a sense of being tricked. Chu Bai had agreed too quickly. The diners outside were pressing him for payment, and fearing Chu Bai might change his mind, he quickly had someone count the items. There were still 48 preserved eggs left from Chu Bai's purchase, totaling 3,840 coins. Chu Bai generously rounded it down, accepting only 3 taels and 8 mace of silver. Looking at the silver in their hands, Li Han and Su Qing were both somewhat dazed. Chu Bai, however, looked relaxed. Manager Chiu, after today, the amber eggs will surely become a sensation throughout the city. I'll bring another 100 tomorrow. Okay. Manager Chiu readily agreed. 100 pieces cost 8 taels of silver, but he didn't care at all, because once these things sold well, the profits would only increase. His biggest worry was that Chu Bai only had this batch and wouldn't be able to supply anymore. Now, hearing that there would be more stock tomorrow, he was finally completely relieved. Chu Bai added, 80 coins apiece may be expensive, but I will make Manager Chiu feel that it is worth the price. Then, in front of the chefs at Wangshan the restaurant, he demonstrated several ways to eat preserved eggs. The methods for making preserved eggs are not complicated. The chefs learned them after watching only once. Before leaving, Chu Bai said, that's all for today. I'll bring the tofu back another day so that Manager Chiu and young Master Qian can have a good meal. After saying that, he took the newly signed contract and left Wangshanlu with his group. Although he had packaged the preserved eggs as amber eggs and sold them at a high price, the cost of the preserved eggs was too low. If Manager Chiu found out that they were only worth 2.5 coins, the other party would not be able to lower the price easily if he had the contract in hand. Upon leaving Wangshanlu, Su Qing was so happy she almost jumped for joy. Today's trip had truly broadened her horizons. A cost of just over 100 coins was resold for nearly 4 taels of silver. They used to toil in the fields, struggling to earn even a single penny. But Chu Bai could casually give them several taels of silver, and from now on, they might even earn 8 taels a day. Su Qing's eyes sparkled. Husband, you're amazing. Chu Bai laughed and said, when have I ever not been amazing? Su Qing blushed and avoided his gaze. Chu Bai curled the corners of his lips. You will serve me in bed tonight. Huh? Su Qing exclaimed in surprise, her face instantly turning red. Lin Xianer stepped forward, somewhat worried. Husband, what if Manager Chiu discovers later that the amber egg is actually a preserved egg and the cost is only 2.5 coins? Anyone who finds out that the thing they bought for 80 coins only cost 2.5 coins to produce would feel cheated. Chu Bai smiled and said, it's all right. We could just keep it from him. After saying that, he led the group around the city. First, they went to a fabric shop to buy cloth, and then they found a tailor to take their measurements. Now that he had proven he could earn money, the three women were no longer as reluctant to spend money as before. However, Chu Bai's generosity still shocked them. In just 1 hour, the silver he had just received and hadn't even had a chance to warm up was all gone. Chapter 26, Wild Ginseng. Seeing Chu Bai spend money so lavishly, Lin Xianer and the other two felt extremely distressed. Lin Xianer, in particular, secretly vowed that she would never let her husband manage the money again. After spending almost all their money, Chu Bai hired a cart to transport all the purchased items back to Wu family village. The three women had hoped to save on the cart fare, but there were simply too many things for a few people to carry back. Back home, Chu Bai unloaded his things and took out a wild ginseng and a small bag of grain. Lin Xianer asked him in confusion what he was doing. Chu Bai said that on their wedding day, Uncle Wu San brought them millet and helped them drive away Wu Laizi. Now that they had made money, they naturally couldn't forget his kindness. Lin Xianer nodded after hearing this, feeling that this kindness should indeed be repaid. Chu Bai carried the grain and wild ginseng and headed straight for Uncle Wu's house. He didn't try to avoid the villagers along the way. After all, word of making money would spread sooner or later, so it didn't matter. When they arrived at Uncle Wu's house, the family was preparing to eat. But there was no grain on the table, not even bran or wheat bran. There were only 2 bowls of wild vegetable soup, which was so thin it was practically water. Auntie San held her bowl and sighed weakly, saying that if they had given Chu Bai less food back then, they wouldn't have had to drink wild vegetable soup every day. She was already in poor health, and these past few days her diet had worsened, making her increasingly unable to hold on. Uncle Wu said that old Master Chu had helped them a lot when he was alive, and now that Chu Bai was getting married, they should send a decent gift. Aunt Wu didn't argue anymore. After all, she had agreed to send millet instead of grain back then. Just then, Uncle Wu suddenly noticed someone entering the room. He looked up and saw Chu Bai carrying some things as he walked in. Chu Bai greeted them with a smile. "Third uncle, third aunt, are you eating?" Uncle Wu's expression darkened slightly when he saw what Chu Bai was holding, and he asked him what it was for. Chu Bai then said that he had heard that his aunt was not in good health, so he bought a ginseng root in the county town to help her recover. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were stunned. They had been busy with the fields these past few days and hadn't paid much attention to Chu Bai. They only thought that he was struggling to support himself, let alone marry 3 women, and that his life would only be more difficult. But now, Chu Bai actually brought out a wild ginseng. You should know that even the smallest wild ginseng costs more than an ounce of silver these days. When Chu Bai took out the wild ginseng, the couple gasped in astonishment. The ginseng was quite large, weighing at least an ounce, and worth at least 2 or 3 ounces of silver. Uncle Wu immediately stood up and refused. "No, this is too valuable." The millet he sent that day was worth at most a dozen or so coins. He couldn't possibly accept repaying the favor with several taels of silver worth of ginseng. Chu Bai had already seen through his thoughts and explained with a smile that the ginseng wasn't given away for free. He had something to do these past few days and wanted to ask his third uncle and second brother Wu for help. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu asked him what he wanted to help with. Chu Bai then said that he had made something called amber eggs and had already made an agreement with the manager of Wangshenla restaurant in the county town to send 100 of them over every day. The county town is far away, so it's fine for him to go occasionally, but it's not realistic for him to go every day. Therefore, he wants to ask his third uncle or second brother to deliver the goods for him every day and bring the money back. Uncle Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially thought that Chu Bai was up to something dangerous when he saw him bring out such a heavy gift, but it turned out to be just a delivery. But he still shook his head. "I can help you send things, but I can't accept the ginseng. You should take it back." Chu Bai quickly explained that he hadn't bought the ginseng at a high price from a pharmacy, but rather from a hunter of the market, and it hadn't cost him much. In fact, he had indeed bought it from a hunter, but it had cost him 1.5 taels of silver. Seeing that Uncle Wu still wouldn't budge, Chu Bai advised again, "Even if not for yourself, you have to think about Aunt Wu. Her health is getting worse and worse, and if she continues to drink wild vegetable soup every day, she might not even get through this winter." Uncle Wu fell silent after hearing this. Chu Bai's words, though harsh, were the truth. If things continued like this, they wouldn't even survive 2 months, let alone winter. Finally, Uncle Wu clenched his fist and said, "All right, but you have to tell me how much this ginseng cost, and I'll pay you back later." Chu Bai thought for a moment and said he would calculate it as 1 tael of silver. Uncle Wu nodded in agreement. To him, 1 tael of silver was a lot, but it was not as valuable as his wife's life. Chu Bai handed over the bag of grain again, saying, "There's still this. Third uncle, don't worry about it. From now on, you and second brother will be delivering goods to the county town for me. If you don't have enough to eat, how will you have the strength to travel?" Chapter 27 Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he looked at the grain that Chu Bai had sent. He had only sent 2 liters of millet on his wedding day, but Chu Bai had returned so much grain and even a valuable wild ginseng. This favor was too heavy for him, so he immediately agreed. "Okay, my second brother and I will go to your house tomorrow morning and leave for the county town early." No matter what Chu Bai asked him to deliver, he was determined to deliver it safely. Chu Bai smiled and stopped him. "Third uncle, don't be in such a hurry. This isn't just a matter of troubling you once or twice. You'll have to deliver it every day from now on, which will take up a lot of your time. So I'm thinking of giving you and second brother a monthly wage of 1 tael of silver. What do you think?" Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu were stunned. Ordinary families might not be able to save even a tael of silver a year, yet Chu Bai was offering a tael a month right off the bat, which was more than many people in the city earned. Uncle Wu quickly waved his hand. "No need. This is too much. It's just a delivery. Why do you need so much money?" Chu Bai then explained that his amber egg was valuable, and the wages he was paid were not only for running errands, but also for escorting the goods. He also mentioned that hiring a security escort agency to deliver the goods would only increase the cost. Chu Bai chose Uncle Wu-san because he trusted his character and because he had served in the military, so he could handle things if trouble arose. Uncle Wu still felt the money was too much and wanted Chu Bai to give him less, but he couldn't win an argument with Chu Bai. After several rounds of persuasion, he had no choice but to agree. Chu Bai found it amusing. In his previous life, he had seen many people who wanted more money, yet Uncle Wu was complaining that he was giving too much. The next morning, Chu Bai was still asleep when Li Han woke him up. "Husband, Uncle Wu and his son have arrived." Chu Bai was taken aback. It was barely dawn, and they had already arrived. He quickly got up and went to the door, yawning as he asked, "Third uncle, second brother, why are you here so early?" Third Uncle Wu said that the county town was far away, and leaving early would allow them to deliver the goods as soon as possible, so as not to delay his business. Chu Bai felt a warmth in his heart, and subconsciously asked them if they had eaten breakfast. Uncle Wu was about to say that he had, but his stomach growled first. Chu Bai immediately turned around and called to Li Han, "Wife, cook enough food for 2 more people." Uncle Wu tried to decline, saying that Chu Bai didn't earn money easily, and every little bit saved was precious. But Chu Bai pulled him into the courtyard. "How much grain can you save on a meal? It's dozens of miles to the county town. Where will you get the strength if you don't eat your fill?" Upon entering the courtyard, Uncle Wu and second brother Wu became somewhat reserved upon seeing Chu Bai's 3 beautiful wives. Second brother Wu, in particular, though already married, had never seen so many beautiful women at once, and could only lower his head, not daring to look around. After the meal was prepared, Uncle Wu remained relatively calm, but second brother Wu buried his head in his food and ate voraciously. In no time, a large bowl of white rice was emptied. Seeing that he was still staring at the bowl, Chu Bai said apologetically, "It was my oversight. Second brother is strong, so naturally he has a big appetite. I made too little today." Wu urged quickly said there was plenty, but he hadn't eaten white rice in a long time and couldn't resist. He had thought Chu Bai was just being polite, but he hadn't expected him to actually invite them to dinner and even apologize for the small amount of rice. He was immediately flattered. In the past, when he worked as a day laborer for landlords, they only complained that he ate too much. No one cared whether he had eaten enough. Chu Bai asked Li Han to steam some more rice, but Wu urged hurriedly declined. Just then, Li Han brought out a pot of rice, saying that she was worried they wouldn't be able to afford it due to the long journey, so she steamed extra to take with them. Chu Bai nodded and praised her for being thoughtful. Li Han blushed and silently packed the rice in her bundle. Uncle Wu and second brother Wu stopped refusing, took the 100 preserved eggs that Chu Bai counted, and immediately headed to the county town. After they left, Chu Bai had nothing to do, so he went back to his room for a nap. It wasn't until noon that Chu Bai lazily got up. By then, Uncle Wu and second brother Wu had returned from the county town. Uncle Wu handed over the silver. "Young Master Chu, this is silver that the manager of Wangshenlu asked me to bring to you." They had no idea how valuable the amber egg was until Manager Chiu pulled out 8 taels of silver, at which point they were shocked. 8 taels might be nothing to a rich person, but to country folk, it was an absolute fortune. Chu Bai was actually quite confident in letting them take such valuable items to the county town. Wasn't he afraid they would embezzle the money? In fact, Chu Bai had considered this, but in the original owner's memories, Uncle Wu III and Brother Wu II were both trustworthy people. Besides, 8 taels of silver might seem like a lot to others, but to Chu Bai it was nothing. If he could use 8 taels of silver to see a person's true character, it was worth it. After Uncle Wu and second brother Wu learned that 100 amber eggs could be sold for 8 taels of silver, their attitude towards Chu Bai became even more reserved, and they even changed their address from Young Master Chu to Young Master Chu. Chu Bai smiled and accepted the silver. Third uncle, second brother, you don't need to call me that. Just call me Chu Xiaozi as before. Uncle Wu nodded. After all, he had seen a bit of the world, and if it weren't for the heavy favor he owed for the wild ginseng yesterday, he wouldn't be so awkward today. Chapter 28, Making Tofu. Feeling indebted to Chu Bai, Uncle Wu always felt awkward around him. For Uncle Wu, owing someone a favor was more painful than being stabbed, yet he had no choice but to accept it. Chu Bai was right. If he had refused this kindness, his wife probably wouldn't have made it through the winter. Seeing that Chu Bai didn't put on airs after making money, Uncle Wu breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Okay." Chu Bai picked out a small piece of silver weighing a little over an ounce from the silver and handed it over, saying, "Third uncle, second brother, this is your wages for this month." Uncle Wu and second brother Wu were both stunned when they saw it, but neither of them accepted it. They had only delivered one shipment. How could they be paid before the end of the month? Uncle Wu hurriedly declined, saying, "Young Chu, you should keep the money first. We've only done one job. If we quit, you'll be at a loss." Chu Bai laughed and said, "If I can't even trust my third uncle and second brother, who can I trust? My aunt isn't feeling well, so you should take this and buy some tonics for her to take care of herself." After saying that, he stuffed the silver into Uncle Wu's hand without further ado. Uncle Wu wanted to refuse, but thinking of his wife's illness, he had no choice but to accept it. After seeing Uncle Wu off, Chu Bai handed over the remaining silver to Lin Xianer, and then asked with some concern, "Xianer, I paid Uncle Wu's wages so early, and it's such a high price. You won't blame me, will you?" Lin Xianer shook her head and said, "If it weren't for Uncle Wu, we would have gone hungry on our very first day after we got married. We could tell who is good to us. We should repay even the smallest kindness tenfold. My husband did the right thing." Li Han and Su Qing nodded in agreement. Chu Bai felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that his 3 wives were not only beautiful, but also very understanding. However, he quickly remembered something else, so he took a small piece of silver from Lin Xianer's hand and said he wanted to find someone to make 2 millstones. Lin Xianer was puzzled, as they already had millstones at home. Chu Bai simply said that the millstone in the courtyard wasn't what he wanted, and that they would understand once it was made. He then went to town, found a craftsman, and explained the style of the small millstone he desired. Although the craftsman was puzzled as to why the millstone was made so small, he agreed to do it because Chu Bai was willing to pay him readily, and said that he would deliver it directly to his home after it was finished. The next day, the craftsman delivered the millstone as expected. Chu Bai paid the money and then took out the soybeans he had bought the day before and soaked in advance. Lin Xianer and the other 2 gathered around, watching him pour soybeans into the millstone, all of them puzzled. In those days, stone mills were mostly used to grind wheat, sorghum, and millet. No one had ever seen one used to grind soybeans. Chu Bai laughed and said, "I'm going to grind tofu." The 3 women were even more confused, having no idea what tofu was. Chu Bai explained that he had promised Manager Chiu some tofu, which was made from soybeans. He poured the soaked soybeans into the millstone, handed Li Han a ladle of water, and told her to slowly add water while he turned the millstone. As the millstone turned, before long, white soy milk slowly flowed out along the cracks in the stone and fell into the wooden bucket that Chu Bai had placed in advance. Su Qing, the little foodie, immediately leaned closer and asked, "Husband, what is this?" Chu Bai said, "This is soy milk. You can drink it after boiling it." Su Qing's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. After all the soybeans were ground, Chu Bai asked her to take a bucket of soy milk to cook. Su Qing immediately carried the soy milk into the pot, her movements very swift. Before long, The aroma of soy milk filled the room. Su Qing stood guard over the large pot, her eyes glued to it, wishing she could leap into it. Chu Bai laughed as he stirred the soy milk in the pot and skimmed off the foam. Once the soy milk boiled, he scooped out a ladleful and handed it to Su Qing, reminding her that it was hot and she should blow on it to cool it down before drinking. Seeing Su Qing nod like a chick pecking at rice, Chu Bai smiled even more happily. He wasn't actually that obsessed with making money. As long as his closest people were happy every day, that was enough for him. He then laid the fine steaming cloth he had bought on the bamboo basket to filter the soy milk. Ideally, he would have used gauze, but he couldn't find any yesterday, so he had to use the steaming cloth instead. After leaving the soybean residue in the cloth, Chu Bai tied the cloth tightly and then slowly applied pressure with a stick to squeeze out the excess water. Next comes the process of setting the tofu. Tofu can be set using either brine or gypsum. Brine requires salt, but salt was incredibly expensive in those days, and the little bit of salt the village headman had was a precious treasure. Chu Bai wasn't unable to afford it, but salt was too conspicuous. Left with no other choice, he went to a Taoist temple and actually found some plaster. These days, Taoist priests are mostly keen on alchemy, and they often use plaster in the process. Chu Bai shamelessly begged for some, and it came in handy today. He first mixed the plaster into a solution, then poured it into the soy milk while stirring. When he felt it was ready, he stopped. Okay, let's wait a bit. As he stopped moving, the soy milk in the bucket began to solidify almost visibly. Chapter 29 Tofu Pudding. Wow! Su Qing watched as the soy milk slowly solidified and immediately exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening in astonishment. To her, this scene was like a magic trick. Not only her, but even Li Han and Lin Xiener were filled with amazement. At this point, the soy milk can no longer be called soy milk. It should be called tofu pudding. If it coagulates a little more, it becomes tofu curd. Su Qing swallowed hard and asked impatiently, "Husband, can we eat now?" Chu Bai looked at it and said it wasn't tofu yet, but if he wanted to eat it, he could make a few bowls of tofu pudding first. Tofu pudding? The three women were taken aback again upon hearing the name. Soy milk, tofu pudding, tofu. They increasingly felt that there were too many tricks to Chu Bai's creations. Chu Bai told them to wait, then brought over several bowls and ladled a bowl of tofu pudding for each of them. He then took out some sesame paste and soy sauce that he had bought from the county town a few days earlier and added a little to each bowl. After preparing the ingredients, he asked the others if they wanted cilantro. Li Han and Su Qing, coming from poor backgrounds, were already grateful to have food, so they weren't picky. Only Lin Xiener shook her head, saying she didn't eat it. Chu Bai nodded, put some cilantro in Su Qing and Li Han's bowls, and left the two bowls without cilantro for himself and Lin Xiener. He picked up the bowl and said with a smile, "Try it." The three women quickly imitated him, scooping up a spoonful each time. The moment it entered their mouths, all three widened their eyes. Fragrant, smooth, and tender. They never imagined that beans could be made into something so delicate and delicious. Lin Xiener couldn't help but exclaim with delight, "Husband, this is so delicious." Chu Bai simply shook his head. For someone who had never tried tofu pudding before, the taste was indeed novel. But in his opinion, it was far inferior to the skill of the old tofu shop from his previous life. Even more regrettable was that he had always loved spicy food, but the Great Yu dynasty didn't yet have chili peppers. The commonly used spices here are mustard and evodia. Evodia does have a spicy flavor, but it's mainly popular in Sichuan and mostly grows wild, making it troublesome to prepare and not commonly found elsewhere. He went to the county town a few days ago, but couldn't find any. Chu Bai ate a few bites, then suddenly remembered that the kitchen of Wang Shenlu seemed to use chili oil made from dogwood. If all else fails, he could ask Uncle Wu to ask Manager Chiu for some when he delivers the preserved eggs tomorrow. Lin Xiener noticed that he was not in a good mood and asked him softly if he had something on his mind. Chu Bai shook his head, only saying that there's another way to eat tofu pudding with sugar, and that he would let them try it another day to see whether the savory or sweet version is better. Upon hearing the word sugar, Li Han immediately shook her head. She said that even the cheapest brown sugar cost over 100 coins per pound, which was far too expensive. Chu Bai immediately showed a look of disgust. Brown sugar? You can call that sugar? I'll show you what real sugar is another day. Lin Xiener was startled. Could my husband also make sugar? Chu Bai nodded, his tone relaxed. This is nothing, of course. In ancient times, white sugar was scarce. If white sugar could actually be produced, the profit would probably be even higher than that of preserved eggs. However, the county he lived in was only a lower-level county, and the people's purchasing power was limited. Not only could he not sell it for a high price, but it would also easily attract unwanted attention. The three women stared blankly at Chu Bai, their understanding of their husband growing ever more profound. They remembered that Chu Bai had once said others called him White Fool. But now, thinking back, that nickname seemed utterly ridiculous. How can a fool make preserved eggs, tofu, and sugar? Being stared at like that by the three women, Chu Bai felt a little smug. What man doesn't want to be a hero in front of his wife? Even if he can't be a hero, being a gentleman they admire is not bad either. He simply said, "There's no need to reschedule. Tomorrow I'll have Uncle Wu bring back some brown sugar, and I'll personally perform a magic trick for you." As soon as he said it, he realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself. No, it's magic. The Great Yu dynasty didn't have the concept of magic. There were folk tricks, but those were the skills of performers to make a living. What Chu Bai was going to do was to genuinely turn brown sugar into white sugar. Calling it a magical feat would be quite apt. The three girls' eyes immediately lit up with anticipation, with Su Qing's eyes practically sparkling. Of the three, only Lin Xianer had ever tasted icing sugar. Su Qing and Li Han had only tried brown sugar once or twice when they were young, and now they had almost forgotten what sweetness tasted like. Once the soy milk in the basket had solidified sufficiently, Chu Bai took it out, wrapped it in a steamer cloth, and placed it into a mold that the craftsman had prepared in advance. Then he placed a heavy object on top of it. After finishing all that, he clapped his hands and said, "All right, we should be able to eat tofu by tomorrow morning." This was Chu Bai's first time making tofu, and he wasn't very confident at first, but the process went surprisingly smoothly. In particular, the tofu pudding was a success, which gave him even more confidence for tomorrow. More importantly, tofu is different from preserved eggs. No matter how many ways there are to eat preserved eggs, they are still preserved eggs at their core. But tofu can be fried, stir-fried, boiled, and cooked. It can also be used to make soy milk, tofu pudding, tofu curd, dry tofu, and even stinky tofu. In Chu Bai's view, tofu is definitely one of the greatest inventions in the history of Chinese cuisine. Chapter 30. Continuing the extravagant spending, making sugar from yellow mud. Chu Bai remembered reading an article that said tofu is not only a culinary masterpiece of multi-purpose dishes, but also an important source of protein for ancient people. Therefore, his claim that tofu is the greatest invention in the history of Chinese cuisine is not just empty boasting. However, in his previous life, the question of who invented tofu remained unresolved. But in this life, the title of tofu is likely to fall upon Chu Bai. The next morning, Chu Bai got up early to check on it. The tofu he had pressed the day before had completely solidified, and he immediately perked up, cutting off a piece and heading into the kitchen. Tofu can be stewed, pan-fried, or steamed, but it's too much trouble to prepare all of these early in the morning. Chu Bai simply chose the easiest way to eat it, tofu with scallions, a simple and straightforward dish. He cut the tofu into small pieces, blanched it briefly, put it in a bowl, sprinkled it with chopped green onions and seasonings, and a refreshing side dish was ready. Paired with a bowl of hot egg noodles, the taste was simply indescribable. Lin Xianer and Li Han ate with great satisfaction, but Su Qing felt that the tofu pudding from last night was more to her liking. Chu Bai didn't mind. Everyone has different tastes. Su Qing liked tofu pudding, so he would make her more of it in the future to help her brain develop. Just as the group finished eating, Uncle Wu and second brother Wu arrived. Uncle Wu was a little embarrassed and said that they had eaten at home that day, so they were a little late. It turns out that the father and son came over yesterday without eating, but Chu Bai dragged them to eat a meal. Today, fearing they would be kept there again, they simply ate something at home first. Chu Bai ignored all of that and directly stopped the two men, saying that he had just made tofu and wanted them to take it home and try it. After saying that, he cut off 2 large pieces and stuffed them into the hands of the father and son. Uncle Wu stared blankly at the white thing, completely bewildered. Chu Bai noticed their confusion and simply explained that it could be cut into pieces and stewed or blanched and served cold. He would teach them other ways to eat it when they returned from the county town. Uncle Wu wanted to decline, but Chu Bai pointed to the remaining tofu and said, "I made too much, and it will spoil if we can't finish it. You can help me share the burden. We can't waste food, can we?" Having said that, Uncle Wu had no choice but to accept it. The father and son took the preserved eggs and tofu home, put them away, and then headed to the county town. After they left, Li Han was a little worried. Husband, what if we can't finish all this tofu? She and Su Qing were used to a hard life and couldn't bear to see food wasted. Chu Bai explained with a smile that if you can't finish the tofu, you can make stinky tofu, which smells bad but tastes good, or if all else fails, you can make hairy tofu or dried tofu, so it won't spoil. Li Han then realized that Chu Bai's earlier comment about it being a waste was just to reassure Uncle Wu that he would accept it. Her heart warmed instantly. If Chu Bai was so considerate to outsiders, he certainly wouldn't be any less thoughtful towards them. At noon, Uncle Wu and his son returned from the county town, bringing back not only the money from selling the preserved eggs, but also, as Chu Bai had instructed, 3 caddies of brown sugar. Chu Bai had drunk soy milk yesterday, but he felt it lacked sweetness. What he wanted were these few pounds of sugar. He immediately found some yellow soil, mixed it with water to make mud, and then heated a large pot, pouring in all 3 caddies of brown sugar. Once the brown sugar had boiled into syrup, Chu Bai immediately called out, "Wife, pour in the yellow mud." Lin Xiener and her 2 companions were stunned. Brown sugar cost over 100 coins per pound, so 3 pounds would cost over 300 coins. They were actually going to pour yellow mud into the sugar? This wasn't just wasteful, it was utterly wasteful. Seeing that they weren't moving, Chu Bai urged them quickly, "Hurry up, otherwise the sugar will burn, and that would be a real waste." Lin Xiener gritted her teeth and said, "Although my husband is a spendthrift, he never wastes things. Let's listen to him." Only then did Li Han pick up the wooden bucket and pour the yellow mud into the pot. Chu Bai found the wooden spatula ineffective, so he switched to a wooden stick and stirred vigorously. The mud and syrup quickly mixed into a lump. He then took 2 cloths and placed them along the edge of the pot before pouring the mixture into a funnel lined with straw. Black sugar residue slowly dripped down the funnel, while tiny white specks gradually appeared above the funnel. Su Qing's eyes widened, and she blurted out, "White sugar." Chu Bai had said before that he would refine brown sugar into white sugar, but she hadn't entirely believed him. But what she saw before her left her no choice but to believe it. This is no ordinary method. It's practically magic. Chu Bai watched as the funnel gradually separated into layers and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was using the yellow mud decolorization method, which used yellow mud to absorb impurities in the brown sugar. After removing the sugar residue, what remained was a whiter sugar. This method was originally an ancient sugar-making technique, which was later improved to make the sugar bleaching process faster and more effective. Now, trying it out, it certainly didn't disappoint him. The sugar needed some time to separate, so Chu Bai took the opportunity to grind the soybeans again, preparing to make soy milk and tofu pudding. Soon after, the sugar in the funnel began to crystallize, and the soy milk in the pot was ready. Chu Bai scooped out a bowl, added the freshly refined sugar, took a sip, and felt completely refreshed. Fortunately, he had read many historical novels in his previous life and memorized these essential skills for time travel. Otherwise, he might have craved that sweet soy milk and tofu pudding for the rest of his life. After drinking the soy milk with added sugar, Lin Xiener and the other 2 women all showed expressions of satisfaction. Lin Xiener couldn't help but ask, "Husband, why is the sugar you made even sweeter than the icing sugar sold in stores?" Chapter 31, The Price of White Sugar. Chu Bai explained that icing sugar is not truly pure sugar. It contains other ingredients, so its sweetness is naturally not as good as white sugar. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. Su Qing suddenly asked, "Isn't this like a steamed bun mixed with sorghum flour, which isn't as sweet as a steamed bun made with white flour?" Chu Bai smiled and nodded, praising her for her intelligence. Su Qing immediately blushed and lowered her head, remaining silent. Lin Xiener quickly realized the key point and asked, "If that's the case, wouldn't this white sugar be more expensive than icing sugar if it were sold on the market?" Chu Bai nodded and said that was natural. Since white sugar is sweeter than icing sugar, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse if it were cheaper? This sounded reasonable, but Chu Bai knew in his heart that in his previous life, many types of icing sugar were actually more expensive than ordinary white sugar. But now that he held the secret recipe for white sugar, he could set the price as he pleased. Lin Xiener said that the sugar frosting on the market now costs about 1 guan per gene, and Chu Bai's white sugar is better, so it should sell for at least 1,200 or 1,300 won per gene. Su Qing and Li Han stared wide-eyed. They had only ever tasted brown sugar occasionally before, while Chu Bai had just used 3 caddies of brown sugar, costing only a little over 300 coins, yet produced about 1.5 caddies of white sugar. According to Lin Siener's estimate, this transaction would have yielded nearly 2,000 coins. Not to mention, a small portion of brown sugar was also obtained in the process, which almost offset the cost of the black sugar. In other words, Chu Bai's actions netted him 2 taels of silver. Although preserved eggs had a profit margin of over 30 times, each one could only earn less than 100 coins, relying entirely on large quantities. White sugar, on the other hand, could earn over 1,000 coins per pound. But Chu Bai shook his head. Lin Siener was taken aback, thinking he wanted to lower prices to boost sales volume and quickly open up the market. She tentatively suggested that if white sugar sold for 900 or even 800 coins per caddy, it would surely be able to quickly replace icing sugar. Chu Bai shook his head again. A bolder idea suddenly popped into Lin Siener's mind, and she hesitated before asking, "Does my husband think that 1 string of cash is too low?" Chu Bai not that. He brought up the incident of selling preserved eggs that day. If he had simply called them preserved eggs, people might not have been interested, but when he changed the name to amber eggs, their attitude immediately changed. Lin Siener's eyes lit up, and she asked him if he also wanted to give the white sugar a nice name. "This sugar is as clear as crystal, so how about calling it crystal sugar?" Chu Bai smiled and said there was no rush. It wasn't time to sell the sugar yet. This sugar was just for their own use. Li Han was puzzled. If preserved eggs could be sold, why couldn't white sugar be sold? Lin Siener and Su Qing had the same question. Chu Bai only said 8 words. "A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime." Lin Xian instantly understood. The profit margin on white sugar was astonishing. Even selling it for only 1,200 coins per pound would yield a profit of almost 1 tael of silver. If outsiders knew about the profits involved, it would inevitably lead to a scramble for it. She immediately assured Li Han and Su Qing that she would keep the matter of the white sugar a secret and would never tell anyone. Chu Bai wasn't nervous at all. He said it didn't matter if someone saw it. He could just say that he got it from a merchant from the western regions. He had already figured out the origins of the preserved eggs and white sugar. Now that communication was cut off and anything couldn't be explained, he'd attribute it all to merchants from the distant western regions. If that wasn't enough, he'd bring up mythical legends. The ancients believed in such things. As long as it could fool them, he didn't mind using more methods. The 3 women exchanged glances, tacitly suppressing their doubts and refraining from asking further questions. But Lin Siener still wanted to know his plans, so she braced herself and asked, "Husband, if it really comes time to sell white sugar, how much do you plan to sell it for per pound?" Chu Bai thought for a moment, then said calmly, 30 taels, how about that? Lin Siener and the other 2 were so shocked they almost fainted. 30 taels a caddy? Based on the cost just now, a caddy of white sugar is only about 151, yet he wants to sell it for the exorbitant price of 30 taels of silver. This isn't just a few dozen times the profit, it's a full 200 times. Even more outrageous than preserved eggs. If it weren't for the example of preserved eggs, they would have really suspected Chu Bai had gone mad. Su Qing stared at the soy milk she had just drunk, her mind filled with the image of adding sugar. If white sugar really was worth 30 taels a pound, how much was that spoonful worth? She probably couldn't afford to pay for it, even if she sold herself. Lin Siener was the first to recover and earnestly advised, "Husband, isn't 30 taels too expensive? Let alone a small county. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the entire Du dynasty who can afford it, right?" Chu Bai laughed and asked her how she knew exactly how many wealthy people the Du dynasty had. He told Lin Siener that white sugar could be considered the most luxurious item, reserved only for the highest-ranking officials and nobles. People at that level wouldn't care much about the price. Lin Siener seemed to understand something, vaguely comprehending his meaning. Just then, Su Qing suddenly burst into tears. White sugar was a top-tier luxury item only the wealthy and powerful could afford. What was she going to do now that she had just eaten so much? Chapter 32, Zhao San, comes to the door. Although selling one's children is not uncommon nowadays, Su Qing still felt that even if she sold herself, she couldn't afford to compensate Chu Bai for that huge pile of sugar. Seeing that she looked like she was about to cry, Chu Bai asked in confusion, "Qing, what's wrong?" Su Qing lowered her head in grievance and whispered, "I put in a lot of sugar just now. Husband, why don't you just sell me?" The group was taken aback, but Chu Bai quickly recovered and deliberately put on a stern face, saying, "Then where do you think it would be appropriate for me to sell you?" Before Su Qing could finish speaking, Chu Bai continued, human life is worthless these days, but you're so beautiful. You could probably fetch a lot of money if you were sold to a brothel. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes instantly reddened. She had heard her family say before that if a woman couldn't get married, she would be sold into a brothel, and she knew that such a place was almost worse than death for a woman. She had only enjoyed 2 days of peace and quiet, and she had no desire to be sold to such a place. She immediately squatted down and cried, I don't want to go to a brothel. Seeing her crying like this, Chu Bai immediately regretted it, feeling that he had gone too far with the joke. Lin Xiener quickly stepped forward to help Su Qing up and said softly, Sister, don't be frightened by your husband. Since we married into this family, when has he ever mistreated us in terms of food and clothing? He's just teasing you. Su Qing looked at Chu Bai with teary eyes. Really? Chu Bai quickly nodded. Of course it's true. How could I bear to sell such a beautiful girl like Xiao Qing? Su Qing then stopped crying and smiled again. Lin Xiener deliberately looked at Chu Bai and asked with a smile, Husband, your words are biased. Does that mean only Qing'er is pretty, while Li Han and I aren't? Chu Bai immediately said, Beautiful, all beautiful. He secretly groaned inwardly. He hadn't even done anything yet, and the 3 beautiful women were already showing signs of jealousy and rivalry. Lin Xiener, however, wouldn't let him off the hook and asked again, Then my husband, who do you think is the most beautiful among the 3 of us sisters? Su Qing and Li Han also looked over at the same time, clearly wanting to hear his answer. Chu Bai was taken aback, knowing this was a death trap question, so he said in a serious tone, In my heart, all 3 of you are the most beautiful, just in different ways. Xiener is graceful and generous, Han'er is gentle and kind, and Qing'er is lively and cheerful. I can't live without any of you. Upon hearing this, Li Han and Su Qing burst into laughter. Lin Xiener's eyes darted around, seemingly seeing through his thoughts, but she didn't expose him. After all, her husband also had his pride. As the group was joking around, a figure suddenly appeared at the courtyard gate. Brother, I'm here. Zhao San pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. His eyes widened the moment he saw Lin Xiener and the other 2 women. These women were even more beautiful than the top courtesans he had ever seen. Chu Bai, that fool, is incredibly lucky. When Lin Xiener and the other 2 saw Zhao San, they instinctively took a few steps back. They still remembered clearly the scene of Wu Lizi causing trouble at their door a few days ago. Chu Bai stood in front of the 3, frowning as he approached Zhao San. Why are you here? Zhao San swallowed hard, then remembered the important matter and asked, Brother, more than 10 days have passed. How did your grandfather's birthday celebration go? Chu Bai had taken Zhao San's most treasured porcelain vase from him under the pretext of celebrating his grandfather's birthday. Zhao San had been thinking about it ever since, hoping to use Chu Bai to get in touch with the grandfather. But after waiting for so long without any news, he had no choice but to go to his grandfather's house in person. Chu Bai understood his intentions, but the whole grandfather's birthday celebration was just a fabrication, so how could he possibly give Zhao San any real benefits? He said impatiently, What's your rush? If my grandfather's birthday is over, do you think I wouldn't tell you? Zhao San's face darkened. He hadn't expected Chu Bai to dare speak to him like that. He said coldly, You said back then that your birthday was in 10 days or so, and if Grandpa liked the porcelain vase, you'd introduce me to him. Now you're not going to go back on your word, are you? Chu Bai figgin in gun, porcelain vase? What porcelain vase? I don't know anything about it. He had already sold the porcelain vase to a pawn shop and couldn't redeem it now, so he naturally had no intention of continuing to feign friendship with Zhao San. Zhao San's eyes widened, and he finally realized, You're playing me? Chu Bai sneered. When you tricked me out of more than 10 taels of silver without any money, why didn't you say you were playing me? Zhao San took a deep breath and said fiercely, Are you going to completely break ties with me? Lin Xiener and the other 2 immediately stood behind Chu Bai. Although they were afraid of Zhao San, they would never let their husbands suffer if a fight really broke out. Chu Bai glanced at them, then said indifferently, Tear off the mask? You think you're worthy? Zhao San, a frequent gambler, often went hungry and was already in poor health. In contrast, Chu Bai had been eating well every day with high-quality grains, so he wouldn't be afraid of him at all in a fight. Zhao San was so angry that his face turned pale. How dare a fool say he wasn't worthy? But seeing that Chu Bai was a head taller than him, he finally chickened out. You just wait. I'll make you pay the price sooner or later. Zhao San uttered a harsh remark and turned to leave. But just before he left, he suddenly noticed the pile of white sugar on the table. In an instant, Zhao San's eyes turned red. Chapter 33, Zhao San's Revenge. What is that? Zhao San stared at the white sugar on the table, his breathing quickening. Chu Bai followed his gaze and casually said, "White sugar, 30 taels of silver per caddy." Zhao San's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Bai then pointed to the things next to him and said casually, "Those white ones are called tofu, and those that look like amber are called amber eggs. They sell for 100 coins each in the city." Zhao San's mind went blank, and he was completely stunned. He'd never seen tofu before, but the amber eggs had already become a hot topic in the county town these past few days. He'd heard that Wang Shenlu restaurant had introduced this rare ingredient, which could be prepared in various ways: cold salad, stir-fry, or porridge, and was shockingly expensive. He wanted to try it too, but each one cost 100 coins, and it would be even more expensive if cooked into a dish. It was simply beyond the reach of a gambling addict like him. In fact, Chu Bai sold each coin to Wang Shenlu for 80 coins, but he and manager Chiu agreed to tell the outside world that the purchase price was 100 coins, so that Wang Shenlu could raise the price and make money. But whether it's 80 or 100 coins, it's all out of reach for Zhao San. Seeing hundreds of amber eggs displayed in Chu Bai's house, Zhao San was speechless with shock, not to mention the pure white sugar, which cost 30 taels per caddy. Seeing his greedy yet fearful expression, Chu Bai knew the time was right, so he said coldly, "Have you finished looking? If you're done, get out." Zhao San felt both ashamed and resentful. In the past, Chu Bai was only ever deceived by him. When did he ever dare to speak to him like this? He gritted his teeth and said, "You just wait," before leaving in a sorry state. Not long after leaving the courtyard, Zhao San looked back again, his eyes filled with greed. Those 3 beautiful women, along with the white sugar and amber eggs, all made him incredibly eager. But Chu Bai had changed so much in the past few days, and the valuables in the courtyard were too outrageous, leaving him unable to figure out the details. Could it be that the old man Chu Bai mentioned is really a powerful figure with connections to the heavens? Otherwise, how could a fool afford to eat sugar that costs 30 taels a pound? 30 taels of silver is something many people can't save up in a lifetime, yet it's only the price of a pound of sugar. However, Zhao San quickly sneered again. A fool is still a fool. Even if he has powerful backers, he doesn't even understand the principle of not flaunting wealth. Sooner or later, he'll cause a big disaster. At the same time, Lin Xianer watched Zhao San's departing figure and couldn't help but worry. "Husband, aren't you afraid that he'll go around talking nonsense and cause us trouble by letting him know about the sugar and preserved eggs?" She also understood the principle of making money quietly. Although Chu Bai was now rich, he didn't have many ways to protect himself, and if he really encountered a powerful person, he might not be able to withstand him. Chu Bai smiled faintly. "It's all right. The amber egg can't be kept a secret for long. What's meant to happen will happen. Besides, what do you think I was busy with the past few days in the mountains?" Lin Xianer was slightly taken aback, as if she understood something. In fact, Chu Bai deliberately let Zhao San see these things in order to intimidate him. He had previously fabricated a story about an old man, and now that he's revealed this wealth, Zhao San will most likely assume it all came from that old man. Given Zhao San's selfish nature, he would never give up Chu Bai, this fat sheep, to anyone else unless absolutely necessary. With Uncle Wu and his son helping to deliver the preserved eggs these past few days, Chu Bai's life has become much easier. The 3 women have already learned how to make the preserved eggs, so he can earn 7 or 8 taels of silver a day without having to lift a finger. When he had some free time, he went hunting in the back mountains. He dared not venture far, only lingering nearby. To defend himself and to satisfy his interest, he made a bow modeled after the composite bow from his previous life. After practicing for a few days, he could now reliably shoot his prey within 10 meters. If anyone dared to cause trouble, it was hard to say who would end up dead. Lin Xianer thought for a moment and then said, "How about we ask Uncle Wu to come over first?" Chu Bai nodded. "That's fine. With Uncle Wu around, it's definitely safer. But a day or 2 is fine. It's not appropriate for it to last any longer." Lin Xianer said, "If that person really wants revenge, it will probably be within the next day or 2, and it won't take too long." Chu Bai glanced at her with some surprise, not expecting her to be so accurate. According to his predecessor's memories, Zhao San was always vengeful, If anyone wronged him, he would seek revenge that very day. Because of this, he intimidated many people, but he also suffered quite a few beatings. If Zhao San realizes what's going on, he will definitely take action within the next day or two. If he doesn't come after these few days, then he probably won't come at all. On the other side, Zhao San stared at Chu Bai's courtyard for a long time before hurriedly leaving. The sight of Lin Xiener and the other two fueled his rage. All he wanted now was to rush to a brothel and find a lover to vent his lustful desires. But as soon as he reached the village entrance, he ran into Wu Sihai, the village head of Wujiazwang. Wu Sihai sized him up with a smile. "Oh, isn't this Brother Zhao San? What brings you to Wu family village today? Are you here to swindle money from that fool again?" Upon hearing Chu Bai's name, Zhao San's anger flared up again. But Wu Sihai is not only the village head, but also the richest man in Wu family village. He is definitely not someone that a gambling addict like him can mess with. Soon, Zhao San's eyes lit up, and he had an idea. He immediately smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Master Wu is joking. Chu Bai is no longer a fool." Wu Sihai scoffed. "What? You actually consider that idiot a brother? Everyone knows that kid is just a fool who can be easily manipulated." Zhao San shook his head seriously. "Has Master Wu ever eaten amber eggs?" Wu Sihai paused for a moment, then nodded. Of course. In reality, he had never eaten it. He simply lied to appear as a village head and a wealthy man. Zhao San didn't doubt it. After all, Wu Sihai was the richest man in Wu family village, and just because he couldn't afford it didn't mean the other party couldn't afford it. He looked around and lowered his voice, saying, "Since Master Wu has eaten them, he must know that Wang Shenlu only has 100 amber eggs a day, and they are very expensive." At this point, a glint of greed flashed in Zhao San's eyes. "But I just saw at Chu Bai's house that his yard was full of amber eggs, at least several hundred." Chapter 34, Muramasa Takashi's 4Cs. Upon hearing Zhao San's words, Wu Sihai's eyelids twitched violently. Amber eggs? Hundreds of them? How is that possible? In his eyes, Chu Bai was nothing but a fool who only knew how to sponge off his parents. Even he couldn't bear to eat the amber eggs from Wang Shenlu often. So how did Chu Bai get so many? Wu Sihai lowered his voice and asked, "You're not seeing things, are you?" Zhao San immediately said, "Absolutely right." Chu Bai admitted it himself. "I suspect that he made that amber egg." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao San was stunned. He had originally only intended to use this opportunity to deceive Wu Sihai, but the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Wang Shenlu only sold 100 coins a day, yet Chu Bai could produce hundreds. If he didn't know how to make them, what made him so special? He then thought of how Chu Bai could afford sugar that cost 30 taels a pound, and his mind became even more confused. Could it be that Chu Bai made money selling amber eggs? But 100 amber eggs only cost about 10 taels in total. After deducting the cost, how much could he save in a month? Even if he really made 100 taels, he would never be willing to eat such expensive sugar. Zhao San quickly figured out the key point. It must be Chu Bai's grandfather. The white sugar was given by his grandfather, and the method for making the amber egg must have been passed down to him by his grandfather. As for why his grandfather took such good care of Chu Bai, it must be related to the porcelain bottle that Chu Bai tricked him out of that day. Thinking of this, Zhao San's eyes lit up. He felt he had finally seen through the truth. Chu Bai was still that good-for-nothing fool, and his current turnaround was entirely due to his grandfather. And all of this should have belonged to him, Zhao San. Wu Sihai didn't notice Zhao San's expression, but his mind was in turmoil. The last time he saw Chu Bai was when the wedding procession came to Wu family village. At that time, Chu Bai had just been swindled out of all his money by Zhao San and had married 3 worthless women. In Wu Sihai's opinion, Chu Bai wouldn't live much longer. Who would have thought that Chu Bai is not only alive and well, but the amber egg, which is extremely rare in the city, might actually have been made by him. Whoever masters this method is essentially holding a treasure trove. Seeing that Wu Sihai was interested, Zhao San leaned closer and whispered, "Master Wu, would you like to know how to make amber eggs?" Wu Sihai narrowed his eyes. "You have a way?" Zhao San laughed and said, "You are the village head of Wu family village, a person with an official position. It's not difficult for you to handle a fool." Wu Sihai's heart skipped a beat. Although the village head wasn't a real official, the villagers didn't understand, especially a fool like Chu Bai. A few words of intimidation might be enough to make him obediently hand over the goods. He looked at Zhao San. What benefits do you want? Zhao San, of course, wouldn't offer a plan for nothing. He chuckled and said, if Master Wu gets the formula, how about we split the profits 50-50ths when we sell amber eggs? Wu Sihai sneered on the spot. You think you're worthy of splitting the profits 50-50ths with me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Zhao San was furious, but dared not retaliate. He couldn't tolerate Chu Bai, a fool, insulting him, but Wu Sihai was the village head and the richest man in the village, so he could only force a smile when insulted by such a person. He immediately changed his tune. Master Wu is right. How about this? Once you get the recipe, just copy it for me. Wu Sihai sized him up, his disdain growing. Zhao San was a hopeless gambler. Such people were the least trustworthy. What if he lost so much he leaked the formula, and amber eggs were everywhere? What would be the point of his unique business then? However, on the surface, he nodded and said, okay, let's do it that way. In truth, Wu Sihai didn't take Zhao San seriously at all. His agreement, now, was merely a way to appease him. Once he got the formula, whether or not he would give it to Zhao San was entirely up to him. What could a gambling addict like Zhao San do? He waved his hand and said, go back and wait. Once I get the formula, I will have someone deliver it to you. Zhao San saw through his thoughts and quickly said, Master Wu, let me take you there. In case Chu Bai denies it, I can be a witness. Wu Sihai was taken aback, not expecting Zhao San to even bring out witnesses for money. He also understood that this scoundrel wouldn't be able to get rid of him anytime soon. However, with Zhao San there, if Chu Bai denied it, it would be a good opportunity to identify him face to face. At worst, we can wait for Chu Bai to hand over the formula, and then have the servants drive Zhao San away. Thinking of this, Wu Sihai nodded and said, okay, let's go together then. Zhao San immediately bent over and led the way. When they arrived at Chu Bai's courtyard, in an attempt to impress, he kicked the gate without saying a word. With a bang, the already rickety courtyard gate was kicked to the ground. The loud noise startled the people in the courtyard. Chu Bai looked up and saw the arrogant Zhao San and was slightly taken aback. This guy actually dared to come back. Could it be that he really found help? Sure enough, Zhao San glanced at Chu Bai with disdain, but turned around with a fawning expression. Master Wu, please come in. I have already opened the door for you. Wu Sihai nodded and led several fierce-looking servants into the courtyard. Chu Bai was taken aback when he saw Wu Sihai, but then he understood. Zhao San had seen a lot of good things at his house, and since he couldn't do anything about it, he turned to Wu Sihai, hoping to use the village headman to teach him a lesson. Chapter 35, Tearing Off the Mask. Wu Sihai entered the courtyard and looked around. He had been somewhat skeptical of Zhao San's words, but seeing Chu Bai standing unharmed before him, he was completely convinced. What surprised him even more was that Chu Bai looked even fairer than last time. Looking at Lin Xiner and the other two, Wu Sihai's eyes lit up. Last time, when they were escorting the bride, although they had dressed up specially, their clothes were worn and tattered, and they had traveled a long way, so they were inevitably haggard. Now that Chu Bai had made them new clothes and given them a few days of recuperation, the three of them looked much better. Wu Sihai, who had clearly seen them before, was still taken aback by their beauty. However, he didn't forget the important matter at hand and immediately asked, Chu Bai, I heard that the amber egg at Wanxian Tower was made by you? Chu Bai smiled faintly. That's right, I sold them all to them. Wu Sihai was taken aback by his quick admission, and his breathing quickened. The words he had prepared suddenly became useless. He composed himself and immediately adopted a defensive stance. Since you admit it, according to the laws of the U, a 10% tax is levied on the sale of goods. You've sold so many amber eggs. Have you paid any taxes? Upon hearing this, Zhao San immediately felt confident. As expected, Wu Sihai was resourceful. In the blink of an eye, he had seized on Chu Bai's weakness. Chu Bai Fawen Sai. He had only been here for half a month and didn't know much about the laws here. His predecessor's memories also contained little about taxes, so he really couldn't refute it for the time being. At this moment, Lin Xiner stepped forward and said coldly, the laws of the U clearly stipulate a tax of 1/30th. When did it become 1/10th? Moreover, when His Majesty ascended the throne, in order to allow the people to recuperate, he already issued an edict to abolish the tax on farmers entering the city and the tax on private merchants. Village Chief Wu, are you going to disobey the imperial decree and tarnish His Majesty's reputation? Upon hearing the words disobeying the imperial decree, Wu Sihai's expression immediately changed. This crime was too grave. Not only could he, a village head, not his entire family bear such a burden. Chu Bai glanced at Lin Xianar in surprise, inurditering. He hadn't expected her to shut Wu Sihai down with just a few words at such a crucial moment. Seeing that things were not going well, Zhao San quickly leaned close to Wu Sihai's ear and whispered a reminder. Master Wu, don't be fooled by this young woman. We're here to get the formula, not to collect taxes. Wu Sihai then realized what was happening and immediately adopted a righteous demeanor. Let's set aside the matter of taxes for now. But the amber egg is a national treasure, of great use to both the country and its people. Give me the formula, and I will pass it on to the county magistrate, who will then report it to His Majesty the Emperor. Chu Bai burst out laughing after hearing this. These two clearly wanted the formula, but they insisted on spouting a bunch of high-sounding platitudes. If it were the old fool, he might have actually been fooled. But the current Chu Bai is no longer the simple-minded fool he once was. He didn't bother with any more words, simply uttering one. Get lost. Wu Sihai's face darkened. Chu Bai, don't be so stubborn. Chu Bai's expression remained unchanged as he said again, get lost. Others might fear Wu Sihai, but he wasn't. Wu Sihai was nothing more than a local tycoon, and his position as village head was bought with money. He wasn't even a proper minor official, let alone someone who could climb up to the county magistrate or the emperor. Wu Sihai was utterly enraged and roared viciously. You're asking for it. Men, beat him up. If you break him, it's on me. In his eyes, Chu Bai was just a fool, and his father, old Master Chu, had already passed away. Even if something serious happened, no one would dare to interfere. The women were frightened by the fierce appearance of the Wu family servants, but they still stood together to block Chu Bai. If you want to hit my husband, hit me first. No one can harm my husband. Zhao San sneered. Chu Bai, is all you can do is hide behind women? Chu Bai pushed them aside and walked to the front, saying calmly, which eye of yours saw me hiding? This is clearly the affection of the ladies for me. Zhao San choked, not expecting Chu Bai to be so sharp-tongued now, and he couldn't gain any advantage at all. Wu Sihai grew impatient and said viciously, enough nonsense. Cripple him first, then capture those women. I don't believe he won't hand over the formula. He looked at Lin Xianer and the other two women, a wicked thought already forming in his mind. Once he obtained the amber egg formula and crippled Chu Bai, he could easily take these three women as concubines. After he was tired of them, he could sell them to brothels and make another fortune. Several servants immediately pounced on Chu Bai. Just then, Chu Bai suddenly looked behind them and called out, Uncle Wu, what brings you here? The servants were startled and instinctively turned around. Chu Bai seized the opportunity, grabbed a stick, and smashed it hard at the person closest to him. These servants are different from Zhao San. They did all the dirty work for Wu Sihai and were stronger than ordinary people. Chu Bai knew that a direct confrontation was not worthwhile, so he could only use trickery to take one down first and then slowly maneuver around them. Before he could turn around, he shouted urgently to Lin Xianer and the other two, You three, hurry up and go get someone. Su Qing and Li Han wanted to stay and help, but Lin Xianer pulled them away. We cannot become a burden to our husbands. She was equally afraid that Chu Bai would get hurt, but she knew even more clearly that staying and dying together was useless now. The only way to truly save Chu Bai was to find reinforcements as soon as possible. Chapter 36 Mind Your Own Business. Chu Bai engaged several servants, and Lin Xianer immediately led Li Han and Su Qing towards the courtyard gate. Seeing this, Zhao San immediately blocked their path, opening his arms and grinning. Little lady, where are you going? In Zhao San's eyes, no matter how intimidating Chu Bai was with a stick, he was still just a weakling who couldn't even kill a chicken and would be captured by the servants sooner or later. Lin Xianer and Su Qing were so frightened that their faces turned pale. In the past, when someone teased them, they only got the upper hand verbally, but Zhao San's posture clearly indicated that he wanted to take action. Li Han gritted her teeth and stood in front of the two men. Unlike Lin Xianer and Su Qing, she had been married in her early years, but she had caused the deaths of two husbands in a row, becoming a widow before even consummating their marriages. There was always gossip surrounding a widow, but those men who wanted to take advantage of her never succeeded. Zhao San looked at her mockingly. Oh, you want to be the first one to come with me? You, the Jinx, can stay with that idiot. I only need the other two. After saying that, He bypassed Li Han and went straight to Lin Xiner and Su Qing. But just as he passed Li Han, he was struck hard on the back of the head. Zhao San turned around in surprise and saw that Li Han had picked up a hoe at some point. Before he could speak, Li Han brought the hoe down hard again. With a thud, Zhao San staggered twice and collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiner and Su Qing were both stunned, but they didn't have time to be surprised because Chu Bai was still in danger. Li Han immediately said, "You two go find Uncle Wu, I'll go help my husband." After saying that, she grabbed the hoe and rushed towards Chu Bai. At this moment, Chu Bai held a long staff, forcing the servants to hesitate to step forward, but he couldn't gain any advantage either. He gripped the staff tightly, fully alert, not daring to swing it easily, because the staff in his hand was a deterrent, and once he used it, he might reveal a weakness. This stalemate was extremely exhausting, and Chu Bai couldn't hold out for long. Seeing Zhao San being dealt with by Li Han, Wu Sihai's face darkened, and he immediately roared, "Someone stop those two! The rest of you, hurry up and get them. If anyone gets killed, I'll take responsibility." Wu Sihai was unwilling to personally stop Lin Xiner and Su Qing, so he sent one of his servants to intercept them. As for Chu Bai's life, he didn't care at all. In Wu family village, suppressing a death wasn't difficult for his village. What he really cared about was the amber egg recipe in Chu Bai's hands. Once he got the recipe, everything else could be dealt with later. With Wu Sihai's words, one of the servants immediately blocked Lin Xiner and Su Qing, while the rest slowly approached Chu Bai. Once they got close enough, they could launch a sneak attack from behind and easily take Chu Bai down. Chu Bai circled around defensively, keeping an eye on his surroundings. Li Han rushed over with a hoe, not even giving her a chance to leave. Just then, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked towards the courtyard gate, calling out, "Uncle Wu, you're here." The servants didn't take it seriously at all, even showing disdain. Chu Bai had already used this trick before, and they wouldn't fall for it a second time. However, the next moment, the two servants standing behind suddenly heard a whoosh of wind. Just as they realized something was wrong, they turned around and saw a fist the size of a sandbag already right in front of them. Bang! Bang! After two muffled thuds, the last two servants were sent flying backward like kites with broken strings. Chu Bai stared wide-eyed. He knew that Uncle Wu had been a soldier and was skilled in martial arts, but those two punches were far too powerful. The remaining servants shrank back when they saw their companion fall. Relying on Wu Sihai, they feared no one in Wu family manor except Uncle Wu San. Years ago, they had also provoked Uncle Wu San and were severely punished, but Uncle Wu San kept a low profile and did not let the matter out. Seeing his servants terrified and losing face, Wu Sihai immediately roared, "What are you all standing there for? Get up here!" The two servants exchanged a glance and were about to rush towards Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu glared at them fiercely, and their legs went weak, leaving them rooted to the spot. Uncle Wu glanced at Chu Bai to make sure he wasn't injured before turning to Wu Sihai. His tone was calm but questioning. "Master Wu, I don't know what Chu Bai has done to offend you that you would bring your servants to beat him." The usually honest and unassuming Uncle Wu was now neither servile nor arrogant. Wu Sihai narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Uncle Wu, mind your own business." Uncle Wu shook his head and said, "When Mr. Chu was alive, he took good care of my second son. How can I be considered meddling in other people's business?" Wu Sihai glared at him, unable to utter a harsh word for a moment. He knew very well what his third uncle was capable of. He had heard that his uncle had studied under a high-ranking official in the army and learned formidable martial arts. Even the servants he had brought wouldn't be enough to defeat his third uncle alone. If he hadn't been wounded on the battlefield, Uncle Wu might still be holding his own in the army today. But Wu Sihai didn't want to give up so easily. He stared at Uncle Wu for a moment, then gave a wink to the two servants behind Uncle Wu. Chapter 37, Local Tyrant. Two servants immediately crept up to Uncle Wu, intending to ambush him from behind. Chu Bai saw this and was about to warn him when Uncle Wu, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, stomped his foot, and a long stick flew backward from the ground. With a thud, the long staff swept across the legs of two servants, knocking them to the ground. Chu Bai's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected his usually honest and unassuming Uncle Wu to possess such skill. Not only was Chu Bai surprised, but Wu Sihai was also somewhat bewildered. Back when Uncle Wu San had just retired from the army, he had tried to recruit him as a bodyguard, but Uncle Wu San refused, citing his weak martial arts skills and a disabled right hand. Although he had shown his skills a few times later, they were nowhere near as formidable as they were today. Wu Sihai even suspected that Wu Sanchu's discharge from the army was truly only due to his right-hand disability. Even with a broken hand, he was still far stronger than the average person, and even the best soldiers might not be able to defeat him. Chu Bai also had the same doubts, but now was not the time to ask. Seeing that all the servants he brought had been knocked down, Wu Sihai's face immediately darkened, and he threatened in a cold voice. "Wu Lao-san, do you want to raise the rent? Or do you not want to rent my land anymore?" After Uncle Wu was discharged from the army, his family was left with only 1 acre of poor land, which was not enough to support the 3 of them. They had to rent land from Wu Sihai. Every year, the rent and taxes weighed heavily on him, but he had no choice but to endure it, because if he didn't rent the land, he wouldn't even be able to pay the head tax. In the end, he had no choice but to sell the poor land and become a vagrant. Wu Sihai thought he had grasped his weakness and smugly waited for Uncle Wu to bow down. But Uncle Wu calmly said, "Fine, after the season's harvest, I won't rent your land anymore." Wu Sihai was taken aback. In the past, his third uncle would always beg him to rent land. Why the sudden change? Could it be because of Chu Bai? He immediately sneered. "Wu Lao-san, don't think you can live a good life just because you've hooked up with Chu Bai? Even if his amber eggs sell for a sky-high price in the county, what does that have to do with you? How much money can he give you? Is it enough to support your family? If you know what's good for you, I'll still rent the land to you, but the rent will be increased by 50%. No need." Uncle Wu shook his head. "Whether our family lives or dies in the future has nothing to do with Master Wu." Wu Sihai was immediately enraged. "You're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Your kung fu is good, but do you really think you can take on many people by yourself?" Uncle Wu didn't reply, but just watched him quietly. Wu Sihai waved his hand, pointed at a servant, and ordered, "Go, summon all the servants and guards in the house." After the servant hurriedly left, Wu Sihai looked at Uncle Wu and Chu Bai with disdain. "No matter who's here today, I've got Chu Bai under my thumb. It's no use who comes." But not long after, the servant who had just run out rushed back in a panic. Wu Sihai frowned and asked, "Why did you come back so quickly?" The servant pointed outside and stammered, Everyone's here." Wu Sihai was taken aback at first, then overjoyed, thinking that his own people had arrived. He immediately shouted at Chu Bai, "Chu Bai, hand over the formula now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Chu Bai ignored him and walked to Uncle Wu's side, asking in a low voice, "Uncle Wu, what brings you here?" Uncle Wu said, "Your third Aunt Sa-Zhao-san and Wu Sihai sneaking around looking for you. She was worried they would cause trouble, so she sent me over to check on them." Chu Bai then understood why Uncle Wu had arrived at the crucial moment. It turned out that Aunt Wu had sensed something was wrong beforehand and alerted him. He also realized that his previous arrangements might need to be adjusted. He added, "Third uncle, if too many people come later and you can't fight them, just leave first. Don't worry about me. If you can take those 3 with you, take them with you first." Chu Bai knew very well that Wu Sihai's main interest was the preserved egg recipe. As long as he didn't get the recipe, Wu Sihai wouldn't kill him for the time being. Even if he were captured, he could stall for time and find an opportunity to escape. Uncle Wu stared at the courtyard gate and said in a deep voice, "It's all right. Even if all of Wu Sihai's shrimp soldiers and crab generals were put together, they wouldn't be a match for me." He was usually low-key, but this time, for Chu Bai's sake, he was clearly prepared to fight to the bitter end. A moment later, the courtyard gate was pushed open, but it wasn't Wu Sihai's servants or guards who entered, but Wu Sanchu's son, Wu Urge. "Second brother?" Chu Bai breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the newcomer. Second brother Wu and third Uncle Wu looked 7/10 alike, only younger and stronger. Wu Sihai's expression changed, and he turned around to question the servant from before. "What's going on?" The servant, panting, explained, "Master, there are people everywhere outside. Almost everyone from our Wu family manor has come." Wu Sihai suddenly looked at Wu Sanshu. "Did you call them here?" Uncle Wu nodded. "Yes, it's me." Wu Sihai gasped in anger. If no one else were around, even if he really killed Chu Bai, he could easily make up an excuse afterward. But now that everyone in the village was here, it wouldn't be so easy for him to do something underhanded again. Uncle Wu said, "Master Wu, I don't know why you're causing trouble for Chu Bai, but with so many people here today, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything." Wu Sihai gritted his teeth and sneered. Do you really think I'm afraid of you peasants? In a sense, he was the local tyrant of Wujiazwang. Chapter 38 Moral Blackmal. Wu Sihai was used to running rampant in Wu family village and feared no one more than the villagers. In his eyes, the tenant farmers would run away from him like the plague. Who would dare to provoke him? Chu Bai snot gonli, mutlek pisan. Master Wu seems to have forgotten that without us mud-legged peasants, your title of master is just an empty shell. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers outside came in one after another. They had all heard Wu Sihai's insults clearly, and although they were angry, no one dared to retaliate. Most of them relied on renting land from the Wu family to make a living, and they could manage even when life was tough. But once Wu Sihai raised the rent, they would truly have no way to survive. Seeing the crowd cowering in fear, Wu Sihai grew even more smug. Empty shell? Ask them, who dares to oppose me? If I tell them to go east, who dares to go west? Chu Bai Shahut-sang. He knew about the hardships of tenant farmers in his previous life, but only after seeing these people in person did he realize the extent of their oppression. In good years, they could barely survive, but in years of famine, they would probably have no choice but to sell their children. Thinking he had Chu Bai cornered, Wu Sihai sneered. Chu Bai, if you hand over what I want today, I might spare your life. Otherwise, even if I kill you right in front of them, these peasants won't dare utter a word. The villagers' faces showed anger. Wu Sihai kept calling them peasants, treating them like they were not human. But when they met his fierce gaze, they all lowered their heads. Uncle Wu San was getting anxious. He asked Brother Wu Er to call the villagers, hoping to force Wu Sihai to back down by having more people. But unexpectedly, these people were still frightened. He couldn't help but shout, "Have you all forgotten how Wu Sihai bullied us? Guzi, how did your land become his? Liawa, how was your wife driven to hang herself?" Uncle Wu grew angrier as he spoke. "Old Tian Wu, have you forgotten how your father was beaten to death when he clashed with him back then?" Over the years, Wu Sihai has committed too many evil deeds in Wu family village. It's only because he is rich and powerful, has servants and guards under his command, and is adept at coercion and bribery that no one dares to stand up against him. Uncle Wu took a deep breath and continued to shout, "How long are you going to endure this? Are you only satisfied when he forces the whole village to the brink of destruction? If he dares to kill Chu Bai today, he'll dare to kill our wives, children, and elderly parents tomorrow." As the questions fell, someone finally raised their head, their eyes revealing long-suppressed anger and hatred. Seeing the situation was turning against him, Wu Sihai quickly hid behind the servants, feeling a little uneasy. Would these peasants really dare to lay a hand on him? He forced a smile and shouted, "What do you want to do, rebel?" Wu Laotian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Wu Sihai, it's time to settle our score from back then." Soon, more people came forward. Some said that Wu Sihai wanted to take his wife and forced her to go home and hang herself. Some said that during a famine, his family borrowed a few loads of grain and 4 acres of land were taken away. Others said that they couldn't repay the grain and were forced to send their daughters to the Wu family, where the 7-year-old children were forced to work until they died. What started as Wu Sihai trying to steal Chu Bai's amber egg recipe has turned into a village-wide condemnation of him. Enraged by the crowd's outrage, Wu Sihai finally panicked. If these unruly people were to kill him in a moment of impulse, how could he continue to be the Lord of Wu? At this moment, Zhao San suddenly got up from the ground. Actually, he had been awake for a while, but he was afraid of being caught, so he had been pretending to be unconscious. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, he could only lean close to Wu Sihai and whisper a reminder. "Master Wu, we are here today to get Chu Bai's amber egg formula, not to settle old scores with him." Wu Sihai glanced at him and sneered. "Don't I know?" After saying that, he took a step forward with a stiff upper lip and shouted to the crowd, "Have you thought this through? Chu Bai makes a lot of money in the city by selling amber eggs. Even if you stand up for him today, what benefits will he give you?" He swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice growing even colder. "Whoever continues to help him oppose me, I will raise their rent." Upon hearing this, many villagers hesitated. While Wu Sihai had indeed committed evil deeds, not everyone harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. If the rent were to be increased drastically just to help Chu Bai, they simply couldn't afford it. Uncle Wu hurriedly said, "Don't be fooled by him. If he dares to attack Chu Bai today, it will be our turn tomorrow. But despite the logic, many people still lowered their heads. It wasn't that they didn't understand. It's just that if they couldn't even survive this year, what would they have for the future? Seeing this, Wu Sihai became smug and turned to look at Chu Bai. Fool! Even if the king of heaven himself came today, he couldn't protect you. Unless you hand over the amber egg recipe to everyone who would risk offending me for your sake and then go hungry. This is clearly forcing Chu Bai and morally blackmailing him. You, Chu Bai, think you're so capable? Then hand over the formula. Otherwise, why should you reap all the benefits while others bear the risk of ruin and death? Many villagers looked on with hope after hearing this. They had all heard that Chu Bai sold amber eggs, but they didn't know how much he made. Now that Wu Sihai had specifically brought it up, it was clear that the business was extremely profitable. Uncle Wu hurriedly warned, "Young Chu, don't be fooled by him. Others may not know how profitable amber eggs are, but Uncle Wu knows best. He brings back 8 taels of silver for Chu Bai every day, and even after deducting costs, Chu Bai still earns several taels a day. In other words, that recipe is a hen that lays golden eggs. If Chu Bai were to hand it over easily, it would be tantamount to losing a mountain of gold." Chapter 39, I can teach everyone how to make tofu. Chu Bai chuckled, understanding that Wu Sihai's move was not moral blackmail, but it was even more ruthless. Why should others help him if there's no benefit to it? If they help him, Wu Sihai will still enjoy all the benefits alone, while the villagers will suffer as a result. Who would be willing to do that? However, Chu Bai had originally planned to help the villagers, and today's incident made him realize that he couldn't accomplish many things on his own. If he could unite the villagers of Wu family village as one, he would have an extra layer of protection. In the future, if Wu Sihai wanted to openly cause trouble, he would have to think twice. But before that, Chu Bai wanted to play a good trick on Wu Sihai. He asked with a deliberately mocking smile, "Should I share the recipe for amber eggs with everyone?" Then, changing the subject, she sarcastically asked, "Why don't you offer your land to everyone to share? Instead, you collect rent that's heavier than taxes every year." Many villagers looked disappointed. They knew Chu Bai wouldn't easily hand over the formula, but hearing this still left them feeling dejected. If I had the recipe for amber eggs, even if I couldn't become rich and powerful, at least I could pay the poll tax and live a more comfortable life. Wu Sihai sneered, "Those lands are all mine. Why should I give them to these peasants?" The moment the words "mud-legged fellow" were uttered, anger flared in the villagers' eyes. For years, Wu Sihai has been like a vampire, feeding off them and enriching himself by collecting rent. Now he even treats them as despicable people and humiliates them. Chu Bai's eyes darted around, and he pressed on, "Others only charge 50% for renting land, but you charge 70%, and you're going to keep raising the rent. Do you want to turn everyone in Wu family village into your slaves?" These words struck a nerve with everyone. With continuous years of disasters, the rent in neighboring villages was only 50%, but Wu Sihai kept raising it, eventually pushing it to 70%. Because of that extra 20%, countless families were ruined and people died. Wu Sihai's expression changed, and he angrily said, "This is your business, not mine. Whoever dares to help you today, I will raise their rent by 80%. Enraged, he once again resorted to raising the rent as his trump card. 70% of the rent was already suffocating everyone, and 80% was practically deadly. He didn't believe these peasants would dare to stand on Chu Bai's side. But he forgot that the villagers already hated the 70% rent payment to the core, and now that he was threatening them with 80%, their anger was instantly ignited. Uncle Wu was the first to cry out, "Master Wu, are you trying to kill all of us villagers?" With one person taking the lead, others also began to complain. 70% are already unable to survive, and 80% are practically left to die. If you really want to take 80%, you might as well go out and become a vagrant. Wu Sihai, you're trying to kill us. Wu Sihai didn't take these words to heart. In his view, a bunch of peasants, no matter how much they made a fuss, couldn't cause any real trouble. He said coldly, "I'm not really going to raise everyone's rent. Whoever helps Chu Bai, I'll raise their rent." After saying that, he secretly felt smug. With just one sentence, he could isolate Chu Bai. Uncle Wu was also somewhat flustered. The villagers were mostly there today because of Mr. Chu. They couldn't possibly risk their entire family's lives for Chu Bai. Although he is skilled in combat, he cannot solve everything with just his fists. If it were that simple, Wu Sihai would not have been able to act arrogantly and domineeringly in Wu family village for so many years. Seeing the villagers begin to hesitate, Wu Sihai became even more smug. He turned to Chu Bai and said, "Fool, unless you take out the amber egg recipe and distribute it to everyone today, you're definitely going to get a beating." In his mind, it didn't matter if Chu Bai really handed over the formula. Anyway, he wouldn't do it himself. In the end, he just forced these villagers to do the work for him. The villagers will make the amber eggs, but the money will all go into his pocket, which will save him the trouble. Chu Bai sneered, "If I take it out, will you get lost?" Wu Sihai narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically, "If you really take it out, what's wrong with me rolling around in front of you once?" He was more than happy for the formula to fall into someone else's hands. It would be much easier to snatch it from these villagers than from Chu Bai. Chu Bai chuckled and said, "I won't reveal the recipe for the amber egg, but I have another thing here that can help the villagers get rich." He was referring to tofu. The amber egg has already signed a contract with manager Chiu of Wangshenlu for 80 coins. If people find out now that the egg is not rare, it might actually be detrimental to him. Tofu, on the other hand, is different. Not only can it be prepared in many ways, but it's also cheap and easy to sell. As long as the villagers aren't lazy, not everyone may become rich, but making a living is definitely not difficult. Even if more people make tofu in the future and it becomes unsellable, he can still teach others how to make rice wine, cold noodles, mung bean jelly, and even rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. Wu Sihai was unaware of Chu Bai's thoughts and assumed he was trying to divert everyone's attention. He sneered, "An amber egg is rare enough. Do you have something else? Are you trying to trick us by not sharing the recipe?" Chu Bai sneered and turned to Li Han, saying, "Wife, go and get the tofu out for everyone to try." Li Han quickly brought out the freshly made tofu. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the white, tender, and novel object. Chapter 40, Can Tofu Really Make Money? Chu Bai beckoned everyone forward and gave each person a small piece of tofu to try. He and Li Han took care of all the villagers in the courtyard, including Wu Sihai and the servants. The tofu was freshly made. It's fine to eat it raw. Wu Sihai looked at the white, gritty thing in his hand with disgust and snorted, "You can eat this junk?" He then casually threw it on the ground. Uncle Wu frowned immediately upon seeing it. He had tasted tofu before and knew how delicious it was, especially since it was made from grains. How could he waste it like that? He walked over, picked up the piece of tofu, and put it directly into his mouth. "If Master Wu won't eat it, I will." Chu Bai quickly tried to stop him. "Third uncle, please don't." He didn't care about the tofu, but things that had fallen on the ground and gotten dirty were never clean to eat. Uncle Wu chuckled and started chewing. "It's all right. When I was in the army, I ate raw meat and tree bark. I didn't mind the dirt. Besides, this stuff tastes even better than meat. We can't waste it." Seeing this, Wu Sihai was even more disdainful. Wu Lao-san, a cripple, actually regarded a piece of broken tofu as a treasure. The other villagers hesitated for a moment, then also put the tofu into their mouths. The next moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Fresh, tender, and smooth, its delicate texture made it seem unlike anything made from grains. Some people couldn't bear to swallow it, chewing it repeatedly in their mouths. Others, more impatient, had already swallowed it and immediately asked if there was any more. Chu Bai laughed and said, "There's still plenty left. When you leave later, each of you can take a piece with you. Besides, tofu can be eaten raw, but it tastes even better when cooked." The villagers immediately became excited, but Wu Sihai frowned, thinking these peasants were simply ignorant. He turned to his servant and asked, "Is this stuff really edible?" The servant had just swallowed when he choked a little, then quickly nodded. "It's edible." Wu Sihai asked again, "Is it delicious?" The servant nodded subconsciously, then realized what he meant and quickly shook his head. "No, it doesn't taste good." Wu Sihai immediately saw through his lie and asked another servant. The man hesitated for a moment before honestly replying, "Master, this stuff actually tastes quite good." Wu Sihai's face grew even uglier. He glanced around and noticed that one of the servants hadn't eaten any tofu. Just as he was about to ask to take a bite, the servant seemed to read his mind, snatched a bite and stuffed it into his mouth first, then licked his lips with a look of unsatisfied enjoyment. These servants, though they work for Wu Sihai, don't actually eat anything good on a daily basis. At best, they just don't starve. Wu Sihai glared at him angrily and cursed. A starving ghost reincarnated. But he couldn't help but look at the tofu that Li Han had brought out and secretly regretted that he shouldn't have thrown away the piece earlier if he had known it was delicious. Chu Bai saw through his thoughts and asked with a smile, "How about giving Master Wu another piece?" Wu Sihai clearly wanted to try it, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. As the village head of Wu family village, what good things hadn't he eaten? It was just a piece of tofu, wasn't it? He refused with a stern face. "No need." Chu Bai smirked. "In that case, Master Wu, may you leave now?" Wu Sihai instantly flew into a rage. "What did you say?" Chu Bai said calmly. "Didn't you hear me? I told you to get lost." Wu Sihai was so angry that his face turned pale. Wu Sanshu immediately stood in front of Chu Bai, making it clear that if Chu Bai wanted to make a move, he would have to get past him first. Chu Bai walked around to the front of Uncle Wu and looked at Wu Sihai, saying, "You just said that as long as I can ensure that the villagers live a life free from worries about food and clothing, you will get out of my place." "What? Are you going to go back on your word now?" Actually, Wu Sihai had mentioned the recipe for amber eggs, but Chu Bai had brought out tofu instead. But as long as the villagers could live a better life, it didn't matter whether it was preserved eggs or tofu. Wu Sihai wanted to argue, but when he turned around, he saw all the villagers staring at him with hatred in their eyes. His heart sank, and in the end, he could only flick his sleeve and coldly snort, "Let's go." After saying that, he slunk away with his servants. Zhao San was so frightened that he hurriedly chased after them. "Master Wu, wait for me." The villagers dared not touch Wu Sihai, but they had no qualms about dealing with Zhao San. As soon as these people left, the villagers immediately surrounded Chu Bai, bombarding him with questions about how to make tofu, how much it could sell for, and how many copper coins he could earn in a year. More than Zhao San's fate, they were concerned about how much profit the tofu could bring. However, these peasant families usually bartered goods and rarely even saw copper coins, let alone dared to dream of silver. Chu Bai smiled and said, "As long as everyone doesn't slack off, I believe that making a surplus of 5 or 6 taels of silver every year is not a problem." These words struck the villagers like a heavy blow. 5 or 6 taels of silver. They might not have saved that much even after a lifetime of hard work. Someone asked incredulously, "Chu Bai, can tofu really make this much money?" Everyone else held their breath, afraid of missing a single word. Chu Bai nodded and said, 5 or 6 taels is considered low. As long as you work hard, it's not impossible to earn 10 taels of silver a year. Chapter 41, Tofu Distribution. Upon hearing Chu Bai's words, the villagers were all stunned, some even numb. 10 taels of silver? Let alone a lifetime, they might not be able to save up that much in 2 lifetimes. If they encounter a year of famine, they'd be lucky if they didn't have to sell their children and even lose money. But now Chu Bai is saying that as long as they follow him to make tofu, they can save 10 taels of silver a year. It's important to understand that he wasn't talking about earning, but about saving. In other words, if you really put into practice, you could easily earn at least a dozen taels of silver a year. Someone couldn't help but start calculating and asked, "Mr. Chu, how much does this tofu sell for per pound?" This is what everyone cares about most. No matter how good the tofu is, if it's sold at too high a price and no one buys it, then making money is just empty talk. Chu Bai seemed to see through their worries and asked with a smile, "How much do you think would be a suitable price?" The villagers looked at each other, none daring to speak. After a moment, someone tentatively asked, 5 coins a pound? Everyone gasped. 5 coins could now buy a liter of rice. Although the war had lessened and grain prices had dropped, rice was still expensive in the Chu dynasty. In earlier years, when the fighting was fierce, a liter of rice could even cost 10 or 20 coins, causing countless people to starve to death. But Chu Bai simply shook his head after hearing this. Someone hurriedly asked, "Does Mr. Chu think it's too high or too low?" Chu Bai did not answer directly, but asked, "If you were city people, how much would you be willing to spend on a pound of tofu?" The villagers scratched their heads, speechless. They were all country folk. How could they know how much money city dwellers were willing to spend? They only knew that city people earned copper coins for their work and were much wealthier than them, these peasants. Someone else casually remarked, "Then, 8 coins?" Chu Bai smiled and suddenly asked, "Do you know how much I advertised for each amber egg I sold to Wang Shenlu?" Everyone shook their heads. They had only heard Wu Sihai say that Chu Bai made money from the amber eggs, but they didn't know exactly how much. Chu Bai said 100 coins each. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped again. 100 coins for an egg. It was shockingly expensive. Chu Bai turned to Lin Xianer and asked, Xianer, what do you think is a suitable price for tofu per pound? Lin Xianer did a quick calculation and said, Husband, the cost of our tofu is only about 1 coin per pound, so we'll make a profit no matter how much we sell. She didn't lower her voice intentionally. Everyone could hear her clearly. Instantly, everyone's throats bobbed. How can such delicious tofu only cost 1 cent to make? Chu Bai nodded and said, In that case, let's set the price at 5 coins per caddy for now. The price wasn't actually low, but everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing it. If Chu Bai had really priced the tofu as high as amber eggs, they themselves didn't believe they could sell many. However, they also felt a little disappointed. Wouldn't they have earned much more if it sold for 8 or 10 coins per pound? Chu Bai explained, 1 coin is just the cost of materials. When you really calculate it, you also have to add manpower, resources, and time, so 5 coins is not high. The villagers nodded in agreement, agreeing that Mr. Chu was indeed well-educated and his words made sense. Lin Xianer also silently kept these words in mind. At this moment, another villager worriedly asked, Mr. Chu, what if so many of us sell tofu and can't sell it all? Everyone immediately looked at Chu Bai. Chu Bai laughed and said, It doesn't matter if we can't sell them. Tofu is not just tofu. It can also be used to make soy milk, tofu pudding, and tofu curd. If you're worried about it not keeping well, you can also make dried tofu. He paused, then added, Even if it really spoils, it can still be made into stinky tofu. These few words left the villagers dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to be selling tofu? Why are they also selling soy milk, tofu pudding, and even stinky tofu? Can you still eat spoiled tofu? Chu Bai didn't continue explaining. They might not believe him just by talking. They would understand once the product was made. Seeing that everyone was almost convinced, Uncle Wu asked, Young Master Chu, how do we make this tofu? Chu Bai said, It's not difficult. First, we need to make a stone mill like this. Upon hearing that a stone mill was needed, many people's expressions immediately changed. A stone mill might not mean much to Chu Bai, but for these poor families, it was a big deal. People whispered among themselves, How much would it cost to make a stone mill like this? The stones alone must be expensive, right? Uncle Wu was also somewhat bewildered. So making tofu required this? There was a stone mill at the entrance of Wu family village, but that was bought with everyone's money. Besides that, only Wu Sihai's family had one. The villagers grew increasingly worried. What if we don't sell the tofu and lose a stone mill in the process? Mr. Chu, we know you mean well, but we really can't afford something this expensive. They weren't trying to make things difficult for Chu Bai. They simply couldn't afford it. Chu Bai slapped his forehead, only then realizing he had overlooked the stone mill. He pondered for a moment and said, In that case, let's divide the work. Everyone immediately asked, How should we divide the work? Chu Bai said, I still have some money on hand, which can be used to buy a stone mill. If you want to make it yourselves, I can lend you the money. If you don't want to make it yourselves, you can push the tofu I've made out to sell. He continued, If you can't even afford to buy tofu, I can give it to you on credit, and you can pay me back after you sell all. Upon hearing this, the villagers' eyes lit up immediately. In that case, wouldn't they not even need to put up any capital? Chapter 42 Opening a Tofu Shop. Chu Bai's words resolved everyone's concerns. Not needing any initial investment, just pushing a cart to the city to sell tofu was already a huge favor. What else could they expect from Chu Bai? They couldn't exactly expect him to feed them. Even so, several people still looked worried. Lin Xianer sensed something was wrong and asked them if they still had concerns. The group lowered their heads in embarrassment, and one of them forced a smile and said that they also wanted to sell tofu, but they didn't have a cart at home, and even if Chu Bai was willing to buy tofu on credit, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to pay it back in the end. Chu Bai had previously mentioned that unsold tofu could be made in a hairy tofu or stinky tofu, but they had never seen these things before, so they were inevitably unsure. Uncle Wu got anxious as soon as he heard this and immediately scolded. Chu Bai has already brought the food to their mouths. Are you going to give them money for nothing? The group felt even more embarrassed. They weren't greedy. They were genuinely poor. Some families couldn't even afford a carrying pole, let alone a cart. When they needed to carry things, they would simply whittle a thick tree branch and borrow a rope from a neighbor. To put it bluntly, they were so poor that they couldn't even afford a rope to hang themselves. After a year of hard work, the remaining grain wasn't even enough to exchange for bran and chaff, so they had to dig for wild vegetables every day just to barely avoid starvation. Looking at the ashamed expressions of those people, Chu Bai also knew from his memories that they had not meant to make things difficult for him. They were just having a very hard time. He smiled slightly and said it was all right. He couldn't make enough tofu for everyone to sell by himself. If anyone really couldn't go out to sell, they could stay and help him make tofu, and he would pay them 1 tael of silver a month. The villagers were stunned by these words. Earning 1 tael of silver a month just for making tofu for Chu Bai? It was like a dream. Even city dwellers might not earn that much. Someone hurriedly asked him if it was true, even omitting the little in little gentleman. Chu Bai nodded in confirmation. He originally wanted to expand his business, and one person's energy is limited. Grinding tofu is physically demanding work, so it's best to save effort where possible. As for other ways to make money, he had some ideas in mind, but those things had to wait until later. He needed to expand his business to the capital first, since there were more wealthy people there. Soon, villagers started clamoring to make tofu with Chu Bai. With one person taking the lead, others followed suit, all wanting a stable wage. Chu Bai glanced around and found that most people wanted to stay and make tofu, but very few were actually willing to sell their tofu on credit. He understood why the villagers made this choice. After all, it was hard to say whether it would sell well, but the 1 tael of silver a month was a real thing. After thinking for a moment, Chu Bai simply said, since everyone wants to make tofu, why don't I rent a shop in the city, hire a few people to sell tofu, and have the rest of the people make tofu? Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. Someone then asked how much they would be paid per month if they were in charge of selling tofu. Chu Bai pondered for a moment and said that making tofu was physical labor, and he would be paid 1 tael of silver a month. If he was only responsible for selling tofu, he would be paid 800 coins. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with joy. Although 800 cash was not as much as 1 tael of silver, it was still a considerable sum, amounting to nearly 10 taels of silver a year. If a household had 2 people working in a shop, after deducting taxes, saving more than 10 taels a year was not difficult. Some people readily agreed, and others had no objections. Let alone 10 taels a year, even 4 or 5 taels of silver would be a coveted opportunity for them. Seeing everyone's excitement, Chu Bai reminded them that he only had enough money to open a tofu shop, and a shop only needed a limited number of people, so he probably couldn't accommodate everyone. Moreover, if the shop is located in the county town, people who come there will have to stay in the town, otherwise the daily commute will be a significant problem. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel disappointed, but they also knew that Chu Bai was right. A small shop doesn't need too many people, and Chu Bai's willingness to help them was already the best he could do. Chu Bai looked at Uncle Wu and handed over the task of selecting people and assigning tasks to him. He also instructed him that after delivering the amber egg to Wangshan tomorrow, he did not need to rush back. He could help him find a small shop with a courtyard in the county town and take it over. He could then make tofu directly in the county town. Uncle Wu nodded in agreement. Then, looking at the villagers who were staring at him expectantly, he thought for a moment and said, the tofu shop has limited slots, so let's give priority to the families who are in the most difficult circumstances. Hearing this, the group looked even more disappointed, but ultimately said nothing more. Chapter 43 first raised the issue of gender equality. Although every family in Wujiazwang was poor, poverty varied in severity. Some people were just struggling and could at least endure it, but for others, if they waited a few more days, they might really starve to death. Chu Bai noticed the expressions on everyone's faces and said with a smile, don't worry if you didn't get a turn this time. Right now, I only run 1 tofu shop. Once the tofu starts selling well, I'll definitely open a branch. He then publicly promised that he would do his best to ensure that everyone in the village had work and money to earn. The villagers, who had been disappointed, smiled again after hearing this. Whether or not this promise will come true in the future, at least Chu Bai's intentions are genuine. Everyone's efforts to help him today have not been in vain. Uncle Wu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then selected more than a dozen people from the villagers. Of course, he wanted to select more. But Chu Bai's money didn't come from thin air, and he couldn't let them be dragged back into hardship after just starting to enjoy a good life. Those chosen were overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Uncle Wu and Chu Bai. Those who weren't chosen were disappointed, but held no grudges. Once their tasks were assigned, the villagers gradually dispersed. After most of the people had left, Chu Bai called out to Uncle Wu and second brother Wu. Uncle, second brother, please stay for a moment. Uncle Wu looked at him suspiciously. Young Master Chu, is there something else? Chu Bai asked. I'm paying the villagers such high wages. Won't Uncle feel uncomfortable about it? Uncle Wu was the first person to help him. If it weren't for Uncle Wu, he would have been beaten to death by Wu Sihai's henchmen long ago. It's no exaggeration to say that the other party was kind to him. Uncle Wu immediately shook his head. It's a good thing that you're helping the villagers. How could I feel uncomfortable? Brother Wu Air, next to him, also nodded in agreement. Those villagers had to work hard making and selling tofu, earning only 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. But these people, who only helped deliver amber eggs, also received 1 or 2 taels a month, making their lives much easier. Chu Bai then revealed his plan. After the tofu shop opens, I want my third uncle to be the shop manager. That is, to help me manage those people. Uncle Wu was taken aback, but quickly understood and waved his hand. I can help find a shop, but I can't manage it. Putting aside everything else, I have to keep account for the money I make from selling tofu every day, and I can't do that. He's quite skilled, but he doesn't know many characters. He can manage people, but he's not suited for managing accounts. Chu Bai thought for a moment, then looked at Wu Urge and asked, what about Urge? He remembered that Wu Urge had studied in his father's private school for a few years, so he should be literate. Brother Wu waved his hand, saying, I'm afraid I can't do it. Chu Bai patted him on the shoulder. There's nothing you can't do. The villagers aren't bad people. Just arrange their work every day and keep track of the income and expenses. A tofu shop is, after all, just a small workshop and doesn't need complicated accounting. Brother Wu isn't very literate, but it's enough for him. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Chu Bai said again, Second brother, please do me a favor. Having said that, Wu Urge had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Chu Bai felt relieved and then said to Wu Sanshu, Sanshu, why don't you come along too? I'm afraid Urge won't be able to handle things alone. Uncle Wu shook his head. No need. If I go, who will deliver the amber egg to you? He didn't want to take advantage of Chu Bai. Chu Bai thought it made sense, so he set the wages. Since second brother is in charge, he will receive 2 taels of silver per month. Third uncle will continue to deliver the amber eggs, still 1 tael per month. Just as the two were about to decline, Chu Bai made the decision. All right, it's settled then. Seeing his resolute attitude, Uncle Wu and second brother Wu had no choice but to agree. After seeing the two off, Chu Bai turned to Lin Xiener, Li Han, and Su Qing with a hint of apology. I decided on the tofu shop without asking your opinions. You won't blame me, will you? Lin Xiener said with a smile. My husband is doing a good deed. How could we sisters disagree? Li Han and Su Qing didn't say much, but nodded slightly. They understood that Chu Bai had indeed paid the villagers too much, but these people had risked offending Wu Sihai to help Chu Bai today. It was only right that Chu Bai help them in return. Chu Bai breathed a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully to the 3 women, saying, Thank you for your understanding, ladies. Lin Xiener quickly helped him up. Husband, what are you doing? We sisters aren't petty people. You're making us feel so bad. In this era, the 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues bound everyone. After marriage, women had to obey their husbands and in-laws in everything, and had almost no real status of their own. So when Chu Bai actually bowed to them, the 3 women were all surprised. Chu Bai said earnestly, There's no need to be so formal. You are all my wives, and we are equals. He wanted to share his past life's concept of gender equality with them, so they wouldn't have to feel inferior like they used to. Whether it was Lin Xiener, Li Han, or Su Qing, they were all very cautious when they first married into the family. They had been treated like a burden, and were used to being looked down upon and treated with malice. It wasn't until they married Chu Bai that they felt respected for the first time, so they cherished it all the more. Upon hearing Chu Bai mention gender equality, all 3 women widened their eyes in surprise. Women can also go to school, learn to read and write, and even become shopkeepers and run businesses. Such ideas are too advanced for them to accept immediately. Rather than saying they can't accept them, it's more accurate to say that this era simply cannot tolerate such thoughts. Chu Bai nodded. Believe me, this day will come sooner or later. And I opened the tofu shop not just to do good, but because I really want to find another business to make money for our family. Chapter 44. The Dreams of Several Women. If Xiener likes doing business, once the tofu shop grows big, I'll make you the female manager. How about that? Chu Bai looked at Lin Xiener and the other 2 with tenderness and said, Honor and Qing are the same. If there's anything you want to do, just do it. You don't have to be trapped just because you are a woman. The three women were stunned. From childhood, they had only heard that women couldn't do this or that, and no one had ever told them that women could do whatever they wanted. Su Qing mustered her courage and asked, "Can I also want to paint and become a doctor?" Chu Bai nodded. "Of course. If you want to study medicine, I'll find someone to teach you. If you want to study painting, I'll also find you a teacher." Su Qing's mouth dropped open in surprise. Before, when she mentioned these things to her family, she would only be scolded. Now, Chu Bai not only didn't laugh at her, but genuinely supported her. A wave of emotion washed over her, and her gaze towards Chu Bai softened. Chu Bai rubbed his back and looked at Li Han. "Honor, what about you? What are your dreams?" Li Han shook her head and said softly, "I have no dreams. The only thing I want to do is to serve my husband well." She hadn't even consummated her marriage before 2 husbands died in quick succession, earning her the reputation of being a money loser and a jinx. Even she herself had doubts about whether she was truly that unlucky. Until Chu Bai appeared, like a ray of light shining into her gloomy life. So she had no other thoughts but to take good care of Chu Bai. Whatever Chu Bai wanted her to do, she would do her best to do it. Chu Bai was unaware of her thoughts and simply said gently, "Okay, whenever you think of something you want to do in the future, just tell me, and I will definitely help you achieve it." Li Han nodded gently, but her resolve only grew stronger. She was determined to take care of Chu Bai for the rest of her life. Chu Bai glanced at the sky and said, "It's still early. I'll go to town to find a craftsman and have some more stone mills made. If he were just making tofu at home, 1 stone mill would be enough. But now that he's planning to open a tofu shop and has hired so many people, 1 stone mill is definitely not enough. He'll need at least a dozen more." The craftsman who had previously made stone mills for Chu Bai was overjoyed when he heard that Chu Bai was going to make more than a dozen this time. These days are tough, and making a living with your skills is even harder. A few days ago, Chu Bai asked him to make a stone mill and offered high price. He gritted his teeth and even bought pork, something he never did before. He still remembers the taste. Now that Chu Bai had placed another large order, the craftsman was practically a god of wealth in his eyes. He readily agreed and even offered Chu Bai a significant discount. Seeing that he was happy, Chu Bai suddenly asked, "Are you interested in coming back to Wu family village with me?" The craftsman was taken aback. "What do you want me to do, sir?" Chu Bai said, "Just stick to what you're good at. Don't worry about anything else. Just make whatever I tell you to make." His motivation stemmed from his admiration for the craftsman's skill. Last time, he had only spoken a few words, and the craftsman had already made a stone mill for making tofu, clearly demonstrating his dexterity. Chu Bai still has a lot of ideas in his mind that he can't possibly create on his own. Having a reliable craftsman by his side would make things much easier in the future. The craftsman hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Going is fine, but I don't know how the wages will be calculated. Will be based on how many pieces I make each month." Chu Bai shook his head. "I'll give you 1 tael of silver a month. If there's a lot of work, there will be overtime pay and extra bonuses." The craftsman looked bewildered. "Overtime pay? Bonus?" Chu Bai explained, "I only require you to work for 5 hours each day. If you work more than 5 hours, I will pay you extra. If you create something new and good, I will also give you a reward." The artisan was instantly captivated. He might seem to have a skill, but his life isn't exactly glamorous. Even if he works his hardest, he might not earn half a tael of silver a month. Now, Chu Bai is offering a tael, plus overtime pay and bonuses. It would be foolish not to accept such a good deal. He immediately said, I'll go right now." As he spoke, he even wished he could pack his bags immediately and go to Wu family village with Chu Bai. Chu Bai quickly stopped him. "Don't rush. If you go now, I don't have a place to settle you. You should finish making the stone mill these next few days, and I'll find you a place to stay before you go to Wu family village." The craftsman was somewhat disappointed, but he still nodded in agreement. Even if he didn't go for the time being, those dozen or so stone mills would be enough for him to make a fortune. After leaving the craftsman, Chu Bai took another stroll around the town. Since he was going to open a tofu shop, many things needed to be prepared in advance, the most crucial of which was the material for making tofu. Although gypsum could be used, it was rare, and he couldn't very well go to the Taoist temple to pretend to be sick and beg for it every time. Moreover, he paid the villagers a decent wage, so he figured he could keep the secret of the tofu for as long as possible. Therefore, he planned to find some salt lumps and make his own brine. He'll prepare the brine, have the villagers pour it into the soy milk, and nobody will know what it is. It's not that he doesn't trust the villagers, but rather that while one shouldn't have the heart to harm others, one must be wary of them. If the villagers choose to make tofu themselves in the future, he can naturally tell them the secrets of using brine or gypsum water. But since they're working with him now, this secret must be kept for a while. Actually, you could buy salt from the official salt merchants to make brine. But official salt was too expensive. It was fine for everyday cooking, but using it to make large quantities of brine would be too wasteful. Salt lumps also contain salt. People these days are used to hunger and have strong stomachs, so using them to make tofu shouldn't cause any major problems. Chu Bai searched the town for a long time, but couldn't find the salt he wanted. He hesitated for a moment, thinking that he should go to the salt shop to take a look. Even if it was more expensive, it would only add a little to his costs. Just as he was about to enter the salt shop, a shifty-looking man suddenly approached and asked in a low voice, "Sir, do you want salt?" Upon hearing this, Chu Bai immediately turned around in surprise. Chapter 45, Buying Smuggled Salt. Chu Bai turned around in surprise, and after seeing the man's attire, he immediately realized that he had encountered a salt smuggler. Like many dynasties, the Diyu dynasty operated its salt and iron industries under the government. However, the profits from salt were so high that even though smuggling salt was a capital offense, some people still took the risk. As long as they didn't get into trouble, they could live a comfortable life through this trade. Chu Bai looked at the man and asked him how he knew he needed salt. The man chuckled and said that he had seen Chu Bai wandering around the salt shop for a long time. So he must have thought that the official salt was too expensive and wanted to find some cheap smuggled salt. Chu Bai nodded, thinking to himself that this man had a good eye, and then directly asked him how much salt he had and how much he planned to sell it for per pound. The man didn't immediately quote a price. Instead, he asked Chu Bai how much he wanted. Chu Bai smiled and said, "The more the better, of course, but I don't know if the other party can afford it." He wants to make brine-soaked tofu, and about 1 pound of salt is needed for every 100 pounds of tofu. If he only makes 100 pounds a day, it's not a lot, but the price of salt is ridiculously high right now. 1 pound of government-issued salt has risen to 81, which is 6 or 7 times more expensive than usual. The cost of salt, when factored into the price of tofu, would increase the cost by almost 1 coin per pound. If more fermented tofu were to be made in the future, even more salt would be needed, and the cost of salt alone would significantly reduce the profit margin. That's why Chu Bai didn't want to buy government-issued salt. The man hesitated for a moment, then asked Chu Bai to give a specific number. Chu Bai replied that it should be at least 2 or 3 caddies per day. Upon hearing this, the man was stunned. He had thought he would be lucky to sell half a jean, but Chu Bai was asking for 2 or 3 jean every day. This was nothing like an ordinary person buying salt. Seeing him in a daze, Chu Bai asked him with some displeasure whether he had or not. The man gritted his teeth and retorted, "Could it be that I'm blind to your greatness? You're not here to buy salt, but rather as a hanger-on sent by the officials." Chu Bai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Does this young master look like I need to serve those people?" The man was taken aback, then realized what was happening. Although Chu Bai wasn't dressed extravagantly, he didn't seem like someone who lacked money either, and he even had a scholarly air about him. This kind of person certainly didn't seem like a lackey of the officials. He quickly smiled apologetically, saying that he had misspoke and asked the young master to forgive him. He also said that although Chu Bai wanted a lot of salt, he could provide it. Chu Bai nodded and asked about the price. The man looked around and lowered his voice, saying, "Since you want a large quantity, it will be 50 coins per caddy." 50 coins a pound was a price Chu Bai could barely accept. Even spread across tofu, it would only cost half a coin. But he knew it was still too high. He sneered, "Do you think I'm stupid? Official salt costs only 80 coins, but you dare to sell your smuggled salt for 50? Ordinary people buy smuggled salt not just because it's cheap, but because it's cheap enough. 50 coins might sound like 30 coins less than official salt, but that's far from the true bottom price of smuggled salt." The man quickly explained that he wasn't selling the cheap, illegally boiled salt, but rather the same high-quality salt as the official salt. Chu Bai's eyes darted around, and he glanced back at the salt merchants behind him, immediately understanding what was going on. This man probably really did have connections with the officials, but he wasn't a lackey of the yamen runners. He was someone from the salt merchants. The so-called smuggled salt in his possession was mostly official salt obtained by embezzling from salt merchants. Chu Bai then changed his question and asked, "What if it's cheap? This young master doesn't need good salt. Just the worst coarse salt will do." The man was taken aback. He had seen that Chu Bai was dressed cleanly and had intended to sell the official salt as smuggled salt for a good price, But he did not expect that Chu Bai would not want the fine salt and instead wanted the coarser, inferior salt. Chu Bai rolled his eyes and pressed him to tell him whether he had it or not, and if not, he would leave. Anyway, he wanted the cheap coarse salt used for making tofu, not the fine salt used for cooking. The man quickly said he did, and even admitted that he had cooked coarse salt at home before. If Chu Bai didn't mind, he would only charge 20 coins per pound. Chu Bai could accept the price of 20 coins, but he still tentatively said 20 coins is too expensive. If it's 10 coins per caddy, I can take 100 caddies first. The man's eyes widened instantly. Even at 10 coins per pound, 100 pounds would cost 1 tael of silver, which was no small business. He tried to bargain, saying 10 coins was too little and asking how about 15. Chu Bai didn't say a word and walked away. Since this man's family has boiled salt, it means there must be other people in the neighborhood doing the same business. A little asking around will surely make it easy to find a place selling coarse salt. He secretly blamed himself for not asking clearly before leaving home. If he had asked Li Han and Su Qing, they would definitely know the inside story. Seeing that Chu Bai was really about to leave, the man hurriedly chased after him and grabbed him, saying repeatedly, "Young master, don't go. 10 coins it is." Chu Bai stopped in his tracks, but added, 10 coins will do, but you have to give me a pound of fine salt. Chapter 46, Selling Tofu. Upon hearing Chu Bai's words, the salt seller was stunned. Chu Bai had initially acted as if he had plenty of money, but in the end, he even asked the man to pay an extra pound of fine salt. The man hurriedly pleaded with a pained expression, saying he really didn't earn any money and couldn't afford to give it away. Chu Bai merely glanced at him and coldly snorted, "If that doesn't work, I'll just leave." Upon hearing this, the man became anxious and quickly grabbed him, repeatedly agreeing to deliver the salt. Chu Bai was then satisfied and agreed that 100 caddies of coarse salt would be delivered to the county town the next day, while the fine salt would be sent to Wuji Yazwang. The two were strangers, and Chu Bai didn't offer a deposit. The man was also afraid of being scammed, so they could only agree on a time to exchange money for goods. Besides, Chu Bai hadn't found a shop in the county town yet, and it wouldn't be convenient for him to carry over 100 caddies of salt himself. After settling the salt deal, Chu Bai wandered around the town again and bought a lot of cloth from the place where he had bought the steamer cloth last time, intending to use it as gauze. It seems there's no real gauze in this era, and I haven't seen any in the county town either. Gauze can be used to filter soy milk, and it will come in quite a few other uses later. If the demand increases significantly in the future, Chu Bai will probably have to find a way to make it himself. After finishing his chores, he went home. As soon as he entered, Lin Xiner brought him a bowl of water and gently told him to rest first, adding that Li Han had already steamed a large pot of buns and they would be able to eat soon. Chu Bai took the water, looking at Lin Xiner and Li Han, feeling very content. After a busy day, he came home to find someone serving him tea and water, and someone preparing dinner early. This was the idyllic life he longed for. During the meal, Chu Bai told the three women about his plans to make brine and buy coarse salt. He explained that what he was doing might seem unkind, but he wasn't trying to protect himself from the villagers, but rather from the merchants in the city. Once tofu becomes popular, others will inevitably imitate it. As long as outsiders don't know the uses of gypsum or brine, they won't be able to make tofu, and this business can remain firmly in his and Wuji Yazwang's hands. Lin Xiner didn't blame him after hearing this, only saying that she and her two sisters understood his good intentions. Chu Bai felt a warmth in his heart and was even more grateful to his wives. He then mentioned that he had bought 100 caddies of coarse salt for 10 coins per caddy and would deliver it to Uncle Wu the next day once Uncle Wu found a suitable shop. Lin Xiner was somewhat surprised to hear this, saying that the price wasn't too expensive, but she had thought it would be cheaper to buy so much. Chu Bai breathed a sigh of relief, but was also somewhat frustrated. He thought he had bargained hard, but turned out he hadn't gotten much of a bargain, and he suddenly felt like the clown himself. He could have bought some cheap smuggled salt from Manager Chiu of Wangshenlu, but smuggled salt was illegal and could easily give others a handle against him. Chu Bai wanted to reduce costs, but didn't want to give anyone a reason to use it against him, so he had to do it himself. After the meal, Chu Bai asked his family to soak more soybeans. Once Uncle Wu San found a shop, he planned to take the tofu to Wangshenlu the day after tomorrow. He was very confident in his tofu, but 5 copper coins a pound was still not cheap. He needed to first establish Wangshenlu's reputation. Once the brand was established, sales would naturally follow. The next day, after delivering the amber egg, Uncle Wu indeed found a suitable shop in the county town. Knowing the approximate location, Chu Bai instructed second brother Wu to lead the chosen villagers to the county town first. Afterwards, he contacted the man who sold smuggled salt and had the coarse salt delivered to the agreed-upon location. Once the tofu was ready at home, Chu Bai and Uncle Wu headed to Wangshanli together. Upon seeing Chu Bai, Manager Chiu immediately greeted him with a fist and palm salute, but his tone carried a hint of complaint as he said that he had already asked Uncle Wu to convey his hope that Chu Bai would send more amber eggs every day. Chu Bai nodded in acknowledgement that Uncle Wu had mentioned it, but said calmly, "It's not that I'm making things difficult for Manager Chiu, but amber eggs are hard to come by, and you can't have as many as you want." He wasn't being polite. Shopkeeper Chiu clearly made money from amber eggs, yet he still complained to Chu Bai, which made Chu Bai very unhappy. If he hadn't wanted to use Wangshanlu to promote his tofu, he would have turned on him on the spot. Manager Chiu noticed his displeasure and quickly apologized, saying that too many customers had come from far and wide recently, and he had been in a hurry. It's easy to tell from these words that preserved eggs are indeed incredibly popular right now. People are coming not only from the county town, but even from the prefectural city specifically to try them. However, Chu Bai only supplies 100 a day, and many customers haven't had a chance to eat them yet. Chu Bai sneered and said that Manager Chiu should not blame him for not thinking of Wangshanlu when he had good things. Today he brought some new things with him. Upon hearing this, Manager Chiu's eyes lit up immediately. Thanks to the amber eggs, Wangshanlu had made a lot of money lately, and now Chu Bai had brought new goods, making him practically his god of wealth. He quickly pressed for details about what good stuff it was. Chu Bai opened the bundle he had brought, revealing snow-white tofu, and said, "It's the tofu I mentioned to you last time." Shopkeeper Chiu looked at the white and tender thing in front of him with a puzzled expression and asked how to eat it. Chu Bai casually replied, "It's simple. It can be pan-fried, stir-fried, stewed, deep-fried, and even eaten raw or in salads. There are many ways to eat it." Chapter 47, Tofu Sales Channels. Upon hearing Chu Bai's introduction, Manager Chiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Tofu could be eaten raw, in salads, fried, stir-fried, braised, or stewed. It had even more ways to be prepared than amber eggs. Thinking about the booming business that the amber eggs brought to Wangshanlu, Manager Chiu's breathing quickened. Wangshanlu had already made a fortune from the amber eggs alone. Now that there were even more tofu varieties, wouldn't they earn even more? His eyes immediately reddened as he asked, "Brother Chu, how much do you plan to sell this tofu for per pound?" He had already made up his mind that no matter how high Chu Bai asked, he would take it. Chu Bai smiled slightly and held up 5 fingers. Shopkeeper Chiu hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, 500 coins? The price was slightly higher than he had expected, but still within his budget. He immediately said, 500 coins it is, but we have to agree that the tofu, like the amber eggs, can only be sold to Wangshanlu, not to any other restaurant. Uncle Wu, standing behind Chu Bai, was dumbfounded. Chu Bai had previously said that tofu would cost 5 coins per pound, which they all thought was too expensive, but they never expected that Manager Chiu would directly ask for 500 coins. 500 coins is no small sum for an ordinary family. Some might even sell their daughters for that money. But now, that amount is only enough to buy a pound of tofu. Uncle Wu stared at the tender white tofu, feeling both absurd and shocked. Chu Bai didn't notice his expression and just smiled and explained, Manager Chiu misunderstood. I didn't mean 500 coins. Shopkeeper Chiu was taken aback, his face showing even greater surprise. Could it be 5 taels of silver? Isn't that too high? This time, Chu Bai was stunned. He clearly meant to say less than 500 coins. So why did Manager Chiu raise the price? Seeing the other party's hesitant look, Chu Bai couldn't help but waver. Why not just stop promoting tofu and sell it to Wangshanlu for 500 coins a pound? That will make a lot more money than 5 coins a pound. Before he could speak, Manager Chiu gritted his teeth and said, 5 taels is indeed too high. How about 3 taels of silver per caddy? What do you think, Brother Chu? Chu Bai couldn't help but laugh and said, Manager Chiu has really misunderstood. What I meant was that this tofu costs 5 copper coins per pound. 5 copper coins. Shopkeeper Chiu was utterly shocked. In his opinion, amber eggs can be prepared in fewer ways than tofu, yet they can sell for 80 coins each, which works out to over 600 coins per pound. Tofu, on the other hand, has many more ways to be prepared, so it should be more expensive. He was even guessing as low as 500 coins. But Chu Bai actually said he would only sell it for 5 coins a pound, which was completely beyond his expectations. He couldn't help but wonder if Chu Bai had suddenly changed his mind. Chu Bai looked at him and continued, "That's right, it's 5 coins a pound. I came here this time to ask Manager Chiu for help in promoting the tofu." Manager Chiu asked suspiciously, "You want me to recommend it to the diners?" Chu Bai shook his head and said, "No need. Today I will first send 30 caddies of tofu to Wangshenlu, and then teach the chefs a few ways to cook it. You just need to tell the diners that this is another new ingredient that I, Chu, who brought the amber eggs, have brought." As for how much tofu would cost after being cooked into a dish, Chu Bai let Manager Chiu decide for himself. After listening, Manager Chiu pondered for a moment, then asked if he could just pass on the recipe to Wangshenlu. Chu Bai shook his head again. If tofu is to be sold, you naturally have to teach people how to make it taste good. Otherwise, people won't know how to eat it after buying it, and the market won't open up. Manager Chiu understood this principle, but he still wanted to make more money from the tofu. However, this time he didn't dare to lower the price like last time, because with the amber egg as a base, even if Wangshenlu didn't help, other restaurants would compete to promote Chu Bai's products. He sighed and readily agreed. "All right, since Brother Chu has asked, I'll help you with this." Chu Bai smiled and said, "Don't worry, Manager Chiu. I won't let you help me for nothing. I have a mapo tofu recipe here, which I won't share. You can treat it as a specialty of Wangshenlu." Shopkeeper Chiu was overjoyed. Although he couldn't have all the ways to eat tofu, being able to leave behind one unique dish was already quite remarkable. In truth, Chu Bai knew that mapo tofu required a special seasoning like dogwood, and even if the recipe were to spread, ordinary families might not be able to make it successfully. The easiest way was to eat it at a restaurant. After reaching an agreement, Chu Bai began teaching the chefs at Wangshenlu how to make tofu. Tofu with scallions, tofu with preserved eggs, pan-fried tofu, stewed tofu, and mapo tofu. One dish after another was quickly served. Before long, a rich aroma wafted from Wangshenlu, attracting diners outside to peek in. "What's that smell? It smells so good." Everyone sniffed hard and couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing his chance, Manager Chiu immediately went out to spread the word that Chu Bai had brought new ingredients. The news immediately piqued the interest of the diners. They had been longing for the amber eggs from last time, and now that Chu Bai had brought something new, they were naturally eager to try it. Chapter 48 Business is booming. Manager Chiu was very generous this time, giving away the tofu dish that Chu Bai had instructed the chefs at Wangshenlu to make to several diners present for free. After delivering the vegetables, he took the opportunity to promote Chu Bai's business. "Everyone, Brother Chu has opened a tofu shop in the east of the city. If you want to buy tofu in the future, you can go there on your own." He also explained that there are many other ways to eat tofu besides mapo tofu, and Chu Bai will compile them into recipes so that he can make them at home when he buys them. Upon hearing this, everyone's interest grew even stronger. Someone picked up a piece of tofu with their chopsticks, tasted it, and their eyes immediately lit up. They hurriedly asked Chu Bai how much the tofu cost per pound. Chu Bai smiled and said, "It's not expensive, only 5 coins a pound." The moment the price was announced, the diners present couldn't sit still. Most of the people who could afford to eat at Wangshenlu were quite well off, and 5 coins were practically nothing to them. Immediately, some people wanted to buy 2 caddies to try it out. Chu Bai seized the opportunity to say that his tofu shop was located in the east of the city, but it hadn't officially opened yet. When it opened, anyone who bought more than 2 jin of tofu would receive a free tofu recipe, except for mapo tofu. He then mentioned that once the tofu shop is stable, they will gradually start making soy milk, soy juice, tofu pudding, tofu curd, dry tofu, and other food items, and welcome everyone to come and visit. Upon hearing this, Manager Chiu's eyes lit up immediately. He said, half complaining and half jokingly, "Brother Chu, you didn't tell your old brother about these things earlier." Chu Bai explained that soy milk and tofu pudding were just small items costing a few coins, and he was afraid they wouldn't catch the eye of Manager Chiu, so he didn't mention them specifically. Manager Chiu thought about it and agreed. The cheapest dishes at Wangshenlu cost 20 or 30 coins, so it was indeed unsuitable to sell items that cost only a few coins in a restaurant. He immediately cupped his hands in greeting, indicating that he would personally visit Chu Bai's tofu shop to offer his congratulations on its opening day, which was a great honor for Chu Bai. As dish after dish of tofu was served, the reputation of tofu quickly spread around Wangshenlu restaurant. The entire city eagerly awaited the opening of Chu Bai's tofu shop. They had heard of amber eggs before, but at 100 coins each, most people simply couldn't afford them. But tofu was different. It cost 5 coins a pound, about the same price as rice, and anyone could grit their teeth and buy some a try. What's even more appealing is that a recipe is included with purchases of 2 jin or more. Although there aren't many literate people in the county town, it's still much better than in the countryside, and some gourmets have already decided to try each recipe one by one. Finally, after Chu Bai had made all the preparations, the tofu shop officially opened. Manager Chiu also arrived as promised, having prepared gifts in advance to offer his congratulations. After exchanging pleasantries, Manager Chiu bought 100 jin of tofu. Subsequently, many wealthy households in the county also sent their stewards and servants to make purchases. Chu Bai had prepared 300 caddies of tofu for the opening, but it was sold out in less than an hour. Those who didn't manage to buy any were naturally disappointed, but they heard that making tofu was complicated and that the earliest they could get new stock was the next morning, so they could only leave with regret. Upon seeing this, Chu Bai immediately ordered many more tofu recipes to be printed and distributed to those who hadn't been able to buy tofu. Since the money for the printing plates had already been spent, printing more wouldn't be a problem. Although everyone returned empty-handed, their resentment subsided considerably after receiving the recipe. However, upon seeing the tofu dishes depicted on it, many people became increasingly tempted and, for the first time ever, took their families to Wangshanlu restaurant. Seeing how popular the business was on its first day of opening, Chu Bai simply gave the villagers in the shop a half-day off and gave each of them 10 coins as a celebratory gift. 10 coins wasn't much, but it made the villagers extremely grateful. Afterwards, Chu Bai readjusted their division of labor. The most time-consuming part of making tofu is soaking the soybeans. The soybeans need to be soaked a day in advance so that grinding them is easier. During the downtime, people can't be idle, so Chu Bai asked the villagers who make tofu to come out and sell tofu after they finish their work. As for the problem of not knowing how to use a scale, he already had a solution. All the molds were made to the same size, and a piece cut according to the mold was a standard pound, so even if there were slight differences, it was within a reasonable range. However, the situation on the second day was still beyond Chu Bai's expectations. He had 500 caddies of tofu prepared, but it was sold out in less than 2 hours, and many people still complained that they couldn't buy any. Seeing the overwhelming demand, Chu Bai simply opened a tofu shop in the west, north, and south of the city. This way, people from all over wouldn't have to travel too far to meet the city's needs. After the 3 new shops opened, Chu Bai hired more than 30 villagers from Wu family village. Their wages were the same as before, 1 tael of silver per month, with no difference. With Chu Bai's tofu shop, the villagers of Wujiazwang had a clearer hope for the future, and their faces lit up with pride. Even when they saw Wu Sihai, they were no longer as afraid as before. After all, the wages Chu Bai paid were enough for them to pay the poll tax and various other taxes. If it weren't for the fact that the crops in the fields hadn't been harvested yet, they wouldn't even want to work for Wu Sihai anymore. Some people even went directly to Wu Sihai and said that they would no longer rent his land after this year's harvest. Wu Sihai was furious when he found out, but he was powerless to do anything about the villagers. To make matters worse, his rent was too high, and people from other villages were unwilling to come and farm there. If these villagers really give up their rent, his land will probably have to lie fallow, and once the land is abandoned, his good days will be over. Chapter 49, A Scoundrel Comes Knocking. As more and more people joined Chu Bai's tofu workshop, Wu Sihai gradually became panicked. Even if his fields were left uncultivated, he still had to pay taxes. In the past, villagers would farm for him, so he never had to worry. But now that everyone had gone to work for Chu Bai, he and his few servants simply couldn't manage it all. The thought of having to use his own savings to pay taxes made Wu Sihai grit his teeth in hatred. If it weren't for that idiot Chu Bai starting the tofu shop, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. At this moment, Wu Laotian from Wu family village walked by. Wu Sihai immediately frowned, because the other party not only did not avoid him as before, but did not even greet him. He immediately stopped the other man. "Old Wu, if you're not digging in the field, what are you doing?" Wu Laotian glanced at him, his tone tinged with smugness. "Young Master Chu has opened another tofu shop in the city and is short-handed. I'll sign up to make tofu." Upon hearing this, Wu Sihai's eye twitched violently. It was Chu Bai again. He took a deep breath and threatened in a cold voice. If you dare to make tofu with that idiot, don't even think about farming my land next year. In the past, these words would have been enough to frighten anyone in Wu family village. After all, Wu Sihai occupied most of the land in the village, and if the villagers didn't rent his land, they would have almost no way to make a living. This time, however, Wu Laotian was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered, "If you don't want to plant, then don't plant. Do you really think I care about your rotten land?" After saying that, he stared at Wu Sihai and warned, "Also, if you dare call Mr. Chu a fool again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Wu Sihai was completely stunned. Back then, he had beaten Wu Laotian's own father to death in front of him, and Wu Laotian hadn't dared to utter a sound. But now, for Chu Bai's sake, he dared to speak harshly to him. Watching Wu Laotian's departing figure, Wu Sihai's face turned ashen with anger, his eyes filled with resentment. A servant approached, unwilling to give up, and asked, "Master, are we just going to let it go like this?" Wu Sihai glared at him. "Otherwise, do you have a solution?" The servant lowered his voice and reminded him, "Master, have you forgotten that I have a cousin on the mountain?" Wu Sihai's eyes lit up, but he quickly shook his head. Those people on the mountain were all reckless bastards. Once you got involved, you'd probably never be able to shake them off. He didn't want to provoke them unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, another servant suggested, "Why don't we find Wu Laizi to annoy Chu Bai? Everyone knows what kind of person that guy is. Even if he can't hurt Chu Bai, he can still make things difficult for him." Wu Sihai nodded immediately. Wu Laizi hadn't gotten the better of Chu Bai last time, so he must still hold a grudge. As long as he was given some benefits, he would definitely be willing to cause trouble. He immediately asked where Wu Laizi was. The servant reminded him, "Master, have you forgotten? He stole our chickens yesterday, and you locked him in the woodshed." Wu Sihai then remembered and immediately led his men to the woodshed. A short while later, he stood in front of Wu Laizi carrying a roast chicken. "Wu Laizi, don't you love chicken? Here, take this roast chicken." Wu Laizi's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the roast chicken. He snatched it and started gnawing on it, asking indistinctly as he ate, "Master Wu, I only wanted to steal a chick yesterday, but you're giving me a roast chicken today. Do you want me to do something shady?" Wu Sihai didn't expect him to see through him at a glance, so he stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "I want you to go and cause some trouble for Chu Bai." Without the slightest hesitation, Wu Laizi stuffed the half-eaten roast chicken into his arms and licked his fingers. "I'll do it, but you have to give me 3 days' worth of rations after it's done." Wu Laizi doesn't farm. He makes a living by swindling and cheating. If he can't cheat, he goes hungry. 3 days' worth of food is a big deal for him. Wu Sihai agreed without hesitation. As long as he could vent his anger, he would be willing to endure it for 10 days, let alone 3. After the two made their agreement, Wu Laizi immediately went to Chu Bai's house. At that moment, Chu Bai was leading people in the yard, busy with something he had never seen before. Wu Laizi couldn't understand it, but he sniffed hard and smelled the aroma of wine. Although he didn't do anything proper, he was good at eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring, and he recognized it as apricot blossom wine as soon as he smelled it. He cursed inwardly. That idiot is really generous. He's only just started making some money, and he's already spending it so lavishly. Wu Laizi snorted jealously, pushed open the courtyard gate, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "You idiot, get out here." The shout startled everyone in the courtyard. Old Wu, who had just arrived, immediately stepped forward and demanded, "Wu Laizi, what are you doing here?" Wu Laizi glanced at him disdainfully, but his gaze fell on several large vats in the courtyard. Based on his experience, they were full of wine, and besides apricot blossom wine, there seemed to be several other rare and fine wines. The more he looked, the angrier he became, and then he cursed at Wu Laotian, "Old Tian, this is none of her business. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Then he shouted at Chu Bai, who was busy at work, "Fool Bai, your father owed me 100 taels of silver back then, and it's time to pay it back." Chapter 50. Wu Sihai's Wishful Thinking. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned when Wu Laizi spoke. How dare someone like him claim that old Master Chu borrowed 100 taels of silver from him back then? Wu Laotian sneered on the spot. "Wu Laizi, you say Mr. Chu lent you 100 taels? Have you ever seen what 100 taels of silver looks like? If you were to ask who is the poorest person in Wu family village, Wu Laizi would definitely be number 1. He was addicted to gambling, lazy, and even sold the wife he had finally managed to marry. If he hadn't resorted to petty theft all these years, he would have starved to death long ago. How could someone like that possibly come up with 100 taels to lend to old Master Chu? It's more like the other way around. Everyone knew he was clearly there to cause trouble. Wu Laizi, however, was not ashamed at all. Instead, he acted as if he were at home, casually found a stool to sit down, and said contemptuously, "It's just 100 taels, isn't it? I've seen 1,000 taels before." That wasn't entirely false. He had indeed seen 1,000 taels, but that was the gambling den owner's money. As for himself, he had at most held 4 or 5 taels in his hands before returning them to the gambling table. Wu Laizi's face darkened as he stared at Chu Bai and said, "Fool, are you trying to renege on your debt?" Chu Bai sneered and directly scolded, "Get out of here, don't embarrass yourself." Chu Bai couldn't be bothered with such a scoundrel. He had saved over 100 taels of silver from the amber eggs, and his 4 newly opened tofu shops were starting to make a profit, but he wouldn't give Wu Laizi a single coin of it. When Wu Laizi saw that he didn't acknowledge it, he immediately pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and shouted, "Everyone, take a look. This is the IOU that Bai Shazi's father wrote back then. Now he's trying to renege on his debt." Seeing how seriously he was acting, everyone hesitated. Could it be that old Master Chu had really borrowed money from him? Chu Bai frowned and reached for the IOU, but Wu Laizi quickly withdrew his hand and sneered. "What, trying to destroy the IOU to renege on the debt?" Chu Bai glanced at it and saw several lines of neatly written words. He immediately understood that this could not possibly have been written by Wu Laizi. Wu Laizi was barely literate. How could he possibly write an IOU? Chu Bai didn't offend many people after his transmigration. The only ones were Zhao San and Wu Sihai. Zhao San didn't have the ability, nor could he offer any benefits to instruct Wu Laizi. The only person who could make him use an IOU to blackmail someone was Wu Sihai. Chu Bai stared at Wu Laizi and said coldly, "Speak. Who sent you?" "Wu Sihai." Wu Laizi's expression changed. He hadn't expected Chu Bai to guess so quickly, but he dared not betray Wu Sihai immediately. Otherwise, he would run out of 3 days' worth of food and have to vomit up the chicken he had just eaten. He quickly retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Master Wu is such a good person. How could he possibly instruct me to extort you? Don't make false accusations." But as soon as he said that, everyone understood. Was it really Wu Sihai who instigated this? We've only had 2 good days, and he's already sending people to extort Chu Bai. That bastard deserves to be beaten to death. The group grew increasingly enraged with their insults, all their eyes fixed on Wu Laizi. Wu Laizi shuddered, a chill running down his spine. These people used to avoid him. Why did they all look like they wanted to devour him today? He glanced at Chu Bai instinctively, a chill creeping into his heart. This silly boy, he really seemed different from before. Wu Laotian suddenly shouted, "Wu Laizi, tell me honestly, did Wu Sihai send you to extort Chu Bai?" Wu Laizi tried to argue, but the eyes around him were filled with fury, as if they were about to tear him apart. He trembled with fear and quickly nodded. "Yes, it was Wu Sihai who instigated it. I only stole one of his chickens and got caught. He forced me to blackmail Chu Bai. It has nothing to do with me." No sooner had he finished speaking than 7 or 8 fists rained down on him. Wu Laizi screamed in agony, and the courtyard erupted into chaos. Outside the courtyard gate, Wu Sihai heard the commotion, but a smug sneer appeared on his lips. "Looks like Wu Laizi got a pretty good beating." The servants nearby immediately flattered. "Master is brilliant. How could these peasants have imagined this? This is what they call the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Master, you are that oriole." Wu Sihai became even more smug upon hearing this. The people in the courtyard only thought that he had instructed Wu Laizi to blackmail Chu Bai, or at least to annoy him if he failed. But in reality, his true intentions went far beyond that. Nowadays, imperial power doesn't extend to the countryside. The real power in the villages rests with the clan heads and village chiefs. Due to years of war, most of the elders in Wu family village have died, leaving the position of clan chief vacant. Therefore, Wu Sihai, the village chief, is practically the local emperor. Last time, he was in the wrong and was boycotted by the whole village. But this time is different. Chu Bai and others openly beat Wu Laizi, and he stepped in to punish them as the village head, so no one could find fault with him. Once Chu Bai is in his hands, he'll find a way to force out either the amber egg or the tofu recipe. Even if he doesn't kill Chu Bai, he'll make him suffer greatly. Thinking of this, Wu Sihai could no longer wait. With a wave of his hand, he led his men to kick open the gate of Chu Bai's courtyard. Good. You dare to commit murder in public. Wu Sihai's eyes lit up and he said sternly, "Everyone, come with me to the ancestral hall. I'm going to hear the case today." The moment everyone saw him, their eyes turned red. This was the bastard who had ordered Wu Laizi to extort money from Chu Bai, and now he dared to pretend to be conducting a trial. Wu Sihai swept his gaze over the crowd from his high vantage point and sneered, "Why are you all staring at me like that? You're committing violence in broad daylight, and, as the village head, am I not allowed to intervene?" Seeing Wu Sihai's expression, Chu Bai instantly understood his scheme. This bastard simply wanted to take him away and then force him to reveal the recipes for the amber eggs and tofu. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was destined to fail this time. Chu Bai walked up to Wu Laizi, kicked him lightly, and asked calmly, "Wu Laizi, did I just hit you?" When Wu Laizi met Chu Bai's emotionless eyes, he trembled and quickly shook his head. No. Chu Bai smiled slightly and turned to look at Wu Sihai. "Master Wu, you heard it too. We didn't hit him. His injuries were all from accidental bumps. We were just trying to treat his injuries." Chapter 51, Humiliating Wu Sihai. Healing injuries? Wu Sihai narrowed his eyes and asked, "Wu Laizi, is that really the case?" Wu Laizi glanced at Chu Bai and found that Chu Bai was staring at him with ill intent. He then swallowed hard and said, "They are treating my injuries. I got these injuries from an accidental fall just now." Wu Sihai glared at him fiercely and snorted, "Useless thing." He hadn't expected Wu Laizi to be so useless, being knocked senseless by Chu Bai in just a few moves. If you really fell, then try falling again. Wu Sihai didn't want to let Chu Bai off so easily. Even if Wu Laizi covered for Chu Bai, the injuries on his body couldn't be faked. You could tell at a glance whether someone fell or was hit. Wu Laizi gritted his teeth, suddenly feeling somewhat at a loss. At this moment, Chu Bai suddenly asked, "Wu Laizi, do you want to get rich?" Wu Laizi was stunned for a moment, looking at Chu Bai with a puzzled expression. Chu Bai pointed at Wu Sihai and said, "He asked you to blackmail me. At most, he'll give you a tiny bit of benefit. But if you dare to curse him out in front of everyone, I can arrange a job for you. And even if you do nothing all day, I'll still pay you." Upon hearing this, Wu Sihai's face instantly turned green. He never expected Chu Bai to be so vicious. Trying to bribe Wu Laizi right in front of him? "Wu Laizi, have you thought this through?" Worried that Wu Laizi might do something reckless, Wu Sihai quickly resorted to threats. But Wu Laizi wasn't afraid of him at all. He rolled his eyes and asked, "How much are you going to pay me?" Chu Bai said, "Just like them, 1 tael of silver a month, and if you work hard, I can even give you a raise." Upon hearing this, Wu Laizi instantly gained confidence. 1 tael of silver a month? He had worked for others before, but he never made much money throughout the year. Now he only needs to scold Wu Sihai to get a tael of silver every month for free. You couldn't find such a good thing even if you carried a lantern. Ugh! Without saying a word, Wu Laizi got up from the ground. Wu Sihai's expression changed, and he threatened, "Wu Laizi, you'd better think this through." Wu Laizi scoffed, "Wu Sihai, do you really think I don't know about the shady things you've done? What did you say?" Wu Sihai glared at Wu Laizi, his anger almost spitting out of his eyes. Wu Laizi pointed at his nose and said, "Wu Sihai, your new concubine doesn't live in your house. She lives in the city. Do you really think I don't know why? You dare?" Wu Sihai seemed to have been hit where it hurt by Wu Laizi and immediately shouted loudly. Wu Laizi sneered, "Your concubine hasn't even had a chance to play with you yet, and your master in the city has already taken a liking to her. You didn't dare utter a word, and you just sent her to that master's bed. I've known about this for a long time." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Everyone knows that Wu Sihai took a concubine last year. However, because the women in Wu Sihai's family rarely showed their faces in public, they did not know that the concubine had been living in the city all along. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "No, I remember seeing his concubine's maidservant washing clothes the day before yesterday." Wu Laizi said, "That's because the master in Wu Sihai's city got tired of his concubine and sent her back to him." Now everyone understood. Then, a hint of sympathy suddenly appeared in their eyes as they looked at Wu Sihai. So what if Wu Sihai is a local tyrant in Wu family village? Doesn't he still grovel before others? I kill you. Wu Sihai was stung by the stares of the crowd and was about to rush over and grab Wu Lizzie by the neck. Seeing this, the crowd quickly pulled him away. Wu Lizzie coughed a few times and continued. Wu Sihai, you don't know this, do you? Not only your new concubine, but several other concubines also think you're not good enough and have been having affairs with many people in your family. Upon hearing this, Wu Sihai was also taken aback. Are you serious? Clearly, he was unaware of this. Wu Lizzie said smugly, Would I lie to you? To tell you the truth, I've also been with 2 of your concubines. They were even more alluring than the girls in the brothel. Upon hearing this, Wu Sihai's expression immediately turned even more unpleasant. He turned his head and glanced at the servants behind him, only to find that the 2 servants suddenly lowered their heads in shame. Wu Sihai immediately understood that what Wu Lizzie said must be true and not just baseless rumors. And, in his heart, he was even more furious. He had come here to cause trouble for Chu Bai, but Wu Lizzie had managed to expose all his dirty secrets in just a few words. You don't need to look at them. If you really want to know who slept with your concubines, just ask me. Wu Lizzie said smugly. Wu Sihai, you think you're a big shot, a respectable person, but in reality you're just a stinking turtle, the kind that stinks to no end. You're asking for it. Wu Sihai took a deep breath and ran towards Wu Lizzie with bloodshot eyes. But the villagers around him held him tightly. Some people even gave Wu Lizzie meaningful glances, unsure whether to tell him to run away or to keep talking. Wu Lizzie hid behind Chu Bai, and seeing that Wu Sihai was being held back and unable to move, he suddenly felt emboldened again. Killing me won't do any good. Not only your concubines, but even your first wife has had affairs with countless men. Wu Lizzie's eyes darted around as he kept saying, You're the biggest turtle in our Wu family village, a 1,000-year-old turtle, a 10,000-year-old tortoise. You can live for several thousand years. You big idiot. You're useless, and you still married so many wives. You're all just supporting other people. You big idiot, you stinking bastard. You always pretend to be a big shot, but you're just a piece of stinking dog shit. And your mother, you're not your father's child either. You were born from your mother's affair with someone else. Wu Lizzie got more and more excited as he talked, and all sorts of vulgar language kept coming out of his mouth. Wu Sihai was furious and wanted to rush over and kill Wu Lizzie, but he was held back by the villagers. Go over there and arrest him, I'll kill him. Wu Sihai turned to look at the servants and began to give orders without regard for anything else. Just then, Uncle Wu arrived and immediately reprimanded the servants. Enough, all of you stop. With the arrival of Uncle Wu, the farce at the scene finally came to a temporary end. Wu Lizzie breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to Chu Bai, and asked, Silly Chu, what do you think of my performance just now? Chu Bai smiled slightly and said, That's good. You did a good job. I'll give you credit for this. Hee. It's all thanks to Mr. Chu's excellent teaching. Wu Lizzie chuckled and spoke up for Chu Bai. Chapter 52 Brewing. Seeing the 2 of them singing in unison, Wu Sihai felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. He knew very well that after Wu Lizzie's outburst, he was no longer going to be able to get rid of the green hat on his head. And from then on, he would become utterly despised in Wu family village. All of this is because of Chu Bai. With so many villagers and Uncle Wu around, it's impossible for him to do anything to Chu Bai and Wu Lizzie now, even if he wanted to. You all just wait and see. Wu Sihai glared angrily at Wu Lizzie, then stared at the servants and said, Let's go. These servants also share in the green hat on his head. Moreover, he knew the character of his concubines better than anyone else. If all these servants are killed, some of them will surely be innocent. But if you kill half and leave half, there will inevitably be many that slip through the net. He had already made up his mind that he would definitely get rid of all these concubines. After he left, Chu Bai asked, Lizzie, you said Wu Sihai isn't his father's biological son. Are you sure about that? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Wu Lizzie. If we're talking about who has the best information network in Wu family village, it has to be Wu Lizzie. This guy spends his days stealing chickens and dogs. He must have seen a lot of things unintentionally. Wu Lizzie nodded and said, Of course it's true. Although I didn't witness it myself, my father told me. Otherwise, how do you think Wu Sihai could have climbed up to the city's elite? Everyone's faces showed expressions of sudden realization. There is no one with the surname Wu among all the high-ranking officials and nobles in the county town. And even if there were, these villagers who share the same ancestry as Wu Sihai should know that. In that case, what Wu Lizi said is very likely true. Chu Bai asked, Lizi, do you know who Wu Sihai's real biological father is? Wu Lizi chuckled and asked, don't you guys think Wu Sihai looks a lot like someone? Upon hearing this, everyone began to ponder. A moment later, Wu Laotian suddenly asked, you mean the head butler in Wu Sihai's household? Wu Lizi chuckled and said, it's him. As he finished speaking, everyone gasped in shock. One person said, if it really is him, Wu Sihai's mother has really heavy tastes. How could she bring herself to eat that? Although the others did not speak, they nodded in agreement. Chu Bai searched through his predecessor's memories and found information about the head steward that everyone was talking about. The head steward was originally from the city, but later fled to Wu family village and became the head steward of Wu Sihai's household. Wu Sihai's father had never had a son, but less than a year after the head steward arrived, Wu Sihai was born. 7 or 8 years ago, the head steward suddenly left Wu family village, and it was in that year that Wu Sihai climbed the social ladder and became involved with a powerful figure in the city. From then on, he became increasingly arrogant and became the true local tyrant of Wujiazwang. If Wu Lizi wasn't lying, Wu Sihai's mother certainly has rather unusual tastes. Using the phrase unremarkable in appearance to describe the head butler was already being very polite. To be honest, only the phrase extremely ugly can accurately describe the appearance of that head butler. Perhaps because he inherited some of his mother's genes, Wu Sihai was not exactly handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. However, upon closer inspection, one can see that Wu Sihai's appearance does indeed bear a striking resemblance to that of the head steward. For a moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Who would have thought that the village head of Wujiazwang would have such a scumbag up his sleeve? Lizi, I keep my word. What are you planning to do next? Chu Bai looked at Wu Lizi and asked, do you want to do something with me? Or just earn 1 tael of silver a month for nothing? Wu Lizi's eyes darted around as he asked, if I work for you, how much silver can I earn each month? Chu Bai just said that if Wu Lizi does a good job, he'll be given more money. Uncle Wu snorted, Wu Lizi, Chu Bai gives you an ounce of silver every month for free. Aren't you satisfied? Wu Laotian and the others glared angrily. Although Wu Lizi had just made a great contribution and thoroughly disgusted Wu Sihai. But everyone knows Wu Lizi's character. If Chu Bai just gives him 1 or 2 taels of silver every month, that's fine. But if you actually let him do things, he'll probably be tempted to steal and cheat. Wu Lizi felt a little guilty under everyone's gaze, but he still couldn't help but defend himself, saying, Chu Bai just said that I can help him with the work, so I definitely won't take this tael of silver for nothing. Although he was used to petty theft and had a notorious reputation, but he was still somewhat angry at being looked down upon like that. Upon hearing this, the crowd became even more dismissive. Young Chu, don't listen to him. He's a compulsive gambler. If he actually helps you with the work, who knows what he might do. A few years ago, he worked odd jobs for Wu Sihai and secretly sold several bushels of grain from Wu Sihai's family. Never trust a gambler's words. Have you forgotten how he sold his own wife to a brothel? Everyone started talking at once, trying to persuade Chu Bai not to trust Wu Lizi. Wu Lizi wanted to defend himself, but he couldn't say a word. Those people weren't slandering him. What they said was true. Chu Bai's heart stirred slightly. He didn't actually trust Wu Lizi's character. These kinds of gamblers will do anything for money. But he had already spoken, so he couldn't go back on his word. I keep my word. Chu Bai said directly, Lizi, since you want to do something, I have 2 businesses now. One is a tofu shop and the other is a wine shop. Which one do you want to work in? Wu Lizi was stunned for a moment. He was prepared for Chu Bai to go back on his word, but he didn't expect Chu Bai to still be willing to let him work. Moreover, they asked him what he wanted to do, rather than directly assigning him specific tasks. Suddenly, a whiff of wine aroma wafted into his nostrils. Wu Lizi asked, you just mentioned a winery? Chu Bai nodded and said, that's right. I have just developed a fine wine and am preparing to sell it in the city once it's successful. Wu Lizi immediately said, I'll brew wine with you. Besides gambling, he also loves drinking. While not exactly an alcoholic, he does possess considerable skill when it comes to alcohol. All right, then you can join the brewery. Chu Bai nodded and said, however, we agree beforehand that the skills you learn in the brewery must not be easily passed on, and you must not take the wine from the brewery out to sell without authorization. If I find out that you have done anything detrimental to the distillery, I will kick you out. Not only will you lose your wages, but the one tael of silver you were promised each month will also be forfeited. Chapter 53, The Sommelier. Wu Laizi nodded quickly, indicating that he would absolutely not do anything to damage the distillery. Although the others were worried, Chu Bai had already made the decision, and there was nothing they could do to change it. Since you've agreed, let's get this straight from the start. But if you do a good job, I definitely won't treat you unfairly. Chu Bai looked at Wu Laizi and said, as long as you do a good job, I will give you more money every month. Wu Laizi immediately nodded in agreement. Then he changed the subject and said, by the way, Chu Bai, I wonder what kind of wine you brew? I smell apricot blossom wine, as well as the aroma of century-old wine and 10-mile fragrance wine. Hearing the names of several wines he mentioned, Chu Bai was immediately surprised. The 3 types of wine that Wu Laizi mentioned were the ones he had recently asked Uncle Wu to bring back from the county town. There were only 2 jars of each type of wine, and they were all unopened. Unexpectedly, Wu Laizi could smell it all. Great job, Laizi, one villager said. Uncle San just brought the wine over and hasn't even opened it yet, but your dog nose can smell it all. Wu Laizi said smugly. Of course, otherwise where do you think my reputation as Master Laizi came from? Chu Bai's eyes darted around, and he asked, Laizi, tell me honestly how you smelled it. If you answer truthfully, I'll give you a tael of silver right away. In his previous life, some people could identify the type of wine by its smell and even guess its alcohol content. However, Chu Bai himself didn't have that ability. Not to mention the alcohol content, he couldn't even smell the aroma. Wu Laizi scratched his head and said, I didn't have any money, so when I was craving wine, I would sit at the entrance of the winery and take a couple of sips of the aroma to satisfy my craving. Over time, I memorized the taste of every kind of wine. Only then did everyone understand why Wu Laizi had such a sensitive nose. So it's all because they're broke. However, not only Wu Laizi, but many of them were like that. It's already difficult enough to fill our stomachs, let alone drink alcohol. Even the cheapest wine is beyond their means. Therefore, at most, people might just sniff the air while someone is drinking and consider that satisfying. Chu Bai stared at Wu Laizi for a while, then asked, Laizi, are you sure you can smell any kind of wine? Wu Laizi said, I can smell anything I've ever smelled. Good, Chu Bai said to Uncle Wu. Uncle, could you please carry 1 jar of each of these 3 types of wine into the house for me? Uncle Wu didn't understand what Chu Bai was going to do, but he did as he was told. Chu Bai returned to his room and opened each type of wine. He then scooped out a little of one of the wines and mixed it with a little of the other. After repeating this several times, he had 4 or 5 bowls of wine in his hands. Then he took the bowls out. Laizi, smell this wine. Chu Bai picked up one of the bowls and handed it to Wu Laizi. Wu Laizi took a sniff and said, this is apricot blossom wine and a century-old vintage. Chu Bai's eyes lit up and he asked, which one is more and which one is less? Wu Laizi hesitated for a moment, then picked up the bowl, took a sip, and said, 3 parts apricot blossom wine, 7 parts aged for 100 years. Upon hearing this, everyone stared in disbelief. Young Master Chu, is he confused? Wu Laotian couldn't help but ask. Chu Bai nodded and said, absolutely right. This made everyone even more shocked. Lai Zixing, you actually have this kind of skill. This is much more powerful than a dog's nose. Lai Zi is a master of disguise. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Wu Laizi scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. He hadn't been praised like this by the villagers in a long time since he became a gambler. These people would avoid him or look at him with obvious disgust whenever they saw him. Chu Bai brought out another bowl and said, Laizi, try this bowl again. Wu Laizi immediately picked it up, sniffed it, and said, this is a century-old aging fragrance. After saying that, he took another sip and added, 4 parts aged for 100 years, 6 parts fragrant for 10 miles. Chu Bai nodded and took out another bowl. Wu Laizi sniffed it, frowned, and said, this is apricot blossom wine? Why does it taste so weak? He tried taking a sip, but the moment the wine entered his throat, he instinctively wanted to spit it out. But in the end, he forced himself to swallow it back. Chu Bai, how much water did you dilute in this apricot blossom wine? It tastes awful. Wu Laizi coughed and asked with some surprise. Chu Bai smiled slightly and asked, you couldn't taste it? Wu Laizi savored the taste for a moment, then took another sip. Is this diluted with more than half water? 3 parts apricot blossom wine, 7 parts water. He held the bowl and asked somewhat uncertainly. Chu Bai nodded and said, that's right, everything you just said is correct. A chorus of gasps immediately erupted from the side. If it happened once or twice, it might be Wu Laizi Ming. But after so many times, it can't be a fluke. Although they didn't know what use this skill was, they thought it was amazing. Wu Laizi breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly realized that Chu Bai's gaze seemed a little strange. What's wrong? Wu Laizi looked at Chu Bai with a guilty conscience. Chu Bai patted him on the shoulder and said, I know what I need you to do next. Wu Laizi asked in confusion, what are you doing? Chu Bai said, from today onwards, you will be our winery's #1 wine taster. Upon hearing this title, everyone asked in confusion, Young Master Chu, what does a sommelier do? Chu Bai said, simply put, it's about tasting the wine to see if it's good and if the quality is up to standard. Everyone stared wide-eyed. How could someone earn money just by drinking every day? In an instant, many people cast envious glances at Wu Laizi. You can earn an ounce of silver a month just by drinking every day without putting in any effort. This is so easy. Uncle Wu frowned, but quickly relaxed again. He had never heard of sommelier before. In his view, Chu Bai was simply paying money to buy peace of mind. If Wu Laizi really gets involved in the distillery, who knows what bad things he might do. But Chu Bai only let him drink, so even if Wu Laizi really wanted to do something, he couldn't. Wu Laizi also thought of this, and said with some dissatisfaction, Chu Bai, you're not afraid that I'll steal your skills, and you're deliberately trying to fool me, are you? Chu Bai smirked and said, if I wanted to fool you, it would be easy. I would just make you do the hardest and most tiring work. How many days do you think you could last? Wu Laizi was stunned for a moment. It seemed that this was indeed the case. He knew that every winery had its own secret recipe, and that Chu Bai's previous amber eggs and tofu had all been a huge success. Therefore, the wine brewed by Chu Bai will surely be a great success. He thought Chu Bai was doing this to protect himself, afraid that he would steal the secret formula and leak it. But what Chu Bai said wasn't without reason. With his small physique, if Chu Bai assigned him even a little heavy work, he wouldn't be able to last more than 2 days. Chu Bai looked around and continued. Once our wine is brewed, Laizi must taste every vat. If he says it's not good, that vat of wine cannot be sold. Chapter 54, Self-Defense Weapons. Everyone was taken aback by Chu Bai's words. They originally thought that Chu Bai might really be trying to fool Wu Laizi, letting him drink every day and taking the money. But now, unexpectedly, Chu Bai has given Wu Laizi such great power. No wine can be sold unless Wu Laizi agrees. Wouldn't Wu Laizi become the manager of the winery? Chu Bai, have you thought this through? Uncle Wu quickly spoke up, trying to dissuade him. Chu Bai nodded and said, Laizi has a talent for wine tasting, so I trust him with this matter. The position he arranged for Wu Laizi was actually equivalent to a quality inspector, which was common in wineries in his previous life. It wasn't really a managerial role. The wine he produces will inevitably surpass other wines in quality by a large margin, but to achieve a stable quality, he needs a talent like Wu Laizi. Anyway, just to annoy Wu Sihai, he spent 1 or 2 taels of silver every month to support Wu Laizi, so why not use such a talented person? Moreover, this would also prevent Wu Laizi from accessing his brewing secret recipe and thus stealing it to exchange for money. Laizi, take these 2 taels of silver first. Chu Bai took out 2 taels of silver and handed them to Wu Laizi, saying, 1 tael of this silver is what I just promised you, and the other tael is this month's wages. Don't gamble away these 2 taels of silver. Use them to buy yourself some food, furniture, and clothes. Now that you've become a sommelier at our winery, you can't dress like you used to. Hearing Chu Bai's words, Wu Laizi was also somewhat moved. He knew very well that Chu Bai still didn't trust him, but Chu Bai's words were very eloquent. First slap him, then give him a sweet treat, so he can't find any fault with it. Although he knew that Chu Bai did not trust him, he had brought it upon himself and could not blame Chu Bai. After receiving the silver, Wu Laizi thanked Chu Bai profusely and left. Watching Wu Laizi's departing figure, Uncle Wu San later said with concern, Young Chu, didn't you give him too much? Others also came up and said that Chu Bai shouldn't have believed Wu Laizi's words. Chu Bai smiled slightly and said, no one is perfect. Who could be without fault? As long as Wu Laizi sincerely repents, what does it matter if we give him more? Upon hearing this, everyone sighed. With the money in Chu Bai's hands, he was free to allocate it however he pleased. At most, they could offer some advice, but they couldn't make the decision for Chu Bai. By the way, why haven't I seen Sienna and the others today? Uncle Wu paused for a moment, then hesitated. Chu Bai said, Qing'er is a little homesick. She is too scared to go back by herself, so I asked Xian'er and Han'er to go with her. Originally, he wanted to personally take Su Qing back to her parents' home. After all, this was his first time returning to his parents' home after marrying Su Qing. However, since Chu Bai still had things to finish, he asked Lin Xian'er and Li Han to accompany Su Qing back first. After he settles things here, he will formally return to his parents' home as their son-in-law. Uncle Wu frowned and asked, the journey hasn't been peaceful. Aren't you afraid those 3 beautiful women will run into trouble? Chu Bai said, Qing'er's family home is only 10 miles away from our Wu family village, and she also has Uncle Tian's aunt with her, so she'll be fine. He had also worried about the problem that Uncle Wu mentioned. Even in his era, when surveillance was everywhere, people would disappear from time to time. This era is even more chaotic. If 3 beautiful women go out together without any men to protect them, they will inevitably attract the covetous eyes of others. However, Su Qing's family home, Sujia village, is not far from Wujiazwang. Coincidentally, Wu Laotian's wife is also from Sujia village and is also going back to her family home. There shouldn't be any problems if several people go together. Wu Laotian then said, my wife is so strong, she could take on 3 bad guys by herself even if she encountered them. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Hearing him say that, Uncle Wu nodded. In fact, Lin Xian'er and the other 2 had nothing to do with him. He was just showing concern as an elder. Moreover, over the years, unless they encountered bandits on the way, the women had not had much of a problem even when traveling alone. All right then, but your 3 wives are too beautiful. If they go out alone, it might be easy for them to have bad intentions. You'd better accompany them when they go out in the future. Uncle Wu said with some concern. Besides, you made Wu Sihai lose so much face today, he definitely won't let it go so easily. Upon hearing the name Wu Sihai, Wu Laotian snorted. If Wu Sihai really dares to cause trouble for Chu Bai, I'll be the first to skin him alive. Uncle Wu's eyes widened, and he said, if Wu Sihai sneaks into the courtyard with his men in the middle of the night, can you get here in time? Upon hearing this, Wu Laotian immediately sighed. His house was some distance from Chu Bai's, so if Wu Sihai really sneaked over in the middle of the night, he wouldn't be able to get there in time. Then what should we do? Wu Laotian said worriedly. We can't live at Chu Bai's house every day, can we? Uncle Wu nodded and said, it's not impossible. Chu Bai smiled. If he really let someone stay at his house, he would feel embarrassed to take turns choosing a woman every night. Chu Bai quickly rubbed his lower back and said, third uncle, Uncle Tian, you don't need to worry. Wu Sihai is just an empty shell and may not dare to cause me any trouble. Uncle Wu said, we can't take this kind of thing lightly. Wu Sihai has driven many people to their deaths in our village over the years. You can't think too highly of him. Wu Laotian gritted his teeth and said, that's right. Wu Sihai is a wicked villain who does all sorts of evil deeds. We must be wary of him. His father was beaten to death by Wu Sihai back then. Unfortunately, at that time, the entire Wu family village depended on Wu Sihai for survival, to the point that even Wu Laotian himself dared not make any resistance. Now that they have Chu Bai, they finally have the courage and confidence to resist. Chu Bai sighed. He had been working too hard these past few days, and it was probably time to rest for a couple of days. Okay, Zhao Chong is free these days anyway. I'll have him make me a few weapons for self-defense. Chu Bai nodded and agreed. The Zhao Chong he mentioned was the craftsman he had invited a few days ago to make a stone mill. After spending some time together, Chu Bai learned that Zhao Chong was not only a stonemason, but also a blacksmith, bricklayer, and bamboo weaver. He was truly an all-around craftsman of the Dayu dynasty. Having learned of Zhao Chong's abilities, Chu Bai naturally wouldn't let him be idle. In the past 2 days, he had Zhao Chong build a large distillation device. The reason he bought so much wine today and had Wu Lizhi act as his wine taster is not because he really wants to brew wine, but because he wants to make distilled spirits. These days, alcohol content is very low, and Chu Bai felt that drinking it was no better than drinking water. That's why he came up with the idea of making his own wine. Now that the equipment for distilling liquor is ready, Zhao Chong has the time to make some self-defense weapons for himself. Chapter 55, Distilled Spirits. All right, Uncle Wu nodded and said, I have a precious sword over there. Although it hasn't been used for a long time, it's still good enough to kill people. I'll get it for you in a bit. No need, no need. Chu Bai quickly refused. Uncle Wu is a retired soldier with considerable skill. Since he called it a treasured sword, It must be no ordinary item. The precious sword is only of use in the hands of a hero like you, uncle. It would be a waste if it stayed in my hands. Chu Bai waved his hand and said, a newbie like me can use ordinary weapons, and besides, I still have Zhao Chong, right? Zhao Chong did not have a residence in Wujiazwang, but Chu Bai did not want him to live in his house and disturb his harmonious life, so he bought the empty courtyard next door. People were poor these days, and buying that little courtyard didn't cost Chu Bai much money. Moreover, that small courtyard could not only be used for Zhao Chong's residence, but also as a warehouse. It can even be converted into a laboratory if needed later. Uncle Wu hesitated for a moment, then said, in that case, I'll take the knife and stay with Zhao Chong tonight. That way, if anything happens, I can come over any time. Okay, it's settled then. In order to avoid being disturbed in a shameless life, Chu Bai quickly agreed. Living in your own home means being overheard, but if you live in a neighboring yard, as long as the three women keep their voices down, it doesn't matter. All right, let's get down to business first. As Chu Bai spoke, he looked at the distiller beside him. This distiller was not the kind of rudimentary equipment found in laboratories in his previous life, but rather something meticulously crafted by Zhao Chong. Seeing this, the others also looked at the stills with curiosity. Chu Bai called them over today, saying he wanted to brew wine. Although they hadn't drunk alcohol much, they knew that brewing wine required fermenting grains. However, Chu Bai has neither prepared food nor yeast or other supplies. Can you really make wine just by fiddling with these strange jars? If it weren't for the many good things Chu Bai has recently come up with, they would have suspected that Chu Bai had lost his mind. Come on, let's move these things into the kitchen first. To keep it a secret, Chu Bai and the others moved the distiller into the kitchen. Next, the distiller was connected to the stove. After doing all this, Chu Bai turned around and looked at everyone seriously. My uncles and brothers, the reason I asked you to come here today is because you're the people I trust most in the entire Wu family village. Chu Bai scrutinized everyone's expressions and said solemnly, what you saw in this kitchen today must not be told to anyone, not even your closest relatives. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became serious. Don't worry, Chu Boy, if anyone goes around gossiping, I'll be the first to punish them. Uncle Wu immediately assured Chu Bai and glared fiercely at the others. Although he was not the most powerful person in Wu family village, he had the highest prestige in the village. After all, he had been on the battlefield and killed people, especially during the period when he first returned to the village. Even Wu Sihai couldn't help but tremble when he saw him. Now that he has once again displayed such power, no one else dares to speak out of turn. Chu Bai breathed a sigh of relief and said, pour those 2-century-old jars outside into the jars first. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Laotian took the lead, picked up the wine jar, and poured the wine into the large pot. Take the pot off the heat and boil the water. Chu Bai gave the order again, and someone immediately carried it out. Soon after, the wine in the large pot began to boil. One person asked in confusion, why did it open so quickly this time? It usually takes at least the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to open. Chu Bai explained, because it contains wine, not water, and wine and water have different boiling points. Another unfamiliar term appeared, and everyone nodded as if they understood, but not quite. Chu Bai kept his eyes on the large iron pot, and once he saw that the wine inside was almost gone, he immediately ordered someone to remove the firewood from under the stove. The principle behind distilled spirits is actually quite simple. It mainly relies on the different boiling points of alcohol and water. Therefore, when heated, the alcohol will evaporate first and then enter another tank for cooling through the connecting device created by Zhao Chong. In this way, you could get a high-proof and relatively pure liquor. Chu Bai removed the still. By this time, there was hardly any alcohol left in the large pot. Next, Chu Bai opened another jar for cooling, and a rich aroma of wine immediately wafted out. My goodness, it smells amazing. It smells so good. Several villagers stared wide-eyed, their expressions incredulous. Not only them, but even Uncle Wu couldn't help but take a deep sniff. He had drunk many fine wines in the army before, but none of them were as fragrant as the wine Chu Bai had just made. Young Master Chu, is this the wine you brewed? Uncle Wu looked at Chu Bai in surprise, somewhat incredulous. Chu Bai nodded and said, to be honest, it's not really brewing wine. It's just purifying the wine that others are brewing. Purification? It's another word that no one has ever heard of. Chu Bai explained, The wine we usually drink contains alcohol and water. I just removed a large portion of the water, so the remaining wine contains more alcohol. After he said that, everyone understood somewhat. Wu Laotian asked, then why don't you remove all the water and just leave that thing called alcohol? Chu Bai's lips twitched, and he said, Uncle Tian, if that were the case, people could die from drinking too much. Everyone was immediately startled. People died from drinking? That's amazing. Chu Bai said, generally speaking, the best wine should be about half alcohol and half water. If the alcohol content is too high, exceeding 70%, it can easily kill a person. If it exceeds 70%, it is no longer called wine but alcohol. In his previous life, he often encountered two types of alcohol, 75% and 95%. Wu Laotian asked, so how much alcohol is in all these bottles of wine? Chu Bai shook his head and said, well, no, once the drinks get cold and you take a sip. Although he doesn't drink alcohol, he can roughly judge the alcohol content of a beverage by its taste. Soon after, the wine in the jar cooled down. Chu Bai took out several large bowls and filled them with wine. Uncles and brothers, please have a taste. As he spoke, he picked up the bowl and took a sip. It's a bit strong, but when you savor it carefully, it becomes quite mellow. Chu Bai couldn't say exactly how strong the alcohol was, but it was probably around 30 degrees. Seeing that he had drunk it, and that the wine in front of him was indeed very fragrant, the others couldn't help but pick it up as well. Chapter 56 Pricing. The moment the wine touched their throats, a lingering aroma instantly spread throughout everyone's body. This is fine wine. This liquor is really strong. After taking a sip, everyone praised it in unison. It's just that they haven't read any books, so all they can say is the same few sentences over and over again. Wu Laotian looked at Wu Sanshu and asked, third brother, what do you think of this wine? Although they thought the wine was good, they hadn't actually drunk much wine before, so they couldn't really tell whether it was good or bad. Uncle Wu held the large bowl under his nose and sniffed it thoroughly before drinking it all in one gulp. At the same time, Uncle Wu's face instantly turned rosy. Good wine. Uncle Wu swayed slightly and praised. Back in the day, I drank a lot of strong liquor while following the commander, but none of them could compare to this. Hearing his words, several villagers were somewhat dismissive. Wu Laotian even joked, you've already drunk too much at the beginning? You're just a lowly soldier. How can you drink with the commander-in-chief? Uncle Wu chuckled and said, can't I brag when I'm drunk? But this wine is really good. Even the strongest wine in the army can't compare to this. 11 means 1/10. When everyone saw that Uncle Wu's boasting had been exposed, they all burst into laughter. Chu Bai's eyes darted around, and he looked at Uncle Wu with some surprise. Everyone else thought Uncle Wu was bragging, but he didn't think so. These days, many people join the army, but few can match Uncle Wu's kung fu skills. This suggests that Wu Sanshu must have had an extraordinary background before he was injured and discharged from the army. Young Master Chu, how much do you plan to sell this wine for? Uncle Wu wiped his mouth and stared intently at Chu Bai. Chu Bai glanced at Uncle Wu San. The bowl of wine he had just drunk must have been at least half a jin, 250 milliliters. Although Uncle Wu swayed slightly and his face turned a little red, there was nothing wrong with his speech or his eyes. Chu Bai said, third uncle, don't rush. We've only distilled the centennial-aged wine so far. We still haven't made the 10-mile fragrance and apricot blossom wine. How about we discuss this matter after we've finished all three types of wine? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately nodded. They found the century-old sachet to be incredibly delicious. If Shilixiang could make an even better apricot blossom wine, wouldn't it taste even better? Having learned from their previous experience, everyone followed the same method and poured the fragrant rice wine and apricot blossom wine into the prepared large pots. When a fragrant tea was distilled, everyone felt that the aroma was incredibly strong, and even their throats couldn't help but feel a surge of fragrance. However, they didn't rush to drink it. Instead, they waited until the apricot blossom wine was distilled before staring at the large bowls with shining eyes. Chu Bai wasn't stingy and poured a bowl for everyone. Uncles and brothers, let's have a taste now. As he spoke, he took the first sip of the distilled apricot blossom wine. The apricot blossom wine is more fragrant and mellow than the century-old and 10-mile fragrant wines, and it also has a higher alcohol content. Chu Bai took a sip and felt that the alcohol content was about 40%, which was about 10 degrees higher than that of Bai Nianshun and Shirley Xiang. With him taking the lead, the others also picked up their bowls and started drinking. However, they didn't dare to drink it all in one gulp like Uncle Wu-san did, but instead followed Chu Bai's example and sipped it little by little. This wine is delicious. This is absolutely the best wine I've ever tasted. You're talking like you've drunk a ton of alcohol. Even though I haven't drunk much alcohol, this is the best tasting alcohol I've ever had. After a few bites, everyone was a little tipsy. Chu Bai said, "Uncles and brothers, it's not that I don't want you to drink more, but this wine is indeed quite strong. Please don't drink too much." The alcohol content of the wines consumed by people in ancient times was not high, and these villagers themselves had not drunk alcohol much before. Chu Bai was indeed worried that they would drink too much when they started drinking such high-proof wine right away. Everyone nodded quickly, indicating that they wouldn't drink too much. Uncle Wu took a big gulp, revealing a look of reminiscence and nostalgia. After a moment, he said with a serious expression, "Young Chu, now you can tell me how much this wine costs, right?" He had just drunk a bowl of wine, and his face was a little red, but now it's almost impossible to tell. Chu Bai nodded and said, "When we bought these 3 kinds of wine, they cost 30, 50, and 100 coins per jar respectively. Now, after distillation, only about 2/3 of the original jar of wine remains. In other words, if we package it in the original jars, we would have to sell it for at least 45, 75, and 150 coins per jar to break even. However, this is only the cost of the wine. If we add labor and other costs, it will at least double." Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. Wu Laotian said, "Chu Bai, our manpower isn't worth that much. Isn't doubling the price too much?" The others immediately nodded in agreement. Chu Bai smiled slightly and said, "I only said the cost would double, not the selling price." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Does Chu Bai mean he's going to sell it for an even higher price? Chu Bai looked around and said, "I heard that there's a kind of wine called green ant in the capital. A small jar that costs 500 coins. A jar this big would cost at least 1 tael of silver. Although I've never tasted green ant wine, I don't think it's as good as our wine, is it?" At this moment, Uncle Wu suddenly interjected, "Green ant wine is indeed not as good as your wine. At best, it's comparable to the kind of wine that's been aged for 100 years. Hearing him say that, Chu Bai felt even more confident. "All right, in that case, we'll sell these 3 types of wine for 100 coins, 200 coins, and 1 tael of silver per jar, respectively." After a moment's thought, Chu Bai made a decision. Hearing the price, everyone was still taken aback. They could barely accept the prices of the first 2 types of wine, but this last one was simply too expensive. Uncle Wu said, "Young Chu, this is just a county town, and a small one at that. It's nothing like the wealthy capital." The implication is that Chu Bai's pricing is still too high. Chu Bai chuckled and said, "Who says our wine can only be sold in the county town?" Upon hearing this, everyone paused for a moment. "If we don't sell in a county town, where will we sell?" Wu Laotian looked at Chu Bai and subconsciously asked, "We can't transport the wine to the capital, can we? If we really go to the capital from here, not only is the journey long, but it's also not safe." Chu Bai laughed and said, "We can sell these wines to other people in the county town. As for where those people sell them, that's none of our business." Chapter 57, Expensive Meals. Everyone frowned instinctively. Wu Laotian asked, "Young Chu, if you sell the wine to them and they resell it, wouldn't the price of the wine be much lower?" Chu Bai shook his head and said, "No need. We just need to sell the wine to them at the price we just agreed on. We don't care how much they sell it for. Even if they sell it for 100 taels of silver a jar, that's their skill." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. 100 taels of silver for a jar of wine? That's way too expensive. Even if all of them were together, they couldn't earn that much money. And the wine they just drank, didn't it cost several taels of silver per sip? For a moment, everyone felt their hearts bleed. If they had known this wine was so expensive, they would have definitely been more frugal with Chu Bai. The liquor distilled from apricot blossom wine is only meant to be taken in small sips to taste. They only need to drink the cheapest spirits distilled from century-old liquor. Seeing everyone's embarrassment, Chu Bai smiled and said, "Uncles and brothers, don't worry. Our wine is distilled by ourselves, and the cost is less than 100 coins. It's all small change." Old Wu quickly said, "You can't calculate it like that. If you take this wine and sell it, you can get dozens of taels of silver. It's too wasteful for us peasants to drink it." Chu Bai waved his hand and said, "Uncle Tian, you really miscalculated. The claim of 100 taels of silver is just nonsense. I just said that this wine only sells for 1 tael of silver per jar, and we can continue to make more after we finish it. It's just a matter of cost. Hearing him say that, everyone felt much more at ease. 1 tael of silver was expensive for them, but it wasn't as frightening as 100 taels of silver. What's the point of just drinking without snacks? Chu Bai glanced at the time and said, everyone must be tired after a busy afternoon. I'll go and get you some snacks to go with your drinks. As he spoke, he took a few preserved eggs and cut a piece of tofu, then chopped them up and mixed them together as a cold dish. Then he fried a plate of peanuts and sprinkled a lot of the white sugar he had made a few days earlier on top. Everyone was stunned when they saw the preserved egg and white sugar. Chu Bai, this is too extravagant. We can just have a simple meal. There's no need for such a grand affair. Those are amber eggs, aren't they? Wang Shenle charges 100 coins for each one, and if they're cooked into a dish, they'll cost at least 150 coins. These amber eggs alone are worth more than a tael of silver. Let's just get something simple to eat. We can't afford to eat such good food. Wu Laotian and the others refused. Other things were fine, but amber eggs were too expensive. 1 amber egg was worth 3 days' wages for them. Eating one of these is equivalent to working for nothing for 3 days. Chu Bai laughed and said, this stuff is actually just like those wines. Although it's expensive when you sell it, it doesn't actually cost much. You can eat it without worry. As he spoke, he poured a little of the distilled liquor for each person, filling everyone's bowls. Uncles and brothers, please eat first. I'll go cook 2 more dishes. As Chu Bai spoke, he ran to the kitchen to get busy again. Before long, he brought plate after plate of stir-fried dishes to the table. After serving the last dish, Chu Bai asked in confusion, why aren't you eating? Uncle Wu said, you are the master and the one who pays our wages. We already feel guilty for making you cook for us. Of course, we can only start eating when you arrive. Chu Bai quickly sat down and said, I'm so sorry. I should have done it faster if I had known it would be like this. Everyone felt a warm feeling in their hearts upon hearing this. Chu Bai had truly made it big now. But he did not forget his roots after he became successful. He not only helped his fellow villagers make money, but also never put on airs when he spoke and never gave them a hard time. Unlike Wu Si-hai, who only knows how to bully them every time he sees them. Come on, let this drink be my apology to everyone. Chu Bai picked up the bowl and said, I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting. It was my fault this time. As he spoke, he gulped down a large mouthful of wine. Seeing this, the others quickly picked up their bowls and started drinking as well. After taking a sip of wine, everyone felt a burning sensation emanating from their abdomen and throat. The group subconsciously started picking up food, but instead of the most expensive preserved egg, they all picked up the peanuts, which looked the cheapest. But as soon as the peanuts entered their mouths, everyone froze again. Chu Bai, what did you sprinkle on this? White sugar. Savoring the sweet taste in his mouth, Wu Laotian couldn't help but ask. The others also stared wide-eyed at Chu Bai, eager to hear him admit himself. Chu Bai nodded and said, that's right, this is the white sugar I recently developed. It's just a pity that the quantity is a bit small, so I didn't plan to sell it. Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed in amazement once again. Amber egg, tofu, distilled spirits. These alone were already enough to shock them. But now Chu Bai has actually brought out another item. White sugar. They suddenly felt as if there was nothing Chu Bai couldn't do. One person asked instinctively, if you were to sell this sugar, how much do you plan to sell it for per pound? Chu Bai said, it should be at least 30 taels of silver per caddy. Upon hearing this, several people immediately started coughing. 30 taels per caddy. This is more expensive than the wine they drink. They all saw Chu Bai put out the sugar earlier. Although it was only a small cluster, it was at least half an ounce. In other words, the sugar alone for this plate of peanuts would cost 2 taels of silver. They thought the cheapest dish was actually the most expensive. I should have known better than to eat these peanuts. This table of dishes must cost at least 5 or 6 taels of silver, right? Everyone was dumbfounded. Only now, after following Chu Bai to make tofu, had they finally made some money. However, since it took less than a month, he only earned less than 1 or 2 taels of silver. In the past, they wouldn't have been able to save this much money even after 10 years of hard work, and they might even have had to pay out of pocket. Now, Chu Bai charges them 5 or 6 taels of silver for a single meal, which is almost beyond their imagination. Pretty much, so as you can see, I've prepared all the dishes on this table. If you don't eat them, It will all be a waste. Chu Bai note that the cost of this meal was actually not high, but if each item was measured by its selling price, it would be very intimidating. Despite feeling somewhat alarmed by Chu Bai's words, everyone had no choice but to grit their teeth and start eating. Those who have endured countless hunger pangs are always the ones who know best how to cherish food. With each sip of wine, the group gradually lost their initial restraint. Amber eggs, peanuts, and distilled liquor made from apricot blossoms were all completely devoured. Chapter 58 Suin Safer Sin Gastis. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, these villagers had hardly ever drunk alcohol, and the distilled spirits Chu Bai produced were too strong for them. Therefore, when all the wine and food on the table were gone, almost everyone was too weak to stand. Young Chu, that's enough for today. We'll have to come back to work for you tomorrow. Uncle Wu was still somewhat conscious and was preparing to tell everyone to leave. Seeing that everyone had drunk enough, Chu Bai did not stop them. Uncle, don't worry. I'll help you take all the uncles and brothers back. Chu Bai was worried that the villagers had drunk too much, so he prepared to go with Uncle Wu to send them back. In his past life, he had heard many stories of people dying from excessive drinking for various reasons. Therefore, for whatever reason, he had to send these people back. All right, Uncle Wu nodded and said, then let's go together. He then looked at everyone and asked, can you all still walk? Upon hearing this, everyone waved their hands. Wu Laotian, slurring his words, said, third brother, who do you think you are? You've only had a little bit to drink. Although they were all drunk, none of them collapsed, and they didn't need anyone to help them up. Okay, let's go then. Wu Laosen looked around and then prepared to leave. At this moment, the gate of Chu Bai's courtyard was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Su Qing walked in first, ignoring everyone else, and ran straight to the bedroom. Then, Lin Xianer, Li Han, and Wu Laotian's wife walked in from the back. Those Su family members are scoundrels. As Wu Laotian walked, his wife couldn't help but mutter a few curses. Chu Bai frowned, vaguely guessing what was going on. After Wu Laotian's wife shouted in a loud voice, the men immediately sobered up a lot. What's wrong? What made you angry? Wu Laotian immediately ran to his wife and asked her angrily. Aunt Tian said angrily, who else could it be? It's Su Dashin and his wife, and their son and daughter-in-law. Wu Laotian was taken aback for a moment, then asked, who is Su Dashin? Before Aunt Tian could speak, Chu Bai looked at Lin Xianer and Li Han and asked, did Qing'er suffer any grievances at home today? The fact that Su Qing came in and went straight to the bedroom without acknowledging anyone was already unusual enough. Moreover, the Su Dashin mentioned by Aunt Tian was none other than Chu Bai's father-in-law and Su Qing's father. Lin Xianer nodded and said, Qing'er just got home today and her sister-in-law thought she was just going back to her parents' house to freeload. She said a lot of nasty things and even wanted Qing'er to divorce you and sell herself into a brothel to earn money. Hearing this, Chu Bai felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. Su Qing is his wife, and he's not even dead yet. Su Qing's sister-in-law wants Su Qing to go to a brothel to sell herself. This is absolutely outrageous. Didn't I ask you to bring many gifts today? Suppressing his anger, Chu Bai asked, doesn't Qing'er's sister-in-law know that we're doing very well now? There were 2 types of courtesans in the Diyu dynasty. One type was forced into prostitution because they could not afford the head tax or fines. Their families would receive a large sum of money when they were sold to the brothel. Another type is women who enter brothels entirely voluntarily. Although they're also selling their bodies, they receive very little money at the beginning, but they will receive a small amount of payment each time they serve a customer. Su Qing's sister-in-law wanted Su Qing to become a second kind of prostitute. In this way, their family would have a steady stream of money coming in. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for the whole family to pay all the poll taxes. Lin Xianer sighed and said, Qing'er has taken everything you gave us, but... Chu Bai was taken aback for a moment, then asked, but what? Wu Laosan and the others also stared at Lin Xianer expectantly, wanting to know what had happened. What else could it be? Aunt Tian couldn't stand it anymore and said directly, that family doesn't know what they're talking about, does they? They called the tofu Su Qing, took lime paste and the amber eggs, rotten eggs, and they said some very nasty things. Even I, an outsider, can hardly bear to listen to them. Lin Xianer quickly walked over to her side and patted her back, saying, Aunt Tian, don't worry. You've already scolded her once in Sujia village today. Don't make yourself angry again. Chu Bai then realized that Aunt Tian had actually stood up for Su Qing and the others once in Su family village. Li Han walked to Chu Bai's side and said, "Husband, you must help Qing'er this time." Chu Bai was taken aback. Li Han was usually quiet, but this time he actually asked him for help because of Su Qing. Good. Chu Bai nodded and said, I definitely will. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Laotian and the others looked over. Young Master Chu, just say the word, and we'll gather the entire village and go to Su family village to demand justice for your wife. Yes, Su Qing is now a member of our Wu family manor, and we must seek justice for her. He's blind as a bat, Su Dashin. He actually wants to send the women of our Wu family village to a brothel. After Su Qing's incident, everyone sobered up a bit, but they were still a little confused and started clamoring to stand up for Su Qing. No. Chu Bai quickly declined, saying, everyone has drunk quite a bit today, so let's go back and rest early. As for Su family village, I will go there myself tomorrow. The crowd was still somewhat unwilling, and Uncle Wu immediately glared at them. You've drunk too much horse piss? Get back here right now. Uncle Wu scolded, do you all think you're better than Chu Bai? Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. They dared to agree to anything else, but they dared not say that they were better than Chu Bai. All right then. Wu Laotian glanced at Chu Bai and said, if you need any help tomorrow, just give the word, and we'll all go with you. The others followed suit, saying the same thing before hurrying away. Although Chu Bai didn't chase them away, they knew it wasn't a good time to stay, as Chu Bai needed to comfort Su Qing. Seeing Chu Bai's appearance, Aunt Tian wanted to say something, but in the end she could only sigh and leave. After most of the people had left, Chu Bai called out to a figure, Zhao Chong, stay behind for a moment. Zhao Chong was stunned for a moment, looking at Chu Bai with a puzzled expression. Chu Bai went back into the house, found a piece of paper, and handed it to Zhao Chong, saying, didn't I tell you to make me a weapon for self-defense? Find some time to make this when you get back. Zhao Chong subconsciously unfolded the paper, and his eyes widened immediately. This. He stared at the paper, somewhat incoherently. All right, let's talk about it tomorrow. First, make me a suit according to the dimensions here. Chu Bai patted Zhao Chong on the shoulder, saw him off, and then returned to his bedroom. Chapter 59 Appeasement. In the bedroom, Su Qing was lying on the bed, silently shedding tears. Actually, she had long been used to this kind of grievance before she married Chu Bai. But as Chu Bai gave her more and more warmth, she forgot all the grievances she had suffered in her parents' home in the past. Today, because she missed her younger brother so much, she couldn't help but go back to her parents' home. Originally, she had planned to go back home to let her family know that she was living a happy life after marrying Chu Bai. Unexpectedly, he was humiliated by his elder sister-in-law. If she had been driven to desperation in the past, she might have actually been forced to sell herself into a brothel. But now, Chu Bai is treating her so well, and he has no intention of divorcing her. How could she bear to divorce Chu Bai and instead dedicate herself to the hellish life of a brothel? Oh dear, why is my darling crying? Chu Bai walked in and sat down on the edge of the bed with a smile. Su Qing quickly turned around and quietly wiped away her tears. She had just been feeling extremely wronged, with tears and snot streaming down her face. She didn't want her husband to see her looking so ugly. No. Su Qing sat up. Although she had wiped away her tears, her eyes were still red. Seeing her like this, Chu Bai felt extremely distressed. Of his 3 wives, he undoubtedly loved Lin Xian'er the most, and he felt the most sorry for Li Han. If we're talking about his favorite, then it would definitely be Su Qing. The reason he favored Su Qing more was that Su Qing was younger and more innocent than the other 2. Su Qing was simply born in the wrong year. If she had been born 1,000 years later, she would definitely have been a charming and innocent young woman, pursued by countless men. Whenever Chu Bai sees her, he feels a surge of male chauvinism. He wanted to protect Su Qing's innocence and let her retain it forever. You've cried your eyes out, and you still say you didn't? Chu Bai flicked Su Qing's nose and laughed. I know you were wrong today. How about I go and avenge you tomorrow? Huh? No. Su Qing quickly shook her head. She knew how unreasonable her family was and worried that they would embarrass Chu Bai. Moreover, she was afraid that Chu Bai would stop liking her after seeing how shameless her family was. Don't worry. I will definitely get back everything you've lost. Chu Bai looked at Su Qing solemnly, a hint of heartache in his eyes. Although he and Su Qing were married, They had only been living together for a little over a month. He rarely spoke a harsh word to Su Qing, for fear of causing her any distress. But those closest relatives who had lived with Su Qing for over a decade dealt her the heaviest blow. In their eyes, Su Qing was not their daughter, but a worthless burden. If they can make this money-losing thing bring them more money, they won't care whether it lives or dies in the future. Su Qing felt a surge of emotion as she looked at Chu Bai's earnest expression. When she first joined the wedding procession, she felt that the darkest moment of her life was about to begin. But Chu Bai's appearance allowed her to experience a happiness she had never known before. Not only does she no longer have to do those heavy, grueling jobs that could crush her, but she can also enjoy delicious food that she has never enjoyed before. In addition to Chu Bai, her two older sisters, Lin Xiner and Li Han, also took good care of her. The time she spent marrying Chu Bai was the happiest time of her life. If it weren't for missing her younger brother, she probably wouldn't have recalled those painful years before. My husband, my parents, and my brother and sister-in-law are not the kind of good people you think they are. Let's not go. From now on, I will pretend that I don't have this family. Su Qing didn't want to see Chu Bai return to her parents' home with her and be humiliated, so she mustered up her courage and made up her mind. Aside from her younger brother, who was still quite young, she had no attachment to that home. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Bai stroked Su Qing's head and said, "They are your parents. How can you just cut ties with them like that?" Although he said that, he actually wanted to vent his anger on Su Qing. If Su Qing doesn't even go back to her parents' home, how can he stand up for her? Su Qing tilted her head, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Chu Bai, feeling a surge of emotion. Whether Chu Bai was telling the truth or not, just hearing those words made her very happy. "My lord, Qinger is thinking about that today." Su Qing's eyes darted around, and she suddenly blushed. "All right, whatever Qinger wants to do, I will grant it to you." Chu Bai's heart stirred slightly, and he immediately leaned over to kiss Su Qing's red lips. A moment later, he pinned Su Qing down, his large hands roaming over her body, tossing aside any clothes that were in the way. Outside the door, hearing the suppressed sounds coming from inside the room, Lin Xiner and Li Han exchanged a glance, skillfully closed the door, and turned to walk into another bedroom. During this period, Chu Bai suggested more than once that everyone sleep together. But Lin Xiner and the others rejected them all. However, even after they lay down on the bed, Su Qing's voice continued to reach their ears. For a moment, both of them felt a little embarrassed. Lin Xiner muttered under her breath, "Qinger, you little hussy, can't you even lower your voice?" Li Han said expressionlessly, "It seems like you always shout louder than her." Lin Xiner immediately felt her pretty face burning hot. She just wanted to complain about Su Qing, but Li Han ended up lecturing her instead. "Is my voice really that loud, every time?" Lin Xiner quietly covered her face with a blanket and asked in a low voice. Li Han nodded and said, "You won't be able to hear anything at first, but later you'll lose control of yourself." Hearing this, Lin Xiner felt even more embarrassed. She thought she could always suppress herself and put on an extremely dignified posture in front of others. Unexpectedly, the person who was the worst was her. After a long pause, Lin Xiner said, "Qinger was wrong today, and my husband will definitely help her get revenge tomorrow. I just don't know how he will help." Li Han said, "Qinger wasn't just feeling wrong for herself. She was also worried that her husband would look down on her because of her parents, and she was even more worried that her younger brother would be led astray by those people." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiner seemed to be thinking of something, and her gaze gradually became vacant. Nothing was said that night. As soon as it was light the next day, Chu Bai crawled out of bed. Since he was going to Sujiao village to avenge Su Qing, he had to make thorough preparations. However, he bumped into Uncle Wu as soon as he stepped out the door. "Third uncle, why are you up so early?" Chu Bai looked at Uncle Wu in surprise. Uncle Wu said, "It's not just me. Lao Tian and the others have also come." As soon as he finished speaking, all the villagers who had drunk at Chu Bai's house yesterday came over. Chapter 60 Selling Wine. Seeing that the people he had drunk with yesterday had all come over, some of whom were clearly still hungover, Chu Bai felt a warm feeling in his heart. This also proves that I did not make the wrong decision before. Even if he creates a lot of things and makes a lot of money on his own, it's useless if he doesn't have his own power. No matter how good things are, he can't protect them. Chu Bai, we're going to Su family village with you today. I refuse to believe that Su Dashan wouldn't give so many of us face. I even worked short-term jobs with Su Dasham before, so he has to give me face. We must avenge Xiao Qing today. Although they hadn't interacted with Su Qing many times, they all secretly liked this charming and innocent girl. Knowing that Su Qing had been wronged, they all couldn't help but want to stand up for her. Looking at the indignant crowd, Chu Bai smiled. Uncles and brothers, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not going to Suzhou village to fight today, so there's no point in having so many of you come with me. Chu Bai quickly waved his hand and said, however, if you all really want to help, I do have something I need your help with. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, somewhat incredulous. Wu Laotian asked, Young Chu, you really didn't go to fight? Chu Bai laughed and said, there are many ways to vent your anger. Fighting is the dumbest and least efficient way. Only a fool would use this method to solve a problem. Upon hearing this, everyone began to have doubts again. However, seeing that Chu Bai's words didn't seem false, they gradually felt relieved. Young Master Chu, just tell us, what do you want us to do? Wu Laotian took the lead and said, no matter where you need us, just ask. Chu Bai smiled slightly and said, this is my first time visiting as a new son-in-law, so I should at least buy some gifts for my father-in-law. That's why I'd like to ask you all to help me run some errands. Everyone suddenly realized what it was all about. Wu Laotian pondered for a moment, then asked, Young Chu, you really aren't going to fight? He was worried that Chu Bai was trying to distract them, so he could fight alone. Chu Bai said irritably, Uncle Tian, do you think I could beat anyone with just these 2 ounces of flesh on my body? Everyone nodded subconsciously. Although Chu Bai had good food, he had never done any physical labor. Therefore, he was only slightly better off than those who never had enough to eat. If a fight really breaks out, he probably won't be able to beat anyone. That's true. Let's go then. What do you want to buy today? We'll help you carry it all. Old Wu scratched the back of his head and gave a simple, honest laugh. Chu Bai's lips twitched, and he said, don't rush. Eat before you leave. As he spoke, he led everyone into the courtyard. Hunter, make more breakfast so these uncles and elders can eat before you leave. Chu Bai called out as he took some amber eggs and tofu. In addition, he also took some of his own freshly pickled vegetables. Li Han worked quickly and soon cooked a large pot of millet porridge and heated up many steamed buns. Uncles and elders, the preparations were a bit rushed. Please don't mind. Chu Bai immediately invited everyone to eat. Everyone felt a little awkward upon seeing the amber egg. They drank too much yesterday. That's why they ate so many amber eggs. After recalling the price of the amber eggs, they all felt a little regretful that they shouldn't have eaten so many. Now that Chu Bai has brought out the amber eggs again, they are naturally even more embarrassed to eat them. Seeing everyone's embarrassment, Chu Bai said, I said yesterday that the amber egg itself is not that valuable. You uncles and elders can eat as much as you like. And you can also eat as much of these pickled vegetables as you like. As he spoke, he picked up the amber eggs and went back to the kitchen to cut them open with a knife. These amber eggs can't be preserved once they're cut open. Uncles and elders, we can't just let them go to waste, can we? Chu Bai brought the sliced amber egg back and said to everyone with a smile. Not wanting to waste the food, the group reluctantly picked up the amber eggs and the pickled vegetables and began to eat. They had already tasted the amber eggs yesterday, so their eyes lit up when they ate these pickled vegetables today. What are these pickled vegetables made of, and why are they so appetizing? A villager who had studied with Mr. Chu asked the question instinctively. Chu Bai said, this is preserved with salt, and I added some other seasonings to make it more appetizing. Upon hearing that the pickled vegetables were actually preserved with salt, everyone was once again taken aback. The government-supplied salt was too expensive, costing 70 or 80 coins per pound, so most families naturally try to save as much as possible. Chu Bai was so extravagant as to use salt to pickle this kind of pickled vegetable. Uncle Wu suggested, now that the tofu shop has started selling breakfast, wouldn't it be better if we sold these pickled vegetables along with it? After several increases in manpower, Chu Bai has opened 4 tofu shops in the city, which can fully meet the city's tofu needs. In addition to tofu, they also added tofu pudding, soy milk, and other foods. Residents in the county town who had some spare cash had gotten into the habit of going to the tofu shop for a bowl of tofu pudding before going to work. Chu Bai nodded and said, that's fine. I'll teach them how to marinate it later. There aren't many technical skills involved in pickling vegetables, but the most daunting aspect is the limitation on the amount of salt. Aside from him and those nobles, probably very few people would be willing to use salt to pickle vegetables. Moreover, Those nobles and royalty wouldn't care about the meager profits brought by pickled vegetables. Before long, everyone had eaten most of it. Chu Bai called out to Uncle Wu, saying, "Uncle, when you deliver the amber egg to Wang Shenle today, please bring a jar of wine from Manager Chiu and tell him that this is our new wine, and we will give priority to Wang Shenle." Uncle Wu asked, "Do you intend to sell all of these wines to Wang Shenle?" Chu Bai nodded and said, "Wang Shenle has an extraordinary background. They must have ways to sell these wines elsewhere and make a fortune." The first time he went to Wang Shenle, he met Qian Heng, a playboy from the capital. Moreover, judging from the tone of his voice when he spoke to Manager Chiu, he must be very familiar with the owner behind Wang Shenle. Therefore, the owner of Wang Shenle must not be an ordinary person. The other wealthy merchants in the county town mostly confined their businesses to the county town itself, with only a few extending into the prefectural city. Compared to those people, Wang Shenle's background is obviously stronger. They also have the ability to sell the liquor distilled by Chu Bai all over the country. "Okay, I understand." Uncle Wu nodded and said, "Then let's stick to the price we agreed on yesterday." Chu Bai nodded and said, "Yes, we'll stick to this price. Not a single penny less." Chapter 61, Visiting the Village Chief of Su Family Village. After Uncle Wu left, Chu Bai led Wu Laotian and the others to the town's market. When he visited his father-in-law's house for the first time, he naturally brought some nice gifts. If it were his previous life, tobacco, alcohol, and tea would naturally be indispensable, but this era doesn't have so many good things. He naturally wanted to find something that fit the times as a gift. Soon, Chu Bai, along with Wu Laotian and the others, bought many things, carrying large and small bags. Looking at what Chu Bai was carrying, Wu Laotian and the others felt sorry for him. "Young Chu, your cheap father-in-law, Su Dashan, is a scoundrel. Buying so many things for him is a complete waste." Wu Laotian couldn't hold back and blurted out what was on his mind. Seeing this, the others also started talking. "In my opinion, even giving him 2 pounds of rice would be too cheap for that bastard. What a waste of such a good thing. If he really saw how rich you are, he would definitely cling to you shamelessly, and who knows how he would try to extort money from you." Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, expressing their regret for Chu Bai and Su Qing. Such a good girl as Su Qing, yet she has such a filthy father as Su Dashan. Chu Bai smirked and said, "Who said I bought all this stuff to give to Su Dashan?" Because he didn't have a good impression of this cheap father-in-law, Chu Bai didn't address him as father-in-law, but called him by his name directly. Everyone was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, and asked, "Then why are you buying so much stuff?" Chu Bai chuckled and said, "I'll keep you in suspense for now. You'll find out later." Before long, the group returned to Wu Family Village after buying their goods. Because he had too much stuff, Chu Bai simply hired a cart in town. "Jingner, let's go. Your husband will accompany you back to your parents' home today." As Chu Bai spoke, he magically produced 5 candied hawthorns. The 3 women were all somewhat surprised when they saw the candied hawthorns. "I never expected Chu Bai to buy something like this to coax a child. Here, 1 for each of you." As Chu Bai spoke, he handed the candied hawthorns to the 3 women. The 3 women accepted the candied hawthorns. Lin Xianer asked in confusion, "There are only 4 people in our family. Why did my husband buy 5 candied hawthorns?" Chu Bai said, "The last one is naturally for Xiao Jinzi." Xiao Jinzi is Su Qing's younger brother, whose full name is Su Jin. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was even more moved. Chu Bai not only took care of her, but also worried about his own younger brother. "Husband, how about we don't go today?" Su Qing sighed and said with some reluctance, "Yesterday's experience has stayed with her ever since. She doesn't want Chu Bai to know that her family is so shameless, and she doesn't want Chu Bai to suffer any injustice." Chu Bai gently pinched her nose and said, "What are you afraid of? Don't you ever want to go back to your parents' home for the rest of your life?" Su Qing paused for a moment, her expression clearly showing some hesitation. Although she didn't want Chu Bai to suffer along with her, that place was, after all, where she had lived for more than 10 years. To say that I don't want it at all is absolutely impossible. Moreover, she could ignore everyone else, but she had to take care of her younger brother. "Okay, it's settled then." Chu Bai smiled and said, "Sienna and Hanner, you 2 stay here and watch the house. If you need anything, you can go to Uncle Tion." After saying that, he took Su Qing to Su Family Village. Because of the handcart, Chu Bai and Su Qing didn't have too much trouble on the way. Before long, the 2 arrived at Sujia village. But Chu Bai didn't go in immediately. Instead, he asked, "Qing'er, where is your village chief's house? Su Qing was taken aback for a moment, then asked in confusion, why are you asking about the village head? Chu Bai said, of course there's a reason. Su Qing thought for a moment and said, go inside to the second house, the biggest one. But that family is no good. Husband, you'd better not mess with them. Chu Bai laughed and said, what are you afraid of? There's nothing in this world that your husband can't handle. As he spoke, he led Su Qing to the door of the village head's house in Sujia village. All right, you go ahead. I'll stay here for a bit and then go back. Chu Bai smiled at Su Qing and then prepared to go in alone. Su Qing quickly grabbed him and whispered, husband, don't leave me alone. Upon hearing this, Chu Bai felt a pang of heartache for no apparent reason. What kind of family could instill such fear in a married woman? Okay, let's do it together. Chu Bai turned to the car driver and instructed him to wait there before walking to the village head's house. After knocking on the door, a man who looked like a butler came out. What are you doing? The butler paused for a moment when he saw Chu Bai, then looked at Su Qing and asked in surprise, Su Qing, you've come to your senses. As he spoke, he reached out to pull Su Qing away. Chu Bai frowned and quickly stopped the butler, saying, what are you doing? The butler looked at Chu Bai and asked unhappily, who are you? Chu Bai said, I am Su Qing's husband. Who do you think I am? The butler sized Chu Bai up and down and sneered, looks respectable, but isn't he just trying to sell your wife to my master? Upon hearing this, Chu Bai's brows furrowed even more deeply. No wonder the housekeeper's first words to Su Qing were that Su Qing had figured things out. There was such a thing behind it all. Chu Bai looked at Su Qing and asked, you were almost sold to their family? Su Qing nodded and said, yes, when I was 16, my parents wanted to sell me to Lu Yukai as a concubine. Later, I wove cloth day and night and scraped together 500 coins, which saved me from disaster. Chu Bai thought for a moment and asked, did Lu Yukai ever pressure you? Su Qing shook her head and said no, not at all. Chu Bai nodded. He had inquired about Lu Yotsai's reputation before he came. Although Lu Yukai, as the village head of Sujia village, inevitably did some bullying things, he never did anything like Wu Sihai, who forcibly abducted women or even beat them to death. This is why he chose to come and find Lu Yukai. If the other party is of bad character, he would never invite trouble upon himself. It's good that there isn't one. Chu Bai turned to look at Lu Yotsai's steward, gave a scholar's bow, and said, please tell village chief Lu that Chu Bai from Wu family village has come to visit with his wife, Su Qing. The butler paused for a moment, looking at Chu Bai with some confusion. When he first saw Su Qing, he thought she had come to her senses and was going to become Lu Yotsai's concubine. But now I realize that it doesn't seem to be the case. However, even though Lu Yukai was just a village head, he wasn't someone anyone could meet. Chu Bai flicked his wrist, and a dozen or so coins appeared in his hand. Please tell Lu Tsunjing that it was Chu Bai who made the amber eggs and tofu. Chu Bai silently stuffed a dozen or so coins into the steward's hand, and then introduced himself. The butler was taken aback and asked in surprise, you're Chu Bai, the one who made the amber eggs and tofu? Chapter 62, Chu Bai wants to build a house. With the sudden popularity of amber eggs and tofu, Chu Bai's name has been mentioned more and more. However, most of them are still in the county town. In the villages below, only some landlords and wealthy people had heard of Chu Bai's name. Others only knew that a new food called tofu had suddenly appeared in the city, and that it was cheap and delicious. However, most ordinary people still cannot afford it. Coincidentally, Lu Yotsai's steward was one of the people who knew the name Chu Bai. However, he didn't connect the two Chu Bais at first. Now, as Chu Bai introduced himself, he finally realized what was going on. That's right, it's me. Chu Bai smiled slightly and performed a scholar's salute once again. The steward was taken aback for a moment, then quickly stuffed the copper coin that Chu Bai had just given him back. Please wait a moment, Mr. Chu. I will go and inform our master immediately. As the steward spoke, he was about to go back and report to Lu Yukai. Chu Bai quickly grabbed him and stuffed the copper coins back into his hand. Don't think it's too little as a small gift when we first meet. Seeing Chu Bai's serious expression, the steward had no choice but to accept the copper coins. Although he was Lu Yotsai's housekeeper, he lived a better life than the others. But in reality, there weren't many opportunities to be greedy. Lu Yukai liked to do things himself, so his role as steward was basically just for show, mostly doing errands. In that case, I thank you very much. The steward accepted the copper coins, bowed to Chu Bai, and ran even faster. Su Qing pouted, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "He's already given you the money, so why does my husband still want to give it to him?" Because she almost became Liu Yotsai's concubine back then, she still feels that Liu Yotsai's family are not good people. But because she didn't want to ruin Chu Bai's plan, she held back until now to ask. Chu Bai smiled and said, "Qing, would you like to live in a big house?" Su Qing was stunned for a moment, then asked with some surprise, "My husband is going to build a big house?" Chu Bai nodded and said, "Yes, and it's not just our little courtyard. I also plan to build a few factories in Wu family village." Hearing the word factory, Su Qing didn't quite understand, but she was still very excited. When there were no other options at home, having a place to shelter from the wind and rain was enough. But now Chu Bai is not short money, so it would be better to get a bigger house. Before long, Liu Yukai came out with the butler. "Where's Mr. Chu?" Liu Yukai was wearing one shoe on one foot and only a sock on the other. Clearly, he rushed out as soon as he heard Chu Bai's name. Upon seeing this scene, Chu Bai suddenly thought of Cao Cao. When Su Yu sought refuge with Cao Cao, Cao Cao rushed out to greet him without even putting on his shoes. However, Liu Yukai was neither Cao Cao nor Su Yu. But in his heart, he still held Liu Yukai in high regard. This person is definitely not an ordinary landlord. Upon seeing Chu Bai, Liu Yukai immediately straightened his clothes and then walked over to him with great enthusiasm. "Mr. Chu, I, Liu, have long admired your reputation." Liu Yukai grabbed Chu Bai's hand and said, "When I first met you, you were less than 3 feet tall, but now you've grown into a 7-foot-tall man." Chu Bai was taken aback for a moment, then asked in surprise, "Has Master Liu seen me before?" Liu Yukai nodded and said, "I was fortunate to have been taught by Mr. Chu back then, which is why I have accumulated my current savings." Chu Bai then understood why Liu Yukai had been so enthusiastic towards him. It turns out that the father of the previous incarnation had once helped Liu Yukai. However, despite Liu Yotsai's enthusiasm, Chu Bai didn't take it entirely seriously. If Liu Yukai truly had a conscience, he would never have stood idly by while his predecessor was deceived. Even with the poor communication in ancient times, the name White Fool had already spread far and wide. It would be a lie for Liu Yukai to say that he knew nothing about it. So it turns out that Master Liu and I, Chu, have such a connection. Chu Bai cupped his hands and said, "It's a pity that my late father fell ill before the new year and passed away a few months ago." Upon hearing this, Liu Yukai pretended to squeeze out 2 tears. "Mr. Chu was a kind man. It's such a pity that he passed away so young." Liu Yukai sighed and then invited, "Nephew, please come in and sit down. I'll have someone start a fire and cook right away." Chu Bai shook his head and said, "You can go in, but there's no need to cook. I still need to go to my father-in-law's house later." Since the other party intended to bring the two closer, Chu Bai didn't hesitate and immediately took the opportunity to call himself his nephew. Liu Yukai seemed to only then notice Su Qing beside him, and asked in surprise, "You actually married Su Dashin's daughter?" Chu Bai nodded and said, "That's right, Qing is now my wife." "Ugh." Liu Yukai immediately said, "Qing is a good person. Back then, some people wanted her to marry me, so I could be their second wife, but I was old enough to be her father, so I didn't take it seriously." This was also an explanation for his near marriage of Su Qing as a concubine, so that Chu Bai wouldn't hold it against him. "In that case, thank you very much, Master Liu, for your kindness." Chu Bai cupped his hands in greeting and led Su Qing to the Liu family compound. After everyone was seated, Liu Yukai asked, "I wonder what brings you here, my dear nephew?" Although he referred to himself as an elder, he adopted a very humble attitude. Chu Bai looked Liu Yukai up and down and found him more and more pleasing to the eye. At least in terms of interpersonal skills, Liu Yukai is far more astute than Wu Sihai. However, Chu Bai was not afraid of Liu Yotsai's cunning. On the contrary, the more cunning Liu Yukai was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Chu Bai cupped his hands and said, "I have something I'd like to ask Master Liu for help with." "Help?" Liu Yukai was taken aback for a moment, then said with righteous indignation, "Nephew, just tell me what you need. As long as it's not something immoral or unethical, I will definitely do my best to help you." Chu Bai smiled slightly and said, "Actually, this matter is not troublesome. I just want to ask Master Liu to help me find some workers in Sujia village. I want to build a few houses in Wujiazwang." Liu Yukai was stunned again. Building a house? He was puzzled. If Chu Bai wanted to build a house, he could have just asked someone in Wujiazwang. Why did he have to come to Sujia village to ask someone? After Chu Bai finished speaking, he stood up and said, I still need to visit my father-in-law. I'll leave this matter to Master Lu. Once you find a person, just have them go to my father-in-law's house to find me. Lu Yukai suddenly realized what Chu Bai meant. He quickly stood up, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, I understand about this matter, but I don't know how the wages will be settled. Chu Bai said, 10 coins a day, plus a full meal. Lu Yukai nodded and said, Okay, it's settled then. I'll go find someone for you right away. Then, he looked at Su Qing and said, Qing girl, you've really found a good husband. Chapter 63. Going back to Su Qing's parents' home. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning behind Lu Yotsai's words. But Chu Bai knew that Lu Yukai had clearly seen through his thoughts at a glance. Thank you very much, Master Lu. I will take my leave now. I will repay you handsomely once the house is built. Chu Bai cupped his hands in greeting and left with Su Qing. After he left, the butler walked up to Lu Yukai and asked, Master, why did this Chu Bai come to our Su family village to find someone to build a house? There are several villages next to Wujiazwang, all of which are closer than Sujiazwang. Moreover, there are no professional house builders in the surrounding area. No matter who Chu Bai hires to build his house, they're all basically the same. Lu Yukai looked at the steward and asked, I heard that Qing went back to her parents' home yesterday. The butler nodded quickly and said, Su Qing came with Chu Bai's other 2 wives yesterday, and I heard she suffered a lot of grievances. Lu Yukai nodded and said, That's it. Chu Bai came back this time to avenge Qing. The butler was taken aback again. Vent your anger? How could he not know how Chu Bai was going to vent Su Qing's anger? At this moment, Lu Yukai suddenly asked, When Chu Bai came in just now, he gave you a lot of benefits, didn't he? The steward was immediately startled and quickly took out the copper coins that Chu Bai had given him earlier. Lu Yukai glanced at it casually and said, Since it's for you, then you can take it. The steward was relieved and quickly put away the copper coins. If Chu Bai comes again in the future, be sure to notify me immediately. Lu Yukai stared ahead and sighed. I have a feeling that Chu Bai is destined for greatness and will surely soar to great heights someday. The butler was quite surprised upon hearing this. In all the years he had served Lu Yukai, this was the first time he had ever heard Lu Yukai speak so highly of anyone else. Then, sir, should we try to befriend this Chu Bai beforehand? The butler hesitated for a moment before asking the question. Lu Yukai shook his head and said, There's no need for that. We can just maintain a good relationship with him for now. As the saying goes, money can move people's hearts. Chu Bai's real test is yet to come. The butler was taken aback again, suddenly realizing he couldn't understand his master anymore. All right, you go find someone now. Lu Yukai suddenly turned around and instructed, 10 coins may not be much, but there will definitely be many people eager to do it. These days, there's so few opportunities to make money that many people will rush to do it even if it's just for a penny or 2. Offering villagers a monthly wage of 1 or 2 taels of silver, like Chu Bai did, is an astronomical sum. The steward pondered for a moment and then asked, Master, should we set aside a little money and give those peasants 8 or even 5 coins a day? Lu Yukai immediately glared at the steward and said, Those villagers are already living a very difficult life. If you are so heartless, then you go and do it. The butler shrank back and quickly shook his head to indicate that he would not do that. Lu Yukai continued, Besides, even if each person takes 5 coins a day, how much money would that add up to? To let Chu Bai develop a dislike for such a small gain would be to lose more than you gain. The butler immediately realized what was happening and ran off to help Chu Bai find a person. On the other side, after Chu Bai and Su Qing left the Lu family compound, they went to Su Qing's home with a coachman. The money-losing bastard from the Dashan family is here again. There's a man next to her. Could he be her husband? Could it be that he was sent back because he lost money? Look at that cart. It's loaded with lots of things. They must belong to Su Qing. Su Qing has only been married for a month. How could she have so much stuff? Could it be that the new son-in-law brought it to his father-in-law when he visited? Have you ever seen a son-in-law bringing gifts for his father-in-law? After entering the village, all sorts of rumors and gossip reached their ears. Su Qing immediately became nervous, and Chu Bai grabbed her hand at the right moment. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chu Bai grabbed Su Qing and immediately began to comfort her. Su Qing nodded, her heart gradually calming down. Before long, the two arrived at a small courtyard. Compared to Chu Bai's courtyard, This courtyard was clearly much more dilapidated. Even the mud walls were only half a person high and could not hide the environment inside at all. In the courtyard, a 6 or 7-year-old boy was squatting on the ground counting ants. Little Gold. Su Qing saw the little boy and immediately called out to him. Hearing the noise, the boy quickly looked up and, upon discovering that it was Su Qing calling him, immediately showed a look of surprise and delight. "Sis, you're back again?" The little boy quickly ran to the wall and looked at Su Qing happily. Then, he looked at Chu Bai next to Su Qing and asked warily, "Sister, who is he?" Su Qing patted the little boy's head and said shyly, "He's your brother-in-law. Quickly call him brother-in-law." The little boy remained wary, staring intently at Su Qing as he asked, "Sister, did he bully you?" Chu Bai was stunned for a moment, not expecting that this little guy would be so hostile to him. Su Qing patted the little boy on the shoulder and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is your brother-in-law. Why don't you greet him?" The little boy then reluctantly called out, "Brother-in-law." Chu Bai's lips curled into a smile, and he said mysteriously, "Little Jinzi, I won't let you call me brother-in-law for nothing. If you call him that nicely, I'll get you something delicious. How about that?" This trick worked every time in his previous life. Children would ignore their parents' teachings as soon as they heard about delicious food. But the little boy, Su Jin, remained wary of him, saying with a serious expression, "If you're trying to bribe me with delicious food, I won't fall for it." Chu Bai was taken aback, not expecting this little guy to be so headstrong. He quickly took out the extra candied hawthorn and said, "Candied hawthorn, do you want some?" Su Jin's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the candied hawthorns. But he stubbornly insisted, "Don't try to bribe me, I won't eat your food." Hearing this, Chu Bai felt even more uneasy. Why was Su Jin so hostile towards him when they first met? Su Qing also realized something was wrong and immediately put on a stern face, saying, "Little Jinzi, who taught you to treat your brother-in-law like that?" Su Jin was scolded and said aggrievedly, "Yes, it was my sister-in-law. She said that once you get married, no one will take care of me anymore, and you'll be beaten to death or starved to death." Upon hearing this, Su Qing was immediately furious. "Where's my sister-in-law?" She glared at Su Jin fiercely and said, "How dare she slander my husband like that? I'll tear her mouth apart." Seeing this, Chu Bai was also somewhat shocked. The usually docile and timid Su Qing actually has this side to her. Chapter 64 por Su Jin. In Chu Bai's memory, Su Qing had always been a charming and naive girl who was full of energy, but also a little timid. This is the first time I've ever seen someone lose their temper like this. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Anyone would get furious if they heard their most beloved younger brother say something like that. If it were Chu Bai, he would probably be even angrier than Su Qing. Su Jin paused for a moment, then said somewhat forlornly, "My sister-in-law went to the back mountain to dig for wild vegetables. Yesterday, she discussed with my parents that since I'm not going to live much longer anyway, she's going to throw me into the back mountain to feed the tigers." Hearing this, Su Qing's eyes reddened again. That vicious woman is so cruel. Not only does she not let us eat our fill every day, but she even wants to throw you into the back mountain to feed the tigers. Su Qing clenched her fists, trembling with anger. Chu Bai quickly pulled her into his arms and said, "Since your sister-in-law doesn't want to raise Xiao Jinzi, let's take him with us when we leave." Su Qing was stunned for a moment, her big eyes welling up with tears as she asked, "Husband, are you serious?" Chu Bai nodded and said, "Our family is not short of food and drink right now, and I like Xiao Jinzi very much. I can't just stand by and watch him be thrown into the back mountain to be fed to the tigers, can I?" Su Qing nodded and instinctively hugged Chu Bai tighter. She has never felt safe since she started speaking. It wasn't until she married Chu Bai that she gradually felt at ease. Now that Chu Bai has resolved her last worry, she no longer has any burdens. Chu Bai patted Su Qing's head and asked, "By the way, Xiao Jinzi just said he won't live much longer. What's going on?" He looked Su Jin up and down, and apart from being rather thin, he couldn't see anything wrong with him. Mentioning this, Su Qing's nose tingled again. Since he was a child, Xiao Jinzi often clutched his stomach and trembled, sweating profusely. In severe cases, he would even faint. People said he wouldn't live long. Hearing Su Qing's explanation, Chu Bai was stunned for a moment. Shaking while clutching their stomach, sweating profusely, and in severe cases even fainting? This sounds like low blood sugar. He quickly asked, "Have you seen a doctor?" Su Qing shook her head and said, My sister-in-law refuses to treat Xiao Jinzi, and there are people in our village who have the same disease as Xiao Jinzi, and they died not long after they fell ill. Chu Bai's heart sank even further. Could there really be such a vicious person in this world? He looked back at the car full of gifts he had bought and suddenly felt a pang of regret. If he had known that Su Qing's sister-in-law was so vicious, he shouldn't have bought these things. Just then, Su Jin suddenly clutched his stomach, shuddered, and collapsed to the ground. Little gold. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, then quickly shouted. Chu Bai hurriedly ran to the cart and took out the small amount of white sugar he had prepared. Then he climbed over the waist-high wall, lifted Xiao Jinzi's head, and put the sugar into Su Jin's mouth. Don't worry, Xiao Jinzi isn't sick, he just has low blood sugar. After Chu Bai finished doing all that, he immediately looked up and comforted Su Qing. Su Qing was taken aback for a moment, then asked in confusion, low blood sugar? What kind of illness is that? Chu Bai explained, low blood sugar isn't a disease. It's just because you haven't eaten enough. Hypoglycemia is actually a medical condition, and in severe cases, it can even be fatal. However, as long as you replenish your sugar levels in time, there shouldn't be any major problems. Hearing Chu Bai's words, Su Qing felt a renewed sense of doubt. But at that moment, Su Jin suddenly opened his eyes, still half asleep. Seeing Chu Bai hugging him, he instinctively felt some resistance. But he had no strength left in his body and could only lie there. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran over the low earthen wall to ask with concern, Little Jinzi, how are you? Are you all right? Su Jin shook his head, licked his lips, and asked, Sis, what did you give me to eat just now? Was it sweet? Upon hearing this, Chu Bai suddenly seemed to have been struck by something. My head feels a little numb, and my throat feels a little dry. In his previous life, many children had rotten teeth because they ate too much sugar. But Su Jin doesn't even know what sweet tastes like. Su Qing explained, that's because your brother-in-law gave you a little bit of white sugar. Of course, white sugar is sweet. Then she asked, didn't I bring a lot of things yesterday? Didn't your sister-in-law let you eat? Su Jin lowered his head and said timidly, my sister-in-law said yesterday that you made her angry and punished me by not allowing me to eat for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Su Qing flew into another rage. I told her the truth yesterday, and she can't even listen to this? Even if she's angry with me, why should I punish you by not letting you eat? My husband just said that you're not sick at all. You're just hungry because you haven't eaten enough. When she gets back, I'm going to settle the score with her. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Jin suddenly raised his head. Sister, you're saying I'm not sick? Su Jin looked at Su Qing, his eyes full of hope. He suffered from a strange illness since he was very young, and would often break out in a cold sweat and faint. From that time on, everyone said he wouldn't live much longer. But now Su Qing is telling him that he is not sick, but just not full. Su Qing nodded seriously and said, when you fainted before, it would take you at least 1 or 2 hours to wake up. This time, your brother-in-law fed you some sugar and you woke up immediately. So your brother-in-law is right. You are not sick. Upon hearing this, Su Jin immediately burst into tears. Because of his illness, he was very sensible from a young age and never caused trouble for his sister and parents. This was partly because he was sensible and partly because he always felt he wouldn't live much longer. Since I won't live much longer, I shouldn't cause trouble for others. But how could someone so young truly understand the meaning of death? Don't cry, Jeans. While crying, Su Qing wiped away Su Jin's tears and said, your brother-in-law said that when we go back, we will take you with us and never let you go hungry again. Su Jin paused for a moment, then asked, really? Su Qing nodded and said, your brother-in-law never lies. Su Jin swallowed hard and said, then I'll just eat 1 wild vegetable bun per meal. I'm very small, so I'll be full after eating just a little. Upon hearing this, Chu Bai couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Silly child, your sister and brother-in-law eat rice and white steamed buns every day. How can they let you eat wild vegetables and cornbread? Chu Bai patted Su Jin's head and said, your brother-in-law may not have much else, but he's rich. When you go home with him, you can eat whatever you want. Just eat as much as you want. Su Jin subconsciously drooled and looked at Su Qing with some disbelief, asking, sister, is what he said true? Su Qing nodded and said, it's all true. Once you and my sister come over, we'll eat rice and steamed buns every day. Chu Bai added, there's also meat. Chapter altmish beish su ying, Rosis Hartempe. Su Jin's mouth watered uncontrollably, and his stomach rumbled at just the right moment. Su Qing quickly said, "Come on, let's go inside. I'll steam some rice for you." Upon hearing this, Chu Bai immediately carried Su Jin inside, but Su Jin quickly replied, "I can walk by myself." Chu Bai then put Su Jin down, opened the courtyard gate, and started moving things inside from the cart outside. However, he did not move these things into the house, but left them in the yard. Su Jin's eyes widened at the sight of so many wonderful things. Excellent desserts, exquisite fabrics, half a pig. There was also a bag of rice and some other things I couldn't identify. Chu Bai noticed Su Jin's gaze and said, "Are you starving? Have a snack to tide you over." When Chu Bai offered her some snacks, Su Jin didn't take them. Instead, she subconsciously looked at Su Qing. Su Qing said irritably, "Just take what your brother-in-law gave you." Su Jin then accepted the pastries and said softly, "Thank you, brother-in-law." "Why?" Upon hearing the word brother-in-law, Chu Bai immediately grinned happily. Then, he took out a silver ingot from his pocket and stuffed it into Su Jin's hand, saying, "You're not allowed to call me brother-in-law for nothing. This is your change of address fee." Seeing the pile of silver, Su Jin was completely stunned. He had hardly ever seen copper coins in his life, let alone a silver ingot like this. Upon seeing this, Su Qing hurriedly said, "Husband, you've given too much. Besides, what kind of brother-in-law gives his younger brother a change of address fee?" Chu Bai rolled her eyes and said smugly, "It's my business if your husband is willing." As he spoke, he stuffed the silver into Su Jin's arms. Although Chu Bai's behavior was somewhat rough, Su Qing and Su Jin felt a warmth in their hearts. Seeing that Su Qing had already started steaming the rice, Chu Bai smiled slightly and said, "Today I'll show you what I can do." As he spoke, he used a knife to cut a piece off the half-pig and then chased Su Qing away from the kitchen. Su Jin glanced curiously at the kitchen, then craned her neck and asked, "Sis, can your husband cook?" Su Qing patted Su Jin's head and said, "Yes, your brother-in-law is amazing. He can not only cook, but he's also invented several kinds of delicacies. Do you know about amber eggs and tofu? Those were invented by your brother-in-law." Su Jin swallowed hard and asked timidly, "Sister, if I go with you, will I be able to eat amber eggs and tofu?" Although he had always stayed in Sujia village, he had heard of the reputation of tofu. Su Qing nodded and said, "Yes, come back with me, and I'll make sure you eat your fill." After starting to live a good life with Chu Bai, Su Qing became much bolder than before. Just as Su Qing and her brother Su Jin were enjoying their time together, an untimely voice came from outside the door. "Hey, you money loser, here again?" The speaker was Wu Jinhua, Su Qing's and Su Jin's sister-in-law. Wu Jinhua walked in carrying a basket and looking unhappy. A man followed behind her. He looked rather thin and kept his head down, avoiding looking at Su Qing and Su Jin. He appeared very cowardly. Upon seeing Wu Jinhua enter, Su Jin quickly hid behind Su Qing and subconsciously concealed the snacks Chu Bai had given him. Su Qing shielded Su Jin, her voice unusually firm. "Can I come to see my brother?" Wu Jinhua sneered and snorted. "What's so interesting about a dying man? Tomorrow I'll throw him into the back mountain to feed the wolves, and see how you'll have the nerve to come here for free meals then." Upon hearing this, Su Qing reacted as if her hair had been blown off again. "You dare! I'll tear your mouth apart." As Su Qing spoke, she ran towards Wu Jinhua. Wu Jinhua didn't hold back either, throwing down the basket and tearing at Su Qing. Although Su Qing has had no worries about food and drink during this period, her health is much better than before. However, Wu Jinhua was much larger than her, so she gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Upon seeing this, Su Jin hurriedly ran over and started tearing at Wu Jinhua, trying to protect her sister. However, due to years of malnutrition, he was too thin and weak, and Wu Jinhua kicked him away with a casual kick. After kicking me, Wu Jinhua even shouted, "Su Chang, are you going to watch those two siblings bully me like this?" The man behind Wu Jinhua, Su Chang, the brother of Su Qing and Su Jin, was stunned for a moment, a hint of hesitation on his face. At this moment, Chu Bai, who had heard the commotion, emerged from the kitchen. "Stop!" he roared and grabbed Wu Jinhua's hand tightly. Su Jin got up from the ground again, ran over and bit Wu Jinhua's hand. "Ah!" In pain, Wu Jinhua released Su Qing and flung Su Jin away. Chu Bai's eyes widened, and he kicked Wu Jinhua in the stomach. Although Wu Jinhua was in better shape than many men, she still staggered back several steps after being kicked hard by Chu Bai. Wu Jinhua was visibly taken aback when she saw Chu Bai, because Chu Bai was not only handsome, but his clothes were also much better than those of ordinary people. But soon, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. She heard about it when Su Qing was being escorted to her wedding. It was said that Su Qing had been chosen by a fool. Now it seems this was the fool. This is outrageous. Wu Jinhua rolled up her sleeves and scolded Su Chong. Are you just going to watch them bully me? I'd rather marry a good-for-nothing than marry you. Su Chong took a breath, took a step forward, and said, Su Qing, Su Jin, haven't you two had enough of this? Upon hearing this, Chu Bai frowned. No wonder Wu Jinhua could do whatever she wanted in the Su family. It turns out her cheap brother-in-law was a complete waste. When his younger siblings were bullied, he didn't even try to help. Instead, he scolded them. It's no exaggeration to say that they have no conscience whatsoever. It's important to understand that there are far more women than men these days, and women have a very low social status. However, Wu Jinhua was able to wield considerable influence in the Su family, largely thanks to her brother-in-law. Facing Su Chong's reprimand, Su Qing showed no fear and glared at him, asking, Big brother, I heard from Xiao Jinzi that your wife is going to throw him up the mountain to feed the wolves. Did you agree to that? Su Chong's face showed a hint of struggle, clearly unsure of how to begin. Wu Jinhua spoke first. This good-for-nothing can't do any work and just eats for free. Besides, he won't live much longer. Are we going to waste food by not throwing him on the mountain to feed the wolves? Upon hearing this, Su Qing was so angry that she trembled all over. When Su Jingang first told her about this, she still had some doubts, but now that she heard Wu Jinhua admit it herself, she became even more furious. Not only her, but Chu Bai was also quite angry. Su Jin isn't sick. He just has hypoglycemia because he's been starving for years. If you feed him properly, how could he have a seizure? Chu Bai took a step forward, blocking Su Qing and Su Jin. Chapter 66, The Confused Father-in-Law. Tisich, I didn't believe it when I heard Su Qing married a fool, but now I do. Wu Jinhua looked at Chu Bai with disdain, put her hands on her hips, and said, If he wasn't sick, how could he faint and have convulsions for no reason? Wu Lao heir from our village died of this strange disease. Chu Bai knew he couldn't explain it to Wu Jinhua, so he stopped arguing with her. Wu Jinhua thought she had one and immediately snorted. You two are talking a good game, but aren't you just trying to freeload at our house? Let me tell you, you're not getting any free food. Get out of here before I lose my temper. Upon hearing this, Su Qing immediately rushed ahead of Chu Bai and said, Wu Jinhua, I told you yesterday that my husband is a very capable person. I didn't come back to freeload. Wu Jinhua still scoffed. The eggs you brought yesterday were all rotten. I don't know where you picked them up from. You still have a nerve to say you weren't freeloading. Upon hearing this, Su Qing immediately said, Do you know that's an amber egg? My husband sells them to restaurants in the city for 100 coins each. Wu Jinhua rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, I've heard of tofu, but amber eggs? Who knows what that is? Do you really think I'm easy to fool? If you're not here to freeload, then get me 2 pounds of tofu. Su Qing almost laughed out of anger. Tofu? That was invented by my husband. However, tofu is much cheaper than amber eggs. Wu Jinhua, that short-sighted fellow, really can't tell the difference between good and bad at all. Even if you don't know about amber eggs, you must recognize these things that my husband and I brought, right? Su Qing pointed to the pile of gifts next to her and said angrily, Have you ever seen anyone who freeloads a meal bring so many nice things? Wu Jinhua looked in the direction Su Qing pointed. At first, she didn't think much of it, but her eyes widened immediately. Fine fabrics, pastries, most of a poor carcass, and even a jar of wine. This is definitely a very generous gift. Even when she went back to her parents' home, she didn't bring more than 1/10 of what she had. What's more, it contains good things like pork and wine. Let alone taking her when visiting her parents' home, they only see her a few times a year on ordinary days. Wu Jinhua was momentarily stunned. Could it be that what Su Qing said was true? Her seemingly foolish husband wasn't the person rumored to be. He was actually a very capable man. But at that moment, Su Qing's brother, Su Chong, suddenly said, Su Qing, where did you and this idiot steal these things from? Upon hearing this, Wu Jinhua's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, Su Qing and the 2 women who came yesterday are both money losers. and Chu Bai is an even bigger fool who has been swindled out of all his money. How can someone like that ever amount to anything? The only possibility is that they stole all of these things. I heard that idiot knew a lot of bad friends before, and they must have stolen these things together. So, you actually dared to bring stolen goods to our house? Are you trying to get me to go to jail with you? Wu Jinhua shouted and snorted. Get out of here with your things right now, or I'll report you to the authorities right now and have a magistrate arrest you. Hearing these words, Su Qing and Chu Bai were both amused and annoyed. I'm telling you, are you two out of your minds? Chu Bai sized up Wu Jinhua and Su Chong, feeling an indescribable anger. It's one thing for those two not to know the value of something, but they actually went so far as to report it to the authorities and have themselves arrested. What did you say? Wu Jinhua glared at Chu Bai and tried to come over and continue their struggle. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, Su Qing immediately stood in front of Chu Bai. Just then, a reprimanding voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. What are you doing? The courtyard gate was pushed open, and a middle-aged couple walked in from outside. Although they are middle-aged, the faces of the two men are already etched with the deep marks of time. His temples were already streaked with the marks of time. These two people were Chu Bai's father-in-law and mother-in-law, and Su Qing's parents, Su Dashan and Su Zhaoshi. Su Dashan walked in, put down the rusty hoe, and then looked at Su Qing and Chu Bai with some displeasure on his face. He was working in the fields when he heard that Su Qing and her husband had arrived. Worried that the two might come to freeload, Su Dashan quickly brought Su Zhao back with him. Dad, our good-for-nothing and her mentally challenged husband stole money from somewhere and bought some gifts to come to our house for a free meal. The two of them even teamed up to bully me. Wu Jinhua immediately started to complain, blaming Su Qing and Chu Bai. Upon hearing the word gift, Su Dashan's eyes immediately lit up, and he saw the gifts piled up like a small mountain in the yard. Wu Jinhua had been married into the family for several years and knew Su Dashan's character very well. She quickly said, Father, we can't take these things. If the authorities find out, we'll be beheaded. Su Dashan shuddered upon hearing the words beheading. So, you two actually want me to be beheaded by the authorities? Su Dashan glared at the two of them and went up to slap Su Qing. Chu Bai quickly reached out and grabbed Su Dashan's wrist. Let go. Su Dashan looked at Chu Bai, his face full of rage. You come back and start hitting people without even asking what happened. Why should I back down? Chu Bai held onto Su Dashan tightly, preventing him from breaking free. Su Dashan retorted angrily. What business is it of yours if I'm disciplining my own daughter? Chu Bai said, It may not have been my business before, but now she is my wife, and I will never allow you to beat or scold her like before. Su Dashan snorted coldly and looked at Su Qing, saying, Well, no wonder you dare to talk back to me after you came back yesterday. Turns out you have a powerful backer now. Then, he turned to Chu Bai and said, Who do you really think you are? You can do whatever you want with my own daughter. As he spoke, he suddenly tried to pull his hand away forcefully. Chu Bai immediately let go, and Su Dashan was caught off guard and fell backward, throwing himself violently. Su Dashan scrambled to his feet, glaring angrily at Chu Bai. Chu Bai stared at him, expressionless, and said, I came here today not for you, but for Xiao Jinzi. I was thinking that if you weren't so muddle-headed, I would let Su Qing continue to recognize you as her father and this family as her maternal home. But since you've become so confused, then I've made the decision for Su Qing. She doesn't need this family of her own anymore. After saying that, he turned to Su Qing and Su Jin and said, Qing'er Jinzi, let's go. A tear glistened in Su Qing's eyes, and she nodded without hesitation. She could understand Chu Bai's intentions and why Wu Jinhua was so arrogant. Isn't it because she has many brothers on her maternal side? In a sense, a woman's family is her greatest support after she gets married. But now that this backer is so unreliable, it's better to get rid of him. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Qing grabbed Su Jin's hand and prepared to leave with Chu Bai. Chapter 67, Reporting to the Authorities? If Su Qing still held onto a sliver of hope for this family before, now even that last sliver of hope is gone. For him, this home was hell. Wait. Seeing Su Qing's actions, Su Dashan frowned and said, If you're going to leave, then leave. Why take Xiao Jinzi with you? Su Qing snorted. If I don't take him away, are you going to throw him into the back mountains to feed the wolves? Upon hearing this, Su Dashin's eyes widened immediately. Who said we were going to throw him into the mountains to feed the wolves? Su Dashin seemed to have thought of something and immediately turned to look at Wu Jinhua and said, "Was it you who said you wanted to throw Xiao Jinzi to the back mountain to feed the wolves?" Wu Jinhua's gaze flickered. Then she said, "Anyway, he won't live much longer. Rather than letting him waste food, it's better to end it all." Snap! Without saying a word, Su Dashin slapped Wu Jinhua across the face. "Since when did it become your place to call the shots in this house?" Su Dashin glared at Wu Jinhua and roared, "As long as I'm alive, you have no right to make the decisions in this family." Seeing this, Chu Bai and Su Qing were also somewhat stunned. Not long ago, Su Jin told them that Wu Jinhua had discussed with her parents that they would throw him into the back mountain to feed the tigers. But now, Su Dashin seems to be unaware of this? Wu Jinhua covered her slapped cheek and said in disbelief, "Su Dashin, how dare you hit me?" Su Dashin snorted. "So what if I hit you? Don't think you can act lawlessly in our house just because you have a lot of brothers on your mother's side. Do you believe that even if I beat you to death, your brothers on your mother's side won't dare to utter a single word?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jinhua immediately shrank back and dared not speak again. Chu Bai, watching from the side, understood Su Dashin was illiterate, had a fiery temper, and was a complete scoundrel. Although Wu Jinhua was arrogant and domineering in the Su family because she had many brothers, she was genuinely afraid of her father-in-law. After reprimanding Wu Jinhua, Su Dashin said to Su Qing and Chu Bai, "You two can leave, but Xiao Jinzi must stay. What will happen if he goes with you? People will gossip about me, Su Dashin, behind my back." Chu Bai was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. At first, he thought Su Dashin was thinking of Su Jin, but now he realized that everything Su Dashin did was for his own face. "Little Goldie must come with us today." Chu Bai looked at Su Dashin and said firmly, "If Xiao Jinzi continues to go hungry every day with you, then there's no point in him staying here. This vicious woman might even secretly throw him into the back mountains to feed the wolves. By then, she can just make up any excuse, and Little Gold will have already been eaten by the wolf. What can you do to her then? Or perhaps you let Xiao Jinzi stay just to save face, without ever considering Xiao Jinzi's life or death." Upon hearing Chu Bai's words, Su Dashin instantly flew into a rage. Just as Chu Bai said, the reason he wouldn't let Chu Bai and Su Qing take Su Jin away was entirely for his own face. As for Su Jin's life or death, he had not given it any thought. Or rather, he subconsciously believed that Su Jin wouldn't live much longer. Therefore, it makes no difference whether one starves to death at home or is thrown into the mountains to be eaten by wolves. However, if Su Jin died at home from an attack of his illness, then it's only because Su Jin contracted a strange disease, and it's not his fault at all. Wu Jinhua looked at Chu Bai in horror, because Chu Bai's words had completely hit the nail on the head. Even though Su Dashin slapped her just now, she wouldn't give up the idea of throwing Su Jin to the wolves in the back mountains. Anyway, Su Jin will be dead by then, and Su Dashin can't really do anything to her. But now, Chu Bai has seen through her and Su Dashin's thoughts in one sentence. "Qinger, let's pack our things and go." Chu Bai said to Su Qing, then turned to Su Dashin and Wu Jinhua, and said, "Since you're worried that my things are stolen and you'll be implicated, then I'll take all of these things with me." As he spoke, he went with Su Qing and Su Jin to pack up the things. Although Wu Jinhua was reluctant to part with those things, she was indeed implicated by Chu Bai, just as Chu Bai had said. "Wait, you can't take these things with you." She glared at them and said, "If you take these things away today, what if the authorities hold us responsible for not reporting this? You all wait here. I'm going to report to the authorities first." As she spoke, she actually went out to report it to the authorities. Of course, she didn't mean reporting to the authorities in the county town. From here to the county town, it would take her most of the day to walk there and back. Therefore, she wanted to go find Liu Yukai, the village head of Sujia village, first. Then, go find the town's village chief. The village head was equivalent to the town head, but it was not a formal official position, and it was not even a real clerk. It could only be called a village official. Even so, he was still a highly respected official in the eyes of these ordinary people. As for the county magistrate in the city, he is an even bigger figure than anyone else in their entire life. Chu Bai ignored her and headed out with his things. Seeing this, Su Chong quickly blocked the doorway and said, "You can't leave." Chu Bai frowned and said, "Get out of the way. This is none of your business." Of all the members of the Su family, the one he looked down on the most was this cheap brother-in-law. If it weren't for his weakness, Wu Jinhua wouldn't be so arrogant. Su Chong said with a dark face, "I said no, and that's final. None of you are allowed to leave until Jinhua comes back." Worried that the two might fight, Su Qing immediately came over and pulled Chu Bai away. Chu Bai smiled and said, "All right, I'm hungry anyway. Let's eat before we go." As he spoke, he went back to the kitchen and brought out the braised pork and white rice that he had just cooked not long ago. Upon seeing the braised pork, Su Chong and Su Dashin's eyes widened instantly. These days, just surviving is difficult enough. How could they have ever seen so much flesh? Chu Bai glanced at them disdainfully and snorted, "I stole this meat. If you don't want to get implicated, don't eat it." With that in mind, Su Chong and Su Dashin, though they really wanted to eat it, could only suppress their urges. "Qing'er, Xiao Jinzi, let's eat first." Chu Bai called to Su Qing and Su Jin, and the three of them sat down together to eat. Su Jin stared at the white rice and braised pork and quietly swallowed. "Sister, brother-in-law, can I eat this meat too? I'll just have one piece to taste it." Su Jin was worried that Chu Bai wouldn't let him eat, so he begged softly, "Silly boy, this meat is for you. If you don't eat all of this meat today, I won't let you eat from now on." After being startled by Chu Bai, Su Jin hurriedly picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a rich aroma of meat filled his mouth. Chapter 68. You really don't know who he is? Is this what meat tastes like? Su Jin chewed on the braised pork and asked in confusion, "But why is it sweet?" Su Qing laughed and said, "That's because your brother-in-law put white sugar in it. Otherwise the meat wouldn't taste so good." White sugar. Su Jin was stunned for a moment, remembering the white sugar that Chu Bai had fed him before. He knew about brown sugar and red sugar, but had never heard of white sugar. This white sugar must be very expensive, right? Su Jin looked at Su Qing with curiosity, feeling somewhat awkward. Su Qing nodded and whispered, "This white sugar was invented by your brother-in-law. He plans to sell it for 30 taels of silver per caddy." Upon hearing the price, Su Jin nearly dropped his chopsticks. 30 taels of silver per caddy? Even if you sold him, he wouldn't be worth that much money. Su Qing smiled slightly and said, "Don't be afraid. Your brother-in-law may not have much else, but he has plenty of good stuff." Su Jin swallowed hard and nodded subconsciously. But in his heart, it was as if a raging storm was rising. Just how capable is my brother-in-law? Tofu and amber eggs are amazing enough, but now there's this magical white sugar? Unfortunately, Su Jin was too young to understand what the word white sugar truly meant. Su Qing glanced at Chu Bai discreetly, and, seeing that Chu Bai didn't seem angry at all, breathed a sigh of relief. Although she spoke very casually, she didn't truly mean it. Chu Bai married 3 wives in total. Lin Xianer was dignified and generous. Li Han was down-to-earth and capable, but she was just a pretty face at home. This time, letting Chu Bai go back to her parents' home with her, and the way her own family treated Chu Bai, has already caused him a lot of trouble. And now, she's even putting her younger brother at ease, acting like the lady of the house. She herself felt that she had gone a bit too far. She created no value in this household. Instead, she only took from it. This made her feel uneasy and guilty. Therefore, her feelings for Chu Bai were also very complicated. If we're talking about who she likes, she definitely likes Chu Bai. Moreover, there's some blind worship. But compared to Chu Bai, she felt far too insignificant. Whenever she faced Chu Bai, she always felt like a servant, whose only task was to serve Chu Bai well. She wouldn't have done this if it weren't for her younger brother. Chu Bai noticed Su Qing's expression and immediately guessed what she was thinking. "Your sister is right. I may not have much else, but I have plenty of good stuff." Chu Bai grabbed Su Qing's hand and said, "When you come back with me, just tell your brother-in-law what you want to eat or drink, and he'll make it for you." Feeling the warmth emanating from her palm, Su Qing felt much warmer inside. Perhaps she really doesn't have any special skills, but she has good fortune that others can only envy. This stroke of good fortune was that she had a husband who doted on her immensely. She vowed in her heart that she would stay with her husband forever and ever. Only in this way can I repay my husband's kindness to me. On the other side of the courtyard, Su Dashin, Su Chong, and Su Zhaosher looked at the group of people chatting and laughing at the table, and were extremely jealous. If they weren't afraid of getting themselves implicated, they would have rushed over long ago. That was pure white rice, and meat made of who knows what. They had never eaten anything so luxurious in their lives. At the same time, Wu Jinhua suddenly pushed open the courtyard gate and walked in from outside. "Why are you back so soon?" Su Chong looked at Wu Jinhua with some surprise. Wu Jinhua said smugly, "When I went out, Master Lu was leading his men this way. He must have heard the news and came to arrest him." Upon hearing her words, Su Dashin and Su Chong immediately showed expressions of lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't fall for Chu Bai's trick. Otherwise, they'll definitely get arrested soon. "Did you tell Master Lu?" "We have absolutely no connection with either of them." Su Dashin, fearing he might be implicated, hurriedly asked. "Of course," Wu Jinhua said arrogantly. "Let's see how long these two can keep up their act." As she spoke, she walked directly to the dining table. Chu Bai looked up, somewhat displeased, and said, "What are you doing?" Wu Jinhua raised her head and snorted. "Did you hear what I said? Master Lu is here with his men to arrest you. You won't be able to keep up the act any longer." She had just been slapped, so naturally she was going to hold Chu Bai responsible for it. "Can't keep up the act?" Chu Bai scoffed and said, "How do you know they're definitely here to arrest me?" Wu Jinhua was taken aback for a moment, then said disdainfully, "If we're not arresting you, do you think we're here to beg you?" Chu Bai stood up and said, "You're right, but it's not a request. I asked Master Lu to do me a favor." Wu Jinhua rolled her eyes and snorted, "Someone like you. Do you think Master Lu would help you? Are you still asleep?" Su Dashin and his son Su Chong both looked at Chu Bai with disdain. Master Lu is the village head of Sujia village, and his family owns hundreds of acres of land. Why would someone like that help a fool like Chu Bai? Just then, Chu Bai happened to see Lu Yukai and his steward leading dozens of people over the low courtyard wall. "They're here." Chu Bai pointed to the door, and the huge weight in his heart finally lifted. Everything can be resolved as long as Lu Yukai comes. Su Dashin glared at Chu Bai and shouted, "You stay right there." Then, he hurriedly went over, opened the door, and greeted him, saying, "Master Lu, is it really necessary for you to personally handle such a small matter? I can just bring the person over for you in a bit." Lu Yukai glanced at him thoughtfully and asked, "Arrest him? Isn't that your son-in-law?" Su Dashin immediately said, "Master Lu, I really have no connection with this person, and I haven't touched any of the things he brought." Lu Yukai chuckled and then strode into the courtyard. "You brats, you're all finished." Wu Jinhua cursed and hurriedly ran over to greet Lu Yukai. "Master Lu, the man is right there. Quickly take your men and arrest him." Wu Jinhua looked at Lu Yukai with a fawning expression and even made a coquettish gesture. When Lu Yukai saw this, he almost threw up his dinner from the night before. But he forced himself to suppress his nausea and slowly asked, "You still don't understand who he is?" Wu Jinhua asked in surprise, "Who is he? Isn't he just an idiot? We don't even know where he stole those things from, yet he has the nerve to give them to us. He's practically trying to kill us." Lu Yukai was stunned and looked at Wu Jinhua in disbelief. "Chu Bai? Fool? Were all those things stolen?" Wu Jinhua is the fool. Chapter 69. Lu Yukai, who knows his limits. "Young Master Chu, I found all the people you requested." Lu Yukai ignored Wu Jinhua and looked at Chu Bai, saying, "These are all skilled house builders in our village. I've already discussed the pay with them. They'll get 10 coins a day, including lunch. If you think that's acceptable, they can start working tomorrow." Upon hearing Lu Yotsai's address to Chu Bai, Wu Jinhua, Su Dashin, and the others were immediately stunned. "Master Lu, what did you just call him?" Wu Jinhua widened her eyes and said, "He's just a fool." "What young master nonsense? And what's with the house building thing?" Lu Yukai scoffed and snorted. "Fools? You don't even know young Master Chu's identity, yet you make wild guesses about him. Who's the fool here?" Wu Jinhua was stunned and said, "Isn't he just a fool who was swindled out of his entire fortune? Don't the people of Wu family village call him White Fool?" "Idiot!" Lu Yukai sneered. "Anyone who actually believes those 3 words is a real fool. Have you ever seen a fool who could make such fine things as amber eggs and tofu?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jinhua, Su Dashin, and the others immediately gaped open. They had never heard of amber eggs. But tofu? They had all heard that there was a delicious food called tofu in the county town. Moreover, the person who invented tofu opened 4 tofu shops in the county town. Even so, people who want to buy tofu still have to queue up. Besides tofu, the tofu shop also sells breakfast. Dohua, tofu pudding, defuno, tofu brain, soy milk, doji, fermented mung bean. All sorts of delicious food. There's nothing a tofu shop can't make. Only things they can't imagine. Judging from Lu Yotsai's words, this tofu shop was actually opened by Chu Bai? How is this possible? Wu Jinhua said, distraught. He's just a fool. He stole all those things. Stolen? Lu Yukai said with a look of disdain. Have you ever seen anyone steal so many good things? After he finished speaking, he looked at the pile of things. Oh, what kind of wine is this? Lu Yukai walked straight toward the pile of gifts and came to the jar of wine that Chu Bai had brought. He smelled the aroma of wine as soon as he entered the room. If it weren't for the fact that it was a gift from Chu Bai to Su Dashin, he would have already been eager to open it and taste it. Now that Wu Jinhua and Su Dashin are blind to his worth, he doesn't care anymore. Young Master Chu, may I try some of your wine? Lu Yukai stared at the jar of wine, his mouth watering. He could smell the aroma of wine from a distance, and now that he was closer, the aroma was even stronger. He swore that the wine Chu Bai brought was better than any wine he had ever tasted in his life. Chu Bai smiled slightly and said, since Master Lu likes it, then this jar of wine will be given to Master Lu. Lu Yukai was overjoyed, but still maintained his composure and said, how can that be? Young Master Chu, tell me how much this jar of wine costs, and I'll buy it. Chu Bai said, Master Lu has helped me so much, so just drink with peace of mind. This jar of wine is homemade, and I can make as much as you want. Really? Lu Yukai couldn't hold back any longer and opened the bottle. A rich aroma of wine wafted out instantly. Everyone in the courtyard was sniffing hard. What kind of wine is this? It smells amazing. This wine is even more fragrant than the wine that Master Lu has drunk. If I could just have a sip of this wine, I'd die happy. The men in the courtyard couldn't help but start gossiping. Meanwhile, Su Dashin, standing to the side, was filled with regret. He doesn't have many hobbies, except for drinking. Even the cheapest wine costs more than 10 coins to buy a small jar, so he can only drink a little bit during festivals. Had he known that Chu Bai brought such fine wine among the gifts, he would have insisted on accepting them first. But now he has fallen out with Chu Bai, and Chu Bai has given that jar of wine to Lu Yukai. If he were to ask for it again at this point, not only would he fail to get it, but he would also offend Lu Yukai. He was not afraid of Chu Bai, but he was terrified of Lu Yukai. At this moment, Lu Yukai, who regarded it as a treasure, carefully poured a bowl of wine from the wine jar. The aroma of the wine immediately became even stronger. Lu Yukai resealed the wine jar and then carefully tasted it. The first bite was spicy yet slightly sweet, making Lu Yotsai's eyes widen instantly. After a long while, Lu Yukai finally said, good wine. Then he picked up the large bowl and took another small sip. However, after he finished drinking this time, he poured all the remaining wine back into the wine jar. Chu Bai asked in confusion, Master Lu, what are you doing? Lu Yukai, holding the wine jar, said, such fine wine must be savored carefully. It would be a waste to just drink it like this. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. They all knew Lu Yukai was a miser, but his current behavior was still somewhat unexpected. At the same time, they felt as if a million ants were crawling all over them. This wine smells so good. I really want to take a sip and experience what it tastes like. But they knew that Chu Bai gave Lu Yukai the drink because of Lu Yotsai's influence. They're just a bunch of poor country bumpkins. They'll probably never get to drink such good wine in their lifetime. At this moment, Lu Yukai asked, young Master Chu, you just said that you made this wine? Chu Bai nodded and said, that's right. I had someone take 3 jars to Wangshenliu. I estimate that it will spread throughout the county in a few days. Lu Yukai cupped his hands in greeting and said, young Master Chu, you found yourself another golden goose. May I ask how much a jar of your wine costs? Chu Bai said, what do you think of the 1 tael of silver per jar drink that Master Lu is drinking? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. A jar of wine? It's only selling for 1 or 2 taels of silver. Isn't this way too expensive? But Lu Yukai nodded and said, this price is the same as green ant wine, but this wine tastes better than green ant wine, so it's worth the price. He then sighed, I originally wanted to buy a few more jars of wine from young Master Chu, but I'm afraid this old man can't afford to drink even a few jars at this price. Although he was the village head, he was also the largest landlord in Sujia village. But even with all his wealth added up, he probably wouldn't have reached 100 taels of silver. He wouldn't be willing to spend a huge amount of money just for a few jars of wine. Chu Bai laughed and said, "That's easy. If Master Lu wants some, just send someone to Wu family village and I'll have someone deliver a few jars to you." Lu Yukai quickly waved his hand and said, "Young Master Chu is too kind, but I cannot take advantage of your kindness. There is no need for this." Hearing this, Chu Bai looked at him with even greater respect. Although Lu Yukai was also greedy, he knew how to be sensible. Unlike Wu Si-hai, who is insatiable and morally corrupt, this person is disgusting. Chapter 70 Cheating. "Master Lu, it's just a few jars of wine. You've done me such a great favor. I can certainly afford to give you back." Although Lu Yukai declined, Chu Bai still exchanged pleasantries. Lu Yukai waved his hand again and said, "Forget about the wine. If I really want to drink, I can still afford a few jars if I grit my teeth." After saying that, he pointed to the villagers and said, "Young Master Chu, shall we settle the matter of building you a house first?" As he finished speaking, all the villagers who had come with Lu Yukai looked at Chu Bai with hopeful eyes. Although 10 coins a day isn't much, if you can work with Chu Bai for a month, you can earn 300 coins. This amount of money is enough for them to live frugally for a long time. Especially for families whose grain reserves are almost depleted, they are able to survive until the grain is ripe. For Chu Bai, this was simply a job they were given. But for these villagers, it was a hope for survival. "Young master, let me go. I can take on 2 of you by myself. Choose me, young master. I built my own house. Young Master Chu, I can ask for less money, as long as you let me go." Everyone looked at Chu Bai and expressed their desire for Chu Bai to choose them. Seeing this scene, Chu Bai suddenly felt a pang of sadness. In his time, almost everyone wanted to become an internet celebrity and do a job where they could easily make money while lying down. But now, these people are fighting tooth and nail for a job that pays only 10 coins a day. Lu Yukai sighed silently. Among the landlords in the surrounding area, he was considered one of the more conscientious ones. Even so, people in Sujia village continued to starve to death. It wasn't his responsibility, but he always felt he shouldn't have done it this way. This time, Chu Bai only asked him to find people, but didn't specify how many. Therefore, he deliberately played a trick and had the butler bring over more people. Moreover, he didn't need to come in person in the first place. But he came here specifically to give these villagers another way out and also to fulfill Chu Bai's goal. Although he had some unexpected gains after arriving, he ultimately did it for the sake of the villagers. Chu Bai initially thought that Lu Yukai had come specifically to try and get closer to him. Now he understood Lu Yotsai's true intentions. It was precisely because of this that his impression of Lu Yukai improved even further. "All right, stop arguing." Chu Bai quickly stopped everyone from fighting over the place and said bluntly, "Originally I wanted to find about 20 people, but now that I see so many people have come and I have quite a lot of land to build, you can all go together." Upon hearing Chu Bai's words, everyone beamed with joy. Even though so many people are going together, their working time will definitely be much shorter. But at least it's better than being rejected outright and not even having the chance to earn money. "Young Master Chu, when shall we go to work?" One villager couldn't help but ask. Chu Bai thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll have someone buy bricks as soon as I get back today, and you can just go there tomorrow." The Diyu dynasty also had bricks, but like the feudal dynasties in Chu Bai's previous life, they were mostly made of blue bricks. Not only are they expensive, but their manufacturing process is also very complex. These days, most people live in mud brick houses, cave dwellings, or even thatched huts. Those who can afford to live in brick houses are generally either rich or noble. Putting aside everything else, just building an ordinary courtyard would cost at least several dozen taels of silver. Upon hearing that Chu Bai wanted to build a house with bricks, Su Dashin's expression changed once again. He still lives in an adobe house. Mud brick houses are not only less sturdy and waterproof than brick and tile houses, but they also need to be repaired every few years. The cost of repairs alone is a major headache for many people. Chu Bai didn't notice Su Dashin's expression and continued to say to the villagers, "There's also the issue of wages." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately quieted down and stared expectantly at Chu Bai. They were worried that they might have acted too eagerly just now, and that Chu Bai wanted to lower their wages. I did agree to the 10 coins a day that Master Lu just mentioned, but I want to say that this does not mean that you can only earn 10 coins a day. Chu Bai looked around, taking in everyone's expressions, and said, "If any of you do a good job, I will definitely give him a raise, 12, 15, or even 20 coins, it's possible. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces lit up with joy. Chu Bai not only didn't reduce their wages, but also wanted to raise them. Although Chu Bai would only raise wages based on their performance, having that hope was enough. Don't worry, young Master Chu. We will definitely do our best. I wouldn't dare dream of earning 20 coins. 15 coins a day would be fantastic. Thank you, young Master Chu. Everyone quickly assured Chu Bai and expressed their gratitude. Chu Bai smiled at everyone on the surface, but in his heart he felt sorry for these people. What I just said was nothing more than a pie-in-the-sky tactic often used by some unscrupulous businessmen in my past life. If people from his time heard this, they would definitely scoff at it. But now, these people are not only scrambling to work hard, but they also want to thank themselves. No need. Just go directly to Wu Family Village tomorrow. Once you get there, just ask anyone for directions. Chu Bai waved to everyone, and that was the end of it for building the house. Moreover, although he moved up the house construction schedule at the last minute in order to vent his anger for Su Qing. But even if the bricks haven't been bought yet, he doesn't care. Anyway, once these people arrive tomorrow, they can dig the foundation first, so they won't make a wasted trip. Once the matter was settled, everyone left. Lu Yukai glanced at Wu Jinhua and Su Dashin, then asked Chu Bai, "Young Master Chu, is there anything else I can help you with?" Chu Bai thought for a moment and said, "There is indeed one. I would like to borrow a car from Master Lu to take these gifts back with me." If he had known beforehand that Su Dashin was just like Wu Jinhua, he would never have brought so many gifts. Forget about gifts. It would be superfluous for him to even say a word to Su Dashin. Su Dashin immediately became anxious upon hearing this. "No, this is a gift from you to show your respect. How can you take it back?" Su Dashin ran up to the gifts and blocked Chu Bai's way with a fierce look on his face. Chu Bai sneered. "Didn't you just say that I stole all these things and that you didn't want them? Since you don't want them, I'll take them back. Is there a problem?" "This?" Su Dashin was taken aback for a moment, then said, "That was all Jinhua's story, not mine." He started to cheat. Chapter 71, Slapping. Before Chu Bai arrived, he had heard from Wu Laotian and others that Su Dashin was a rogue. But he didn't expect that Su Dashin was not only a rogue, but also shameless, and could even go back on his word at any time. If it were anyone else, they would have been mortified by now. But Su Dashin not only showed no remorse, he also shifted all the blame onto Wu Jinhua. Even the most shameless scoundrels wouldn't be this shameless. Su Qing looked at Su Dashin, who was acting like a rogue, and her pretty face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Having a father like that is utterly shameful. In the past, she might have just accepted her fate. But now that she's living a good life with Chu Bai, her eyes are gradually regaining their light and hope. Su Dashin's actions have made her feel like she's been immediately brought back to reality. But Su Dashin is her father, and their blood relationship cannot be severed so easily. Her only hope was that Chu Bai, Lin Xiener, and Li Han wouldn't look down on her because she had such a father. Su Dashin knew his place in Su Qing's heart, but he didn't care. Compared to real rice, flour, and cooking oil, how much is something as intangible as face worth? Moreover, among those things was a jar of unparalleled fine wine, comparable to green ant wine. Even if it means losing all face, he'll still get his hands on this jar of wine. But he also knew that he would never be able to get the jar of wine and all those good things by cheating. So he immediately turned his attention to Wu Jinhua. "Wu Jinhua, I've disliked you for a long time. Su Qing is our family's daughter. Isn't it a wonderful thing for her to come back to her parents' home after she gets married? Not only did you say she came here to freeload, but you also said that the things she brought were stolen. And you call yourself the sister-in-law? How much heartbreak are you going to cause your sister?" Su Dashin righteously accused Wu Jinhua, as if everything that had happened before had nothing to do with him. Wu Jinhua stood there, mouth agape. Although she knew her father-in-law's character well, Su Dashin's shamelessness still surprised her. "Su Dashin, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Jinhua glared angrily at Su Dashin and snorted, "Was everything you just said just nonsense?" After saying that, she turned to Lu Yukai and said, "Master Lu, you haven't really been fooled, have you? This Chu Bai is a fool. You absolutely mustn't believe a word he says." Lu Yukai scoffed and snorted. "You think my taste is worse than yours, huh?" Wu Jinhua was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, I didn't mean that. I was just worried that you, Mr. Liu, will be deceived by him. Liu Yukai said, I know perfectly well what kind of person young Master Chu is. I don't need you to tell me. At this moment, Su Dashin suddenly walked up to Wu Jinhua and slapped her hard across the face. With a snap. A resounding slap stunned Wu Jinhua. You actually dare to hit me? Wu Jinhua covered her face, looking at Su Dashin in disbelief. Because her physique was almost stronger than a man's, while Su Chong was like a sickly person. Therefore, she took charge of the household not long after she married into the family. Although Su Dashin would sometimes scold her, it was always something harmless and innocuous. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Su Dashin glared at him and snorted. So what if I hit you? Aren't you going to apologize to my good son-in-law right now? If my good son-in-law doesn't forgive you today, I'll have Su Chong divorce you. Wu Jinhua was stunned, not expecting Su Dashin to say such a thing. But she also realized that Chu Bai's identity was now real. That brat Su Qing actually found a good husband. Although she couldn't believe it, she had no choice but to accept it. Why aren't you going yet? Su Dashin's voice rang out again behind Wu Jinhua. Wu Jinhua gritted her teeth, then resignedly walked up to Chu Bai and said, Young master, I was wrong just now. I'm just a woman, please don't hold it against me. Chu Bai stared at her expressionlessly and said, The people you should apologize to are not me, but Qing Er and Xiao Jinzi. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinhua's face immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. Whether it's Su Qing or Su Jin, they're both people she's been bullying ever since she married into the family. Now, she was suddenly asked to apologize to Su Qing, and she couldn't quite process it. But seeing the gifts Chu Bai brought, she had no choice but to steel herself and walk up to Su Qing. Qing, it was your sister-in-law's fault. Wu Jinhua looked at Su Qing and said, It was all my fault when I bullied you before. Please forgive me this once, okay? Su Qing looked at her without saying a word. Although Wu Jinhua's performance made her feel very happy. It was as if a huge stone that had been weighing on my heart had finally been removed. This is what she has been hoping for all these years. But now she finds that this matter is not as happy as she had thought. Seeing that Su Qing remained unmoved, Wu Jinhua became even more anxious. She knew she had offended Su Qing and Chu Bai badly, but if she wanted to live a good life by relying on Su Qing in the future, she had to make Su Qing accept her apology and accept this family. As long as Su Qing still acknowledges her family, she'll have plenty of ways to control this brat in the future. Qing, if you're still angry, why don't you slap me a couple of times to vent your anger? Wu Jinhua's eyes darted around, and suddenly she grabbed Su Qing's hand and slapped it against her own face. Su Qing was stunned for a moment and tried to pull her hand back, but it was too late. Wu Jinhua's physique was better than many men's, and her strength was far superior to Su Qing's. However, Wu Jinhua didn't really go all out. She just grabbed Su Qing's hand and slapped it on her face a couple of times. This way, it's as if Su Qing slapped her. Su Qing tried to pull her hair out several times, but Wu Jinhua held her tightly. Qing, if you don't forgive me today, you might as well just beat me to death. Wu Jinhua knew that Su Qing had harbored resentment towards her for a long time, and if Su Qing wasn't allowed to vent her anger, her hostility towards her would probably never disappear. With a determined look, she suddenly increased the strength in her hands. The slap Su Qing delivered to her face hurt even more. Clap, clap, clap. Several slaps followed, and everyone could hear the loud sound of the slaps. Su Qing was soft-hearted after all, and she found it hard to accept this scene. That's enough. Su Qing mustered all her strength to say those two words. Wu Jinhua's face lit up with joy, and she immediately asked, Qing, has your sister-in-law forgiven me? Su Qing was about to nod when Chu Bai suddenly stood behind her. Wu Jinhua had done so many outrageous things to Su Qing and Su Jin before, and she thought she could just let it all go with a few self-directed slaps. You must be dreaming. Chapter 72, Divorce or a Peaceful Separation. Qing, don't forget that if we hadn't come, Xiao Jinzi might have been thrown into the back mountains to be eaten by wolves by now. Chu Bai knew that Su Qing was soft-hearted and that Wu Jinhua could easily coax her with a few sweet words. Therefore, before Su Qing could agree, he quickly repeated what Wu Jinhua was going to do for Su Jin. Because of her soft heart, Su Qing could forgive Wu Jinhua for many of the things she had done to her in the past. But Su Qing could never forgive Wu Jinhua for almost throwing Su Jin to the wolves in the back mountains. As expected, Su Qing's expression immediately turned serious after Chu Bai finished speaking. She seemed to want to say something harsh, but couldn't bring herself to say it due to considerations of face and other reasons. Chu Bai walked over and took Su Qing's soft, boneless hand. He could understand why Su Qing was so hesitant. It wasn't out of saintly compassion, but simply human nature. Especially in this impoverished era, as long as one can save face, many things can be tolerated. Don't be afraid. Just say what you want to say. Chu Bai smiled at Su Qing, and his sunny face made Su Qing feel warm all over. It's as if she wouldn't be afraid of any wolves, tigers, or leopards ahead. Su Qing nodded and took a deep breath. However, she did not look at Wu Jinhua, but at Su Dashan. Father, if you still acknowledge me as your daughter and want to use me to get benefits from my husband, then let my brother divorce this wicked woman. Su Qing stared at Su Dashan and said the words that had been weighing on her heart. Although Su Dashan is a scoundrel, he wasn't like this before. It was only after Wu Jinhua married into the family that Su Dashan gradually became shameless. Even Su Chong, under Wu Jinhua's coercion, repeatedly spoke harshly to his younger siblings. Even worse, the family openly plotted to throw Su Jin into the mountains to be eaten by wolves. This is something no normal person could do. Even in the face of a disaster where no one can survive, many people would exchange their own children to eat, rather than being devoured by tigers. Therefore, if the Su family wants to continue as before, the first thing to do is to get Su Chong to divorce Wu Jinhua, the culprit. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Wu Jinhua was completely stunned. That brat actually dared to incite Su Dashan to make Su Chong divorce her? What did you say? Wu Jinhua's eyes widened, and she said angrily, "Who do you think you are, daring to ask your brother to divorce me?" At this point, she no longer cared about maintaining a facade and questioned him directly. If Su Chong really divorces her, then she will have nothing to do with this family anymore. At that time, no matter how much money Su Qing gives Su Dashan and Su Chong, she won't get a single penny. Su Qing gave a bitter smile, revealing an expression of "I knew it." She was somewhat relieved that Chu Bai had reminded her in time, preventing her from falling for Wu Jinhua's trick. How could someone who dreams of selling himself to a brothel or becoming Lu Yotsai's concubine truly repent? Even if it's all because they're driven by poverty, why don't we see other families selling their children? Only Wu Jinhua has been busy arranging these two things since the first day she married into the family. That vicious woman, Wu Jinhua, probably started planning how to get rid of Su Qing and Su Jin the very first day she married into the family. Su Chong had rarely eaten a full meal since childhood and had always been malnourished, making him much thinner than a normal man. If it weren't for the fact that there were too few men due to years of war, and that the government organized wedding processions every year, someone like him would definitely not be able to find a wife. Wu Jinhua, relying on her competence, repeatedly defecated and urinated on Su Chong's head. Even Su Dashan didn't dare to confront Wu Jinhua directly, for fear of angering her and losing a capable person in the family. In the past, Su Qing would not have dared to say such a thing. Faced with heavy taxes, Su Dashan would definitely choose Wu Jinhua over his own daughter. But now, with the confidence Chu Bai gave her, she was finally able to say those words. "Stop." Su Qing looked at Wu Jinhua and sneered. "It would be good if I had my brother divorce you. Otherwise, if I were to get really ruthless, I'd make him sell you into a brothel, and that would be the least of my worries." Upon hearing this, Wu Jinhua shuddered. Although she was arrogant and domineering in the Su family, even her father-in-law, Su Dashan, had to give her some face. But that's because she's the most capable person in the family, and she also has several brothers from her maternal family to take care of her. The treatment she received, sitting in the Su family's house, was extremely rare. In those days, most women had a very low social status. Once a woman gets married, her fate is entirely in the hands of her husband's family, let alone life and death. If the husband's family is even slightly dissatisfied with something, they can sell the woman to anyone. Whether they were sold to brothels, became servants in wealthy households, or were sold to the nomads of the grasslands as slaves. All of this is within the bounds of the law. Wu Lizhi sold his worthless wife to a brothel using this very method. In the past, Wu Jinhua would never have taken Su Qing's words to heart. After all, even if Su Qing was willing, Su Dashan and Su Chong wouldn't want their family to lose someone as capable as her. But things are different now. Su Qing found a good husband, Even if the Su family didn't work, as long as Chu Bai casually showed some money, they would be able to live a life of comfort. On the contrary, if she were really sold to a brothel, her fate would be even worse than those who were considered worthless. Because those women who are considered money-losing are generally attractive, their prices for entertaining customers are not low. But if it were her, the price would definitely not be too high, and probably only people who do the heaviest and dirtiest work would hire her. And this kind of person is also the least likely to care about women. At that time, she will surely suffer a fate worse than death. On the contrary, if she were divorced, with her work skills, she would definitely be able to remarry. When that time comes, she will surely be able to regain her power and influence in her new home. Fine. I choose divorce. Without saying a word, Wu Jinhua made her choice immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Chang's eyes suddenly widened. Su Qing just told him to divorce Wu Jinhua, but he didn't say he agreed. Why should Wu Jinhua divorce him now? However, Su Qing spoke up before Su Chang could, saying, I meant rest, not divorce. You. Wu Jinhua glared angrily at Su Qing and snorted, You brat, do you really have to be so heartless? Being divorced and being separated are two completely different concepts. Divorce is when a couple can no longer live together and decides to dissolve their marriage after friendly consultation. However, the reason for the divorce was that the woman had made a serious mistake, which led to her being returned by her in-laws. Once word gets out, she'll probably never be able to get married again. Chapter 73 Departure. Wu Jinhua stared intently at Su Qing, clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Or rather, she didn't know what kind of impression her previous actions had left on Su Qing and Su Jing. Admittedly, if she were from a wealthy family and had no worries about food and drink, she might also have been a good sister-in-law. But being poor is not a reason for her to hurt Su Qing and Su Jing at will. Sister-in-law, I'll call you sister-in-law one last time. This matter is settled today. Su Qing's gaze swept over Su Dashan, Su Chang, and Wu Jinhua one by one, and she said firmly, Father, mother, eldest brother, if you still want to acknowledge me as your daughter, then let my brother divorce her. Otherwise, from now on, Xiao Jinzi and I will have no connection with this family whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Su Dashan immediately replied, Is that even a question? Of course we'll choose you. As he spoke, he said to Su Chang, Why don't you hurry up and promise Qing'er that you'll divorce Wu Jinhua, that barren and poisonous woman? Divorce is not like what is shown in TV dramas, where the husband can simply write a divorce letter and call it a divorce. Instead, one must first notify the woman's family, and then make a special trip to the government office to find the official in charge of marriage matters and tell him about the 7 grounds for divorce committed by the woman. Then, they retrieved the identity tag registered at the time of their marriage from the clerk. Only then can the divorce be considered successful. Moreover, Wu Jinhua has committed countless evil deeds since she married into the family, and it's easy to find fault with her for several days in a row. For example, disobeying parents, being childless, being jealous, being talkative, etc. Although there are 3 grounds for divorce that correspond to the 7 grounds for divorce, Wu Jinhua's case does not fall under those categories. Therefore, as long as Su Chang goes to the government, he can easily divorce Wu Jinhua. But faced with the eager Su Dashan, the usually timid Su Chang suddenly said, No. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Su Dashan exclaimed in shock, Qiangzi, are you crazy? As long as we divorce this wicked woman, we can live a good life right away. Have you lost your mind? Not to mention him. Even Wu Jinhua herself was somewhat surprised. Although she was capable of working, she was not good-looking. Moreover, she wasn't good to Su Chang on a regular basis, so why was Su Chang unwilling to divorce her? Su Chang ignored Su Dashan and looked at Su Qing, saying, Qing, I know she's not a good sister-in-law, nor a good daughter-in-law. Many people even say she's a barren hen. But I don't care. In my heart, she's a good woman. So no matter who comes today, I will not divorce her. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stared at him in disbelief. Wu Jinhua has always presented herself as extremely assertive in front of others. Under such circumstances, they subconsciously assumed that Su Chang must be the one who was bullied the most. But now, Su Chang actually says that Wu Jinhua is a good woman. This surprised everyone. You? Wu Jinhua glared at Su Chang and angrily retorted, Are you stupid? If you divorce me, you can eat white flour buns every day and even cook 2 dishes. Why don't you divorce me? Su Chang said, Jinhua, what will you do if I divorce you? Wu Jinhua was taken aback for a moment, then said, I'm so strong. I'll definitely have no problem remarrying. That was indeed what she thought, but she never expected Su Chong to treat her like this, and for a moment she found it difficult to say the words remarry. Su Chong chuckled and said, that was before. But if I divorce you, your reputation will be ruined. Besides, we've been married for years, and you don't have any children. Do you really think anyone would want you? And your brothers, they're all married now, and your sisters-in-law aren't easy to get along with either. If you really go back to your parents' home, can you really tolerate your temper? As Su Chong spoke, Wu Jinhua stood there dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Su Chong to consider so much for her. At this point, Su Dashin couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward and kicked Su Chong, glaring at him and saying, I told you to divorce your wife. Why are you being so long-winded? If you don't do it, I'll go to the county government office myself and talk to them later. Su Chong got up from the ground and said, I'm not stupid. Even if you go to the county government, it won't do you any good. You, Su Dashin pointed at Su Chong, too angry to speak. Although women had a very low status in the Chu dynasty, so many men died in battles over the years that many of them became widows at a young age. In order to protect the rights of these women and prevent their property from being seized by others after their men have died in battle, the Chu dynasty had a special rule that unless a man was mentally challenged, he had to go to the county government office in person to explain the situation if he wanted to divorce his wife. Therefore, if Su Chong does not want to divorce his wife, no one could force him to. Chu Bai sized up Su Chong and couldn't help but think more highly of him. But it was only one point. Su Chong may be a good husband, but he knew about Wu Jinhua's actions towards Su Qing and Su Jin, but did not stop her, and even helped her. Based on this alone, Chu Bai will never pity him in his lifetime. Su Chong, I'm asking you one last time. Chu Bai sized up Su Chong and said, are you sure you won't divorce your wife? Su Chong's eyes darted around, but he finally took a deep breath and said, I won't. Chu Bai nodded and said, all right, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you anymore. After saying that, he took Su Qing's hand. Qinger, let's go. Chu Bai then said to Lu Yukai, Master Lu, could you please lend me a cart so I can transport these things back? Good. Lu Yukai nodded thoughtfully, a hint of pity in his eyes as he looked at Su Dashin and Su Chong. Su Qing being able to become Chu Bai's wife is definitely a stroke of good luck for the Su family's ancestors. But this family didn't know how to seize such a good opportunity. Putting everything else aside, if Chu Bai and Su Qing had been even slightly nicer when they came today, Chu Bai would have kept all these gifts. But now they have thoroughly offended Chu Bai, and it's too late for them to back out. You can't leave. Su Dashin panicked and immediately chased after him, shouting. Su Qing and Su Jin instinctively wanted to turn around, but Chu Bai quickly pulled them back. If you want to come back in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities, but you are absolutely not allowed to turn back today. Chu Bai used a command-like word for once, which was quite unusual. But Su Qing and Su Jin didn't see any problem with it. On the contrary, they subconsciously accepted it. If the two of them turn back today, they will inevitably be relentlessly pursued by Su Dashin in the future. Only by showing that they have no attachment to this family can they make Su Dashin realize that the two of them are no longer the weak people who can be beaten and scolded at will. Chapter 74 Perform another magic trick. Seeing Chu Bai leave with Su Qing and Su Jin, Su Dashin became extremely anxious. He rushed over, trying to stop the three of them. But Lu Yukai gave his servants a wink, and they immediately stopped Su Dashin. As Chu Bai and his companions walked further and further away, and the gifts they brought were packed up and taken away by Lu Yotsai's servants, Su Dashin sat down on the ground in a daze. He cried loudly while cursing Su Qing, Su Chong, and the others. Lu Yukai gave him a pitying look, then led his men away. As Su Dashin watched the departing figures of the crowd, he immediately stopped crying and cursing. Then, he charged towards Su Chong as if he had gone mad. You son of a bitch, I'll teach you to not divorce your wife. I'll teach you to not divorce your wife. Su Dashin's fists and feet rained down on Su Chong. Wu Jinhua was stunned for a moment, then immediately pounced on Su Chong, blocking all the punches and kicks for him. Su Dashin noticed Wu Jinhua's actions. Although he was somewhat surprised, he showed no intention of stopping and instead became even more ruthless than before. If Wu Jinhua hadn't been blind to his worth, how could he have missed out on so many good things? After a while, Su Dashin, perhaps exhausted, sat down on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and panting heavily. After leaving Su family village with Su Qing and Su Jin, Chu Bai did not return directly to Wu family village. Instead, he went to the town first and made some clothes for Su Jin. The clothes Su Jin is wearing now are all hand-me-downs from Su Chong and Su Qing. Not only are they the wrong size, but they're also covered in patches. Since Chu Bai wanted Su Jin to go home with him, he naturally had to completely transform him from head to toe. Although there were no shops selling ready-made clothes in the Dayu dynasty, Chu Bai happened to encounter a customer who brought a child about the same age as Su Jin to pick up clothes. Chu Bai immediately offered a high price and bought a suitable set of clothes from the other party for Su Jin. However, he did not immediately have Su Jin change his clothes. Instead, he bought a large piece of fatty meat and pig pancreas before returning to Wu family village. As soon as she got home, Lin Xiner and Li Han came to greet her. Lu Yukai sent people back early on to return the gifts that Chu Bai had brought. They naturally knew what Chu Bai had encountered in Sujia village. Seeing Su Jin, who was so thin he was practically skin and bones, both of them showed a hint of sympathy. Is this little Goldie? Come and take a bath. Lin Xiner beckoned Su Jin to take a bath in the large tub next to him. When Lu Yukai sent his servants back with the gifts, Chu Bai instructed them to tell Li Han and Lin Xiner to prepare a large pot of water in advance for Su Jin to bathe in. Su Jin looked at the two beauties who were even prettier than her sister and suddenly felt a little shy. He instinctively hid behind Su Qing, who smiled and pulled him out, saying, "Little Jinzi, don't be afraid. These are your brother-in-law's other two wives. Just call them Sister Xiner and Sister Honor, like I do." Su Jin stared blankly at Lin Xiner and exclaimed, "Fairy goddess, fairy sister." Upon hearing this address, Lin Xiner and Su Qing chuckled. Lin Xiner patted Su Jin's head and said, "It's Sister Xiner, not fairy sister." "Oh." Su Jin sniffed hard, his eyes darting away. "Come quickly." Lin Xiner affectionately put her arm around Su Jin's shoulder and led him to take a bath. "Come on, take off your clothes and put them in this basin. Soak them in this big wooden tub for a while first." Li Han took out a small basin, preparing to undress Su Jin. Su Jin was startled and quickly covered his clothes, saying, I could do it myself." After saying that, he prepared to take off his clothes. But before he had even finished half of the solution, he said to the three women, "Could you all go out first?" Lin Xiner laughed and said, "Oh, little Jean has grown up and knows how to be shy now." Seeing her younger brother's embarrassment, Su Qing quickly said, "All right, you two sisters should go out first. I can manage on my own here." Because she brought Su Jin back with her, she was in a much better mood than usual. "Okay, just call us if you need anything." Lin Xiner nodded and left with Li Han. In the past, even though Su Jin was still young, she would have felt embarrassed. But after marrying Chu Bai and becoming a wife, she gradually became much more cheerful. Sometimes, he could even crack a few off-color jokes with the aunties in the village. After they went outside, they saw Chu Bai boiling water in the kitchen. There were also many pieces of fatty meat cut into small pieces in the pot. Lin Xiner asked curiously, "Husband, what are you doing?" Chu Bai said smugly, "I'll make you some soap." "Soap?" Li Han was puzzled when she heard this term. Lin Xiner, quick-witted, said, "Husband, are you not planning to make soap from fatty meat?" Chu Bai looked at her in surprise and said, "How did you know? Could it be that you were also a time traveler?" Lin Xiner asked, puzzled, "Husband, what is time travel?" Chu Bai stared at her for a moment, then said, "Imperial jade liquor." Lin Xiner frowned and asked, "Why is my husband bringing up wine again?" Chu Bai blinked, still unwilling to give up, and asked, "A gathering of heroes?" Lin Xiner was even more confused. "What's wrong with my husband?" She reached out and touched Chu Bai's forehead, feeling that it was a little hot. "Oh dear, my husband's forehead is burning hot. I'll go and fetch a doctor for him." Lin Xiner instinctively wanted to go out and call for help. Chu Bai twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly pulled her back, saying, "I was burned by the fire." He understood. Lin Xiner had guessed the meaning of the word soap entirely through her own intelligence. Rather, they came from another time like him. However, when he introduced some novel terms, the women all seemed quite puzzled. This time, Lin Xiner immediately guessed what the soap meant, which surprised Chu Bai. "Wow, it really seems so." Lin Xiner playfully stuck out her tongue and asked, "Husband, are you sure fatty meat can really be used to make soap?" Li Han stared intently at Chu Bai, her large eyes filled with confusion. As the main breadwinner in the family, she naturally knew what soap berries were used for. But fatty meat is almost entirely oil. Can this really be used to make soap? If you use fatty meat to wash clothes, shouldn't they get dirtier the more you wash them? Chu Bai looked at the two of them and smiled slightly, saying, "You two just wait, I'll perform another magic trick for you today." Having had previous experience making tofu, the two understood what Chu Bai meant by magic. Because of their previous experience, although the two were puzzled, they did not say much and just quietly looked at Chu Bai. Chu Bai glanced at the fire under the stove, then brought over a basin of water and poured a lot of wood ash into it. Then, he found some natural quicklime that he had previously found in the mountains, and mixed it into the basin in a certain proportion with the previous wood ash water. Chapter 75, A Young Girl's Thoughts. He originally intended to use the quicklime to make tofu, but then he remembered that the gypsum used to make tofu is not the same as quicklime. One is calcium oxide, and the other is calcium sulfate. But since he had already gotten his hands on it, he didn't throw it away, and now it's come in handy. Chu Bai poured the wood ash and quicklime into the water in the correct proportions and stirred them well. Then he looked at the large pot next to him. By this time, most of the fat had melted away, leaving only some cracklings. That's about it. Chu Bai observed for a moment and then scooped out the oil residue. Then, he filtered the freshly settled wood ash water through a cheesecloth used for making tofu. Immediately afterwards, he poured all the lard into a large basin. Seeing this, both Li Han and Lin Xiner showed expressions of heartache. Fatty meat was popular in ancient times not only because it provided more calories than lean meat, but also because it could be rendered into oil. Oil is extremely precious in this era. Some families, in order to save oil, don't even bother to wash the pots after cooking. Therefore, you can reuse this oil next time you cook. Even so, not every household can afford oil. Just like in Wu Family Village, apart from Chu Bai, who is in nouveau riche, the only place where you can usually find meat is in Wu Sihai's house. Other families usually stew wild vegetables in water until they are very soft, and then boil vinegar cloth in the water. That's considered a meal. Therefore, seeing Chu Bai wasting so much, Li Han and Lin Xiner were heartbroken. However, they knew that Chu Bai must have his reasons for doing this, so they didn't say anything. Chu Bai found a wooden stick and started stirring the mixture in the large basin. Before long, the lard and wood ash water in the large basin became viscous. Wow, it's so thick. Lin Xiner stared in surprise at the oil in the large basin. Chu Bai smiled slightly, looked around, and found something suitable to make a mold, then poured all the lard into it. Seeing him stop, Lin Xiner asked curiously, "Husband, is this the soap you were talking about?" Chu Bai shook his head and said, "After this lard hardens and solidifies, it will be cut into small pieces to make the soap I want. However, although it hasn't solidified yet, it should be usable. Take a small piece to Qing'er and let her use it to wash Xiao Jinzi properly." Although Lin Xiner had some doubts, she still did as Chu Bai said. A short while later, Lin Xiner and Su Qing came out with Su Jin, who had been washed. Chu Bai asked, "How is it? Is my semi-finished soap any good?" Lin Xiner nodded and said with delight, "It's definitely much better than soapberry." Chu Bai said smugly, "Well, look who invented it. But these soaps are only semi-finished products now. In 3 or 4 days, you'll know what real soap is." Then he looked at Su Jin, who had finished taking a bath. Su Jin looked much more handsome than before, but he was extremely thin because he had been starving for many years. Chu Bai walked over and said, "Little Jinzi, from now on your brother-in-law will cook delicious meals for you every day. Try your best to grow up to be fair and plump as soon as possible, okay?" Su Hin nadid samwit imbedistli. He was already somewhat reserved in front of Su Qing, let alone in front of Lin Xiner and Li Han. "Husband, where should Xiao Jinzi stay tonight?" Su Qing walked up to Chu Bai and asked with some concern. If possible, she would love to sleep with Su Jin at night. But it would be fine if it were just her alone, but Li Han and Lin Xiner were with her, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Chu Bai thought for a moment and said, "If you're comfortable with this, why don't you let him make do with Zhao Chong for a few days?" Zhao Chong's courtyard is right next to Chu Bai's, making it very convenient for him to come and go every day. But before Su Qing could answer, Chu Bai immediately shook his head. "Forget it. Let him make do with you guys for now." Chu Bai pondered for a moment and said, "Anyway, I've already found someone to build a new house. Once the new house is finished, we'll have many rooms." Upon hearing this, Lin Siener and Li Han's eyes immediately lit up. They were unaware that Chu Bai was planning to build a new house. Husband, are you serious? Lin Siener looked at Chu Bai with surprise and delight. Although Li Han didn't speak, she looked at Chu Bai with excitement, clearly very tempted. Chu Bai nodded and said, "Of course, I'm not short of money now, so why don't we live a better life?" Li Han looked at Chu Bai, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. Chu Bai tilted his head and asked, "Is something on your mind, Honor?" After hesitating for a moment, Li Han asked, "After the new house is built, can my younger brother and sister come and stay for a few days?" Seeing that Su Qing had brought Su Jin, Li Han immediately thought of her younger brother and sister. Although her family didn't have people like Su Dashan and Wu Jinhua, they still lived a very hard life. If Chu Bai could agree to let her bring her younger siblings over, even if it was just for a few days, she would be very happy. Chu Bai noticed her worry and slapped his forehead, saying, "This is my fault. We're living a good life now, but we haven't been back to your parents' home with you. How about this? After I'm done with these few days, I'll go back with you too." Upon hearing this, Li Han immediately nodded gratefully. She wasn't the kind of person who was good with words. She preferred to keep everything to herself. She only asked because she saw Su Qing bring Su Jin over, and Chu Bai said he wanted to build a new house. However, unlike Li Han, Lin Siener's face showed a rare look of sorrow when she heard the words returning to her parents' home. "What's wrong?" Chu Bai waved his hand in front of her eyes and asked, "Siener, is something on your mind? Are you worried that your parents won't accept me?" "No." Lin Siener sighed, but didn't know how to start the conversation. Just then, Uncle Wu Sin walked in from outside, beaming with joy. "Young Master Chu, Manager Chiu said that we need to order 100 jars of each of those 3 types of wine." As soon as Uncle Wu entered the door, he shouted happily. Chu Bai asked him to take 3 jars of the 3 types of wine they distilled yesterday to Wang Shenlu. Although Uncle Wu thought the 3 kinds of wine were delicious, he was also a little uneasy. After all, Chu Bai's pricing is too high, and most people probably can't afford it. But after tasting the 3 kinds of wine, Manager Chiu immediately said that he would order 100 jars of each kind. Especially the most expensive kind of wine, they want as much as they can get. Moreover, I'd even be willing to let him pay a deposit first. Because it concerned Chu Bai's big business, Uncle Wu didn't dare to delay and rushed back from the county town to tell Chu Bai. "Yeah." Chu Bai glanced at Lin Siener, then walked up to Uncle Wu and asked, "Manager Chiu, do you have any objections to the price?" Chapter 76, The Female Zhuge. "No, not that," Uncle Wu said with a smile. At first, Manager Chiu did want to give you a discount, but as soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot and said that such good wine should be priced like this, and that even a penny discount would be an insult to good wine. Hearing this, Chu Bai couldn't help but smile. He never expected that Manager Chiu, who is always known for his shrewdness and competence, would have such a temperamental side. However, Manager Chiu was right. Although Chu Bai's price was very high compared to the cost of distilled spirits. But these wines are worth this price in this era. Chu Bai even felt that the price was a bit too low. If Manager Chiu were to simply resell these wines, he could potentially fetch an astronomical price. Although distilled spirits were almost obsolete in his previous life, they were hundreds of years ahead of the present era. Alright, since Manager Chiu has agreed, let's get started in the next few days. Chu Bai smiled slightly, his mind racing with calculations. His first pot of gold was swindled from Zhao San, and his second pot of gold was earned by selling preserved eggs at Wang Shenlu. Later, he developed tofu and various tofu-derived products, thus establishing himself in this era. Distilled spirits and soaps, on the other hand, became the capital that propelled him to further power. "Oh right." Chu Bai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Third uncle, could you pick some strong young men from the village to form a guard team? I'm worried we might encounter bandits when we deliver the wine to the county town. If it's just about transporting preserved eggs, Uncle Wu can manage on his own. But delivering wine is a different story. Just transporting so many jars of wine requires a lot of manpower. Once these wines gain fame, they will inevitably attract many people who covet them. If you provoke bandits, it could even lead to a fierce battle. Therefore, the formation of a guard team was inevitable. The guard..." Uncle Wu paused for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "Okay, I'll go back and organize all the young people in the village. But I'm afraid they might not be willing to join the guard team." Chu Bai laughed and said, "That's easy. Uncle just needs to tell them that each member of the guard team will receive 2 taels of silver per month, and that they will be provided with 3 meals a day. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu's eyes widened immediately. Kid Chu, are you serious? Uncle Wu found it unbelievable and exclaimed in shock. What you're doing is the same as recruiting soldiers privately. In order to maintain the stability of imperial power, the Diu dynasty had long had regulations in place. Except for nobles, no one is allowed to recruit soldiers on their own. Moreover, even the nobles had limitations on the number of soldiers they could recruit. Although the Diu dynasty is now on the verge of collapse, and many nobles no longer care about the constraints of the court, they still dare not openly recruit too many soldiers. Chu Bai shook his head and said, "Third uncle, what we're doing is forming a guard team, just like we've set up our own escort agency, but we're only allowed to carry out escort missions ourselves each time." Hearing him say that, Uncle Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the court is in complete chaos, recruiting soldiers without authorization is still a serious crime. If someone really makes trouble, Chu Bai will definitely be in deep trouble. That would be acceptable. Uncle Wu nodded and said, "But the wages you pay the guards are too high, and they even provide 3 meals a day. Isn't that too much?" Although he hoped that the villagers could all live a good life, he didn't want Chu Bai to pay too much. Chu Bai smiled slightly and said, 2 taels of silver is a lot, but what I need are elite soldiers. Whether those people can get 2 taels of silver or not depends entirely on you, Uncle. Uncle Wu pondered for a moment, then slowly left. After he left, Su Qing asked, "Husband, why don't we set up the winery in the county town? That way we wouldn't need to build a guard team, would we?" As she finished speaking, Li Han looked at Chu Bai expectantly. They all came from poor families and were used to a hard life. Even though conditions are better now, they are still reluctant to spend too much money. 2 taels of silver a month. They might not have been able to save that much money even after several years. And this is just the wages for one of those guards. Chu Bai didn't answer directly, but looked at Lin Xiener and said, "Xiener, do you know why?" Lin Xiener pondered for a moment and said, "I think my husband is doing this for safety, right?" Hearing her say that, Su Qing and Li Han were even more puzzled. If it's for safety, shouldn't my husband set up the distillery in the county town? Su Qing asked with a puzzled look, "Now that we've set up the distillery in the village, we not only have to transport wine to the city every day, but we're also more likely to be watched on the way." Lin Xiener smiled and said, "If my husband builds the winery in the county town like the tofu shop, it will indeed save us the trouble of traveling. But the wine my husband makes is different from tofu. Although tofu is very popular and profitable, it is ultimately a labor-intensive business that requires earning money penny by penny. On the contrary, the cost of each of the 3 types of wine that my husband makes is only 45, 75, and 150 coins. My husband set the prices for these 3 types of wine at 100 cash, 200 cash, and 1 tael of silver per jar. The prices for the first 2 types of wine are okay, but the selling price is only a little more than double the cost. The price of the last type of wine is more than 6 times that of the previous one. Selling just 1 jar will bring in a profit of nearly 1 tael of silver. Therefore, it is inevitable that some people will be envious and use all sorts of means to seize the winery from my husband. Her family used to be wealthy in the city, so they naturally knew about some people's methods. Not to mention seizing by trickery and force. Some people don't even care about the law and act tyrannically, even more like bandits than bandits. After hearing this, Su Qing and Li Han were still somewhat puzzled, but they were more shocked and fearful. If what Lin Xiener said really happens, Chu Bai's losses will be enormous. Chu Bai looked at Lin Xiener with satisfaction and said, "Xiener is right. She has almost completely hit the nail on the head regarding my thoughts." Lin Xiener smiled shyly and said eloquently, "My husband must have other reasons for setting up the winery in Wu family manor, right?" Chu Bai was startled and asked, "Xiener, why don't you tell me?" Lin Xiener said, "Husband, setting up the winery in Wu family village is not only safer than in the county town, but we are also surrounded by people you trust. Your secret of brewing wine will not be discovered in a short time." Chu Bai clapped his hands and said, "That's right, I do have this idea. Does Xiener have any other thoughts?" Lin Xiener thought for a moment, then shook her head. "This servant does not know." Hearing her say that, Chu Bai finally felt a sense of accomplishment. It turns out that even our female strategist has some unexpected aspects. Chapter 77, Sleeping Together Under the Same Blanket. Chu Bai's real purpose in establishing the guard team was exactly what Uncle Wu had worried about. However, Chu Bai cleverly transformed his private army into a guard team. Moreover, He was using the pretext of protecting the transportation of alcoholic beverages. Chu Bai is only dabbling in things now. Once he grows bigger and stronger, he will definitely establish his own caravan. At that time, the guard's duties will also change to protecting caravans. Protecting the caravan meant guarding against bandits who might rob them along the way. But what Chu Bai was really wary of were those powerful and influential figures. Ever since the day Wu Si-hai brought his servants to cause him trouble, he had been thinking about forming a guard team. Right now, it's just Wu Si-hai causing him trouble. But if he really makes a lot of money in the future, there's no guarantee that someone with immense power won't covet the money in his hands. At that time, the other party won't even need to reason with me. They'll just need to wave their hand, and countless people will charge in a battle, wanting to tear a piece of my flesh off. Take Shun Wan-san, who was once incredibly wealthy, for example. In the end, he was wiped out by Chonba without a second thought. In ancient times, being extremely wealthy was far from enough to gain a foothold. Therefore, in addition to wealth, he must build up his own power base. Establishing a guard team is the first step. Of course, he wouldn't tell Lin Xiener and the other two women about these things. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but rather that he was worried about scaring them. After all, in this era, recruiting soldiers privately was almost tantamount to rebellion. I have a rather big plan in mind. Chu Bai chuckled and said, actually, whether it's preserved eggs, tofu, or the freshly made drinks, they're just part of this plan. In my vision, it won't be long before everyone in Wujiazwang live a prosperous and peaceful life. By then, not only will the young be cared for and the elderly supported, and everyone will no longer worry about having enough to eat and wear, but I will also plant a school in the village so that both boys and girls can go to school. The duties of the guard will not only be to protect caravans, but also to maintain public order and other aspects. Upon hearing his words, the three women's eyes lit up. They didn't care about the future duties of the guard team that Chu Bai mentioned, but were attracted by the 8 words Chu Bai spoke of, everyone being prosperous and living in peace and contentment. In particular, Chu Bai's statement that both boys and girls could go to school and study made them yearn for it. Husband, you say girls can also study? Li Han's eyes lit up, and she asked eagerly. Chu Bai nodded and said, yes, whether it's a boy or a girl, it's never a bad thing to read more books. Lin Xiener said, but since ancient times, it has been said that a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent. If girls also study, won't they be criticized? And teachers might not necessarily be willing to teach girls, right? Chu Bai scoffed and said, what's wrong with boys and girls? Even the sages said that education should be provided to all without discrimination. Even if girls can't take the imperial examinations, learning to read and write isn't just for the sake of the examinations. I just want the girls in the village to go to school, and who can stop me? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiener and the other two women all showed expressions of shock. Chu Bai's words could be described as somewhat defying public opinion. If it were spread by someone with ulterior motives, it would surely attract countless attacks from pedantic scholars. Husband, it's fine for you to say these things in front of us, sisters, but please don't say them outside. Lin Xiener looked at Chu Bai with a serious expression, her eyes filled with vigilance. Good. Chu Bai did not refuse Lin Xiener's kindness. He understood that Lin Xiener was worried about him, and that he had no immediate plans to open a school. It's not too late to make your decision when the time comes. At the very least, the Wu family village is not entirely united with him. Thinking of Wu Si-hai, Chu Bai immediately narrowed his eyes. One of the reasons he wanted to establish a guard team was to guard against Wu Si-hai. That old guy was scolded so harshly by Wu Lizhi yesterday. He'll definitely try to get revenge when he gets back. He'll get rid of that old guy sooner or later. Otherwise, it will be a disaster sooner or later. Lacking entertainment options in the evening, Chu Bai and the others prepared to go to sleep after dinner. But when it was time to sleep, Chu Bai was troubled again. Originally, he wanted Su Jin to sleep in the side room with the others. After all, Su Jin is only 5 or 6 years old, so it's not a problem to let him sleep with the other two girls. But Su Jin himself refused to do it. Although he was still young, he knew that there was a difference between men and women. Moreover, Li Han and Lin Xiener are both so beautiful. No matter who he's with, he always feels awkward and insecure. Husband, how about I sleep with Xiao Jinzi? Su Qing looked at Chu Bai with a pleading expression and said, back home, I always slept with Xiao Jinzi. Upon hearing this, Chu Bai's eyes immediately lit up. If Su Qin sleeps with Su Jin, wouldn't that mean he'd have to sleep with both Lin Xiner and Li Han? He had proposed sleeping together with all three women on several occasions, but each time the women strongly objected. Now, this is an opportunity. Yes, you can, Chu Bai immediately said, but we still need to ask Xiner and Han'er. Su Qing immediately looked at Li Han and Lin Xiner, whose faces were as red as monkey bottoms. They all knew what would happen if they agreed to Su Qing's request. Given her husband's groping skills, if they were to sleep with Chu Bai together, he definitely wouldn't behave. Women in ancient times were conservative after all, and if they were to do that kind of thing with Chu Bai alone, they would definitely cooperate. But if there are other people around, they feel embarrassed. Maybe we should just forget about it. Li Han felt her face burning hot and almost dared not look up at Chu Bai. I think it's okay. Chu Bai smiled and looked at Lin Xiner and Li Han, saying, anyway, our bed is quite big. Let alone 3 people, even 4 people can sleep comfortably. Upon hearing this, Li Han and Lin Xiner's faces flushed even hotter. Since none of you object, is that settled then? Chu Bai smiled and said, anyway, it won't be long after our new house is built. We can make do for now, and Su Jin can sleep in a room by himself later. Li Han lowered her head, staring intently at the ground, seemingly resigned to her fate and about to accept it. Before she married Chu Bai, she was already known as a jinx. She married 2 men in a row, but both times her husbands died before they even consummated their marriage. Now that she finally has Chu Bai, she no longer has to bear the reputation of being a jinx, and her life is much better than before. Chu Bai also told her that once the new house was built, her younger brother and sister could come and live with her. Since Chu Bai's been so good to her, why should she refuse? Chapter 78, The Grateful Villagers of Su Family Village. Seeing Li Han picking at his fingers, Chu Bai immediately laughed. If Li Han agrees, then how far away is Lin Xiner? But just when he thought things were going to go well, Lin Xiner suddenly said, husband, since you said the new house will be built soon, why don't you stay with Xiao Jinzi for a few days? Upon hearing this, Chu Bai's eyes immediately widened. Lin Xiner smiled and said, we sisters are all women. Although Xiao Jinzi is still young, she already understands some things, so she inevitably feels awkward when she's with us. But you're a man, husband, so Xiao Jinzi shouldn't mind, right? Chu Bai looked at Su Jin helplessly and asked, little Jin, how about we both sleep in the side room? As he spoke, he winked at Su Jin, trying to get her to refuse. But Su Jin didn't understand and nodded thoughtfully, saying, okay. Chu Bai felt as if he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood, but since Su Jin had agreed, he couldn't say anything more. However, he doesn't know how long his desire to sleep with his wife will have to be delayed. Seeing Chu Bai's embarrassed expression, Lin Xiner immediately burst out laughing. Then, she winked at Chu Bai with great pride. It even had a touch of playfulness to it. Chu Bai took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xiner with resentment. If Su Jin hadn't been there, he would definitely have given Lin Xiner a good spanking. This young lady actually schemed against him. With his beloved wife gone and a 5 or 6-year-old boy by his side, Chu Bai tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep as soon as he lay down. He finally drifted off to sleep late into the night. The next day, he was woken up by Su Jin before he was fully awake. Brother-in-law, a lot of people have come outside. Su Jin lay on the edge of the bed, staring at Chu Bai with wide eyes. What? Chu Bai immediately jumped to his senses and asked, who is it? He was worried that he might have revealed too much wealth and attracted the attention of bandits. The guard team hasn't been formed yet, and he can't defeat so many bandits on his own. Moreover, he has 3 beautiful wives. If Lin Xiner and the other 2 were kidnapped by bandits and taken to the mountain, they would surely suffer a lot of torture. Su Jin was startled by his imposing manner and quickly said, they're all from our village. They said they'd come to build you a house. Chu Bai breathed a sigh of relief, but said with a hint of resentment, I thought bandits had invaded the village. These days, bandits do more than just rob people on the road. They even raid villages during the autumn harvest. Among the memories left by the predecessor was a scene of bandits entering the village. These bandits didn't just kill people without saying a word. Instead, they levied taxes on the villagers just like the government did. They would leave as soon as they handed over a certain amount of grain or money. But the taxes they demanded were even more ruthless than those imposed by the government. Anyone who couldn't pay would inevitably become a victim of their blades. Over the years, more than a dozen people from Wujiazwang have died at the hands of bandits. Why are these people here so early? Chu Bai looked up and saw that it was just getting light outside. According to the time in my previous life, it's only a little past 5:30, not quite 6 o'clock yet. This was far too early for Chu Bai, who was used to working 9 to 5. However, since they had already come, he couldn't just stay in bed any longer. I stretched, got out of bed, got dressed, and went out. When he arrived at the gate of the courtyard, he discovered that all the people he had met yesterday had come. Moreover, all of these people had hopeful expressions on their faces. Chu Bai thought for a moment and guessed that they might be worried that he was just joking yesterday, or that something else might have happened. Everyone's here pretty early. Chu Bai looked around and asked, "Has everyone eaten?" Upon hearing this, everyone quickly said that they had already eaten. But Chu Bai noticed that they all seemed a little unnatural when they said these words. Just then, a rumbling sound came from stomach. "I don't like liars. Tell the truth. Did you eat it or not?" Chu Bai, with a hint of anger on his face, asked again. No. Everyone lowered their heads and then told the truth. "All right." Chu Bai nodded and said, "Since you haven't eaten, let's eat something together. You've all been doing physical labor. How can you not have enough to eat?" Upon hearing this, everyone quickly waved their hands in refusal. No need. We can work even without eating. We're not hungry. We don't need to eat. We can eat at noon. We're not hungry now. Everyone offered their opinions, rejecting Chu Bai's offer. Chu Bai's eyes darted around, and he said, "Don't worry. I won't deduct your meal expenses. But this is just for today. If any of you skip breakfast tomorrow, you don't need to come back." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed expressions of shock. Just as Chu Bai had guessed, the reason they all said they weren't hungry was because they were worried that Chu Bai would use that as an excuse to deduct their wages. Unexpectedly, Chu Bai directly voiced their concerns and even said that he wouldn't deduct their pay. All along, those landlords have been trying every means to squeeze money out of them. Well, have they ever seen someone as kind as Chu Bai? "All right, come in and wait a bit." Chu Bai patted his stomach and said, "It's a bit much food for 20 people, don't worry." Actually, the rumbling sound in his stomach just now was made by himself. He stayed up until midnight yesterday and was starving. After Chu Bai finished speaking, he opened the courtyard gate and let everyone in. He then went to the kitchen and cooked a meal for 20 people with Li Han and Su Qing. There's no need to eat anything too fancy in the morning, and these villagers don't have high demand for food. A bowl of plain porridge and a small dish of pickled vegetables were enough to make these villagers grateful. Soon after, Li Han and Su Qing came out carrying a large pot of white porridge. "You've come too early. I wasn't prepared, so please have some porridge for now." Hearing Chu Bai's words, everyone looked somewhat disappointed. They thought Chu Bai would let them eat the same good food as him, but they didn't expect it to be just porridge. However, they were happy even if it was just porridge. After all, Chu Bai gave them this meal for free, so they were already grateful that they had something to eat and could fill their stomachs. However, when the steaming bowl of white porridge was served, they were all dumbfounded. Rice? Rice porridge? Is this porridge made with polished rice? Everyone was deeply shaken. In the past, when they cooked porridge at home, it was considered a luxury to be able to put in a handful of brown rice. Most of the time, their porridge only contains a few wild vegetables and is mostly just clear soup. Now, Chu Bai simply told them to make do, and all he served was plain rice porridge. Chapter 79, A Luxurious Breakfast. "Don't just stand there, eat up," Chu Bai called out, and then picked up a piece of pickled vegetables with his chopsticks and started eating. Seeing this, the others quickly buried their heads and started eating. This is porridge made with fine rice, something they wouldn't even eat on a regular day, even during holidays. However, before they even started working, Chu Bai had already given them a meal. They were deeply moved and were determined to do their utmost to build a good house for Chu Bai. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this bowl of plain porridge. Don't just drink porridge, eat some pickled vegetables too. Seeing that everyone was only drinking plain porridge and not eating any vegetables, Chu Bai called out to them again. Although pickled vegetables aren't exactly a great dish, they're still better than just drinking porridge. Everyone paused for a moment, then tentatively picked up some pickled vegetables and put them in their mouths. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. Salt. These pickled vegetables are actually preserved with salt. They usually don't even put salt in their stir-fries, but Chu Bai pickles his side dishes with salt. This is absolutely extravagant. Then, almost as if they had planned it beforehand, they carefully picked out a piece of pickled vegetable from the bowl and savored it bite by bite. Some people even put it in their mouths and suck on it, just to let their tongues taste it without actually eating it. Salt is so precious in this era. Although Chu Bai was so extravagant that he used salt to pickle vegetables, he even shared the pickled vegetables with them. But this is Chu Bai being kind to them and giving them face. They have no choice but to cover it up. Just a small piece of pickled vegetable is enough. Chu Bai absolutely cannot eat it all. Seeing their expressions, Chu Bai sighed helplessly. In his time, if a guest were only served a small dish of pickled vegetables, it would be strange if the guest didn't get angry. But now, all the villagers are enjoying their food immensely. Moreover, they regarded it as a treasure. Eat more if you like it. I don't have much else here, just lots of pickled vegetables. Chu Bai continued. See that big vat over there? It's full of pickled vegetables. As much as you want, definitely enough for you. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. They all felt that this kind of pickled vegetable was already a luxury and definitely a rare delicacy. But now, Chu Bai is telling them there's another big vat? Chu Bai knew they didn't believe him, so he said to Li Han, "Honor, go open the big vat and let them see." Li Han immediately opened the large vat and scooped out a lot of pickled vegetables to show everyone. Everyone was stunned to see so many pickled vegetables. After witnessing this scene, they no longer felt reluctant to part, and all subconsciously began to eat the pickled vegetables heartily. Even so, they were still very frugal when they ate, unlike Chu Bai, who would casually eat several small pickled vegetables in one bite. After they finished eating, the combined food of 4 or 5 people was less than what Chu Bai ate by himself. After breakfast, the villagers stood up and waited for Chu Bai to give them instructions on how to do their work. "Young Master Chu, how do you plan to build your house, and where will it be built?" A villager who seemed to be the leader walked up to Chu Bai somewhat awkwardly and asked. Chu Bai thought for a moment and said, "The bricks and tiles I had someone by yesterday haven't arrived yet. You can start digging the foundation today. I'll tell you how to dig in a bit." Hearing this, the man breathed a slight sigh of relief, and a huge weight that had been hanging over his heart finally lifted. Although Chu Bai had given them such an incredibly luxurious breakfast, they were still worried that Chu Bai had just been joking. Only now, when Chu Bai assigned them tasks, did they truly believe that what Chu Bai had said before was true. "Okay, we'll do whatever you tell us to do." The man nodded and said excitedly, Chu Bai sized up the man and asked, "What's your name?" The man replied, "Young Master Chu, my name is Lu Chu, and I am a distant relative of Master Lu." Hearing this, Chu Bai immediately understood why this person had come to talk to him. "Okay, I understand." Chu Bai nodded and asked, "Did you all bring shovels?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chu's expression turned somewhat grim as he replied, "Young Master Chu, only 4 of our 20 men brought shovels. It's not that they didn't want to bring anything, but that they simply had nothing to bring. These days, not only are salt and grain expensive, but even ironware is extremely expensive. Some families are so poor that they don't even have a kitchen knife. When they cook, they just tear the vegetables apart with their hands and throw them into the pot. If you absolutely need to use a kitchen knife, you'll borrow it from someone else. Only 4 people brought them?" Chu Bai muttered to himself, then said, "It's all right. In that case, let the person who didn't bring a shovel go to the neighbor's yard to get one. The craftsman Zhao Chong lives in the next courtyard." Since arriving in Wujiazwang, Zhao Chong has been almost constantly busy. At first, Chu Bai only asked him to make a stone mill. But after learning that Zhao Chong also knew blacksmithing, they encouraged him to pick up that skill again. Zhao Chong had just made dozens of shovels and pickaxes to practice his skills. Just as the two were talking, Uncle Wu San walked in with more than 20 young men and Wu Laotian and others. Why are there so many people? Uncle Wu was stunned when he saw so many people. Chu Bai slapped his forehead. Yesterday, he was so busy asking about the wine that he forgot to ask Uncle Wu to buy bricks for him. Moreover, he didn't tell him about his plan to build a new house. "Third uncle, you've come at the perfect time." Chu Bai quickly grabbed him and said, "I'm planning to build a new house, so I found some people from Sujia village to come over. When you go to the county town later, could you please buy some blue bricks for me?" Uncle Wu looked at Chu Bai with surprise, but considering Chu Bai's current wealth, he nodded and said, "You really should build a house now." He didn't ask Chu Bai why he didn't find people to build the house from Wujiazwang, but instead found people from Sajiakan. "Young Chu, these are all young men from our village. After I talked to them yesterday, they all wanted to join the guard team." Uncle Wu then mentioned the guard team again. "Good." Chu Bai looked at the young people and felt a pang of emotion. Wujiazwang is considered a relatively large village, with at least 60 or 70 young people of marriageable age under normal circumstances. Now, all the young people combined number only about 20. Even so, there are several people in their 30s among these 20-odd people. This shows just how scarce the male population was in the Dayu dynasty. Almost half the men in Wujiazwang had served in the army, but the vast majority of them did not return alive. Very few people, like Uncle Wu, could survive being wounded on the battlefield and return alive. I'll leave the guard team to you, Uncle. Chu Bai snapped out of his reverie and said, after you come back this afternoon, divide them into 2 teams and start training. Chapter 80, The Gambling Tycoon. Uncle Tion, could you take some people to town to buy some rice, flour, oil, vegetables, and meat? Everyone will be eating here for lunch today. After Chu Bai finished speaking to Uncle Wu, he said to Wu Laotian, then, help me find a few aunties who are good at cooking to come over and cook a few meals for me every day. They will pay me 300 coins a month. Hearing Chu Bai's words, the group was all taken aback. If Chu Bai had only asked them to buy vegetables, that would have been fine, but he actually asked them to buy meat as well. Even when they worked odd jobs for wealthy families, they never ate such good food, let alone meat. Even putting a grain of rice in their bowls would be an extraordinary favor. Chu Bai's actions are simply outrageous. Young man Chu, just buy some vegetables. Let's skip the meat. Although Wu Laotian knew that saying this might offend the people in Sujia village, he still said it in front of everyone. In fact, not only him, but everyone else present also had the idea that Chu Bai didn't know how to manage a household. Chu Bai was already being very generous by paying these workers for building the house, and he even provided them with meals. Normally, which landlord would feed these day laborers? It's already good enough that they don't try every means to deduct workers' wages. Will they still feed them meat? Chu Bai knew that Wu Laotian was trying to save him money, but he didn't think it was necessary. Although he is not extremely wealthy now, he can still easily provide good food for the people who work for him. Moreover, he has always adhered to the beliefs of his previous life. Money is earned, not saved. Uncle Tion, these people do all the manual labor. How can they have the strength to work if they don't eat their fill? Chu Bai said sincerely, besides, after the guard team is established, the brothers in the team will also eat together. I will ask my third uncle to arrange some intense training for them, which will require strength. Hearing this, Wu Laotian could only sigh helplessly. Anyway, the money is all in Chu Bai's hands, so he can spend it however he wants. Moreover, Chu Bai is so kind to even these outsiders who built houses for him, so he will definitely be even kinder to them. Okay, I'll go to town to buy vegetables and meat now. Wu Laotian nodded and said, third brother has already told us about selling wine. When do you plan to start brewing wine? Chu Bai thought for a moment and said, I originally planned to brew wine in Zhaochang's small courtyard, but now I think it's not appropriate. In that case, I won't build a new house for now. Let them build us a factory first. Others are unaware of distilled spirits yet, but once they do, they will undoubtedly try every means to investigate Chu Bai's brewing methods. If you were to set up the distillery in Zhaochang's small courtyard, not only would the space be too small, but the privacy would also be very poor. Anyone who comes along could discover the secret of distilled spirits. Even if the other party cannot immediately crack the code after returning, they will eventually find a way to brew distilled spirits. Therefore, his best solution was to rebuild the factory and patrol it every day without interruption. Only in this way can the secret of distilled spirits be kept secret. After Chu Bai finished speaking, he looked at Uncle Wu San and said, Uncle, starting tomorrow you don't need to send amber eggs to Wangshenlu every day. From now on, I will put the finished amber eggs in the tofu shop in the city. If Wangshenlu needs amber eggs, just go to the tofu shop to get them. Next, you should train the guard team well, and try to get them to be able to stand on their own as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu immediately nodded and said, okay, then I'll bring more amber eggs this time. After Uncle Wu and Wu Laotian left, Chu Bai asked the villagers of Sujia village to fetch some shovels from Zhaochang's courtyard next door. Although 4 of these people brought shovels, Chu Bai noticed that the quality of these shovels was poor. It's almost the same as not having it. He then sent the 4 men to get new shovels as well. He then wandered around the village, not only looking for a suitable place to build a new house, but also to choose a spot to build a winery. The new house and the winery should not be too far apart. He quickly identified a location. Lizi, whose land is this? Chu Bai pointed to the area ahead and asked Wu Lizi, who was following him. Wu Lizi said, This land belongs to your family. Didn't you know that? Chu Bai was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, My family's? Wu Laizi nodded and said, That's right. Old Master Chu bought this land a long time ago. It seems he planned to build something on it, but he was delayed by other things, and it has been lying fallow ever since. Chu Bai thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it really was true. However, Mr. Chu was still young when he bought the land, so he didn't remember it very well. Okay, since it's my family's property, that makes things easier. Chu Bai pondered for a moment and said, The distillery isn't finished yet, and you don't have much to do these days. Why don't you help me direct the villagers of Sujia village to dig the foundation? Without a second thought, Wu Laizi agreed. Okay. Chu Bai was somewhat surprised to see him agree so readily. Thinking of the silver he had given Wu Laizi the day before yesterday, he immediately asked, Laizi, you didn't use the silver I gave you the day before yesterday to gamble, did you? He knew Wu Laizi's character well, and was worried that Wu Laizi would gamble away the money after receiving it. However, this actually has nothing to do with him. He used Wu Laizi for two reasons. Firstly, Wu Laizi had a talent for wine tasting, and secondly, Wu Laizi had disgusted Wu Sihai for him, and he wouldn't go back on his word since he had made a promise. Wu Laizi looked at Chu Bai with a somewhat embarrassed expression and said in a low voice, I didn't want to go at first, but Zhao San kept pulling me, so I couldn't resist playing a couple of rounds. Chu Bai took a deep breath and asked with exasperation, You didn't lose everything, did you? Wu Laizi hurriedly shook his head and said, No, I still have a little bit left. Chu Bai looked at him in disbelief and asked, What about the rest of his silver? Wu Laizi swallowed hard, not daring to look up, and said, I gave it to someone else. Give it to someone else? Chu Bai was stunned for a moment, and then he was even more incredulous. He knew Wu Laizi better than anyone. It would be a miracle if he were willing to give money to someone else. Tell me honestly, where exactly did you spend the money? Chu Bai raised his voice and questioned sharply. Wu Laizi is not important, but it would be troublesome if someone used Wu Laizi to steal the secrets of distilled spirits in the future. Wu Laizi was startled by Chu Bai and quickly said, I went to the brothel and gave all the money to Yunyan. You! Chu Bai glared at him angrily and said, You're not getting anything done today. Go back to where you came from.